okay tonight?
Oh, yes. Oh, no. I'm safe. I'm fine.
Yeah.
My husband's in our Halifax home. I'm completely... I can shingle my own roof, okay?
Okay.
I am Icelandic descent, okay?
Yeah, yes.
Where the women has all the keys when the men go to sea.
Of course.
Yes, so I'm, I guess, a force to be reckoned with.
You certainly sound it. Johanna, thank you so much for calling in.
And thank you. And the only other thing is, could I say two more things?
Of course, yeah.
Number one is I know I'll fetch the doll back and forth, but we keep losing you up here in Sunnybray.
Okay.
And the other is please tell everybody in the day crew to do this. Do not light candles in your house.
Yes.
Take your lights from out in your driveway, your solar lights.
Bring them in.
And bring them indoors.
Yeah.
Because we don't need any tragedies.
Yeah, that is a very good point, Johanna. That is one that actually came to us, too, from Nova Scotia Power. Did send out a tweet today saying, yeah, that if you are going to use candles, make sure they're on a solid base. Make sure they're all out before.
No, but just
don't use them.
Bring in your solar lights.
Yeah.
No, they're not aflame. Just bring them in because everybody has them. They have them on balconies in apartment buildings. They have them in driveways.
Yeah. Bring
those in.
Do you know, that's a great idea. I actually pulled down some solar-powered little tiki light sort of things today, and it went through my head, oh, these should be inside. But, of course, I put them in my garage.
Well, no.
Because I'm not Johanna Christensen.
Seat, so you can read the map as you're trying to get back to the valley.
Yes, indeed. Johanna, thank you so much for calling.
Not a problem, and you all stay safe in the old Simpsons building.
We will.
We all know the pink building.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And, yes, be well.
Okay, Johanna, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's Johanna Christensen, who can shingle her own roof up in Sunnybray, Pictou County. Jack Julian is here with me. He's texting, he's tweeting, he's chasing everything. I'm glad, Jack, you're doing this because honestly, I'm just talking to folks here. I can see out of the corner of my eye Twitter going off.
Oh, yeah.
What's happening out there? What happened on Lawrence Avenue here?
So, yes, this is in 8 Lawrence Street in Dartmouth.
Thanks.
And the details are pretty thin right now because the only person I've been able to reach is the platoon chief who's actually directing the scene, and he could speak to me 10 seconds at a time. Yeah, and I didn't want to keep him. So what we have confirmed is that there was a roof collapse in an apartment. If you go on Google Street View, it's one of those 3-story brick apartments, around 40 units, it looks like. There was apparently been damage on all of the floors, and there's an evacuation underway. So that's why things were so busy. They're getting residents out and getting them away to a safe place. Apparently a lot of live wires, everywhere.
Yep.
The streets are apparently looking like a war zone in Halifax, trees down everywhere and that sort of thing. But so Nova Scotia Power, the emergency service asked Nova Scotia Power just to cut power to that whole area so there would be no live wires. And, I'm just about to get in contact with the watch commander with Halifax Regional Police, and hopefully they'll have a little more details.
Okay, Jack, thanks so much for that. And since you've been on that, I'm assuming, do you know where we are with outage numbers, stuff like that now?
I know that we crossed the 50%.
Yes.
Outage, so that's that, I think that's enough for now.
Yeah, that's strange.
I will, but as soon as I get back to the desk, I'll fire a little message.
No, that's for sure. Yeah, and obviously our thoughts are with those folks over there on Lawrence Street.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jack Julian.
Okay.
Jack Julian, also part of the team here between Halifax and Charlottetown that are keeping you company, I suppose, during this night. And this is one, I am not one for hyperbole, to be perfectly honest with you. But when, the Canadian Hurricane Center and Environment Canada start saying one for the ages, I pay attention. And it does seem that certainly for a lot of folks that's what this one is. This is, it's a real blower, a real storm. Anyway, We are here in Halifax, broadcasting across New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and PEI. The phone line is open. 1-800-565-1940 is the number here in Studio A. Joey Blackear's on the line from Summerside, PEI. Joey, how are you doing out there in the West?
Good. You?
Yeah? You still got power?
Oh, yeah, we still got power here. I'm also a news reporter at that back here on the island.
Okay. What do you have for us?
Right now we've had periodic flashes of power going off, but other than that, nothing. And the winds right now that they are kicking up, but I don't know exactly the wind gusts unless you have them there.
I don't have them for sort of the more western parts, of the island, but I know East Point they've had some of the highest winds between there and then Airaseg, which is right across, like kind of in Nova Scotia, in that area, that triangle between like sort of East Point of PEI, Airaseg here on the North Shore of Nova Scotia, and Port Hood. In there, we're seeing gusts, sustained winds over 100 kilometers per hour, and gusts at Airaseg into the 170s. So, and it's Summerside, I don't know, but it's windy in PEI. I think perhaps the understatement of the evening right there. A lot of wind in PEI all over the place.
I think Wayne might have those for you.
Yes. Yeah, Wayne will have those. Yeah, for sure.
And I can, later on today, I could probably start covering some of this for you. I'll be home pretty much all afternoon, later on into the evening.
What are you doing? What are you up to overnight here tonight? Are you a nighthawk anyway, Joey, or is the storm enough sufficient that it's keeping you up, or is this just the news hound in you staying up to see what's happening?
Just a news hound.
There you go. Well, thank you, man. Thanks for calling in. I much appreciate it.
Not a problem. Yeah, sometimes it'll keep me up. It all depends on. What I'm doing, because I've got different things on the go. So I figured, time to maybe just try and hunker down as much as you can, and
that is for the next several hours. That's for sure. That's the safest thing to do because, I don't know about Summerside, but certainly across a lot of other places in the Maritimes here in the region, a lot of big trees down, a lot of wires down. Obviously, I mean, we've got over 50% of people in Nova Scotia without power. You've got getting up, the last that I saw, how many did we have out? Let me just scroll up here and see what we've got as far as power outages. I've lost it here now. Oh, here we go. Yeah, you were... that was from a long time ago. Anyway, tens of thousands of people out, certainly across PEI. It is a good time to hunker down. Joey Black here. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, not a problem. And like I said, I can, if you want, Jeff, I can give you my Twitter.
Well, if you, why don't you I'm going to go on to the next caller here, and Diane Paquette, the producer, she'll take your Twitter information. Okay, Joey?
Okay.
Okay, buddy. Take care.
Okay. You too.
Joey Black here from Summerside, PEI, news hound, staying up. Just keeping his ear to the ground, I guess. Chester Arsenault is on the line now from Charlottetown, PEI. Chester, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Are you a cab driver?
I'm a cab driver. I'm sitting in a parking lot right across from CBC in Charlottetown, actually.
What has it been a busy night for you or pretty quiet?
Oh, no, it wasn't busy. Right now we're shut down basically because our phones are out. So if anybody's trying to call Co-op Cab in Charlottetown, our phones are out right now. The power's off, and so I'm just basically waiting. I got some people to get home from work. I'm just waiting for them to be ready and taking them home.
Oh boy! And then when are you going to do, Chester? Are you off? Or are you going to?
I'm safe where I am. I'm sitting in a big open parking lot right across from CBC in Charlottetown.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of protection from the plaza of the building here, and so until I have to go get those people, I'm pretty safe and secure here. The wind gusts have really picked up, though, since Wayne's news broadcast. By the way, I don't know you personally, but it's nice to hear your voice. I listened to you for so long on AIH, and I missed your voice, and it's really good to hear you again.
Hey, Chester, thank you, man. Yeah, well, it certainly is good to be heard. And this is, it's a privilege to do this kind of broadcasting. Chester, tell me this: as you're out there on the roads, you're sort of like a perfect person to talk to now. What are the streets like in Charlottetown? Is there a lot of branches down?
A lot of branches down, and water pooling in some areas. I haven't been downtown for the last hour. I've just kind of been hunkered down in this parking lot. Once our dispatch went down, I kind of just stuck here, and I'm staying here until I know where I have to go to pick up some time calls we had. And our phone lines are down, so they won't be able to get a hold of us. So I'm just gonna get them home, and we'll see what happens after that. Will you
stay? Yeah. Will you stay on, Chester, or will you without dispatch, without the phone?
I may stay in case somebody phones my personal phone. You know what I mean? I'm more looking at just getting people home and
good man.
And emergencies or something like that. Somebody has to go to the QEH or something. Somebody knows. There's a lot of people know my cell number, so.
No, good.
You know what I mean? I'm only going to go home and I won't sleep anyway, so.
Yeah.
I don't live far from where I'm parked. I'm just, like I said, I'm safe in this parking lot. I'm parked on the side of where the light poles are, so if one of them falls, they'll fall in the other direction, and I'm far enough away from the roof where I won't get any debris if something blows off it. So I'm kind of in a perfect spot here. So I won't move until I have to go get those people and take them home.
Good man. How long you been driving cab, Chester?
Oh, about 43 years or something like that.
Wow. You been through a few nights like this?
Yeah, I worked right through Hurricane Juan.
Yeah.
And Dorian. So Hurricane Juan was particularly bad, for downed trees. You couldn't go a block without having to veer, go down the side street to get around a tree. You know what I mean? But I haven't seen the tree fall so far. But like I said, I've been here for the last hour or so when the winds have really started to. I mean, they were bad since 8 or 9 o'clock, but they're starting to gust.
I think you're getting into the business end of it now, Chester. Yeah. If you stay on and you're out, if indeed you don't go home and you're driving around, once you pick up these fares you got now, when you get a sense of what things are looking like around Charlottetown, if you're out driving around, can you give us a call back again?
I will.
That'd be great.
I will.
Yeah.
I'll let you know. And like I said,
I think we have your cell phone number here too, so maybe we can check back in with you and just see. Okay.
All right,
Chester. Take care, my friend.
Good to hear your voice again,
buddy. Really good to hear your voice. Take care, man.
An old friend from the AIH days. So.
You could make me cry right now.
All right. Have a good one.
Yeah. Stay safe, Chester.
I will.
Take care, man.
Bye-bye.
It's Chester Arsenault, cab driver over in Charlottetown. And he is there. He's going to pick some folks up, get them home. My name is Jeff Douglas. I'm talking to you from Studio A in Halifax. I'm here with Andrew Leitao and Diane Paquette, Jack Julian, Natalie Dobbin here. And we have Nicola McLeod and Wayne Thibodeau also there in Charlottetown, right across the street from Chester. We're going to be with you right through the ugly bits of it. Oh, look at that. I see Stuart Young walking in. Stuart Young here. He's going to be with Bill Roach in the morning. So the folks who are picking up from me at 5 o'clock are all ready here. Joe Bellefontaine, are you there?
Good morning, Jeff. And how are you doing this morning?
Good morning to you. Well, I'm doing okay. I've had some great company, Joe, if I could be honest with you.
Yeah, and thanks to you, CBC, for putting this on, because I listened to CBC, and they mentioned last night every hour there'd be updates on the storm. And after I just about rolled out of bed with the wind there this morning, I said, gee whiz, it's like Jerry Lewis's song, Shake, Rattle, and Roll. And I said, I'm not singing any bit. I live in a mobile, okay? So, of course, that's shaking quite a bit at times. But she took the test of time through Juan, so I have faith. But I notice it's shaking more now than when Juan came through. So it's in the nor-west as she's coming right on the side of my mobile. But it's hitting about 79 to 80 kilometers there. But the funny thing I notice about it, when it comes, it doesn't come gradually. It's doing 30 or 40 kilometers, and then bang, it's about 80.
Yeah.
And you can really feel it like somebody's slapping you on the back. It's a rude awakening. So that's why around a little after 12, I got up and heard you folks on, and I figured, well, I'd give you a call from West Chesapeake and let you know that the trees, one of my maple trees, about 30-foot high tree, is on a 45 pointing south, but it hasn't given up. It's still staying there, So it ain't over yet. I wouldn't even go check the rain gauge because I said
no.
Going out now is not a smart thing to do.
No, stay in there. Just stay in, Joe, because it is dicey out there. Yeah. So you, stay safe in there. And it is, you're not far. I mean, we're looking up, up that shore is where Ryan Staunton is telling us up toward the eastern part of Guysborough is where this storm is coming ashore. So, you're fairly close in the grand scheme of things. You're not too far off. You'd be getting some of those gusts to be they'd be pretty serious in there.
They have to get Ryan Staunton to do a rain dance or something. But I listen to Ryan all the time. He's great. He's a good guy to have on board, and I follow the weather. I have a Vantage Pro weather station, which I keep in touch with and send reports in. So it's quite interesting what's happened tonight. And the power outage, I'm surprised to hear so much power outage in Nova Scotia.
Oh, yeah. Yep, yeah. Well, Jack Julian is checking on that. The last we heard, over 50%, like 53, 54% of Nova Scotia power customers are out. But this is something Ryan, coming into it, said, we're going to have significant wind, as you just pointed out, and we also have, the trees still have all their foliage. So it's just like a big sail out there. Like those poor trees, going to have a heck of a night, that's for sure.
Oh, a real battle, and I tell you, it's another, 5 or 6 hours at least we'll have this going, or maybe longer. Oh, yeah. At least that. Yeah. It's, I'd say we'll be going well into, I think Ryan was saying that it was at 2 o'clock. He said it was in the next hour or so that Fiona would make landfall up there in East Guysborough, Richmond County, PEI. And could be a little later than that because it's slowing down, which is obviously not what anyone wants to hear, but that is the truth. So we're not quite, we're going to be several hours like this. I would look at, it's going to be like this at least till daybreak. I would think. Yeah, so far I got power, but I'm sure it's going to go. It blinked over about an hour ago for about 30 seconds and come back on. So we know the power lines are going to get hit here like everywhere else. And it's too bad there's so darn many trees around those power lines that less trees around it would help a bit.
All right, Joe, thanks so much for this, man. Stay safe out there.
All the very best to you and the crew.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Joe Bellefontaine in West Chesapeake. And thank you to everyone who's calling in and being so patient to stay on the lines. It's remarkable to hear your voices. I could tell you that. You're awesome company. And for everyone who's reaching out on Twitter too, I do apologize that I haven't had a chance to look at it even or respond to it, but I see the feed, the ticker just going by. So I know that folks are engaged out there and reaching out to each other on all the platforms. And I think it's very important. And clearly we're hearing this from the callers who are calling in, that just everyone hearing each other's voices, I think, makes these nights a lot easier. Right now we're going to hear the voice of Nicola McLeod. She's a reporter over in Charlottetown. Nicola is with us overnight and reporting on conditions on the island over there. Nicola, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, Jeff. How are you folks doing?
We're doing well. Getting through. Tickety-boo, as they say. It sounds like you're getting the business end of it now.
Yeah, so on Prince Edward Island, things seem to be really rapidly escalating. We were kind of hanging on around 16,000 without power, 18,000 without power. It really seems in the last hour and a half that's jumped up to 68,000 people, keeping in mind that PEI has a population of about 160,000. So when we're talking about 68,000 customers, that's a lot of people. And that's mostly focused in the Queens County area, so central PEI, and then the Kings County area, which is eastern PEI. Prince County, the western end of the province, they are having some outages, but even looking at the map, they're a little more sparse. And I was talking to some folks on Twitter in the Summerside area who were saying they've kind of held out and not lost their power yet, and they're kind of optimistic that might continue.
And yeah, we've heard, some of the conditions up there on certainly East Point, but in the eastern part of the island are really they're really tough right now. Do you have anything? Have you heard anything from CBC listeners out there about what life is like these hours for them?
Things seem to be quite quiet down east. Even calling dispatch, they're hearing a few reports of downed trees, but they're not really getting a lot of reports from RCMP or from EMS. So hopefully that holds, and that's good so far. But yeah, like you said, and like Ryan had mentioned, East Point's really getting pounded right now. That's the part of PEI that's across from Cape Breton. So if we think of that trajectory of where Fiona is going, that's really the part of the province that will probably get hit the hardest. But yeah, not really any anecdotes or stories coming out of East Prince so far, or that part of the island. But if anyone has anything, please reach out to us.
And what are you hearing? Have you heard anything from the EMO over there?
Nothing yet. It's been quiet, which hopefully is a good thing. But of course, earlier in the day, they were warning folks, especially on the North Shore, who were in low-lying areas, that they should be prepared to evacuate and seek higher ground. So I think some folks are still tuning in there, really trying to see if we hit that point where people may need to be evacuated. And of course, we'll have all the latest as soon as that happens, if it does come to pass.
And Nicola, as far as just around Charlottetown and stuff, did you say there's a lot of branches down? What are the streets like? What are you hearing?
Yeah, we're hearing a lot about branches down, trees down, road closed. So Maritime Electric has actually pulled their crews off for the night. Right. So anyone who's without power, unfortunately, you likely will be without power for quite a while. The city has also pulled their public works crews off. Yeah. Again, just I think because of the dangerous conditions, but they are still assessing. It's possible they could still go out this evening. But yeah, most of the reports we're hearing of downed trees are in the Charlottetown area. Yeah, and we'll just remind listeners too that no one should be out. Like, it's Maritime Electric, these municipal workers, NS Power. I don't know if they have crews out here or not, or what's happening in New Brunswick, but they're pulling their workers for a good reason. It's dangerous. Yeah, we should all be inside. Absolutely. It's not the day to be going out, or not the time to be going out and checking out the neat storm. A lot of those power lines are live. They should all be considered live. Absolutely. And even looking out our doors at CBC here, not daring to open them, but we can even just see how it's picking up here. And even, of course, our CBC crews, we're not even heading out to get photos, to gather visuals. That's something we'll do when things calm down. Really, we're all sheltering in place, and that's what folks across the region should be doing as well. That's it. This is the time to hunker down. Nicola, thanks for this. Thanks so much. Okay, take care. Nicola McLeod is a CBC reporter in Charlottetown, PEI. She is with us throughout the night, along with Wayne Thibodeau over on PEI in the newsroom in Charlottetown. We're about 11 and a half minutes now from the hour of 3 o'clock. We're getting through it, everyone. We're getting through it. Hour by hour, we're getting through it. And we're kind of where we're going to be, and we're just going to be here for a bit.
but it shouldn't get much worse. Sandra Chisholm is on the line from Port Hood. Sandra, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Jeff?
I'm doing real well. Well, I see you still have power. That's remarkable.
It is remarkable. We have power, but it's been flickering so much, and it's going brown and bright that I turned everything off. I turned all the lights off, and I unplugged everything because, you're wondering if you might get a power surge, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but it's all good. It's all good. It's really gusty here again. It was really gusty around midnight. That's when I found it really. The back of our house faces the east, and I could barely open the back door.
Yeah.
And then it changed. It changed. It sort of eased off a bit, and once in a while a gust would come. But now it's really gusting again, and we're just offshore from Henry Island, right, where you've been reporting from.
Yep.
So we have a little weather station in the house, and it's reporting peak of 88, but Henry Island is right out there, and it's saying 121. So, changes a little, I guess.
Well, and certainly that's why when I saw Port Hood here, I was like, this is the business end of it, because, Aeroseg, the biggest numbers we've been seeing are Aeroseg, and then East Point over there, on PEI, and certainly Port Hood, your neck of the woods, is where Ryan has said that we're seeing the highest winds. So you're seeing the worst of it. Describe what it's like in your house there for us, Sandra, when those gusts come through.
Well, we live in an older home. Yeah. Our house is about 120 years old. Beautiful, solid old house, but boy, she creaks. When these gusts come, you just hear the creaks all over the house. And like right now, it's there. It's just gearing up again for another gust, and it just howls around the corners. It just howls around the corners, and the trees are blowing like crazy. Now, when we were hit really, really hard by Dorian, and we had the trees all around our house came down during Dorian.
Yeah.
A lot of those silver maples, if you know the tree I mean.
Yep.
Right, in the old mining towns, right?
Yeah.
And those all came down. We had them all around our property, and those all came down in Dorian. And so we don't have that worry now, because that was always a worry when there was a high wind.
Might be why you still have power.
Yeah, exactly right, because we had the power lines and the phone lines pulled right out of our house during Dorian. We were a long time without power and phone. And so but there are still a lot of those trees around Port Hood, so it'll be interesting to see what things look like tomorrow. And then, of course, everything is, full foliage, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. And Sandra, tell me, like that, we live in a brand new house, just built, it's already leaking,
Oh, no.
Well, no. I mean, it's just where the houses were not. Rain is going upwards. You know what I mean? It's going up under shingles and stuff like that. Like a storm like this, it's not, it's the home is well built, but it creaks. And I don't know about you. The creaking house can be an unnerving thing.
Well, I think that's why I'm still up, Jeff.
Yeah.
And that's what I wanted to say to you. The first thing I wanted to say to you was, thank you for doing this. This has been a real comfort tonight, because I was very restless, and we have 2 dogs, and they were very restless too. Yeah. Animals are very aware of, weather changes and things. And so the rest of my family's in bed, but the dogs and I are still up.
Yeah.
And I turned on the radio and was happy to find that there were batteries in it.
Good.
And then I came upon CBC, and I used to listen to CBC so much.
Yeah. And it used to be so good.
Oh my God, I used to listen to Peter Zosky and Fireside Al and all those things,
Yeah.
And I missed that.
Yeah.
I missed it. But anyway, I said, I'm going to turn on CBC tonight, see what's going on. And then there you were, sitting up all night with all of us, and I just found it such a comfort, and I thought, well, I'm going to call in. And it was busy the first few times, and then I got through, and I was told, you may have to wait an hour, and I thought, you know what, I'm up anyway, I'll wait.
Well, I'm so glad you did wait. It's really important to hear from Port Hood, and I tell you this, I've said this a few times during the broadcast tonight, that I'm just looking in the control room here at Diane and Natalie and Andrew. I know Nicola and Wayne are over in Charlottetown. We got Jack Julian. Stuart Young just came in. He's going to take up at 5 o'clock, and we're all just so humbled and happy to be here with with everyone. This is it's great that we can be together.
Well, it is. It is really good. It feels like the terrible thing that Nova Scotia went through a couple of years ago, and Nova Scotia strong. But it really feels like that tonight. And I think that at times when people are worried and maybe alone and a little bit scared and without things, it's so good to hear those voices to say, hey, like you keep saying, Jeff, we're getting through this together. We're pulling together. A few more hours, we'll all be through it.
Hey, that's it. And if someone in Port Hood can say that right now, I think we can all take some succor in that. Sandra, it's been real good talking to you. Please take care.
And with you as well. Thank you for staying up.
No, that's all right. And look, if it's still in a couple of hours, if you're still up and around and you're like still waiting, give us another call.
Well,
we'll be here.
Let's see how things go. Thank you so much, Jeff.
Well, I sure hope you. I hope you can get some sleep, Sandra.
Well, we will eventually.
Yeah, we sure will.
All right.
Okay, take care.
Thank you. Good night.
All right. Bye-bye. Sandra Chisholm from Port Hood. She is, they're really up there. Wow, that's the sharp end of the stick, I think, right now. We'll talk to Ryan Snodden again in just 3 or 4 minutes. I know we have a couple more callers on the line. I know that these calls are going long. So Steve Smith out in BC, guy that I grew up with, guy I went to school with, calling, checking on his mom and his mom and dad. Steve, how you doing, buddy?
How you doing, bud? Hey,
it's been a minute.
I just want to say thanks to you and your crew, man, for getting through this and keeping Nova Scotia together, man. Like, that's an honorable thing. When I was a broadcaster, I had to do it with an avalanche out here in Revelstoke, and had to open the studio, go in, and stay up all night. And I'm really proud of you, man. Thank you for doing that.
Then you know how it feels good.
Yeah, we're all out here in the West listening and just, praying that you get through it all.
A lot of Nova Scotians out there, huh?
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah. And you feel so hopeless with what you guys went through a few years ago and you turn your thoughts to home and you call your mom and dad and you hope they're safe and hunkered down and your brother and everybody, man.
How are mom and dad doing? They still in Truro?
They're good. Yeah, they're in Hilden, and they're both 82, 60 years married coming up. It's pretty amazing, man. So hoping to get back there in a couple of years, too, once my daughter graduates, and really miss everybody there. And it's tough to see that you guys going through more of this stuff. And I hope all of Nova Scotia knows how proud we are, out here in the West.
It must be tough, Steve. I've thought of this several times, like a couple of callers have referenced tonight, Portapic and that horrible time, and it's got to be it's got to be tough. It's got to be tough to be away and be watching these things from afar.
Yeah, man. He drove right past my mom and dad's house. He could have stopped there as well. So, but God bless you all, Jeff. I know you got to go cut to the hour here. So,
the only reason I took the call, Steve, I knew another broadcaster is going to know that I have to rush away.
Yeah, I know, buddy. Hey, we'll catch up now. You got myself. Take care, and much love to all you. Stay strong in Nova Scotia. We're thinking about you out here. So,
okay, Steve Smith. Take care, man. Cheers.
Bye.
Steve Smith from Central Nova to Revelstoke out there in BC. Steve Smith, thanks for calling in. We're coming up to the top of yet another hour. Going to hand you off to the newsroom in Charlottetown. I'm just going to check very quickly cancellations. It looks like we have gone through everything we need to know. What you need to know here in Nova Scotia is just in the coming days that Nova Scotia Health has warned that the storm is going to likely cause closures, right? You're going to find that on the website. I don't know what to do if the power's out and you can't get online. But anyway, if you have an emergency, best thing to do, look, call 911. Or if your emergency has to do with mental health or addiction, crisis lines is 1-888-429-8167. Also want to let you know that tomorrow the Kings County Memorial Hospital on PEI is going to be closed. The ER is going to be closed, the ED rather, due to a lack of staffing, not due to the storm. The emergency department will reopen 8 a.m. on Sunday.
what else do I have for you as far as cancellations? No, I don't know. I know that there's nothing is running in, wow, there's so many things piled up here, but that the McKay Bridge is closed. Obviously, the bridges both closed here in Nova Scotia. Confederation Bridge, we heard earlier, is now closed. Department of Public Works announced that Council Causeway, as far as we know, is open, will be open, as long as weather allows. Halifax Transit stopped all services at 8:30 p.m., including buses, Accessibus, and ferry services. Spoke with Mayor Amanda McDougall of the CBRM. We know that Center 200 is open as a comfort center if you need it up there. And we will be here with you at a Studio A right through the evening. As I said, Stuart Young is here. Bill Roach and the crew will be taking over at 5 a.m. But Diane, Andrew, Natalie, and Jack and I are going to be with you through the wee hours here and taking your calls at 1-800-565-1940. We're broadcasting at a Studio A in Halifax. Here's Wayne Thibodeau in Charlottetown.
This is CBC News. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Wayne Thibodeau. This is a CBC News special as we continue to track Fiona as it batters the east coast of Canada. Well, that's the sound of now post-tropical storm Fiona. As it pounded Prince Edward Island this hour, the island is now starting to see wind gusts of 140 kilometers an hour. That's in the eastern end of the province, while Charlottetown is seeing gusts of 104 kilometers. Up west, 107 in Summerside. The Confederation Bridge is closed to all traffic, and Maritime Electric has pulled its crews off the roads this evening. The city of Charlottetown has also pulled all of its public work crews off until conditions improve. The city is reporting blocked roads because of downed trees and power lines. In Halifax, Stephen Proctor of Halifax Harbour Bridges says the McDonald Bridge is now closed due to high winds. The McKay Bridge closed at 9 p.m. The bridges will open when the storm subsides, and only after a team of engineers have had an opportunity to carry out inspections. Now to the power situation across the region and a staggering number out of Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia Power is reporting nearly 347,000 customers without power, with huge outages being reported on both the mainland of Nova Scotia and Cape Breton. In PEI, nearly 70,000 customers are now without power on Prince Edward Island, and those outages are now reaching into western PEI. Maritime Electric has pulled its crews off the road until conditions improve. And in New Brunswick, NB Power is reporting more than 16,000 customers without power. They were originally centered around the Moncton area, but we're now picking up outages throughout southern New Brunswick. Well, as Fiona swirls closer and closer to the Atlantic provinces, a handful of people will weather the storm on Sable Island. 3 Parks Canada staff and 1 researcher plan to hunker down in their lodgings as Fiona hits the tiny sandbar. Matthew Dastu is a manager of the Sable Island National Park Reserve.
The staff in general are really used to hunkering down and weathering out storms. Like the assets that are on island have withstood that size of storm and greater in the past. So far, we're taking all the precautions we can.
Staff have been preparing by securing loose objects, fueling generators, and testing emergency equipment. Power lines on the island are underground, so the risk of losing electricity is low. Staff have satellite phones to communicate with colleagues on the mainland in case of an emergency. The city of Summerside says they will rotate residents through power cycles to ensure everyone gets several hours of power during an outage. Summerside runs its own electric utility, which they say is highly resistant to winds and has a generator for a backup. However, Greg Goody, the manager of municipal services for Summerside, says residents across the island should be patient while crews work to restore any lost power from the hurricane.
One thing to note, though, is that if the power is knocked out to residents and customers Friday night into Saturday morning, crews usually aren't able to get out to repair power outages until the wind dies down for safety. So there's a period of time where there won't be any restoration services other than just bunkering down in 911 services to make sure they function in the city.
Goody says they have personnel ready and have contacted external partners and other utilities to look at the supplementing their resources. The city of Summerside does have a generator and a plant that can be dispatched to diesel fuel, but it can't power all of the city's assets. Everyone is safe and unharmed after a roof collapsed at an apartment complex in Dartmouth. The CBC's Jack Julian has the details.
Halifax Regional Fire and Emergency Service responded to a roof collapse at a 3-story apartment building in Dartmouth. It happened at 8 Lawrence Street in a building with roughly 40 apartments. High winds caused a large chimney on the roof to collapse. Acting Deputy Chief Jeff Garber explains.
Collapsed down through the actual roof, through the 3rd floor, 2nd floor, 1st floor, right to the basement. So with that said, all 3 of those units were single loan occupants, and all have been accounted for. The whole building's been evacuated, and everyone accounted for with no injuries.
A Metro Transit bus was brought to the scene to help shelter people and potentially take them away to somewhere safer. But Garber says that people either drove themselves away in their own vehicles or went to take refuge with friends in other nearby apartment buildings. Garber says this is the only major emergency unfolding right now in the Halifax area, besides many, many downed wires and trees on fire. Situations, he says, are normal in such a large storm. Jack Julian, CBC News, Halifax.
And for the latest on Fiona and a full list of storm closures and evacuation centres, go to our website at cbc.ca/PEI or cbc.ca/NS for all of the latest details. Now, here's a look at your weather forecast. We still have hurricane, rainfall, wind warnings, and storm surge warnings in place for much of Nova Scotia, all of Prince Edward Island, and parts of New Brunswick. And those conditions are not expected to improve anytime soon. Throughout the day on Saturday, Nova Scotia will see rain, at times heavy, ending near noon, but we'll get another 30 to 40 millimeters on top of what has already fallen. Winds will be northwest 70, gusting to 100, except gusting to 120 over exposed areas in the morning. Winds will become northwest 40, gusting to 70 near noon, and highs of 12. Now on PEI, rain and winds will continue across Prince Edward Island, where another 30 to 40 millimeters of rain will fall on Saturday, up and above what falls tonight. Winds will be northwest 90, gusting to 120. We could see gusts of 150 over exposed areas early Saturday morning and through early Saturday afternoon. The winds will then become northwest 50, gusting to 80, and temperatures near 12. And in Moncton and southeast New Brunswick, we'll see another 10 to 15 millimeters of rain on Saturday. Those winds will be northwest 50, gusting to 70, and then we'll see gusts over 100 kilometers an hour over exposed areas in the morning. And a reminder, if at any point this weekend you are low on power or data on your device, check out cbc.ca/light for storm updates. It's our text-only website, and it loads faster and uses less data. And Jeff, we're just following a developing story here in Charlottetown. We're now hearing of a couple of boats that have swamped at the Charlottetown Marina. We're continuing to follow that story. But yeah, the storm is unforgiving.
Yep. Well, and it's we're into the business end of it now, Wayne, that's for sure.
Yeah, no question at all. But, I will say, I don't know. Jay is here in the newsroom, and I know you're talking to Ryan in Nova Scotia. The building is not shaking anymore, nor are the windows, so I don't know what's happening, but the winds seem to have calmed here. Maybe it's just for a few moments, because we know we're far from the end of this storm, but we may be in a little bit of a lull yet.
And I think it will be like that. The gusting winds, right? We've heard that from a few people that we've spoken to here. I spoke to a gentleman in West Chesapeake here in Nova Scotia, and a caller just in Port Hood actually said the same thing, that, you hear winds. I mean, now, if you've been experiencing gusts of 100, 115 kilometers an hour, if it drops down to 50 or 60 for a bit,
exactly.
You're going to feel like, oh, the wind's gone. It's not gone. But, it's going to, and we will get used to it. That's the thing, right? Like, as we, the first couple of real big creaks of the patio door or something like that, you go, oh my gosh, is it coming in? And then, after a while you go, it's not coming in. It's not coming in. You go, okay, the old house is going to take it.
Yeah, no question. And I know people living on the coastline, they must be in for a spectacular ride throughout the night tonight, but stick with us. We'll try to keep you updated on all the latest developments. And as you say, give you a call throughout the evening, because certainly those who are calling in are helping us better understand what's happening in the various parts of the Maritimes.
For sure. Wayne, thanks for this. Thanks to you and Nicola. Okay, take care.
That's Wayne Thibodeau he and Nicola McLeod over there. You could hear Jay Scotland also is another meteorologist who is helping us keep an eye on this thing. Anyway, really grateful to the crew over there in Charlottetown. Incredibly grateful to you, listeners. My name is Jeff Douglas, and this is our live overnight coverage during Fiona as the storm blows through the Maritimes here. And we are going to Ryan Staunton, who is our overnight meteorologist today. I guess maybe the weekend meteorologist this weekend. Well, there's a team. There's a team for sure. How are you doing now, true. Ryan?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well. Are you holding up?
Yeah.
Everyone's very concerned. We kind of need you.
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I was just talking to Jay Scotland, who Wayne was mentioning. We were just chatting on the phone there. He called me. He said he got 1 hour. He snoozed for 1 hour, and then it was like, nope, I'm up. It's tough to sleep with the winds rocking like this, and obviously it's a big event for us meteorologists keeping an eye on this. And we, chatting about the winds in PEI, we're looking at those widespread sustained winds now, 60 to 90 kilometers per hour. Stanhope is gusting to 131 now, and East Point is gusting to 122, and we've had some gusts as strong as 140 at East Point. So, some very, very strong winds there. Do you have your GChat open?
Yeah, let me go. I've got so many things open.
Have a look at the link that I just sent you, which is the tweet that I just sent out with the radar. And you can clearly see now with the radar the center of Fiona.
Yeah,
it's a big center, but you can just see on the radar it's down now, starting to work its way onto land, eastern Guysborough County, southwestern parts of Cape Breton.
It's just like Canso is just almost right in the bullseye there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, again, we'll let the Canadian Hurricane Center make the official call of when landfall is officially has been made.
Yeah.
But the center of the storm clearly working its way on shore there. And note how slow it's going. It's really slowing down now.
That's just such not great news, isn't it?
No, it's true. And honestly, when it was racing towards us this afternoon at like 64 kilometers per hour, it was just clipping along.
Yeah.
I thought,
here we go.
Maybe it's not going to slow down, but now it is.
What is slowing it down? Is it just
as it's become post-tropical and kind of basically hit this stalled frontal boundary, this stalled trough that it's run into, that has kind of pumped the brakes. And so now it's going to be just crawling up into the Gulf here over the next 12 hours. And really, unfortunately, because it's moving so slow, we're looking at a long duration event here that is, Wayne mentioned the winds kind of easing. That's going to happen over this long duration event. The winds will come, the winds will go, but we still have a long way to go here for many folks, especially across eastern parts of Nova Scotia and Prince Edward Island. But you made a good point earlier that you kind of will get used to it here.
Yep.
The first few hours are a bit unnerving, but you kind of get used to it as time moves along here. And so, and hopefully for the 360,000 households who are without power in Nova Scotia and 76,000 in PEI, maybe some of them are getting some shut-eye. It's, we're going to have to it's a marathon.
Yes, it is.
Kind of talking about.
It is, though, good to know, and I think that for listeners, now that we know that the center of the storm appears to, anyway, in this graphic, and again, we let the Hurricane Center make the official call, but it does appear to have made landfall. That we've gotten acquainted with Fiona now, right? Like it does seem that, and I think that. If I'm understanding correctly, folks who are still up and are listening right now and are hearing their homes creak and their windows, and are maybe getting some leaks, and wondering how bad is this going to get, that this is how bad it's going to get. It's going to be this bad for a long time, but we're there.
We're there.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's good to hear.
We're there. And I think we will obviously, we're already at 3 a.m. It's hard to believe. So, the next 3 to 6 hours are still going to be pretty intense for most of us. But in 6 hours from now, that the center of that storm is going to be starting to work its way towards the other side of Cape Breton, and then we'll start to watch it slowly depart. So and then the winds will kind of really start to ease again throughout the morning for western areas of Nova Scotia, and then central areas of Nova Scotia will really start to feel some relief as we work our way towards the mid to late morning hours, and then we'll be watching eastern areas of the mainland, Prince Edward Island, Cape Breton, really starting to feel some relief as we work our way towards the late afternoon and the evening hours tomorrow. We won't be seeing the peak winds for that entire time. It will come in ebbs and flows with those gusts, but we'll get there. We'll get there.
Well, I'm looking. We just spoke not too long ago with Sandra Chisholm from Port Hood, who is kind of right in that triangle that I've been, as you've been reporting winds, between Arisag and East Point in Prince Edward Island, and then over there kind of Port Hood area. That's kind of has been to me or from what I recall, there's a lot of information going across here, but that seems to have been where the really high winds have been.
That's been the bullseye so far. Yeah.
Yeah. And, those folks are going to, as I look at, this graphic that you just sent along that shows sort of the center of the storm coming up through, like, as you said, right through eastern Guysborough. And is it kind of tracking almost directly north from here? Is that the track it's going to take?
It'll start north to northeast. It'll start turning a little more northeasterly. And is expected to go pretty much right across Cape Breton Island.
Yeah, it's going to be a long night for Cape Breton.
Yeah, for sure.
For those folks up there.
Yeah, no question. And I should mention, you mentioned that Arisag station, just to update, 179 is the top gust there. Yeah. It's gusting 122 right now, but since we last chatted, it did peak at 179. So just incredibly strong winds howling in through that area. And again, as we look at the Cape Breton mesonet across Cape Breton, we're seeing widespread gusts to 100 kilometers per hour, 120 to 130 along parts of the coast, and that's kind of the name of the game across the eastern parts of the mainland as well, and even into the Halifax area. When we look at our winds at last check, should mention as well, Sydney Cape Breton sustained at 85, gusting to 122 as of 3 a.m. Yeah. Grand Etang gusting to 124. And I just wanted to mention a few of the Halifax numbers here before we wrap. 110 at the Halifax airport. The dockyard.
110 is that the gust? Is that gusting?
That's
too?
The gust.
Okay,
yeah. Sustained at 74. And McNabb's Island 75, gusting to 99. But down a little bit downtown, gusting to 71 at last check at Windsor Park, and the dockyard only to 83. So a little bit of a break for the peninsula over the last check.
Do you know what we haven't spoken about yet? And I know that we're getting to kind of I don't know the tide times. Do you happen to know? Have you been watching that at all? I'm worrying about storm surge now, and I'm worrying about that sort of east coast of Cape Breton. What time was high tide up there? And then we got to talk about maybe up around like tides around Mabou and Port Hood and Ballantyne's Cove, stuff like that.
Yeah, so I'll make sure that I have that all loaded up for our next hit. But I do know for sure for the most part. Here I've got it now. So for the most part, it's that eastern shore.
Yep.
So say from like Sheet Harbor out towards Guysborough County, and then Richmond County. Those high tide times are between say 7 a.m. and 8 a.m.
Okay.
So a few hours out.
Yeah.
And then as we work our way, back towards the Gulf, then it gets a little bit later in most cases. It is funny how different it is in some cases. But in and around Antigonish County, it's around 8 to 9 a.m.
Okay.
Eastern, I should say the North Shore of Prince Edward Island ranges from around 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. Tomorrow morning. So we're approaching high tide in places like Tignish over the next hour or so.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, do the addition here as far as where Fiona is and how it's where it's coinciding in real, now that she's here or it's here and we're have a better idea as far as the risk of storm surge. Is there anything that's been on your mind yet? Or are you still too far out? Are we just too many hours out from that?
No, I think that's fair. I think when we looked at when we've been watching the wave models, watching this kind of move in, the water levels were basically going to kind of increase here. You can imagine this storm as it's working its way now into Guysborough and Cape Breton, the center of the storm. I can only imagine what the Cabot Strait looks like right now. In terms of the waves, they must be incredible. And then that water over the next, few hours here will really start to push its way into the Gulf. And those northerly winds obviously are going to then drive that, and those winds have been relentlessly northerly. So they're already pushing that water towards northern parts of Cape Breton, the Northumberland shore. And as the water level continues to increase as we work our way through the next few hours, that's why Environment Canada, the Canadian Hurricane Center, has really been flagging Saturday morning as the problematic time period here across the north-facing coastlines.
And those tides, you said, sorry, just because my poor tired brain lose track. What time of the morning really arrive for those tides?
So for the north shore of Prince Edward Island, it ranges from around 4 a.m. to 6:30 a.m. For the Northumberland shore of Nova Scotia, it ranges from around 9 a.m. to 10 a.m.
Okay.
And for the eastern shore of Nova Scotia, from say Sheet Harbor back towards Sydney, we're looking at high tide time between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. this morning.
Okay. All right, Ryan, thanks for this.
Thank you, buddy.
Take care, my friend.
Yes, talk soon.
All right. Ryan Snodden is a meteorologist. He is broadcasting from his basement in Bedford, but he will be definitely back in here in Halifax, from whence from whence? Anyway, I think let's say from whence. It's 3:20 in the morning. I'm going to say from whence we broadcast. Darn it. Studio A here in Halifax. My name is Jeff Douglas, broadcasting across the Maritimes as we all ride out the ugly bits of Fiona together. Certainly no pun intended there. We're taking your calls. 1-800-565-1940 is the phone line. I think I just got tired. I think that just happened. Evan Pratt is, speaking of tired. Evan, are you still there?
How's it going?
Buddy, sorry for keeping you.
Oh, I'm up anyways.
Yeah. You're a paramedic.
I'm a paramedic. I've stayed dry so far.
Yep. Petitcodiac, New Brunswick. You're our first caller from New Brunswick. Thanks for calling in, man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I think relative to what else I've been hearing, she's pretty minor here.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
Just some wind, a little bit of gusts and rain.
Yep.
I left Petitcodiac at about 9:30 this evening and drive to go provide coverage in Moncton, and we even ended up down as far as Sackville, New Brunswick. And it was definitely windy, rainy. The wind hits the ambulance hard because it kind of got a high side to it there. And so we must have been on the road for almost 3-4 hours. And, you kind of start to get fatigued from getting hit by the wind.
From wrestling that, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and lots of water on the road. And I had gone, when I was in Sackville providing coverage, I went and visited, just stopped in to see a friend of mine.
Yep.
And after I left that, we got sent back to Moncton, and about half an hour later, she messaged me, and a tree had fallen on her house.
Wow.
There.
Is she okay? Everyone okay?
Yeah, everyone's okay, and they actually didn't even lose power at that time. But it doesn't look very good. But if the ambulance had still been in the driveway, it might have landed right on the ambulance. So it's just,
Boy, that's the last thing. I don't know what you're like, what paramedic coverage is like there. I know here in Nova Scotia, like we get so many code criticals down here that ambulances are covering huge tracts of land, and the last thing you need is last thing we'd need here is an ambulance out of commission with a branch on its roof. Is the same deal up there?
Oh, for sure. Across the country, it's the same story.
Yeah.
But going into the weekend and the storm, it makes me think of and remember John Rossiter, who was killed during he was a paramedic who was killed during Hurricane Juan in 2003. So it's always a risk, other services stop and stay in, but we're still out there.
That's true. You don't get called in. You don't get called in when the others get called in, do you? First responders don't get called in.
Yes. So tonight, definitely keeping all of my colleagues, my first responder colleagues, in mind, and hoping they're able to keep dry and have a safe night.
Yeah, and that's why, you know what, Evan, that and it brings to mind a good point that we've been warning now. Not that there's a lot of folks where this storm is really showing its full face. Which is right up through eastern Guysborough, kind of up, into Richmond County, and then Port Hood, that kind of area, this corridor through Canso and into now eastern Prince Edward Island, where those winds are real big. People, are hunkered down, and they should be. But it does call to mind that for folks out there who are listening and thinking, I'll go out and, I want to go out and experience this and feel the wind on my face or whatever, that there's a lot of branches coming down. There are power lines coming down. So when you do it, you're not only putting yourself at risk, you're putting guys like people like Evan at risk.
Yeah, there's something about those storms. People love to get out and feel part of it. I noticed when we were in Moncton, we were driving by McDonald's at 1 o'clock this morning, and man, there was a lineup, like more than you would see any other time. People just want to get out and see it. But, like you say, chance you're putting yourself at risk and others at risk, and you got to play safe.
Yeah. Is this your first, have you been through other events like this, Evan, as a first responder?
Not that I can particularly recall, like, this exactly. Like, you deal with your snowstorms, but they're kind of a different flavor than this is. But like I said, here there hasn't been any major incidences or anything, and I think the conditions are starting to improve now.
That's good. Well, Evan, I hope for your sake it stays quiet, and as you say, we'll be thinking of the first responders across those parts of the region for whom it is not staying quiet. I hope they all stay safe.
Absolutely.
Thanks for calling, my friend.
All right.
Take care, buddy. That's Evan Pratt up in Petitcodiac, but really kind of, have ambulance will travel tonight across New Brunswick Jack Julian is here with me in Studio A. He's keeping track of all the things that there are to keep track of. What is there to keep track of at 3:30 in the morning?
A lot of power outages.
Yeah.
454,000 households across the region now without power. So 360,451 is the latest count in Nova Scotia. That's 70% of all of Nova Scotia Power's customers. 52,000 households out in Cape Breton, and then the balance around 310,000 in mainland Nova Scotia. New Brunswick, 18,000 outages approximately. PEI, 76,000 clients. Well, yes, in a with considering the population of the island, that's almost everybody.
And it's
like.
Exactly. And it's same here. Like it's like 75% of the population essentially.
Yes. Yep. And in Newfoundland, they have their first outages in Isle of Moore. 355 people without power there. So Newfoundland just starting to feel it.
Jack, I know right now we're still very much in the immediate aspects of this event, this Fiona event. What do we know? Like I saw, as we were getting ready for tonight, I know that there was something from NSP that they've got folks coming in from New Brunswick to help, but I'm thinking of like, wow, if we're looking at Nova Scotia PEI outages at this point in the 70 to 75% of all users, and we're still 6-7 hours from the end of this storm.
There's a lot of branches that can fall down between now and the morning.
And as far as like getting things back up, do we know what Nova Scotia Power, Maritime Energy have?
Well, I was looking at Nova Scotia and
Maritime
things they were kind of saying. Saturday night was a time that's everywhere. That's the fast ones are Sunday night now, and then I've seen some restoration times. In rural areas like Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yep.
So that seems to be the range.
It's like Dorian.
Yeah.
It's like Dorian. You're looking a lot of places, 96, 120 hours kind of out.
Yeah.
And anything more on Lawrence Street?
Yes, actually, well, good news.
Okay, great.
Good news from Lawrence Street. I got a call back from a deputy chief, Jeff Garber, who was on the scene, and he called when things had calmed down, and I had a quick conversation with him, and we could play that right now. Or we could play it any time.
No, that's okay. Though they've got their
common wires arcing, trees on fire, typical problems we'd have with high winds.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this.
Is that not your clip or the end of your clip?
You know what? That was a very, very short conversation that I had with him. That was basically, I'll give you the gist of what he said.
Sure.
All the good news. So this roof collapse was actually a chimney collapse. So these buildings have chimneys that are they're like 2 meters by 2 meters by 2 meters, like a great big block of masonry.
Sure.
And one fell over, and it went through 3 apartments. It went through the 3rd floor, 2nd floor,
and no one
first
hurt.
floor. No one hurt.
Wow.
Wound up in the basement. And so obviously that meant evacuation.
Jack.
Utterly terrifying, but everyone accounted for, no injuries. And they called in a Metro Transit bus, so people could shelter and potentially be taken away to emergency shelter. But apparently everyone either drove away in their own vehicle because they had somewhere to go, or took shelter with friends in nearby buildings. No one stuck around. Yes. So that is, that's the best I guess we could hope for.
Absolutely the best. That could have been good. I hadn't even thought. Who thought of chimneys coming down?
No, and such a big one too.
Yeah.
And and what we just heard there at the end was there's nothing else big. At least when I was speaking to acting deputy chief Garber, there was nothing big going on, but lots, obviously, wires down and trees on fire.
Yeah.
Which is typical for a big storm like this.
Yeah. And just a reminder again that, I mean, right now 3:30 in the morning. Hopefully, there's not too many people out and about, but as the sun comes up and the winds abate and folks start feeling like, now I'd like to go out and take a look and see just how much damage there is, just be aware that, man, oh man, there's got to be so many wires down.
Yeah.
And they will not all be dead. And you won't know.
No. When you look at the map, even in Halifax, there's places that kind of looks like a patchwork. So, be very, very careful of any wires.
Awesome. Jack, thank you so much, man.
You're welcome.
Okay, take care.
All right.
Jack Julian is doing yeoman's duty tonight throughout the night. by chasing down all the stories, calling all the firefighters and all the electrical people. My name is Jeff Douglas. We're into the wee hours now, 3:33, 26 and a half minutes to be precise to the hour of 4 o'clock. And Ryan Stodden was on at the top of this hour. We said, obviously, we're going to let the Canadian Hurricane Center make the call on when Fiona has made landfall. But certainly a graphic that he shared with me at what time? Can I see? Yeah, just at 5 minutes after the hour of 3 o'clock, or that he shared on Twitter. It does indeed look like, official or not, that Fiona did arrive and came in right the bullseye at this point. And this is an old graphic now, but came on right around Canso and is heading north and then northeast. So it's going to track right up through Cape Breton there. You're going to be in for a long night, Cape Breton. I mean, we're all going to be in for a long night, but we've seen the storm now. We know it. It is what it is. It's been here. You've seen the worst of it now. As far as its ferocity, we're going to experience its length now. It's going to be a long one. It's slowed down a lot, hit that low pressure trough that Ryan's been talking about for days and days and days. So Fiona's going to take its time with us, but we've seen the power of it now, and I'm sure that more and more of you are being able to sleep now as we get used to it. Anyway, but if you're up, we're taking your call, and I say, look at this. There's like such a line of folks who are on the line. I'm going to start with Steve McKay. If you're still there, Steve, you there?
Hi, Jeff.
Hey, man. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Getting a little sleepy.
Yeah.
How about you?
No. Yeah, I'm ready for bed.
Good, man. You going to be able to sleep?
Probably.
Yeah. You get tired enough, eh? You could sleep in anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. How are you doing, though? How are you making out?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm looking out the window here. I'm seeing the trees. They're pretty calm right now. The sky's still kind of lit up behind them, so I feel confident that there's still some light across the harbor in Dartmouth.
Yep. What's the night been like for you? Has it been Can I ask whereabouts you are in HRM?
Yeah, we're in North End, Halifax, and we lost our power a couple hours ago, and we've been playing crib by candlelight for the last couple hours.
How's that been?
Good. I mean, mostly I've been winning, so, you can't.
You'll have fond memories of Fiona.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, who's there with you?
Well, I've got my wife and my kid. He woke up.
Oh, yeah.
But we wanted to sing a song for you, Jeff.
That would be lovely. Let's hear it. What would you like to give us? Wait a sec. Is it dirty?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's about dirty weather.
Okay. Let's do it.
So it's Joel Plaskett. It's a natural disaster.
Okay, let's hear it.
You ready?
Yep, we are.
La-di-da-di-da-di-da, batten down the hatches, Jeffrey. Open up the earth and sky, waiting on a natural disaster. Sitting out on my front porch, watching storm clouds moving faster. Like a natural disaster. How was that?
I think it was a wonderful way to take us through 3:30 in the morning in the middle of a hurricane.
Did it wake you up a little bit?
It sure did. I honestly, you know what? Just a few minutes ago, I was saying, "Wow, I'm getting tired and getting punchy." But no, hearing you and so many people who are just really, I don't know, keeping it together through this and keeping things positive. It's amazing. I think it's amazing for everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. No, we're going to get through this.
Absolutely, man. We're at the worst of it now. A few more hours of this, and away we go. And then it's the cleanup.
Yeah. No, the cleanup that's going to be the big thing. Like, especially through New Glasgow, Canso, all the way out to Sydney.
Yeah, it's going to be, and there's going to be, you got to be careful when all you are heading out tomorrow, when the three of you go out for a walk. Just keep in mind that a lot of branches down, a lot of power lines down, a lot of power lines down. So be careful out there, okay? Thanks, Steve, and family.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, take care, sir.
Good night.
Ciao. Bye-bye. Steve McKay and friends, I guess, giving us a little bit of Joel Plaskett there. What a fantastic surprise that was. My name is Jeff Douglas. I'm here with Andrew Leitao and Diane Paquette. Jack Julian, I can see out there, and I can see Natalie Dobbin. I feel like, was it Romper Room that they used to look through the little mirror and see the people listening? And they never said Jeff. I remember that. You know, at 20 minutes to 4 in the middle of a hurricane, you're sitting on the radio. These are the things that come back to you. Anyway, yeah, I see Natalie and Jack Julian, and I see Diane and Andrew, and I see Wayne and Nicola, all the folks who are bringing you this broadcast, getting you through the hours. And more than anyone, I think, who's getting us through the hours is in each and every one of us. Trevor Adams on the line now from Halifax. Trevor, how are you doing?
I'm doing just fine. Actually, I'm not in Halifax. I'm actually about 10 minutes west of Pugwash.
Oh, my gosh.
Which is up along the North Shore. Yeah, just on the Amherst shore at the family cottage, weathering the storm without the power.
Wow.
And, yeah, so
how are things up there?
It's absolutely insane. I was going to say I've been tracking and following that Ryan and Jay have been doing this evening on Twitter and all the social media stuff. So Fox Harbor at 3 o'clock this morning clocked sustained winds at 101 kilometers an hour. Sustained wind, gusts to 133 kilometers an hour. And so it's been really, really wild here. Things are still shaking and rocking and rolling. There's no settling down just yet. The one thing I was going to point out was I think that Wing had talked about some boats that may have sunk in the harbor in Charlottetown. And I was just looking at the wave heights here. So the north-facing shore of PEI into St. George's Bay, the wave heights are averaging around 6 feet right now.
Wow.
Through the Northumberland Strait, about 2 to 4 feet. So now lots of people concerned about erosion and that kind of stuff in these communities. So tracking that because I'm right on the coast, so we're worried about losing property.
Well, that's a soft coastline up there, right? That's a soft coastline.
It sure is. So just following along with what you guys are doing tonight. Which is great.
And I appreciate that. So you're saying that you're tracking 2-meter waves off of the North Shore PEI?
On the North Shore facing PEI into the Gulf of Mexico,
okay. Wow, okay.
Yeah, 6 feet. So like Rustico, North Rustico, those areas, 6 feet. And as you track towards the eastern end of the island into St. George's Bay, which comes into the Strait of Canso, we're talking 6-foot waves there. And then into the strait itself, because the winds are sort of coming out of the northwest right now. So the northwest, it's deflecting the waves, which is good. So it's keeping them at about 2 to 4 feet. So the winds are going to continue to turn towards the west as that low pulls through across Cape Breton, which is good news for us. One of the things I thought was really interesting as well in talking about the strongest wind speeds, I think are probably going to come from PEI, other than probably the highlands of Cape Breton, because PEI is so flat and there's not there's not a lot of anything there to slow
break it
the
up.
wind speeds down. You get the highlands, that gives you a bit of a break. You get, any of the sort of wooded areas and the mountains through Nova Scotia that, gives you a bit of a break as well. But it's pretty flat over there. So I think they're going to be seeing some really strong winds. So it'll be interesting to see what comes up sort of in the final report at the end of the day.
Oh, boy, it will be. I know that the winds I wasn't expecting some of the gusts that Ryan had said that Ariseg in particular is reporting. I wasn't expecting in the 170s.
Yeah, I know it's quite spectacular, and the biggest thing about this is just the broad nature of the storm. It's so big; it basically covers essentially the maritime provinces, with probably the exception of central and western New Brunswick. I mean, it's just massive.
Yeah, it's a big one. Trevor, thanks for this. Stay safe up there. Any chances you get any sleep tonight?
No, it's in my blood to follow this.
Yeah, I suppose
so. I'll be up all night with following you guys too.
All right, Trevor. Thanks for calling in, man.
You got to take care. Have a good night. Be safe.
That's Trevor Adams up near Pugwash, Nova Scotia, and that is again that North Shore, Nova Scotia. Right through, it looks like the west coast of Newfoundland right now, and then eastern PEI. That is kind of that's the bit that's getting the real ugliness. Pardon me. The business end of this storm certainly thus far. The other end of the province, though, down at Cape Sable Island, Jeff Murphy's there, but the power's out down there, huh, Jeff?
No, power's on here.
Oh, okay.
It's amazing considering how far out into the Atlantic we stick our feet.
Yeah. How's it been for you down there?
The window here. I'll give you. I don't know how long this phone is going to last because the battery's pretty low.
Okay.
So I'll give you what the report is right now, Jeff, and then you can ask me any questions you want.
Sure thing.
I'm just looking at a flag out the window here, and the winds are out of the southwest right now. So I'm pretty sure the eye has passed me by. And I still got my power. It's still real banging winds here, though. It's really bad.
Yeah, and
you're... I'm not leaving the house until it stops, man. I wouldn't go out there. The rain has been torrential at times here. And we're just lucky. I set everything up during the week here so we'd have a little bit of power if the power went out.
Yep.
We got a little tiny generator and stuff like that. And put some water up, and I did all the things you're supposed to do, get the crap off of the outside of the house and the deck and stuff and put it away. So, I was pretty prepared. But the banging winds here started around 11:15. That was the first noticeable banging type winds, was 11:15 here in Cape Sable.
Yeah, 11:15.
I'm not sure exactly where the eye is now, but I'm like I said, I'm looking at this flag out the window there. Southwest, that means I can picture that in my mind, just the eyes up near past Halifax somewhere.
Yeah, well, it's up. I don't know exactly where it is now. I'm looking at a graphic that Ryan Snodden shared with me about 40 minutes ago, and the center of the storm was making landfall just around Canso. Where they called it was, which is up in eastern Guysborough County and into Richmond County. So it is. You're surmising correctly there.
Yeah, well, I'm not a meteorologist or an expert, but I can see where that flag is coming to. It's going from the southwest west, and it's going to the northeast east. So I can picture that circle going round and round, and I can figure it's past Halifax by now. So we were really lucky.
Yeah.
I went to bed right after it started banging, but I couldn't stay asleep. I got up and started listening to you on the radio, and I thought you'd want a report from the most southerly spot.
Well, that's,
if I walk a few thousand feet that way south, I'll be in the water swimming for Bermuda. So you can't get much farther south than that.
Well, that's it. And, down there, that would be a heck of a place if this storm had chosen to come through there.
Well, it just sounds like a bad nor'easter winter storm right now, but it is still banging pretty hard.
Well, it's bad, and where it's bad, it is bad. I mean, they're hitting gusts over 170 kilometers an hour up on
that's nothing. We got nothing here like that.
No, they're hitting gusts like that.
It's still bad.
Yeah.
But them people up in Cape Breton, I imagine they're going to have a real hard time. I lived in East Chesuncook during Juan, and I was without power for 3 weeks.
Yeesh.
And I learned my lesson. Cooking on the wood stove ain't the way to go.
No, and that's something that will send shivers down the spine of,
I lost
probably
almost every tree on my property during 2003, that September.
Yeah.
There was an 80-foot tree that fell in front of my house, just about to hit the house. That would have ended my house. So I was lucky there, but how much luck can you have with a storm like that that comes directly over your house? Holy cow. And a friend of mine lost his home. He had to stay with me for a month. So, it was a bad storm back in 2003. This one here, coming by here, I thought it was going to rip things up pretty good because we, as I said, we hang out into the North Atlantic quite far on this little island.
Yeah.
And I was surprised that when I looked out the window, that the flag was blowing in that direction, and I did a little calculation in my head, and I said, well, the eye must have passed us by now.
Yeah.
I thought we wouldn't have power, but we're lucky.
It's up past you. Yeah, it went east of you. Went quite a bit east of you down there. But it sounds like you, it sounds like you yourself, even though you're in a different location, you deserve a pass this time.
Oh, probably. What I deserve is a coffee and a sandwich, I think. I think that's what I'm going to do.
There you go. My goodness.
My phone is starting to complain with the battery. So
I can hear it checking there.
Do you have any more questions, sir?
No, I'm good, Jeff. Thank you for this.
Yeah, well, you can't get much farther west and south, so I thought I'd give you that report.
Well, I do, and
you're doing great, by the way. I'm enjoying listening to you.
Well,
on the internet. I'm trying to listen to you on the internet, but there's such a delay between what I'm hearing on the phone and what I can just barely hear on the television up there.
Oh, yes.
I had to come to the bathroom to talk to you. Because,
that's good.
That's good. Screw me up, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you get into a loop. I appreciate it, Jeff.
Yeah, a loop, exactly. The 15-second loop, but that's just the way it goes. Anyway, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
I thought we were going to have a little bit of a confrontation there with our names, but
I know.
you did okay.
I can barely look. The middle of the night, I think I forgot my name. So I'm
I don't know, man. I'm just looking out the window at that flag. Just want to see when it changes direction again. I think I'm just going to go to the kitchen after we hang up here.
All right, man. Make yourself an omelet.
So you save some time for the next caller.
Okay. Take care, Jeff.
No.
Okay. Stay safe.
Buddy.
Ciao. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That's Jeff Murphy from Cape Sable Island. Mercifully, they got a pass on this one. Other folks not so lucky. Looking at you, Cape Breton and North Shore, Nova Scotia in particular, East PEI, Eastern PEI, and that west coast of Cape Breton, and in through Eastern Guysborough, stuff like that. Cheryl Sharp up in Fisherman's Cove. You still there, Cheryl?
Oh yeah, I'm here. Yep.
I can't
Although
believe
I don't know how much longer the house is going to be here.
Oh, really? Is it blowing pretty bad down there?
Do you know what? This has been going like for 4 hours, and it just seems to get worse.
Yeah.
I'm off the tip of McNabb's, and I heard this like horrible shrieking outside, so I went outside to see if my shed was still there.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, if it's gone, what are you going to do? If it's going, maybe I could tie a rope on it.
Yeah. You don't know where you'd end up. Well, you'd end up probably in Mabu.
I looked off the end of the yard to see where the storm surge was, because I'm right on the ocean. And it all looks pretty normal from what I can see. We get the next high tide at 8:04, I think.
Yeah.
In the morning. So I'll be watching that. But you know what really surprises me is I'm from the West Coast, and the storms don't last this long.
Yeah.
I'm just amazed. This just goes on and on.
Well, and this one is Fiona's something special too. This storm, I was just talking to Ryan Snodden at the top of the 3 o'clock hour there, and like he said, it was coming up at, as it was racing towards us, it was coming at 60 some kilometers an hour. So Ryan was thinking, oh, who knows, maybe this won't be this hours long event. And then when it hit us, it ran into, there's this low pressure trough that's coming in kind of from the northwest that it hit, and it just has slowed it right down, which is the last thing anyone wants to hear. But it is, it's going to be with us, I would say another 4 or 5 hours. I have to get back to Ryan. But, but it's not going to get any worse.
Not long.
Yeah.
It is so loud already. Eh?
I know. Well, and if you're right off, you said you're right off McNabb's there?
Well, I'm on Shore Road.
Yeah.
So it just passed McNabb's.
Yeah.
So there's nothing really blocking the wind. I don't know. It's I'm kind of surprised my Micra hasn't flipped over.
Your which hasn't?
Car.
Oh yeah.
My Micra.
Yeah.
Because the wind is just it's just really howling.
No, it's been and that McNabb aisle. I can't remember the numbers now that Ryan has given me, but that McNabb's station has had really high numbers throughout. Pardon me, that might have dropped off a little bit now. And Ryan said that throughout the course of the storm now, what we'll see is the winds will kind of abate and then surge again. Different callers have said that it, they'll get a real loud whoa, like just a push against the windows, or against, like you heard, that big shrieking sound, and then it will abate, and we'll be sort of into that. But do you feel now, Cheryl, that now that you said what did it start around 11 o'clock? You said there.
Yeah, it seemed to start around, in earnest about 11 p.m.
Yeah.
But, each hour it just seems to get worse.
Yeah, yeah. And you're getting tired, too.
Well, it's at its worst right now, I think.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is at its worst right now. So it's not going to get worse than this. Well, that's for sure.
Well, I don't know.
All you have to do is find another 4 or 5 hours in you. That's it.
I know. I can't imagine anybody sleeping through this on Shore Road.
Yeah.
It's just so loud.
Well,
but what I wanted to say is,
sure.
I think we have the benefit of so much forecasting, so much science to tell us exactly where the tracking was. Can you imagine going through this in the 1930s or something, when you had no idea where it was going, what direction, how long it's going to last?
Cheryl, I had those thoughts on the drive into work tonight. I was thinking of some of is it the Gatsby Gale or the Grimsby Gale? I can't remember what it was. The big storm that came through here in the 1800s. And I just wondered, I know people probably were more attuned, to the weather, to the climate, could read things better. But wow, not being able to prepare for this.
And if they're out in a boat with no radar?
Oof. Yeah. No.
It's just to keep the whole thing in perspective. We're pretty lucky.
Yeah. I mean, good point.
I feel sorry for the people on Sable Island right now. That's all I can say.
Well, actually, we just spoke to someone on Cape Sable Island who said, he's been like, it's quiet, been quiet down there. But I'll tell you, if you're up at the other end of it, like the east point of Newfoundland, or on that, like I say, that west coast of Cape Breton, they're in it now.
I was just thinking of the researchers on Sable Island who are hunkering down.
Oh, yeah.
Where the wild horses are, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine a wind. It would rip everything up if it was going 140, wouldn't it?
Oh well, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to be out there. That's for sure.
Anyway, I'll let you go. I just wanted to let you know I don't see any big surge here, but hopefully it won't arrive.
Yeah. What time did you say high tide was down there?
8:04.
8:04. All right. Well, then, and there'll be folks here with you. Bill Roach will be on the air. I think I see Tina Simpkin. It looks like we have a meteorologist in the building. She is prepping. I mean, Ryan's been hitting from home, but they're here, and they're going to be with you when you hit high tide. So,
yeah. Well, I don't know if I'm still going to be awake.
I hope not, Cheryl. I hope you do get at least 15 minutes sleep.
Anyway, you carry on. I really appreciate you guys airing this tonight.
Cheryl, we appreciate you. Take care.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Nighty-night. Sleep tight.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Cheryl Sharp in Fisherman's Cove, Nova Scotia. Todd Yaden, are you there?
Yes, I am.
How you doing? I'm doing okay, man. I'm doing okay, but I
don't think I've talked to you since high school.
No, man. I was wondering if that was you.
Man.
Yeah, that's been old home week. Steve Smith was on the line earlier. Yeah. How are things in Hubbard's?
Yeah. Hubbard's is good. So I just wanted to talk about a few things that, so I have a friend's boat that we sail on, and we brought it into Hubbard's Cove here. And the reason to do that is get rid of the, to make sure that, it's not protect it from the wind, but it's also about the thing about tide, right?
Yep.
So tide and stuff. So we were going out today, and we noticed that the fact that the water's coming up and stuff. So surge is there. So I just wanted to make people know that when you tie your boat up, it's not all about the wind, but the surf.
Yes.
So, yeah.
So just to keep that in mind. Todd, thanks for this, man. I have to, you drew the short end of the stick here because we're coming up against the news break, so I have to let you go. But thanks for calling. It's good to hear your voice again, man.
Yeah.
Take care, my friend.
You too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get some sleep.
Cheers.
Okay, take care. That's Todd Yaden.
Bye.
Up in Hubbard's. And my name is Jeff Douglas. I'm here in Studio A in Halifax with Diane Paquette and Andrew Leitao, and we are keeping you company right through. Well, look at that. We've only got another hour to go. I'm going to hand you off here in about a minute to Wayne Thibodeau over in the newsroom in Charlottetown, PEI, who's keeping an eye on everything across the region, really. Then we'll come back. We'll get into Ryan Stond again. He's the guy that you really want to hear from, I think, in the overnight. But it does look, we'll see what the Canadian Hurricane Center has said. At the top of the last hour, Ryan was saying that, we'll leave it to them to make the call, but it does look like Fiona's made landfall. Anyway, we're into it now. Another few hours of it. We're going to be with you right here. And again, many thanks to everyone who's calling. 1-800-565-1940 is the number. We are broadcasting from Studio A in Halifax across the Maritimes. We're with you until this thing's over. All right. Take care. And here is Wayne Thibodeau in Charlottetown. Wayne.
This is CBC News. It's 4 a.m. I'm Wayne Thibodeau in Charlottetown. This is a CBC News special as we continue to track Fiona as it batters the east coast of Canada. Well, that's the sound of now post-tropical storm Fiona as it pounds Prince Edward Island. Wind gusts in Charlottetown topped out at 111 kilometers an hour. East Point 122 and in North Cape 114 kilometers an hour. The CBC's Mitch Cormier has been out in the storm as he made his way through the streets of Charlottetown to get to work here at the CBC in Charlottetown. Now, Mitch will be part of the morning show team continuing our coverage here on CBC Radio 1 at 5 a.m. Mitch, what was it like out there?
Wayne, right now in Charlottetown, there are scenes of destruction almost everywhere. Trees are down, older trees that have been in the city for decades, and newer trees, those that are just planted with shallow root systems. They're blocking roads, they're blocking cross streets. There is also a lot of damage to the power infrastructure. A number of power lines are down in a number of neighborhoods in Charlottetown. There is a blockage at the roundabout at the university right now where a telephone pole has fallen right across the road and taken all of the lines with it. There are tree limbs, there are leaves all over the roads. There are standing pools of water at all the regular places. You think about Grafton Street, you think about Water Street, you think about Belvedere Avenue. Please, please stay put this morning. Don't leave your home. Don't do any driving. It's not safe, and it's not going to be safe for a number of hours. That's the destruction I saw just on a short drive from Sherwood to the station. I can only imagine what will happen later because, of course, we're early on into this weather system, but the safest thing you can do is to stay put. Don't put the lives of emergency personnel in danger. Just stay put and ride out the storm as best you can.
That's good advice. That's the CBC's Mitch Cormier. The Confederation Bridge is closed to all traffic, and flights in and out of our region have all been cancelled. And in Halifax, the McDonald Bridge is now closed due to high winds. The McKay Bridge closed at 9 o'clock. The bridges will open when the storm subsides, and only after a team of engineers have had an opportunity to carry out inspections. Now to the latest on the power outages across the region. Nova Scotia Power is reporting more than 367,000 homes and businesses without power right across the province. In PEI, nearly 78,000 customers are without power. That is basically the entire island now in the dark. New Brunswick Power is reporting nearly 28,000 customers without power. And we're now starting to see power outages as far west as Fredericton and north to Bathurst. But the biggest outages remain in the Moncton Moncton and Shediac areas. Everyone is safe and unharmed after a roof collapsed at an apartment complex in Dartmouth. The CBC's Jack Julian has details.
Halifax Regional Fire and Emergency Service responded to a roof collapse at a 3-story apartment building in Dartmouth. It happened at 8 Lawrence Street in a building with roughly 40 apartments. High winds caused a large chimney on the roof to collapse. Acting Deputy Chief Jeff Garber explains.
Collapsed down through the actual roof, through the third floor, second floor, first floor, right to the basement. So with that said, all 3 of those units were single loan occupants, and all have been accounted for. The whole building's been evacuated, and everyone accounted for with no injuries.
A Metro Transit bus was brought to the scene to help shelter people and potentially take them away to somewhere safer. But Garber says that people either drove themselves away in their own vehicles or went to take refuge with friends in other nearby apartment buildings. Garber says this is the only major emergency unfolding right now in the Halifax area, besides many, many downed wires and trees on fire, situations he says are normal in such a large storm. Jack Julian, CBC News, Halifax.
Officials at Maritime Electric on PEI say islanders should stay home during and after the storm to allow crews time to assess and repair damages. Kim Griffin is a spokesperson with Maritime Electric. She says it's especially important for people to keep their distance from any down power lines.
If people see down power lines, not to go near them. Just assume that a line is live. Don't go near it. It can be very deceiving when trees are down and if they're across the pavement, and the pavement is gray, and sometimes lines can almost look camouflaged. So it's really important if you can stay home until we have the assessment completed.
Griffin says crews will begin assessing storm damage as soon as it's safe to do so, but warns that may take time. Maritime Electric has more people arriving throughout the day today, including crews from Newfoundland and Ontario, to help with that restoration effort. Sable Island's wild horses will fend for themselves as Fiona sweeps over the tiny sandbar this morning. There are regulations in place to protect the horses from hunting or harm, but the regulations do not include managing the population. Matthew Diastu is the manager at Parks Canada.
The horses are quite resilient. They're pretty tough. Like the Sable Island horse has been there since the mid 1700s, and so they've weathered quite a bit of storms, quite a bit of hurricanes in the past.
The AS2 says the horses gather instinctively during storms or cold weather and will likely seek refuge behind tall dunes. For the latest on Fiona and a full list of storm closures and evacuation centres, go to cbcnews.ca and click on your local province. Now here's a look at your weather forecast. The hurricane, rainfall, storm surge and wind warnings remain in place across much of Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island and New Brunswick, and conditions are not expected to improve anytime soon. Throughout the day on Saturday, Nova Scotia will see rain, at times heavy, ending near noon. 30 to 40 millimetres are possible up and above what falls tonight, and those winds will be northwest 70, gusting to 100 and 120 over exposed areas throughout the morning this morning. The winds will become northwest 40, gusting to 70 near noon, and we'll see highs of 12. On Prince Edward Island, the rain and winds will also continue, where we'll see another 30 to 40 millimetres throughout the day, up and above what falls tonight. Winds will be northwest 90, gusting to 120, although we'll see 150 km/h gusts over exposed areas this morning and into early afternoon. Winds will then become northwest 50, gusting to 80 in the afternoon, and the temperatures near 12. And in Moncton and southeast New Brunswick, we'll see another 10 to 15 millimetres of rain throughout the day, and winds northwest 50, gusting to 70, except up to 100 km/h over exposed areas this morning. And that's the latest news from the CBC Newsroom in Charlottetown. We have another local news update coming your way at 5 a.m.
All right, Wayne, thanks so much for that. How are you now?
I'm okay. I'm still awake. And you?
No, same. No, I'm awake. I've had a lot of very cold coffee and a bunch of peanut M&Ms, to be honest. Diane Paquette has us well provisioned with sugar. It is going to be the worst crash ever, I think, when it's over. Yes. But thus far, okay. And I think that we are... we're all into it. We've got first-hand experience with Fiona thus far. It's going to be with us for a while. We know that. It slowed down a lot when it hit the region, but we're getting through it, and we've got some good information now. I think we have some folks from different EMO offices around certainly across Nova Scotia. Got a couple of mayors, but starting to, as we get now start to turn toward
daylight.
And morning as opposed to the middle of the night, the very early morning. Now we're going to start trying to get some folks information about what to do and not to do as we start to come toward daylight, because I think thus far the weather's been keeping a lot of people indoors. It's dark and it's really windy and stuff, but dangerous environment out there right now. So we just want to make sure that everyone knows what's out there laying about when as the sun comes up.
Exactly. And there's nowhere to go, because I know here in PEI it's probably the same in Halifax. I know the big grocery stores, Sobeys Superstore, announced they're not opening tomorrow. The malls aren't opening. I think they'll make an announcement later in the day, depending on power and all the damage that may or may not have been done. But yes, the most important thing, if we can get through this storm and say nobody was hurt.
Yes, exactly. Wayne, thanks for this.
Take care.
Thanks to you and Nicola. Okay. That's Wayne Thibodeau in Charlottetown, along with Nicola McLeod. They have been pulling through the night from the newsroom over there. My name is Jeff Douglas, and I am in here with a growing crew as we move toward move through 4 o'clock, but move toward the next stage of this storm special, which will be Bill Roach and what would normally be the weekend morning team coming on, but with continued storm support for you. Tina Simpkin is here. She, like so many of us, without power at home and severely under-caffeinated, but here in any case to do the good work, which we are so dependent on right now. That is the work of meteorology. And a guy who's been getting us through the night is Ryan Snodden, who I believe we have on the line now. Ryan, how are you?
I am good, Jeff. How are you?
I'm doing well. Folks are getting tired. Tired now, the folks who have been up. And this storm just seems to be like, it's gusty. It's a gusty bugger, isn't it?
I like it. Yes, yeah. Fiona, a gusty bugger. You listen, so since we last chatted, a couple of things. We had, somehow I still have power. I have no idea how. Yeah. It went dark in my house for a second. I heard a huge transformer blow on the next street over. My street came back on, thankfully. I might be one of the only folks left in the entire province. But anyway, so a couple things. The Canadian Hurricane Center have posted a statement. Their 3:38 a.m. update, basically saying that Fiona has made landfall. They didn't specify the location. They just said that it has made landfall. And obviously, given that radar image that we talked about last time, It looks like somewhere near Canso. But we'll wait for official confirmation on that. But so as we move forward now, again, actually some pretty good agreement with some of the forecast model guidance that kind of lines up with the center of the storm coming onshore at that time. And so what we can tell you, because folks want to know, right? Yep. How much longer?
Yes, that is the question. And I think that's going to help folks, just shore up, right? And just be like, okay, we can do this if we know how long.
That's right.
Okay.
So let's start in Halifax, for example. That's where we are. Winds are still gusting to 100 kilometers per hour right now. So it looks like, by all indications, we're still going to be looking at gusts near and possibly exceeding 100 kilometers per hour for another, 1, 2, 3, 4 hours, perhaps into the 8-9 a.m. time period. And then we will start to work. We'll start to see those winds slowly but surely subside.
Yeah.
Western areas will actually start to feel some relief even earlier than that. Now, for the Cape Breton region, of course, with the center of that storm looking like it's going to cross the island over the next 4 or 5 hours, and then start to depart on the other side out towards Inverness County and working its way northward. Cape Breton will actually see some lighter winds right around the center of the storm because, again, as it's turned post-tropical, we watch the strongest winds around the center kind of spread out from the middle. But that said, still some very strong winds, especially by the looks of the track in through the Sydney metro area, along that Atlantic coastline, coastal Richmond County up into coastal Victoria County as well. And you folks there, it appears that you're going to be still seeing some pretty strong winds here for the early morning hours, and then starting to feel some relief as we work our way towards, say, mid-morning. But still possibly gusting over 100 kilometers per hour there until, I hate to say it, the early to possibly mid-afternoon time frame. Inverness County, perhaps even a little bit longer, because the winds are going to be really coming in from the northwest and a lot stronger. The Northumberland shore is kind of a similar story, Jeff, because that's been one of the areas that we've been seeing some of the strongest winds already. That we talked about that station in coastal northwestern parts of Antigonish County, Ariseg, which gusted to 179 earlier with that northerly wind. So those northerly winds are going to continue to be howling in there from the north, obviously, and we are looking at a pretty windy morning continuing there, and then some relief as we work our way, it appears, with the winds finally easing below 100 kilometers per hour by the time we get to, say, mid-afternoon, with some stronger gusts possible right along the coast. But still a little bit of a journey to go for Cape Breton and that Northumberland shore, whereas areas down towards the Halifax area, central Nova Scotia, we're going to start to feel some relief here as we wake up and the sun rises in towards the early to mid-morning.
And now, just does that, since you've mentioned, the northern Nova Scotia, North Shore Nova Scotia, and particularly Inverness, if we triangulate, is it kind of same timeline for eastern parts of Prince Edward Island?
That's a great point. So for Prince Edward Island and our friends listening there, it appears that again, those winds are going to stay quite strong right throughout the morning, where we're watching those winds drop below 100 kilometers per hour somewhere in that mid-afternoon time frame, hopefully a little bit earlier than that, but the strongest winds that we are expecting are expected here through the next, let's say, 3-4 hours, then back down by mid-morning towards something that would be closer to 100 kilometers per hour, but that may linger again until around mid-afternoon.
Right. Okay. So if I understand correctly, like in these areas that we're talking about, Cape Breton Island, in particular, North Shore, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, next 4 hours or so, we're going to see they're going to have to be dealing with these strong winds for 4 hours. And then we should maybe start to see a drop off from there, with things really starting to let go by mid-afternoon.
Exactly.
Okay, good. And then for Halifax and I'm assuming then for eastern Guysborough County and stuff, is that kind of similar to that east coast of Cape Breton Island? Same timeline?
Maybe
actually, a little earlier.
A little earlier, because as Fiona departs to the north, the winds on the backside will start to drop off. So folks in eastern Guysborough County,
late morning-ish.
Late morning-ish, towards the lunchtime hour.
Okay.
Speaking of Guysborough County, we have to mention, do you remember on the show, I don't remember which day we talked about this, they're all blending together, but we talked about the possibility of a record-breaking central low-pressure record.
Yes, 930
Canadian
millibars,
record. 940 was the previous record set at St. Anthony. The Canadian record for the lowest barometric pressure on land is the key part of this. Hart Island near Canso dropped to 936.5.
There you go.
At 3 a.m. So that is a new unofficial, but a new all-time Canadian low-pressure record, which is Incredible,
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
You think about how long records have been kept in this country, and we have set a brand new record.
When was that barometric record in St. Anthony's? That's in the 70s.
1977.
Yeah.
And the previous record for Nova Scotia was 951 millibars. So we've crushed that record,
Yeah.
and that was set back in the 60s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Ryan. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
You should take the opportunity now, maybe to get a little shut eye. Tina Simpkins here.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear she's in the building.
Yep.
I know. So, what's your plan?
My plan?
Yeah.
Well, for the next 40 minutes or so, I'm going to sit here and talk.
After that,
and then I don't know. I'll probably run across the street or into what we call the crying room here at CBC and sleep for a bit. I might haul myself back down to the valley just to check in on the house because I know it took a bit of a beating. And then
are you
come
still
back
hosting?
Yep. But
afternoon?
if we need it on in the afternoon, I'll be here in the afternoon.
Okay, buddy.
Yep. All right.
We'll be talking to you. Oh, this was memorable. We'll put
Sure
it that
was.
way.
It sure was. All right, man. Take care.
It was nice to be with you.
Yeah, you too. I'm really grateful you were here, Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care, man. All right, that's Ryan Snodden. He's a meteorologist through the night. As I said, Tina Simpkin is here now, and we're about 40 minutes away from a shift change on this extended storm special from CBC going out across the Maritimes. It's going to be Bill Roach and the Weekend Mornings crew coming up with Tina Simpkin. I see Blair Sanderson as well, so there's going to be tons of information coming your way. And as we turn now toward daylight, I guess, as we turn toward what I consider morning, we're going to start trying to get you more information. So it's been so wonderful to have all of you with us through the night and for you to be calling and shoring each other up and sharing your experience. And we're deeply grateful for that. We're going to pivot slightly now toward getting you some information about, the days to come. As we move, we still got a lot of storm left, but we want to get you some information about the day because as daylight comes, as winds start to subside, the temptation to get out there and get around is going to be increasingly hard to withstand. And so we just want to get you some information about what kind of environment you'll be going out into. And to that end, we've reached Dean Stovall. Dean is the Regional Emergency Management Coordinator for Kings County in Nova Scotia. I said Dean. Dan Stovall. Dan, how are you?
Hi, good morning, Jeff. How are you?
I'm doing well. How was your night?
Oh, it's active, keeping track of all the first responders across the county right now with what's going on. And as you said, and so aptly put it, there's still a lot of the storm left.
Yeah. Now, what do you have going? What should folks in Kings County know about what is available to them as they, wake if they did sleep and find themselves without power? And I know living in Kings County that a lot of us are on wells down there, and so being without power also means being without water and an ability to flush a toilet. What's available down there?
Right, and right now with the probably in excess of 360,000 customers without power, one of the main issues with water pooling on roads, trees and power lines down, which all create hazardous conditions for our motorists. We've been messaging and constantly, we just posted again to our Kings Remo social media, one of our fire departments out on a road with a tree across it. We're strongly recommending that everyone stay home still and allow time for crews to assess, clear up damage, and make sure that the roads are going to be safe, and that won't take place until later today because there's still a long period of assessment to take place.
Have you been out, Dan, overnight? Have you had eyes on the ground out there?
Not yet. I've been in our emergency coordination center located in Colebrook at the municipal complexes for Kings County.
What have you been hearing about the state of the roads from folks who have been out, whether it's first responders or I don't know, citizens? A lot of trees down?
Well, not so much from citizens because I don't think anybody's been out at these early morning hours yet, but the first responders who have provided information, there's a lot of debris on the roads, whether that's just branches or trees, or there's some power lines down, creating a lot of the power issues right now for Nova Scotia Power, so there's a lot of work to be done. One of the issues in Nova Scotia Power does a great job, but as long as the winds are gusting above 80 kilometers an hour, they're limited in their ability to get their cranes up to do any work. So the winds have to come down in their gusts before we can start doing all the rest, or they can start doing all the restoration work.
Well, then, and that's going to be a while. Like that's going to be a while. I don't know. Maybe down in Kings County, western parts, maybe by the afternoon they'll be able to get people up.
We should be. The winds are going to start diminishing below 80 kilometer gusts probably after around 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. We may see the winds start to drop below that. We still have substantial amounts of rain coming down until around 7 in the morning, and then light rain continuing until about midday.
Yeah. What are your next steps, Dan?
Next steps are to do all of those site surveys and make sure things are okay, and reach out to our communities. And also, we have a public hotline here within our facility. We put that out in a news release at the start of this event when we activated. No calls have come through the night, but we expect it to pick up in the daytime as people call.
What's that number, Dan? Let's give it out here.
1 second.
Yep. Didn't mean to catch you off guard.
No, that's quite all right. 1 second, sorry.
Yep, no worries. Did you sleep at all, Dan?
Oh, never.
Never.
The number is 902 690 6112.
6112. Okay, so 902-690-6112, and that's the Kings County EMO hotline.
Correct.
All right. Awesome, Dan. Thank you so much.
And you take care, Jeff.
Yep. Okay, take care, my friend. Ciao.
Okay, bye-bye.
Dan Stovall is the Regional Emergency Management Coordinator for Kings County Emergency Management Office in Kings County here in Nova Scotia. My name is Jeff Douglas, keeping you company with a small but mighty and determined crew here in Studio A in Halifax. And we're going to ride it right through with you for the next. We've got another 35 minutes, our little shift. And then, as I said, there's another shift coming on. And we'll just be here talking about Fiona and giving you information until it's over. And we've got the lines open, I guess, still. I am waiting. We're waiting to see if we can get in touch with Mayor Chisholm Beaton from Port Hawkesbury, because I know things are getting busy up there. But first, we've got, here we go, Donnie Cameron from Antigonish. Donnie, you've had a heck of a night.
Yeah, it's been blowing hard here, Jeff, for sure.
Yeah. How'd you make out?
Well, we lost our power probably about 12:30ish.
Yeah.
We're on the rural area, so we're in have a well with a pump. So I had to do a lot of prep work. Put some water together for drinking, some water together for washing. So filled the tub just like you said. Went in town, got some propane, extra propane just for the lobster boiler to boil water, and got chips and Twizzlers for the stock of candy. I got an old-fashioned phone for $12 at Shoppers Drug Mart. It just plugs right into the socket, so you don't have to have any power to it. So I can use my landline, but I still have a landline, so I can.
Yeah. That's true, too, isn't it? Because I do remember during Dorian that a lot of what we didn't realize was that there were a lot of the landlines were still required electricity to function.
Exactly. Yeah. So this one is just it's got great big buttons for old guys like me, so
Perfect.
It's all good. And,
you can hit them with your elbow.
Yeah. My father-in-law came by. He's lucky enough to rent a generator, and he's going to maybe come by with that tomorrow.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So, no, it's just doing all the prep and getting ready for it. You know it's coming.
Yeah.
You know some trees are going to go down. I saw the lines arcing out in front of my house, and that kind of got scary. I thought, geez, if they're arcing, we're going to lose it soon. But it stayed on for about another hour after that. I couldn't believe it. But I just the cat wants to go outside. It's just like howling, trying to get out, and I can't. There's no way because she just might get, kicked off.
No, it's a dangerous environment out there right now. But I understand, like the animals are. I've got a dog that doesn't love weather like this too, and I think that they want to get out just because the horrible sounds that our houses are making through an event like this.
It is, and I was trying to sleep, and I get up to go to the bathroom, and I stepped in a puddle of water, and I looked up, and I had to go searching through the house for the flashlight where I put it, and I was just coming through the vent where the fan is, so I'm not so bad there. So obviously it just flipped off a lid up on the roof. I just got my roof redone anyway, so I'm happy about that. So, but just, knowing like out at Airsag, 172K per hour, and my sister's out in Livingston Cove. She lost hers really fast. It's howling out there still. It's sustained winds. Like I was thinking about taking my cell phone out to the deck and just, but I don't want the cat to go running, so I'm gonna just.
Well, and if you've got a lot of trees and stuff around, you want to be careful because it's going to be going. It's going to keep on keeping on, Donnie. For you up there, you're kind of looking mid-afternoon. Mid-afternoon. Sure. By the time it's all said and done, but by early afternoon, Ryan was just saying that those heaviest winds will start to die away. But for you on the North Shore there, and all of Cape Breton Island, and then PEI, it's going to be mid-afternoon by the time all's said and done. So you're in it for another 10 hours or so.
Yeah, we'll probably see 2 or 3 days without services. Likely,
I would bet on it. I would bet on it. I don't know what the number is.
I think that's an optimistic little.
Yeah.
Monday Night Football, hopefully. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it's not bad at this point to be optimistic. You've earned it. You've just been through 5 hours of a hurricane, so little optimism goes a long way, man.
And just on that point, you know what? I see you, Jeff.
Say that again.
In the romper.
Oh yes, yeah.
I see you, Jeff. You're out there.
Hey, man. You don't know how much that means, Donnie.
Right.
It means a lot. There's a lot of childhood, childhood insecurity that's just you erased right now. They never said Donnie. I see Donald. Donnie, thank you, man, for calling in. Take care.
Okay, have a good day.
Okay, take care. Donnie Cameron in Antigonish, who lost his power. Just as things were kicking off here with Fiona, like so many of you. My name is Jeff Douglas, broadcasting out of Studio A here in Halifax, across the Maritimes. We've got Wayne and Nicola on duty in Charlottetown, and we've got a little crew here. And as you can hear from the stumbles in my voice, we're about 29 minutes now away from passing off the baton to Bill Roach, who was just in the studio in the control room here. Brenda Chisholm Beaton is the mayor of Port Hawkesbury, Nova Scotia. Your worship.
Hi, Jeff.
How are you?
Long time no speak.
I know.
Since the summer.
I know. Hey, yeah, and I had the other worship on the line earlier. We lost her. Amanda McDougall was on from CBRM. How are things in Port Hawkesbury, Mayor?
So things are continuing to progress. The rain, I guess just listening to your past speakers, in terms of power, the town of Port Hawkesbury still has power intact at this point.
That's great.
The wind continues to pick up incrementally. The rain is on and off, and it's certainly all of the conditions that have been called for as the storm continues to approach.
Yep, and you are in it for, you're going to have quite a few more hours of this. Ryan Stond is saying that your neck of the woods looking at kind of mid-afternoon by the time all is said and done, so probably 10 more hours in total. We're hoping that, within the next 7 or 8, things should start to let up. Like you should start to notice a decrease from where you are now. And then what do you have in place, Mayor, over the coming days? What should folks in the Port Hawkesbury area know is available to them?
Sure. So our town of Port Hawkesbury senior staff, our CAO, and most of our managers and directors have been working really closely with some of our community's emergency management folks, so like the Port Hawkesbury Volunteer Fire Department and Chief Donald McDonald, and some of his senior staff over at the fire department. They've been connecting with the OCMP, of course, and also the regional and the provincial EMO reps, just making sure that they look at every possible scenario with regard to this severe storm occurrence, and doing tabletop exercises so that they make sure that, they leave no stone unturned in terms of, how to respond or react, depending on what Hurricane Fiona brings to our coast. And, so we're prepared at some point, if need be, to open a comfort center at the Port Hawkesbury Civic Center and or the Port Hawkesbury Volunteer Fire Department. We're both equipped to be able to run in the absence of power, which we fully anticipate at some point we will lose. And, so I guess it's just going to be a, responding as needed type of scenario. We're all set to establish our command center, depending on how the weather deteriorates. We're ready to go.
Well, here's hoping, Mayor, too, that it doesn't deteriorate too much from here. From what Ryan has told us, this is we are where we are. You unfortunately there have still a bit of a stretch to deal with it, but this is what it is. So hopefully, things continue to hold up.
Absolutely. So we're just going to stay positive and be ready. And another part of our preparations was making sure that our communications in terms of how we are prepared and how our citizens are hopefully being encouraged to prepare for that 72-hour period. Certainly, figuring out, how do we get those key messages out to the public. So social media, website, we have an emergency number. We're doing everything that we can possibly can. And I guess we're still kind of in a wait and see position, and just as the weather calls for it, we're ready to respond.
And as you made your way to the location you're at now, you drove. Right. What was the drive like?
So it's like the wind kind of picks up, it's not like a steady gust at this point, where here in Port Hawkesbury, it's just it picks up and then recedes.
Yep.
Rain, pretty much similar conditions to what we've had most of the evening, and anticipating that the conditions will probably worsen over the next couple of hours as the storm reaches land.
Yeah. Yeah, and it did. I guess the Canadian Hurricane Center is saying that at 3:38 it hit, so about an hour ago.
Okay.
You're there. It's there. It's actually it's right there with you.
Okay, it's right here with us.
Yep, that's it.
Okay.
Say hello to Fiona.
Right.
Fiona, this is Mayor
Hi,
Chisholm.
Fiona.
There you go. A lot of tree branches down, things, a lot of detritus in the road?
On the drive up, there is certainly, I think fall has come a little extra early, thanks to Fiona. There's just weeds and debris. I haven't seen any fallen trees at this point yet, but the path I took here, I would... I'm expecting probably in about another hour or two to get a little report in terms of, what our senior staff and our EMO kind of watchers out there, just to, they're going to be taking, the rounds around town just to assess any potential damage and that sort of thing. So hopefully in the hours to come, I'll get any reports if we do have anything significant.
And what would you say there, before I let you go, what would you say to your constituents there about, as they start to wake up and, the storm's still going to be with them, just about the environment that they're going out to on Saturday morning
Correct.
there?
Yeah, I would just encourage them to just make sure that their house is as secure as it was before they went to bed. don't leave the house unless you absolutely have to, and just stay informed. Keep your radios on, as long as you do have the power, but make sure you have your battery-powered radio on hand in case we do lose power. And just, keep informed and listen to, what our emergency response folks, both locally, regionally, and provincially, are telling them, and just sit tight.
Nova Scotia. Peter McDevitt is up in St. John, New Brunswick. Peter, you're a very patient man. Are you still there?
I am still here, and you are sounding great.
Oh man!
For all of the talking that you've been doing. One of the reasons I wanted to phone was again to say thank you guys for being on the air, you and Ryan and everybody else keeping us informed. Here in St. John, we're getting brushed by it. We're nowhere near the intensity, but I've been going down about 800 meters from my place. We've got a little yacht club, and I've been going down checking on the boats about once an hour, and it is scary here. I can't imagine what it must be like in the areas of Nova Scotia and Prince Edward Island or the Magdalen Islands, for example.
Oh boy,
what they must be going through, right?
Yeah.
I was proud of you. My goal when I was on the air was at 4 a.m. you got your second wind, and you're in the home stretch now, right?
Yeah. No, I can see in the control room here is the next crew. So it's yeah.
Yeah, there's a nice area of calm when you're with the microphone, and everybody over there on the other side of the glass is going crazy. So
that's it.
So
oh yeah. That's where all the hard work's getting done. And Tina Simpkin has just actually walked in. She's in Studio A with me. She finally has a coffee, so awesome. Things are looking good. Peter, what's the boat club that you are checking on? What's the name of it?
Martinon Yacht Club.
Okay.
And there's about 8 or 9 boats that are still on their moorings. And so we're in Grand Bay, so the wind coming out of the northwest, I figure the gusts are 60, 70 kilometers an hour, and there's a lot of chop. So
how are the boats doing? How do the boats look?
They're looking good.
That's
the
good.
Folks got onto them and made sure that they were prepped for this. And again, my heart goes out to anybody who works on the water, and I was also thinking of the people who are homeless and how they're faring.
Yeah, well, I hope there were spaces made available to them. I hope that they, that the folks who could take that took that, and that everyone had a safe place to be.
Yeah,
it'd be a heck of a night to be outside. That's for sure. Holy cow!
Yep.
Well,
listen, I'm going to let you go
and
get back to work. And again, the magic of radio at times like this is, you're our beacon, man. So
dude,
I thank you so very much.
Humbled.
Right,
yeah. Thanks, Peter.
Yep.
Take care.
Take care, gang. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Okay. Bye-bye. That's Peter McDevitt, St. John, New Brunswick. We're 20 minutes now, 19 and a half minutes to the hour of 5 o'clock as we move ever closer toward dawn, which I think for a lot of folks in the East Coast, in the Maritimes here, is going to that's going to make a world of difference when that sun comes up. But we've been humbled to be here with you. My name is Jeff Douglas. We've been broadcasting from midnight across the Maritimes from Studio A here in Halifax. As I said, 19 minutes to shift change. Tina Simpkin, Bill Roach going to be here, and the next crew is going to pick up from us. Milena Kazanavicius is here in Halifax. Milena, I'm so sorry about that. It's
hey, big awards and rewards for you, and you're half asleep, so Kazanavicius. Very good.
Oh my goodness, how are you doing?
I'm okay, actually. I'm calling in because I just wanted, and I'm sure it's a given, but to remind people. So I'm completely blind.
Right.
And about an hour ago, so all this darkness makes no difference to me or any of my colleagues and good friends. But come tomorrow, or when we're allowed to get outside, this will be the first time that, and I'm severely independent, that I have to really rely on my friends, because even though I have a seeing eye dog, the wires, the trees, and everything that's down there, we really can't be walking around when you can't see what you're stepping into.
Oh boy, yeah.
Right? And and people in wheelchairs, and of course our elderly who use walkers. So just remember to check in on your neighbors and your friends who have disabilities, and because I haven't really heard anybody say anything like that yet. And I too wanted to tell you, Jeff, that I am literally plugged into a copper landline, the only one in my apartment building, and driving Bell Alliance nuts, but it works. And I have a early 90s Walkman, you know, the ones with the tape recorder?
Oh, boy, do I ever, yeah.
Yeah, you can't find those anymore. So it's running on 3 AA batteries, and this is how I'm getting my radio, and those good old things just keep lasting and lasting.
They do indeed. And, you know, Milena, I would love to talk more about this because it's something, it come up a couple of times tonight, but more in the context of folks who might be elderly or alone and checking in on folks, you know, as the power, you know, as we sit here with the power off and stuff like this. But it's such a good point that folks with, you know, different abilities, that it's going to be, things are not going to open up equally for all of us in the wake of this.
And it becomes very frustrating. You know, my friend Paul Vino, as we're all aware of as well. You know, he and Jerry Post and you know, so we're kind of. I mean, I can walk. And I remember in Hurricane Juan, I had my golden retriever seeing eye dog back then, a long time ago. Tried to navigate the street. Well, she crawled under the fallen trees. I dunked my head. So we decided we're not doing this.
Yeah.
You know, so it really takes away our independence again. And so just to remember, if you're going to get groceries, you know, call in on your neighbor, knock on that door. Or even better yet, so people can get out and get a little bit of fresh air, because, you know, you start to get a little stir-crazy, right?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Folks will be feeling it already, right? Like by the time we get to mid-afternoon, folks are going to be feeling it. And so that if you're in a place where it's like, oh, you know what, I don't feel safe going outside for 2-3 days. No thanks. So
and I'll tell you, I'm just on London and Windsor Street, and the wind was whipping up and down London. It's facing south. I had to take my guide dog out. Unfortunately, dogs go when dogs want to go.
Indeed, they do.
Business.
Yeah,
and I didn't venture too far from the apartment door, because when the wind's blowing and you can't see, it's very unnerving. But I'd say in the last hour, for my ears, this is a myriad of noises. My balcony, it sounds like Fiona's, you know, doing the can-can dance and flipping and flaring her skirts and really trying to kick in my window here.
Well, you know what? And she may very well be, but your window will hold, and
yes.
we will get through it. Milena, it's been wonderful speaking with you. Thank you.
Thank you, and please take a moment to take a little shut-eye before you get in the car and drive.
Oh, my goodness, I will. Yeah, I definitely will. I definitely will.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Yeah, take care, Milena.
Bye.
Milena Kazanavicius was in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Ryan Smythe is up in Antigonish, Nova Scotia. This is an area that has fared not supremely well during this event. Ryan, how are you?
Hey, how you doing, Jeff? Hope you're having a good evening, morning, whatever.
Sure, yeah. No, hey, I'm coming up to shift change here. I'll tell you honestly, Ryan, like I've had... it's been a rough night. I mean, weather-wise, stuff like this. I'm just sitting here in a little glass ball in the sky with a pair of headphones on, and I've been talking to some of the most extraordinary people all night. So it's been a good night for me. How about you?
The power died, you know, so that was not so much fun, you know, and stopped me from doing some of the work that I wanted to get done. But it was howling wildly loud earlier on, but it died down. You know, I walked outside. And when I went outside, you know, it was still pretty windy and rainy and whatnot.
Yep.
But it's not being, you know, like the harrowing, horribleness. Is that it was, you know, briefly for a while when the power went off, and the I forgot what I was going to say.
No, that's okay. It's getting late for all of us, but I know that and Ryan Snodden had said that throughout the night here, as Fiona kind of slowly, painfully slowly makes her way through, or its way, sorry, through the province and through the region, that the winds will come and go, and that we'll see some of the gusting. The other thing, Ryan, probably is you're getting used to it. Do you know?
It could be, but I'm just in my workshop, and outside I really don't hear much at all, because walls are thin between the outside.
Yep.
But yeah. Anyway, good talking to you.
Good talking with you too, Ryan.
God bless everyone, and hope that the worst thing that rocks them like a hurricane are the scorpions.
There you go. That's it. That would have been a good theme song. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks for calling in, my friend. Take care.
Hey.
Stay safe.
Take it easy.
Ciao.
Bye.
Bye. Ryan Smythe calling from Antigonish, Nova Scotia. And Catherine McAleer is here. Not much time left on her phone, but Catherine, we're grateful that you called because you're in a part of the world that I really want to hear from, Kings County PEI. You still there?
Good morning.
Yeah. How's your night been?
Well, we've been sitting up all night, extremely blustery, and about several hours ago, 2.5 hours ago, we started hearing big bangs upstairs. The house is between 150 and 200 years old.
Yeah, we lost her. What a shame. What a shame. That must be, that's a dead phone. And this is what's happening now across the region as folks, and I do apologize. I know folks have been waiting sometimes an hour and a half to get through, which is really a testament to how much people want to communicate. And I know that has, that's cost folks some battery life. Our apologies for that. We do have Tyler Heggie on the line now from Charlottetown. Tyler, how are you doing?
It's interesting, that's for sure.
Yeah, huh? Yeah. What's your night been like?
Well, I managed to get 2 hours of sleep, so I'm more than the average human here.
Yeah. What time did you sleep?
I managed to get to sleep around like 11. I slept like 1-ish, and then the winds woke me up.
Yeah. And then what's it been like? What time did you get woken up or awakened up? What am I saying? Woken up.
Or just around 1 o'clock is whenever I woke up there to the wind and something mysteriously hitting my window.
Yeah. And what's your night been like?
I've just been sitting in my living room just watching the wind because we have a motorhome right in our front yard, and oh my goodness, that thing rocks. You hit a gust and the whole thing.
Yeah. And is there big trees around it? That's one thing you don't want trees falling on.
No, I kind of moved the middle of our yard there earlier today just to keep away from the trees, so it should be fine. Surprisingly, I'm 20 and I kind of got a little bit adventurous, so I took a walk around the house just to see if there's any damage, and I did not see one down tree.
Huh, that's good. Where are you? Where in Charlottetown are you?
Just right by the airport.
Okay, yes, yeah, outside. I know downtown there are some of our colleagues there in the newsroom were saying that there's some down trees and branches down and stuff downtown. So that's it. But I'm glad that, yeah. But overall...
There's a lot of sticks and stuff, and there's a distinct smell of tree when you step outside.
Oh, yes, is there?
Yeah, you step outside and you just go, oh, it smells like Christmas again.
Huh. That's interesting. Have you been, Tyler, you say you're 20. You get through Dorian. How many of these big storms have you been through?
I've been through a couple. I didn't experience one. That's the big one that people are comparing to.
Yeah.
I didn't experience that one. I've heard many horror stories from it. But I think Dorian was like the main one that you can really compare it to.
Yes.
And I'm going to say this one's kind of seeming like Dorian's bigger brother.
Yeah. I think that's a fair one, or bigger sister, as the case may be.
That's true.
Yeah, and Fiona's been spending a little more time with us. I think also hits a different time of day, which brings a different sort of feeling with it. Tyler, I'm going to have to let you go. I have Catherine McAleer back on the line from Kings County, and we dropped it. But thank you, Tyler, and take care. Getting through the rest of it, okay? Take care. Catherine, are you back?
Hi, Jeff.
Oh, good.
I'm back again.
The last we heard is that you said it's a 200-year-old house, and then it just went dead. So, what were you hearing out there?
We're being buffeted like crazy, and the house itself. It was really scary a few hours ago. In the middle of all of this, we heard this great big.
Oh, great!
And it was like the house. It was like, oh no, we've never heard that before.
Oh, it's like Amityville. It's like the Amityville horror.
Well, it was scary.
Yeah.
I want to put a big shout out to our fire department because we saw the two big trucks go by here about an hour and a half ago, and they just came back. So like there's so many people, first responders that are out there. But what I wanted to just tell people, that's why I waited, was that be careful if you go out, even when it gets light out, because we're being hit on the roof with flying debris.
Yes.
And that's the only thing we can think about it. It's big bang, boom, boom. And it's crazy, about probably 10, 11 times already now in the last 3 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it can be really scary. So be very, very careful. I don't know what's hitting us, but it's debris from around.
And, Catherine, you up there where you are, you're kind of looking at late morning. So what are we now? Just before 5 a.m. I would say probably another 6 hours like this. And then you should start to notice a drop-off, and then by mid-morning, you'll be out of it. So you got probably another nine hours of the knocking.
We're not nervous or anything of it.
Okay, good.
We're from Morel. We're country people.
That's it.
This is what happens.
Well,
my brother and my two brothers are sleeping, and my brother's wife and I have been up all night, so keeping the fires burning.
Yeah, well, and I can tell you, if you're living in a 200-year-old house, this isn't its first rodeo either.
No, it's certainly not. But thank you so much. Just telling people to be careful, and again, a shout out to the fire department there. They're fantastic, and they're always there. So
both.
Anyways, have a great night. Thank you.
Yeah, Catherine. Take care.
Everybody informed.
Oh, you bet.
A good night.
You bet. Thanks for calling in, and thanks
you.
for being patient.
No problem. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Cheers. That's Catherine McAleer from Morel, Kings County, PEI. That is a place that has really seen the brunt of it. Again, kind of North Shore, Nova Scotia, all of Cape Breton, but particularly that Inverness coast. And that eastern part of PEI, they've really seen a lot of wind up there, and will continue to. But just so you know, for parts, from my understanding, the last conversation that I had with Ryan Snodden, Halifax, parts west, we're kind of looking at about, what did he say? About 4 to 6 hours by kind of mid-morning. A lot of the province should be seeing a cessation in winds by kind of mid-morning. A little bit, if you're west, kind of the valley, things like that, you should be seeing something maybe, a little bit before that. And then, as you move kind of east and north, push it later into the day. Eastern Guysborough County, he said you should start to see a break by late morning. And then for Cape Breton, North Shore, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island, unfortunately, it's going to be mid-afternoon for you by the time things really start to let off. But do take strength in this, that we're in it. This is as bad as it's going to get. It's just going to go on like this for, several hours more. But we've been through the worst of it. And you've just got a few hours left. And even for those of you in those eastern parts of PEI and North Shore, Nova Scotia, and in Cape Breton, by late afternoon, you're going to start to feel things letting go a bit. It's going to come down from where it is now. So look, we're at just 3.5 minutes from the hour of 5 o'clock. So another 5 or 6 hours for even the worst to get through it. And then you're going to start to feel this abate. I do want to pick up on what Catherine said, and a couple of callers. We had Evan from Petitcodiac. Can't remember when. He's a paramedic. He had just made a shout out to all his his colleagues and his fellow first responders out there. Catherine mentioned this as well, that they have been out there, and they are out there all night. And every time they have to go out to a call, they're taking a risk. It's going to be a very dangerous environment out there. certainly as daylight comes, as the winds start to subside, just do bear in mind that even though the winds have gone, you're going to have a lot of downed power lines. You're going to have a lot of downed tree trunks, things like that, on the ground, and you don't want to take undue risks. That is for sure. So just be safe as the day progresses and as we get out from beyond this. I have no idea now how many people are out of power. I don't know what the latest numbers were on that. I'm desperately trying to get through my different chats here to get that information. But yeah, I guess 30 minutes ago, what I'm seeing from Jack Julian here in Nova Scotia, 378,000 people without power. So 73% of Nova Scotia Power customers are without power at the moment. In PEI, you are looking at roughly 80,000 outages. That's huge. That's huge in PEI. Even in New Brunswick, which just got brushed by Fiona, 34,000 outages. In Newfoundland, which hasn't seen it really kicking off yet, still under 400 outages in Newfoundland. And yeah, we're going to hand things off now. I am kind of out of things to say, clearly spinning my wheel here. Tina Simpkins sitting here with me. She is about to come on the air.
Hi.
Hey, Tina.
Good job.
Hey.
Oh, my gosh. You were going through the weather information, and I was trying to load up everything on the computer, and I'm just saying, in areas where they saw some really heavy rain, and that's true for Guysborough County, Pictou, and Antigonish, there's a lull right now.
Yeah.
And it looks like what's ever left over from the eye wall of Fiona is overhead. So there's always that, that calm in the middle of the storm.
A little bit of a breather now.
That's right. But more's coming.
Yeah,
so don't let your guard down, please. We're not over yet.
No. And how long will that eye? How long's the eye? What do we know as far as?
Well, it's going to be about 45 minutes for most people for that lull before it starts to really kick up again.
Yeah. All right, Tina. Well, you ready?
I'm ready. Are you ready to get some rest?
I am. I think so. Although I feel kind of wired. I had some great conversations tonight.
I know you did. I've been listening to you.
Some fantastic conversations.
And what a comfort it was to listen to you guys on the radio, knowing that you guys were here.
And for me as well. And we're going to hand it off now to Bill Roach, and who's waving at me and your weekend mornings crew. We're going to keep up this storm special for you. My name is Jeff Douglas. It's been an absolute honor, and thank you to Diane and Andrew and Natalie and Jack and Wayne and Nicola. We're handing it over now. 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 We're handing it over now.
This is a CBC News special as we continue to track post-tropical storm Fiona now that it has made landfall in the Maritimes. Good morning. I'm Wayne Thibodeau. It's 5 a.m. To the latest on the power outages across the region, Nova Scotia Power is reporting more than 367,000 homes and businesses without power right across the province. In PEI, more than 80,000 customers are without power. That's basically the entire island now in the dark. NB Power is reporting nearly 32,000 customers without power. Well, the fact that Fiona will linger rather than move quickly out of the Maritimes will mean high winds will hamper crews trying to restore electricity. When winds are blowing over 80 kilometers an hour, line crews can't work on down lines. Matt Drover is with Nova Scotia Power.
When the winds do get above 80, we will stand the buckets down. We can still get out and do assessments of what the damage may be, but we won't actually be able to get the buckets up in the air until the winds get below 80. It definitely will make the restoration longer while we're waiting for the winds to be below 80.
Drover says Nova Scotia Power has about 800 people ready to respond once it's safe to do so. The utility is also lining up help from outside the region once the extent of damage is clear. While post-tropical storm Fiona continues to pound Prince Edward Island, the CBC's Mitch Cormier has been out in the storm as he made his way through the streets of Charlottetown to get to work here at the CBC in Charlottetown. Mitch will be part of the morning show team continuing our coverage here on CBC Radio 1 after 5 a.m. Mitch, what's it like out there?
Wayne, right now in Charlottetown, there are scenes of destruction almost everywhere. Trees are down, older trees that have been in the city for decades, and newer trees, those that are just planted with shallow root systems. They're blocking roads, they're blocking cross streets. There is also a lot of damage to the power infrastructure. A number of power lines are down in a number of neighborhoods in Charlottetown. There is a blockage at the roundabout at the university right now where a telephone pole has fallen right across the road and taken all of the lines with it. There are tree limbs, there are leaves all over the roads. There are standing pools of water at all of the regular places. You think about Grafton Street, you think about Water Street, you think about Belvedere Avenue. Please, please stay put this morning. Don't leave your home. Don't do any driving. It's not safe, and it's not going to be safe for a number of hours. That's the destruction I saw just on a short drive from Sherwood to the station. I can only imagine what will happen later because, of course, we're early on into this weather system, but the safest thing you can do is to stay put. Don't put the lives of emergency personnel in danger. Just stay put and ride out the storm as best you can.
That's the CBC's Mitch Cormier. The Halifax Regional Fire and Emergency Service had to respond to a roof collapse at a 3-story apartment building in Dartmouth. It happened at 8 Lawrence Street, a building that housed roughly 40 apartments. Acting Deputy Chief Jeff Garber explains that high winds caused a large chimney on the roof to collapse.
Collapsed down through the actual roof, through the 3rd floor, 2nd floor, 1st floor, right to the basement. So with that said, all 3 of those units were single lone occupants and all have been accounted for. The whole building's been evacuated and everyone accounted for with no injuries.
A Metro Transit bus was brought to the scene to help shelter people. Well, hurricane, rainfall, wind, storm, and storm surge warnings remain in place across much of Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and parts of New Brunswick. CBC meteorologist Ryan Snodden says Halifax will start to see some improvements around 8 or 9 a.m., but it will be mid-afternoon before the winds drop below 100 kilometres an hour in Cape Breton and parts of Prince Edward Island. Well, you'll find the latest on Fiona at cbcnews.ca. That's my time here. Coming up next, it's a special edition of Weekend Morning as our storms coverage continues here on CBC Radio 1, serving the Maritimes. Serving the Maritimes.
Good morning. Welcome to storm coverage here on CBC Radio 1. I'm Bill Roach. How's it going? Is everything happening outside your window this morning? Things blowing around? I'm just getting into position. Thanks to Jeff Douglas and Diane and the crew, Andrew and everybody, for sticking around for the past few hours. I've been listening to a lot of you talk with the crew. We're going to get to you again. We want to know what's happening around the Maritime provinces. We've got a lot of people in place right now that we will be talking to in the next little while. Wendy Bergfeld, you may know her, Cape Breton listeners. She's in Sydney this morning. We'll get what she's seeing from Wendy in a little bit. We'll talk to Mitch Cormier. Mitch Cormier is in Charlottetown, where we hear that a lot of people are without power this morning, and they've both had harrowing rides in. And so we'll talk to them throughout the morning, but we also will talk to Tina Simkin. Tina is here with us. You heard her say hello to Jeff Douglas about 5 minutes ago. That wasn't your first little bit of work this morning, Tina.
No, it certainly wasn't. Getting all spun up and handing off from Ryan Snodden and Jay Scotland, and seeing what Fiona, the wind speeds, it really truly is incredible. Meteorologically speaking, this is a fascinating storm.
Really?
When you're under it, of course, that doesn't feel so fascinating when you've lost power and want that cup of coffee perhaps in the morning like you and I were searching for, but the power was not there. And
I set the timer for it last night.
So you were prepared.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out well, though.
And even though we knew that the power was probably going to be out, it's you just go flick the light on and it's not there.
Nope.
So a lot of people hopefully have slept through most of this. But if you're waking up with us this morning or have been up all night, well, we're here with you providing information and getting up to date on what's going on as far as the storm is concerned. And I will say there are areas in the region that are rain-free right now, like Kings County in Prince Edward Island. Island. We're seeing the rain, the absence of rain in parts of Pictou, Guysborough County, even into Cape Breton. And this is just temporary. We've got the eye of what's left over of Fiona, and the Hurricane Center has said that it has made landfall. And you can see the remnants of the eye over land right now. Impressive pressure systems coming in. There was a record low pressure system or low measured in Canada, and that was 952.1 millibars. And this storm was even recorded lower than that. So it's breaking and smashing records in itself. So the heavy rain still falling in Prince County through southeast New Brunswick, northern Nova Scotia right now. And it is, of course, blowing around very, very quickly. I'm just going to give you an idea of some of the wind gusts that I'm seeing right now on the radar and coming in with some of the radar observations or the land observations. And it's pretty impressive. Some of the in excess of 100 kilometers per hour. That seems to be a widespread number. But in Moncton right now, gusting to 85 kilometers per hour from the northwest. Charlottetown not reporting much of a gust right now. Again, we're in that little bit of a window where things are quiet for now. But again, it's not over. The airport in Halifax just under 100 kilometers per hour. Caribou Point coming in. Northerly winds 113 kilometers per hour. Grand Etang from the east at 135 kilometers per hour. And Sydney at 122 kilometer per hour wind gusts right now.
The Grand Etang one you mentioned coming in from the east.
Exactly. You notice that?
Well, I know that part of the province
Yes.
quite well. That's something to keep an eye on.
Right. Well, you always have the Les Souette winds. Whenever you have a southeasterly wind, the winds fold, especially as they come down off the highlands. And so for them, this is probably nothing because they've seen wind gusts up to 170 to 180 kilometers per hour. That's a phenomenal that happens there. But even so, an easterly wind is a little bit odd. Southeast to east is okay. But other areas that we've seen some of the reports, parts of Antigonish County, there was a wind gust of 179 kilometers per hour. And that was just a couple of hours ago. So this thing, we knew that Fiona was going to mean business, and it's still meaning business. It's not over yet, although areas in the eastern parts of the mainland and parts of PEI are getting a little bit of a break from the wind and the rain, but that's just temporary. As Fiona continues to move into the Gulf of St. Lawrence, the rain is going to follow. The backside, the west side of the system is going to start pushing its way through. So the wind and the rain is going to continue. And this is not going to start clearing up. Western New Brunswick is saying, they've escaped Fiona.
Yeah.
They really have. They've seen the clouds and some gusty wind conditions, but nothing like what we're seeing in eastern New Brunswick, PEI, certainly the eastern mainland of Nova Scotia, all the way through Cape Breton, but even through the Annapolis Valley, still right now, heavy, heavy rain going on, and winds gusting anywhere from, say, 50 to 90 kilometers per hour. So that still constitutes that wind warning when you get above 90 kilometers per hour.
Are we at a point where we can put time expectations on this?
Well, I think the timing is it's moving. I mean, Fiona was clocking towards the coastline at over 60 kilometers per hour. So she was cooking with gas yesterday, but now it's slowing up. So the speed of it moving off towards the northeast, it has dramatically decreased. So what we can expect for, say, western Nova Scotia, in the next 4 to 5 hours, things are going to start winding down. For the Halifax area to Truro on westward, I do think it's going to be into the afternoon, but we're going to start to see improvement in the next 5 hours. But eastern mainland Nova Scotia through, say from Miramichi to Moncton, Prince Edward Island, Antigonish, Pictou, Guysborough County, all through Cape Breton, it's going to be late this afternoon and this evening before those winds start dying down. In fact, I do think even at the supper time hour for PEI and for Cape Breton, we're still going to see those wind gusts over 100 kilometers per hour. And that's going to continue until about 10 o'clock this evening when those winds will start calming down. So we've got a ways to go. The sun comes up, which makes people feel a little bit better. Then you can see what's going on. And I would encourage people to please stay home. There's a lot of debris down, and I know you want to go see and perhaps help your neighbors, but stay at least away from your vehicles. Keep your cars in the driveway, and if you want to walk around, I don't recommend that either because we don't know how many power lines are down there either.
I'm 10 minutes away from the studio where I live. Took about half an hour to get here.
And you were dodging
the trees across the road, across the sidewalks, power lines. You were on a power line almost before you even noticed it. So
That's right.
I'm just seconding what you're saying, yes.
And you were by yourself, so you were able to swerve around these things,
I was,
right?
exactly. Well, I was with a veteran cameraman from the CBC, Craig Paisley,
But
who
you know what I mean.
has been here through one.
Your vehicle is on the road by itself.
Exactly.
So you could have been sharing a ride, which I'm glad you guys are both safe.
Be safe is what we're saying. Tina, thank you.
Okay.
Tina's going to stay here in the studio kitchen with me for the rest of the morning. We'll be checking in with Tina on and off here. We're just getting our bearings here after Jeff Douglas is on his way to get some much needed sleep. Good chance you may hear him again later this afternoon if things work out the way that Tina is saying that they are here. Let's speak with Mitch Cormier now. PEI listeners will know Mitch from the morning show, Monday to Friday. He's in the studio now, and he had quite the ride in. Hello, Mitch.
Hello, Bill. How are you?
I'm well. Let's start with your ride in.
Well, what you're hearing is the microphone that we've set up on the front deck here at the CBC building on University Avenue in Charlottetown. That's the sound you're hearing behind me. And you can hear the flagpole. You can't see the flagpole. The town is completely dark, and yes, my ride in was much like yours, Bill. I probably, on second thought, should have stayed here at the station overnight.
Yep, I thought the same thing.
Yeah, because I can tell you that trying to find a way around Charlottetown is a near impossible task. And I left over an hour ago. I came in around 3. Mm-hmm. So, over the past 2 hours, the winds have not abated. The number of customers without power on PEI has not decreased in the least and will not for a number of hours. So my experience was this. Similar to yours, a number of power lines are down. Not only power lines, but taking the power poles are coming down with them and across the roadways. We have a number of areas of the city of Charlottetown that have been newly developed, and there are trees that are planted there, but they have low, shallow root systems, and they're now across the roads. University Avenue is one of those areas that has been sort of spared, but I can tell you that when I had to find my way around town, so out of my neighborhood, which is Sherwood. We have major construction in our neighborhood, so I knew I had to find a way around that. But the first thing I ran into was a tree across the road. Managed to get around that, and there was a power line across, so backed up down the next street, until I could finally find a way onto one of the major thoroughfares. Once I got into Belvedere Avenue near the university, well, the power the power poles are across the road there.
The power poles are across the road?
Yeah, so you cannot get down Belvedere Avenue near the university. It's also an area where water pools. So I turned around and I went back in another direction where I ran into the dedicated members of the Charlottetown Fire Department who have been called out all night to answer alarm calls because alarms are starting to go off now. Batteries are running out, backups are running out, and they're having to respond to calls. So let's all stay off the road and do a favor to all the emergency personnel who are doing that. And that's what we're starting to hear. I am hearing about buildings that have roofs taken off them. The roofs have blown away. That includes areas along the North Shore of PEI and the North Shore Fire District and the North River Fire District, which would be just north of Charlottetown here. So we are hearing about some damage, some initial damage. But it's the winds, Bill, and the trees are still, the trees that are up are shedding their leaves rather rapidly. Yeah. A peak gust at 5:05 at the top of the Confederation Bridge at 186 kilometers an hour.
186.
So that would be the navigation span. So if you think of this bridge, this 11.9 kilometer bridge, that's across the Northumberland Strait. At the very top, there's about 100 meter span. There's a hump in the middle of the bridge. Right. It's 100 meters off the water. It's to allow ships to go underneath. So that's the highest point, and it's pretty much at the center. It's pretty much at the provincial boundary between Prince Edward Island and New Brunswick, and that's where they have the measuring. And 186 kilometers an hour out of the north. Sustained sort of speeds at around 130 kilometers an hour right now in the Northumberland Strait. And I was talking to a member of the Borden-Carleton Fire Department just a short time ago who said, there's a tree down in front of my house. Now I'm worried about my travel trailer. My travel trailer, blew off the block that I had it stand. And he said, the front jack kind of dug into the ground. So I'm hoping it's not going to go anywhere else. These are the types of things that we're starting to see here. The destruction and the level of destruction, Bill, when we see this at first light this morning, will be just shocking for Islanders. We've dealt with storms before, but I've never seen this. I dodged a metal sign on University Avenue this morning, in this continued act of stupidity of trying to get to work in the morning. But that's what we're seeing. There is going to be untold destruction. We're hearing about, Maritime Electric right now has 82,000 customers without power. If you talk to the utility, when they estimate the number of customers they have on PEI, they ballpark it at 80,000. So that's just about everybody.
Yeah.
Kim Griffin from Maritime Electric will join us in the next hour of the show, Bill.
Oh, very good.
But what she will tell you is that they cannot put crews. You can't put crews on the road. You just can't. Emergency officials have to stay home. They can't. We've talked to dispatchers from the 3 provincial garages, so Queens County, Kings County. Here in Queens County, they're saying they're hearing about damage, but of course they can't witness it themselves because they simply can't put people on the road. It's just not smart for staff to be out.
Right. We're still about 2 hours away from sunrise here this morning, sitting at about 17 minutes after 5. Mitch, stay safe, stay close, and we'll talk to you again later this morning.
Absolutely appreciate it, Bill. And yeah, we'll spend the morning together, and we'll remind people just once again, stay safe, stay where you are.
Exactly.
And ride out this storm the best you can. The good news is, Bill, I've called around to some of the provincial warming centers as well this morning, and there's either no answer, the people are answering the phone and going, there's nobody here. So that's positive. People are staying at home. It sounds like people are safe for now, but as we're starting to hear, there are buildings that are being damaged, and I know that in some locations, people are being asked to leave their homes or their shelters because of the damage from the wind.
Wow. Mitch, thanks for this.
Appreciate it, Bill.
That's Mitch Cormier with the CBC in Charlottetown. We're going to go to the phones and go to Montague, PEI, where Arnie Neighbors is on the line. Hi, Arnie.
Hello.
What's your situation this morning?
Well, I'm sitting beside my tractor here. I've got a generator running. We run a garden center. We have 6 or 7 greenhouses that need to be looked after. I want to keep the inflator fans going on those greenhouses to keep the plastic tight so that the wind doesn't have as much effect on it.
How much work is that?
So far, so good.
How many? Is it just you doing this?
Just myself, yeah. Thank you for what you guys are doing because I don't feel quite so alone.
Well, we're happy to be here with you. What are you expecting in the coming hours?
Well, hopefully no more than what we're getting now. The greenhouses are all still intact at this point. I do have a manicured grove, I guess, of trees beside my shop, and there's 6 or 7 trees down in there. Some of them are broken. Some of them are just completely uprooted. Hopefully it doesn't get any worse than that. We'll have some cleanup to do after this to get them cleaned up. But again, my greenhouses are the main concern, and at this point, everything is intact. So we hope that continues.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Well, good luck. Stay safe. Yeah. Arnie, good to hear from you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Arnie Neighbors calling from Montague, PEI. Tina, you perked up a second there when you heard Mitch mentioned 186 kilometer an hour winds.
Yeah, and I know that he said that's 100 meters up, so it's of course the winds are going to be a little bit higher. But if those winds were at the surface, that's a Category 3 strength hurricane. That's considered a major hurricane. Whenever you have wind speeds in excess of 170 kilometers per hour, that does major damage, and we don't have a way to put that into perspective because we can say that statement, right? Mm-hmm. That does major damage, but what does that mean?
Yeah.
And I think we're going to see what that means in the next couple of hours once the sun gets high in the sky, and especially for those folks in the east who have really taken on the wrath of Fiona and are still taking on the wrath of Fiona.
Yeah. Well, what a setup for Wendy Bergfeld, who is waiting on the line. She's in Cape Breton in Sydney this morning. Also had a rough drive in. Good morning, Wendy. Hello, Wendy. Hey, there you are.
Wild.
Can you hear me, Wendy?
It was wild. I can.
Oh, there you are. Good. It was wild, was it? Give us a picture.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Actually, I heard a bang, and it was probably a transformer popping at about 1:15, and I thought, I better get in sooner than later, and I was glad I did because as soon as I stepped out onto my doorstep, there were shredded leaves everywhere. It was like salad on the sidewalks and on the roads. And as soon as I got onto Kings Road, we started to see pooling of water in the streets. That's always a problem. And then we started to see the branches, the limbs down on the road. There are crews out, and there have been crews out all night picking up broken tree branches from the roads. I encountered 2 on my way in. And actually, just as I passed one of those crews, I came upon a great big maple bough, and they just turned around and came in right behind me and picked that up. So, there are contractors keeping the streets open as best they can, although with these high winds, trees are coming down all over, and there are some power crews out, but what's happening is that the trees are catching the power lines, and then the power pole is coming down with them, and they're all just hanging there. They haven't quite snapped to the ground yet. They're just hanging, and that's a really dangerous situation. So they're moving around, particularly in the south end of Sydney, just trying to deal with those problems right now. But, they were mustering in the parking lots yesterday, and the army of Nova Scotia Power trucks and contractors that were here, you knew that something big was going to happen. So they are out. You can, if you just stand out on the street in front of our building, about an hour ago, you could just hear the bangs of the transformers blowing off all over downtown. And I would hazard a guess that there are very few people in CBRM right now who have power. I know out in Lewisburg, it's just wild. We've been seeing pictures of what's going on out there. The water is high. It's washing over the wharves. The wind is bending the light poles. It's that strong. So it is quite a morning.
Wow. Wendy, stay close. I have a feeling we'll talk to you again very soon.
Okay.
Wendy Bergfeld in Sydney, Cape Breton this morning with us. Tina, what did you think about what you heard there with Wendy?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm watching along Cape Breton, and I'm just taking a random look at just all kinds of areas and the wind speeds, and I'm seeing gusts 80 to 100 kilometers per hour, even higher wind gusts through parts of the island. And gosh, this is such a system. It's just going to be relentless. Whenever you get these hurricanes, you know it's going to be a long road, and we still have a long road ahead of us. Like these winds right now across most of Cape Breton are coming out of the southeast, but later on this afternoon they're going to be westerly winds at the same kind of velocity. So I mean, it will be losing some strength, but boy, oh boy, some of the reports that are coming in with 179 kilometer per hour winds, 150 kilometer per hour winds, and that happened in the last hour or two. Grand Tang still reporting 139 kilometer per hour wind gusts. And again, through the Grand Tang, the Lake Suet wind region, where you are used to those kind of winds. But still, it's pretty impressive. But for this long.
Yeah. We're here for the long haul.
We're here for the long haul.
We're in Studio A in the CBC Halifax building. I'm Bill Roach. That's our meteorologist, Tina Simpkin, with us this morning. We'll be on the air all morning talking to our experts. We've heard from Mitch Cormier and Wendy Bergfeld already. We're going to hear from others throughout the morning, and we'd like to hear from you. 1-800-565-1940. What are you seeing? 1-800-565-1940. Brenda is calling from Sydney in Cape Breton. Hi, Brenda.
Hello there.
How are you? Are you safe?
No, well, I'm safe, but I tell you, I've spent most of the night outside.
Why?
Because I have one of those, those garages that are made out of tarp.
Okay.
And it's decided it wanted to take flight. So I've been trying to tie that down, but when the storm first hit, it was so high that I couldn't stand up. It was blowing the feet right out from underneath me.
Wow. What time of night would that have been?
Probably around 2 a.m.
Oh, so not that long ago, just a few hours ago.
Just a few hours ago. It was really bad. And out of the darkness, I was hit by somebody's garbage can that they didn't tie down.
Oh, no. Are you okay?
Yeah. But I was like, what the heck? And, yeah, it hit me. So, but then we got a lull. So it must have been some sort of eye that I was able to, I'm hoping, secure it. It seems secure, but the wind has now increased again. So, I go out every half hour to make sure it's still standing, and it's getting harder to walk outside again.
Well, it must still be pitch black there. Nobody's got lights around you at all?
Nobody's got. We haven't had power since about 2 o'clock when it hit. Yeah. We lost the power, and it just hasn't been back. But the wind is going crazy right now.
Wow.
So it's anybody that's out there, try not to go to this because you can't even stand up right now.
Right.
It's literally sucking the feet out from underneath you.
Wow, you wouldn't happen to be near the water, would you?
No, which is good. I am actually up on a hill, which is probably not good in a hurricane, because I overlook the city.
Right.
But it's there's no lights on around. Everybody's in darkness.
Wow. Brenda, nice to talk to you. Be careful and stay safe. Thanks for calling us this morning.
Thanks, Anna. Take care.
That's Brenda in Sydney, Cape Breton, Nova Scotia. Lucas is calling us from Pictou County in Nova Scotia as well. Hi, Lucas.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. What are you seeing? Are you in a safe spot?
Well, I'm in my tractor right now, trying to get to my farm, clearing trees off the road.
Oh, wow.
I live in Little Harbor down by the water, and I'm going to Fraser's Mountain. There's trees everywhere, power lines everywhere. Not too worried about power lines, though, because there's no power anywhere.
Right. How long you been at it?
Just moving a big... maybe half an hour. I got up. I woke up. I got a flood in my basement. I got that under control, and then you might have to get out and cut this one up with the chainsaw.
Oh, you found one, did you?
Oh, well, they're all over the place. I'm just trying to push them out of the way with my tractor.
Right.
This is a big one, though.
You said you're on the farm. What are there animals on this farm?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to go up and check on them there. I don't live right on my farm, but...
Right. What kind of animals are we talking?
Pigs. I got some Mangaleeps of pigs. They're a rare heritage breed from Hungary.
Wow.
Kobe beef and pork.
Was there anything you needed to do yesterday to get prepared for what's happening now?
Yeah, well, I got everything buttoned up there. I live on the water, as I said, near Chapel Cove, and I just went down. I got a little sauna building down by the water. It's pushed halfway across my neighbor's lawn. So, yeah, it's pretty nasty out there.
Oh, you've got some work ahead of you.
Yeah, once the light comes up, it's going to be quite bad.
Well, Lucas, best of luck. Thanks for calling and giving us a little picture of what's happening there. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and as the other guy said, you don't feel so lonely now.
Yeah. Everyone's calling from their tractor this morning. It's fantastic. I love it. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Lucas. Be careful out there. All right, bye-bye. 1-800-565-1940, the number to get you into the studio here. I'm Bill Roach. We're with you all morning as Fiona bears down upon us and seems to be really picking up speed, especially in the PEI area and the Cape Breton area, Tina, I would say, at the moment is where we're keeping an eye.
Yeah, for sure. The highest winds are still going on in the eastern parts of the mainland through PEI as well as Cape Breton. I was just looking at the latest radar and watching it update, and wow, the heavy rain that's still continuing, even from Miramichi where the winds aren't that bad, but the rain is coming down. And Miramichi to Moncton through the Annapolis Valley, the International Airport, Stanfield International Airport reporting wind gusts right now of 98 kilometers per hour, 85 in Moncton. Grand Etang, of course, still one of the impressive ones. Caribou Point, northerly winds 104 kilometers per hour. So that's building right on shore. Right. And we haven't talked about storm surge, but that's a real issue this morning.
Let's get into storm surge in just a few moments. Blair Sanderson has joined us in the studio. Good morning, Blair.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. It's odd to see you in the actual studio.
I'm not 63 steps away.
That's right. We're just going to step aside for a moment and you take care of business. You have some local news to tell us about.
All right. Well, the Canadian Hurricane Center says it appears that Fiona recently made landfall between Canso and Guysborough. This is something that the Hurricane Center posted on Twitter. It says measurements show it's the lowest pressured landfalling storm on record in Canada, and its impact is broad, particularly in Nova Scotia and PEI. One of the biggest problems, power outages. In Nova Scotia, there are 376,000 homes and businesses without without power right now. That is roughly 3/4 of all of Nova Scotia Power's customers, and the outages are spread out all over the province. On PEI, there are 82,000 customers without power, which is a lot for PEI. That's actually around 95% of Maritime Electric's customers. That is according to our reporter Jack Julian, who has been tracking the storm all night. In New Brunswick, where for the most part the storm is not hitting quite as hard, about 35,000 homes and businesses are without electricity right now. In New Brunswick, the largest concentration of those outages are in the wider Moncton area, with pockets of outages along the Fundy coast as well. In Nova Scotia, power crews have been brought in from outside the region, many from Quebec, who will be assisting with the restoration effort. Prior to the storm, Nova Scotia Power warned it could take days for some people to be reconnected. Dan Stovall is watching the power situation closely. He is an emergency management coordinator in Kings County, Nova Scotia.
One of the issues in Nova Scotia Power does a great job, but as long as the winds are gusting above 80 kilometers an hour, they're limited in their ability to get their cranes up to do any work. So the winds have to come down in their gusts before we can start doing all the rest, or they can start doing all the restoration work. Should be the winds are going to start diminishing below 80 kilometer gusts probably after around 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock.
Stovall is asking people to stay off the roads even as things die down, because driving conditions will continue to be dangerous with pooling water coupled with downed power lines and trees. Right now in Halifax, both harbor bridges are closed to PEI, the Confederation Bridge, also closed. There was a close call for people of an apartment complex in Dartmouth overnight. A chimney collapsed through the roof of the building, tearing a hole from the roof to the basement. With more on that, here's the CBC's Jack Julian.
It happened close to 2 a.m. High winds pushed over a masonry chimney 2 meters tall and 2.5 meters square. Acting Deputy Chief Jeff Garber speaks for Halifax Regional Fire and Emergency.
Collapsed down through the actual roof, through the third floor, second floor, first floor, right to the basement.
Garber says everyone in the 3 damaged apartments was accounted for and no one was hurt. All 40 units of the 3-story apartment building had to be evacuated. A Metro Transit bus was on standby to shelter those evacuees, but Garber says they all found refuge elsewhere.
I think everyone either had their own vehicles or had places to go. A few people had friends in some of the adjacent buildings here, so they went with them.
Garber says his crews are busy answering calls about trees on fire due to downed wires, which he says is typical of such a large storm. Jack Julian, CBC News, Halifax.
And that situation in Dartmouth highlights the need for places to go for people who need them. Brenda Chisholm-Beaton is the mayor of Port Hawkesbury.
So we're prepared at some point, if need be, to open a comfort center at the Port Hawkesbury Civic Center and or the Port Hawkesbury Volunteer Fire Department. They're both equipped to be able to run in the absence of power, which we fully anticipate at some point we will lose.
That was Beaton not long ago. She says they've been lucky so far. The town has not lost power, but as she mentioned, she expects that to change. And that's partly because this storm is stalling over the Maritimes now, meaning we'll see sustained storm activity for some time to come. And there is also the issue of storm surge. High tides vary across the region, but generally high tide will hit sometime this morning, making the risk of flooding that much greater. Bill, that's what we have so far this morning.
Thank you, Blair. Blair Sanderson in the CBC Local News Desk, at the CBC Local News Desk, with us all morning here on CBC Radio 1. I am Bill Roach. This is a slightly different version of Weekend Mornings today on CBC Radio 1. We're here with you during storm coverage live from the CBC Halifax building. Tina Simpkin is in the studio with me this morning. Furiously, you're going to run out of paper by the end of the morning, furiously scribbling notes.
Well, there's so much notes to be taken care of. I mean, we've got so much with Fiona that's going on, not to mention the wind, but, you know, we were just talking about high tide, so I was just flipping through and looking through at a couple of high tides. So Tignish, 5:22 was high tide, Cavendish at 5:35, Tatamagouche comes later at 10:27, and Port Hood at around 8:50. So it's amazing how the tides are so different in the same region, right? Yeah. But some of the wave heights are coming in about 2 to 4 meters higher than normal. And that's through, the Gulf of St. Lawrence, through the North Shore of Prince Edward Island, and offshore, they're reporting up to 30 feet waves.
Wow!
And that's off the coast of Cape Breton. So, and that's true with Georges Bay. So, yeah.
So I'm not quite sure how to word this question, but where we are in the storm right now, where we are in Fiona.
Right.
Is this where we should be seeing those high waves? Is this where we should be seeing the highest of waves? Or is everything out the window here?
Well, it's going to be higher than normal, especially with the high tides coming in right now and the strength of Fiona. But wind and wind direction are also a big issue as we go through the next couple of hours. So right now we've got those northerly winds that are happening in places where we don't want to see the northerly winds.
Right.
And that's through the Northumberland Strait, and that's where they're going to be. Those winds are going to be northerly for the next several hours in that region.
Wow.
The winds are coming around in Cape Breton right now. They're out of the southeast, say for Victoria as well as Inverness County. They're more easterly, but eventually they'll be coming around to the west as well. So where the winds are pushing on shore, it's pushing the water on shore too. So that's providing to those higher waves and the storm surge potential.
Wow. Tina Simpkins with us all morning here on our Fiona storm coverage. Vicky is on the phone. Vicky's calling us from Mill Cove, PEI. Vicky, her 2 dogs and a cat are calling us from Mill Cove, PEI. Hi, Vicky.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How's everybody?
Well, it's pretty scary. I've been up since 1 o'clock, and I've been hearing like cracks, and I'm surrounded by big spruce trees, like 40 or 50 feet. So I know they're cracking and they're falling. I have felt my house, something hit my house 4 or 5 times in the last several hours. I'm wondering if did something fall, a tree fall on my deck, my house, or the power lines. And right now, I'm 4 minutes from the ocean, and every once in a while, the house just shakes, and it's terrifying. It's really, really scary. And I was talking to my sister. She's in Glenfinnan, and they just bought this really nice shed. It's like 10 by 4. It has a metal roof and like a log cabin type shed for your utilities and everything. And an hour and a half ago, when I was talking to her, it fell apart. The wind just blew it apart, and the roof has landed 70 feet away from where the building was, and it's in front of her car. It's just crazy. This storm is just, it's really scary.
Have you been through hurricanes before?
I've been here on the island since 1990, and I've been here in my location for 20 years. So I went through Juan and White Juan and Dorian. And during Dorian, I had to take down 48 trees, spruce trees, because they were big and old and banging into each other. And luckily, a lovely, great friend of mine helped me take them down. But
did you say 48 you took down?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I have a lot of, it's really, in my area, the spruce trees there's like heavy stands of trees here.
Yeah.
And during that time, 10 fell. One fell on my chain link fence, the other fell next door and broke their fence. So I took the rest down because they were old.
Yeah.
But, I'm sitting here and I heard a really big crack and and I know what it sounds like when a tree falls, because I've heard them when the trees are remember when we had that ice thing going on? And,
oh yes, yeah.
Anyway, I'm just, when I look next door, I don't know what I'm going to see, because he's got big trees down there. And
it sounds like you're doing the smart thing, though. You're not getting out there to actually see what's happened. You're going to wait, right? You're going to wait at least until sunrise.
Oh, my 2 dogs and my cat. I have everything. I know it sounds crazy. I'm in a little winterized cottage, and I have the kitty litter, my bottled water, food for all of us. Everything is in my bedroom, and my plants are distributed between my. Oh my gosh, sorry, the house just.
Is that a big shake? Yeah.
Yeah. And so my problem is I have 2 patio doors facing north with a big oak tree.
Oh, yeah.
About 40 feet from my house. So yeah, we're just sitting here, but it's really scary.
I bet. Well, best of luck. Stay safe. We're going to be here on the radio all morning, so maybe later this morning you could call back and check in with us again.
Yes, and you know what? Thank you, CBC, for all night long, because I've been listening to you guys, and you kept my sanity.
I'll pass the note along to Jeff Douglas.
Yes, Jeff Douglas. I've been listening to him all night, and I thought, I feel like you're my best bud already, because, I've been listening to him since like 1 o'clock. So thank you so much, CBC. Thank you for all the folks out there, like, Maritime Electric and EMS and the firefighters and everything. Like, they are the true heroes. I mean, I don't know how they're doing it, but
no, you're right.
God
you're right.
bless us all.
Good luck to you, Vicky. Thanks for calling. I hope to hear from you later this morning.
All right, take care.
Bye-bye. Vanessa Blanche is one of the CBC's people who are out there. We're going to check in with Vanessa now in Moncton, I believe. Hello, Vanessa.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Where are you? You're not in a windy place right now.
I am in Moncton. I am sitting in the Moncton newsroom all alone. There's not another soul around.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, my drive into work was uneventful.
Wow.
So we saw tree branches, but no trees. So we're going to count ourselves pretty lucky here in Moncton.
Yeah.
So far, the rain's coming down sideways and the wind is wild. But all things considered, we're going to count ourselves pretty lucky this morning. I was just checking around. It looks like more than 37,000 homes and businesses in New Brunswick without power. This morning, of course, that number's been ticking up since I arrived here at about 4:30, and it'll likely increase again as people wake up and can survey the damage and see what's happening out there. As was mentioned in the news, the largest number of outages this morning, that's in Shediac, Cape, Capillet. More than 15,000 customers are out in that area. And then in the Sackville, Port Elgin, Dorchester, Memramcook, that area, and of course we all know the Tantramar Marsh has strong winds on a calm day. They've got about 8,500 customers without power here in the Moncton area, Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe. 5,500. So, of course, no estimated time for how long it will take crews to get those power lines restored. And we are hoping to talk to the folks at MB Power by about 7 o'clock this morning. Bill, they said right after their operational meeting they can give us a better sense of what they're seeing. And we did send some crews to Nova Scotia already to help out.
Mm-hmm.
New Brunswick did, and checked on the flights this morning as well. No surprise, all flights in and out of the Moncton and St. John airports are canceled this morning. So yeah, that's kind of the story here so far.
I think one of the most liked pictures on Facebook in the past 24 hours was the picture of those power trucks heading from New Brunswick
On
towards
their way.
Nova Scotia. Saw it posted a lot last night. What do you have planned? From here on into the morning, is there something you're keeping an eye on?
Oh, absolutely. Our CBC New Brunswick crews, they will be on their way out. Momentarily, they'll be heading out. They're going to be going to the areas most impacted, of course, talking to New Brunswickers. So they'll be heading to the Shediac area right off the hop, I think, just to check out how that storm surge, what's happening. I know that's an area to watch. So they will be out, and we will be here all day.
Very good, Vanessa. Thank you very much. Nice to talk to you. Stay safe.
You too.
Vanessa
Take care.
Blanche
Bye-bye.
in Moncton from the CBC. I'm Bill Roach in the Halifax CBC studio. Tina Simkin, our meteorologist, is with us. What did you get out of what Vanessa had to say about what New Brunswick is seeing right now, Tina?
Yeah, it aligns, with what we're seeing on the radar. Of course, New Brunswick still taking, we've been kind of leaving them out because most of the brunt is happening at PEI in northern Nova Scotia and through Cape Breton because those were the maximum speeds. But New Brunswick are still seeing those high wind gusts and certainly seeing a whole lot in the way of rainfall that continues. And I'm just looking at some of the radar images right now. Moncton, for example, still getting those wind gusts of 85 kilometers per hour. Still seeing those wind gusts at Caribou Point, over 100 kilometers per hour. I was just looking at some of the statements that the Canadian Hurricane Center was saying, as well as NOAA in the United States. And they're waiting for an official time as far as Fiona is concerned. But Fiona clearly made landfall sometime this morning, and they're saying between Canso and Guysborough County. Looking at some of the tweets from Patrick Duplessis, one of our local, very reliable sources, recorded 931.6 millibars in Heard Island at around 4:10 this morning. That is the lowest pressure recorded on Canadian soil. So that sets a record.
Ever?
Ever.
Wow.
Ever.
What's a millibar?
It's what we measure pressure in inches of mercury, and then it's converted to millibars. So it's like a centimeter measures the distance.
Okay.
Right? So millibars measure the atmospheric pressure, the weight of the atmosphere on you. So when the pressure goes down, we measure that. And it usually speaks to the strength of the storm, because what happens is when the pressure goes down, there's what we call a pressure gradient force. The atmosphere wants to equalize. It wants to bring the pressure to normal, right? Yeah. So that, the high pressure trying to fill in the low pressure system and trying to make it equal, that generates wind.
That's what causes it, right?
That generates wind, right?
Oh, interesting.
So, yeah. So
I don't usually learn something by 5:45 on a Saturday morning.
Well, I'm surprised. You don't even have a full cup of coffee, and you're absorbing this.
Tina Simpkin in the studio with me this morning. We are here for your Fiona storm coverage. And I believe Fiona is on the line. Fiona's calling in from Halifax. Hi, Fiona.
I'm the other
one,
Fiona.
yes.
I'm the other Fiona.
I drove through Halifax this morning about an hour and a half ago, and it was not fun. What are you seeing around your place?
Yeah, it's quite dark, but obviously, given the time of day. But it's starting to lighten up, and I'm just looking out. I have a lot of trees around our yard, and I can't tell if there's any damage out there yet, and I haven't been foolish enough to go out there for a stroll.
Yeah.
But other than I did pop out about 11 o'clock last night, and because I heard this really weird hum coming from somewhere. It sounded very otherworldly. I didn't quite know what it was, but I went out on the covered veranda, and I brought my phone with me to just shoot a little video, because I've got a lot of friends out west, and they said, we've never been through a hurricane and like to hear kind of what you're going through. I thought, well, okay, I'll try to do that safely. Anyway, I took this video off my desk of the trees blowing, and I saw this glow in the distance, and then a flash of light, and a couple more flashes, and I realized what I was looking at, and I heard a loud bang. I was looking at a transformer go up in flames just down the street. So, yes, I managed to capture that, and I posted it on Twitter. It seems to have gotten a little traction.
Wow. Which part of Halifax are you in?
Unintentional. I live in Bedford.
In the Bedford area.
Just up from Ridgevale, not in Ridgevale, just up from there, up on Dartmouth Road. And, it was kind of a shocking moment. It's been very loud. I've tried to sleep.
Yeah, good luck.
I've been out for about 3 hours now, so I'm like, okay, not opening the fridge just yet. And we've got a plan. I actually managed to make myself a cup of tea because I had the foresight to boil water and put it in a thermos last night.
Oh.
So I'm sitting here with a cup of tea, and
that's exactly what I thought to myself this morning. Because on the other hand, what I did was I set the timer on my coffee pot. And, of course, it didn't go off because there was no power. And then I thought immediately, I should have put them in thermoses like you did. That was a smart move, Fiona.
I have a few other thermoses that I figured, if I need something more, like a warm washcloth or something like that. So, we filled the bathtubs, got all kinds of containers full of water. And for once, we're probably going to have to use it, because I've done this for other storms. But it seems this time this is the real deal. And I'm really hoping everybody's safe. I'm concerned for friends, and we've got, elderly family members. I'll check in with them as soon as, day breaks. But it's a storm.
It's a storm.
Loud.
Yeah, it's a big one. Fiona, nice to talk to you. Thanks a lot for calling in. Take care.
Good luck. Take care. Bye-bye.
It's Fiona Kirkpatrick Parsons, the Halifax chair of the North American Indigenous Games, if you were wondering why you recognized her voice. Mitch Cormier is a voice you may recognize as well, the host of Information Morning on Prince Edward Island. He is I believe he's still in the Charlottetown station. Hello, Mitch.
We are here, Bill. We are continuing to watch, update, make contact with people across Prince Edward Island. Here's what Charlottetown police are saying this morning. Conditions are like nothing we've ever seen. We're logging reports of downed trees and wires. We'll only be responding to emergency calls. I see some pictures that the police have posted this morning of multiple lines down in the capital city. I see at least one ceiling that has collapsed under the weight of water and wind. It looks like I'm trying to recognize this gas station. I think it's the Riverside Drive Irving. I'm pretty sure Richie, my technician, is nodding. He drives by it every morning. Where a gas pump is just down. It's on the ground.
Wow.
So, I mean, this is the type of destruction we're talking about. I spoke with William Bishop, who's the fire chief in Tyne Valley. Now, Tyne Valley is part of the North Shore, and one of those areas that Tina has been warning us about, has been warning us to stay away from for the past couple of days. With the tides expected to change there through the day, it becomes even more important that people stay away. I was asking Fire Chief Bishop if anybody was at his warming station. He said, Mitch, I don't know how they'll get here. So in the community of Tyne Valley, there's no way to get to the fire department. He was just responding to a call, actually, while I was speaking with him. He said, I've got to go. But he said, I don't know how people are going to get here. People should just stay where they are. Even if the warming centers are available to you, chances of you being able to get to them right now on PEI are minimal. There's a lot of damage. There's a lot more to come. I know we're a ways away from first light here. And, of course, the entire province is in darkness right now. Yeah. 82,123 customers of Maritime Electric. That number hasn't changed much. We're going to be speaking with Kim Griffin here in a little bit, and I'll play back that conversation after 6 this morning, Bill, for you.
Yes.
But 82,123, that's where they ballpark all of the customers of Maritime Electric at just over 82,000. So it's safe to say just about everybody. If you happen to be on a circuit that's still operating, you are definitely in the minority on PEI today because the entire province is out. And of course, at first light, people are going to start to turn on generators. They're going to be outside. But even as you step outside, be very careful. Take a look around because tree branches are moving. There's debris that is being blown all over the place, and it's sticking to everything. It's sticking to your home. It's sticking to your windows, sticking to your cars. It's definitely not a place where you want to be. And of course, we're continuing to keep an eye on that Confederation Bridge. And as I mentioned, we've had those peak gusts of over 180 kilometers an hour on the navigation span. And I think I misspoke at the first. It's not 100 meters up; it's 30 meters up, so about 100 feet off the water.
Oh, there you go.
But 176 kilometers an hour on the bridge. That's not one of the weather stations we normally consult. But as far as a conversation point this morning, Bill, to help drive home, that message that you should just stay home as best you can. We are going to be speaking with a fisherman from Redhead Harbor in the next hour as well. The wharf at Redhead Harbor is gone. That's what we've been told. It's gone. Not it's damaged. It's gone.
Wow.
So we'll gather some of this tape in the next little while. We'll get it to you in the next hour of the show, Bill.
Mitch, appreciate it.
No problem.
Stay safe. We'll talk to you soon.
Yep.
Mitch Cormier in Charlottetown at the CBC Charlottetown building on Prince Edward Island. It's gone, Tina. I think that's the biggest one we've heard of so far.
Right. So again, when we say that this is this is a major storm, and this is what we consider the damage with a major storm, we don't understand what that means. When you see wind gusts of 170 plus kilometers per hour, that causes major damage when it affects infrastructure. But again, you don't really put that together because it's just it's an idea. It's a wind speed. You don't really get what the wind can actually do.
Well, and you look at a dock or a wharf or whatever that's been there. We'll find out about this one in Redhead Harbor later this morning, but maybe it's been there for decades and decades.
Right.
And you've never even seen it sway. And then all of a sudden, one morning, it's gone.
One day, and it's gone. And Fiona, again, is not done with this just yet. Mitch was talking about, the wharfs. It is high tide in many areas there.
Yeah.
And the winds are coming out of the north, so it's adding to the fuel. The winds are really pushing the water up against the shore as well. That's why we have all those storm surge warnings in place. I know people probably want, when the sun comes up, to want to go and watch the waves, but please.
Don't.
Please don't.
Do not. Tina Simpkins, our meteorologist, with us here in studio this morning as we bring you live coverage of Storm Fiona. Post-tropical storm, is that what we're calling it, Tina? Post-tropical now? Yeah.
I do think it's post-tropical. It definitely is. But it's still, I don't want people to get confused.
Still nasty.
It's still nasty.
It's still nasty.
Yeah, it's not a tropical storm. Like you phrased it correctly. It is post-tropical, meaning it's not the origin. It's not the pure hurricane air mass.
Right. Yeah.
It's, anyway, still causing a lot of problems.
We're going to take a break here in just a moment to go to the national newsroom at the top of the clock at 6 o'clock. First, though, I want to go to Foley Mountain in Nova Scotia. Eric Young is calling from Foley Mountain. Hello, Eric.
Yeah, it's Foley Mountain.
Foley Mountain. Where would we find that on a map? What would you be near?
Actually, I'm right near the Wentworth Ski Hill.
What are you seeing this morning?
Well, I'm not very much, actually. I lost power about 10:30 last night, and I could see I have a south-facing window, and I could see a lot of what people thought was lightning, but it was all the arcing from the transformers going off, I guess. I have a generator, but I'm not sure it's going to start because the tarp blew off at about 10 o'clock last night.
Oh, no.
And, they're meant to be outside anyway, so I'm hoping that it will be the case anyway.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
But, I'd like to give a shout-out to Ross Rankin. He's one of the supervisors at the Nova Scotia Power Corporation.
Oh, yeah? How do you know Ross?
He's a musician friend of mine. They were supposed to do a gig tonight, and it didn't. It's not going to happen, obviously. And I doubt if he's even working yet. But I imagine he's going to be tied up for the next few days, I'm sure.
Yeah, it certainly feels like an all hands on deck kind of weekend for sure.
Yeah, well, he goes around and they are in charge of cutting tree limbs and that sort of thing.
Oh, wow.
That's what he does.
Well, if Ross is out there listening, thank you and best of luck. Good to talk to you. Take care, Eric.
Yeah, you too.
Bye-bye.
See you later. Bye.
See if we can get one more call in here. We'd love to hear from you. We'll continue this after the national news, 1-800-565-1940. A quick check-in with Chester from Charlottetown PEI, who you may have heard earlier this morning. Hello, Chester.
Hello. How are you doing?
Good. Last I heard from you, you were sitting in a cab.
I'm still sitting in the cab in the same spot now. I did go and get a fare. That was a time call. Mm-hmm. The only reason I stayed on the road. But literally, Charlottetown is not passable.
No.
It is not passable anywhere. The guy from Bracket Point Road said it was clear out there. Charlottetown is not passable.
No, in town, out of town, everything?
There's trees down on every single road. There's power lines down on every single road. There's a 100-year-old tree that pulled the sidewalk up, and the only thing holding it up is the house it's leaning against on the corner of Grafton and Hillsborough.
Mitch, our friend Mitch Cormier said on his drive in he saw a lot of power poles that were leaning. You seeing those?
Yeah. Well, on Houston Street he'd know where Ken's Corner is, between Houston Street, between Hillsborough Street and Weymouth, there's 4 or 5 power poles, snap right off, leaned up against the buildings. That's the only thing holding them up. There's a Coles building where it's a temporary legislature because Province House is getting redone. There's a huge tree down in the yard. I don't know if it hit the building or not, but it's like a huge tree down there.
Well, Chester, I got to let you go. I really appreciate the update. I have a feeling we might talk again later this morning. We'll see.
Okay. Bye.
Chester calling in from Charlottetown PEI. Would love to hear from you in the next hour. What are you seeing? 1-800-565-1940. I'm Bill Roach. Tina Simpkins in the studio with me this morning as well with your storm coverage as Fiona goes across the provinces.
And we're back. Hi, I'm Bill Roach. If you're just tuning in, if you tuned in for the 6 o'clock national news, well, that's not happening. But of course, you can always check things out on cbc.ca to see what is happening across the country. Right now, today, we're very concerned what is happening in our corner of the country here on the East Coast. Fiona came in hard late yesterday afternoon, early evening or so, and is still causing trouble across PEI, Cape Breton, Nova Scotia, and having its effect in New Brunswick as well. Tina Simpkins, our meteorologist, is joining me in the studio this morning. Tina, what are you thinking as we get just past 6 o'clock? Still about an hour and a half away from sunrise.
Yeah, I think people are going to be amazed to see what Fiona has done, especially through PEI, northern Nova Scotia, and through Cape Breton. And of course, a lot of wind and damage and lots of branches on the road. I was just looking at some of the statistics as Fiona was pushing through. And in some areas, when we saw the wind gust about an hour or two ago, 170 kilometer per hour or more, that's considered a major Category 3 strength hurricane. But I do believe it's going to be called somewhere between a Category 1 or Category 2 strength as it made landfall. Now you can see with the remnants of the eye wall, whatever's left, is now pushing into the Northumberland Strait, somewhere between, say, PEI, northern Nova Scotia, Cape Breton area. So it is pushing its way out, but it's moving very, very slowly. So the wind speeds are northerly across parts of the Northumberland Strait, the north shore of PEI, which is not good because it's coinciding with high tide. So when you get those winds blowing on shore, it's going to add to the coastal erosion problem that Fiona has done. You know, we already heard some reports from Mitch saying, from Charlottetown, saying that some of the wharfs are actually gone, and he's going to get us more of an update coming up in this hour. But boy, oh boy, still seeing those high wind gusts. Just looking at some of the wind gusts here, anywhere from 100 to 140 kilometers per hour through parts of Cape Breton. It's not done yet, but I do want to give you a little idea of when we can expect it to be done.
Please.
I think people want to know that.
I think you can repeat yourself on this one.
Oh my goodness. I think by around the noon hour, say from Halifax on west, and that includes St. John on west, those winds are going to come down below warning criteria. And then around 6 p.m., say for Moncton, northern Nova Scotia, and through parts of Pictou and Guysborough County, and then a little bit later this evening for, say, Charlottetown, between 6 and 9 p.m. for Charlottetown, and through parts of Cape Breton, when those winds are going to start falling below that warning criteria of around 90 kilometers per hour.
Wow.
So we have a ways to go.
Mm-hmm.
But at least we have a kind of a number and an idea of what we can expect. So
it's somewhat comforting.
I hope so.
The small comfort that it is.
I hope so.
Our colleague Wendy Bergfeld is in Sydney, Cape Breton this morning, and I believe she's on the line. Hello, Wendy.
Good morning, Bill.
Good morning. How are things in Sydney?
Hello.
Still dark, I'm sure.
It's still dark, and we're hearing now of a lot of debris on streets, a lot of branches snapping, a lot of roads closed, like Brookside and Glace Bay. There's a large maple tree down. That road is closed. Ferry Street is closed. They have closed the King's Road now. From the Medical Arts Building on down, just because there are so many trees. This sustained wind, like the trees could keep it for a certain amount of time, and then they just start snapping all along. And that's where we are. So we're hearing from people in the community saying, yep, the tree went, it's on my roof. Or, yep, the tree is down, it's across my driveway. Like this, it's now starting to happen. It's now... the trees are starting to give. What we're being told is that it was really hard. There was a shift change at the regional hospital a little earlier, and people were having an awful time trying to get in, because not only are streets closed in sort of the more urban areas, we have highways that are closed off now too, like the Grand Narrows Highway, Route 223. A tree broke, power lines are down. That road is not passable. So anybody coming up that way is going to have to loop all the way around and back and come up on the other highway.
Wow.
So yeah, downed wires everywhere. One of the things that we are not seeing, which is really interesting, is we aren't seeing these accumulations of water.
And people were really, really concerned about that. And in fact, that's what happened in 2016, is that you had these huge accumulations of water. But since that time, there's been a lot of mitigation work done. The culverts are bigger. City crews and municipal crews and provincial crews were cleaning out the culverts, making sure that they were flushed earlier this week. So we aren't seeing that pooling of water, which I think is on the plus side. But right now, it's just trees snapping. But here's what I find absolutely fascinating. The Canso Causeway is still open.
I have that in my notes, and I planned on asking you about that.
It closed to high-sided vehicles, which it does routinely, but it's still open. And I find that remarkable because about an hour and a half ago, I received a note from somebody in Canso community, and they were saying that there were houses that were surrounded by water, that the storm surge had come up so high that there were houses surrounded by water, and firefighters were helping them leave their homes and get to higher ground. So that's where we are.
I come from that area, growing up in and around Port Hawkesbury, and I've driven across that causeway in some pretty bad weather. But as someone who's done it, my advice right now is, even if it's open, don't try. Stay home.
No, and we're being told to just stay off the roads right now. And I think if you think about where that storm is and where the highest winds are, it's in the district. It's within 15, 20 kilometers of there. So it's a good idea to be safe.
Well, thank you, Wendy. We'll talk to you later this morning.
Okay.
Wendy Bergfeld in Sydney, Cape Breton. Wendy, of course, a familiar voice to CBC listeners, the host of Main Street, Monday to Friday, out of Sydney. Just got hand at the latest numbers as far as power outages go. Nova Scotia Power telling us there are 376,939 customers without power. On Prince Edward Island, Maritime Electric is saying 82,123, as Mitch Cormier mentioned a few moments ago. And the New Brunswick Power number right now, customers without electricity, 44,406. Simon Gillis is on the line. Simon's calling us from Whitney Pier, Nova Scotia, just outside of Sydney there. Good morning, Simon.
Well, good morning, Bill, and I hope everybody's in fine fettle up there.
It's, we are what we are. We're doing all right. You're kind of in the thick of things, though. Nice to hear your voice, by the way, Simon. It's good to hear. We haven't talked to you in a while.
Well, that's true.
What are you seeing?
Well, I'll tell you, the wind is really picking up here, but I'm sure Tina could appreciate. At 5 o'clock last night, my barometer was reading 29.1. At 5:10 a.m. this morning, it was 27.9. And just a few minutes ago, it is 27.8. So it's going down.
What does that mean, Tina?
I have power.
Tina's shaking her head back and forth.
Yeah, so we're seeing the center of the low pressure, the center of the storm pushing into northern parts of Nova Scotia, north of Cape Breton. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Thank you. I think I need more coffee. But yeah, so I mean, really interesting, isn't it? I mean, I don't think that you probably haven't noted something that low in your region in a very long time.
That's for darn sure.
It's impressive. And the weather, for us weather geeks, when we see and hear things like this, this is big time. When you just know how powerful a storm is when you're getting readings like that.
It's really gusty.
Yeah, don't mess with Mother Nature.
No.
What are you seeing damage-wise, Simon?
Well, as yet I'm not seeing too much. I have the light on up front. I can see the two vehicles in front of the house. We're right across Neville Street from Holy Redeemer Convent, and hopefully it's going to get light soon. But I'm also feeling extremely guilty because I caught the last half hour of Jeff Douglas.
Right.
And when I saw I still had power, I promptly made toast, coffee, had my meds and whatnot, and did a little bit of reading while I was waiting.
We're not going to hold it against you. We would do the same if we had a little bit of power as well.
There you be. But in any case, I do hope everybody remains safe, and as you say, stick to home.
Yeah, stay home, exactly. Stay the blazes home, as we used to say. Simon, good to hear from you. Take good care, okay?
You too, Bill. Best to everybody. Bye for now.
That's a friend of Weekend Mornings, Simon Gillis, calling from Whitney Pier, Nova Scotia this morning. We'd love to hear from you. If you can get to us safely, of course. Pictures are starting to show up on CBC Newsnet now
of the damage around the East Coast. We'd love to hear what you're seeing outside your window, if you're safe. 1-800-565-1940. 1-800-565-1940. It's about 11 minutes after 6 o'clock here on Saturday morning, expecting a sunrise in just over an hour. Kim Griffin is on the line. Kim is from Maritime Electric, the power utility in Prince Edward Island. Hello, Kim.
Good morning from Prince Edward Island.
Good morning. It's nice to hear from you this morning. How are things where you are?
Well, it's still pitch black over here. The winds are extremely high. Where I am in Charlottetown, it is certainly very, very dark. The vast majority of Prince Edward Island is currently without power. We have a number of our lines that are down across the island. We have been able to communicate across our organization with operations and have been in contact throughout the night. We were able to get some power on to some folks last night, to some of our customers, but it was knocked out again. So we are very much buttoned down here on PEI.
What's the next step? What are all hands on deck? What's everybody doing right now?
Well, right now we've been checking in with a number of our employees. Right now we are waiting until Fiona passes us because, of course, it's not daylight. We're not able to do an assessment. But when Fiona passes us, we will begin the assessment process, depending on the winds and the duration of the storm. That could be mid-afternoon. So we've been spending a lot of time over the last couple of days warning our customers and making sure that they knew that this was a very serious event to hit our island. So right at this point, right now, we are all just waiting till Fiona leaves us.
Right. If there are people sitting at home, no power, they have a battery-operated radio, you mentioned that you were telling them this yesterday. What do you want to tell them specifically right now at 14 minutes after 6 on Saturday morning during the storm?
I want them to know that we had more crews than we had for Dorian. We are well equipped with 55-plus crews and contractors and emergency personnel from our team who have lots of experience in this type of event. As soon as we can safely get out, we're going to get out and assess this damage and get the power on as quickly as we can. We want them to stay home and be as safe as possible right now and ride out this storm in a safe place.
Excellent. Kim, appreciate your time, and hopefully we talk again soon.
Thank you. Stay safe.
Thanks, Kim. You too.
Bye-bye.
That's Kim Griffin from Maritime Electric, the power utility on Prince Edward Island, where we have heard that 82,123 customers are without power right now. 6:15. Like to hear what you're seeing outside of your window. Hopefully not what you're seeing come through your window, but we'll take that call as well. 1-800-565-1940. Luke Thibodeau is on the line. Luke is in his truck. Hello, Luke. Hello, Luke.
How you doing?
Hey, good. Where are you in your truck? Where is your truck?
I'm just trying to make it ends meet.
Yeah. No. Not sure what happened there. Hi, who's this? Is this Luke?
Yeah, this is Luke.
Oh, sorry, Luke. we got a different voice in there. We didn't mean to misrepresent you. You're in your truck. Where are you?
Yeah. I'm actually I'm out towards Coles Island now on Highway 2 in central New Brunswick.
And what are you seeing?
Well, right now it's actually just a little bit of mist.
Oh,
but,
really?
I left Moncton about an hour and a half ago, and I couldn't go any faster than about 70, 80 on the highway. It was windy, really windy and raining, and right when I got on the highway, there was a big flash from a transformer that blew up in Moncton.
Wow. How big of a truck are you in?
I'm in a 53-foot, like a semi-truck.
Yeah, the big ones. What made you decide to get on the road during this?
Well, I was looking at the weather report there, and I seen that east of Moncton was pretty bad, but in Moncton, when I got out, I walked over to the Timmy's there and got a coffee, and it wasn't really windy or anything like that, and I figure it must now be a lull. And I got onto the highway, and as soon as I got to Salisbury, quieted right down. Still a little windy and pretty rainy, but it was that first little bit there where I had to take things nice and slow, and once I got through it, then it's been smooth sailing ever since.
And how far do you have to go? What's your final destination?
New York, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought you were heading into the storm, so you're heading away from the storm, luckily.
Yeah, that was kind of my idea there. Yesterday I was in a little bit of a rush trying to get as far away from Nova Scotia as I can. I live in the Eastern Shore, so I didn't really want to be, where there's going to be no power or anything like that.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the call, Luke. Stay safe, and maybe we'll talk to you later.
You guys as well.
Okay, thanks a lot. Luke is calling us from his truck, his big truck, somewhere in New Brunswick. Tina, something caught your ear there.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Tina Simpkins, our meteorologist, with us in studio.
Yeah, good morning. 100 kilometer per hour wind gust now being reported in Moncton. Just right now, 111 kilometer per hour from the north in Charlottetown and Sydney. A whopping 141 kilometer per hour wind gust right now. And the rain, Wendy was saying that the rain really hadn't, really taken hold. Now it's raining really hard in Sydney with those wind gusts at 141 kilometer per hour winds.
Wow. Thank you. We've got David Sansom on the line, president of Red Head Harbor Authority. Tina, this is the wharf that we were talking about. Hi, David. Hello, David. Hi, there you are.
Hello.
Hi. Hey, David, it's Bill here at CBC Radio. How are you doing?
Yes, good.
Good. I understand the story that I've been told. I believe I heard you on the radio yesterday, actually, and your plan was you were going to stay on your boat. Did you?
No, it was too rough.
Too rough. But you've been down there since?
I've been down since 9 o'clock last night.
Right. So Mitch Cormier, about 20 minutes ago, told us that the wharf at Red Head Harbor is gone. What's happening there?
Well, at least half of the structure is let go. Well, maybe not half, a third.
No.
The floating docks all let go. Some boats let go. They're all beaten, and some boats are going to be okay, and some boats are going to have damage.
How many boats down that area? How many boats around?
There's probably 12.
Wow.
12 boats in the water. A couple of the plants here, one mussel plant, the roof come off, and we don't really know the extent of the damage. It's still too dark. Power's been out since midnight.
Right. How long's that wharf been there?
Probably the 40s, maybe.
Right, so it's survived some weather.
A lot of weather, yeah, over the years.
Wow. What's your day looking like? Do you got, is it a see what happens, or do you got things you absolutely have to get to?
Oh, well, no, just try to get to my boat.
Yeah.
The tide was so high, nobody could get to anything. You couldn't even drive out. So we're just going to try to do some half cleanup if we can whenever the surge goes down.
Yeah. Have you talked to anybody else? Are you?
Oh, there was about eight of us down here.
They're all seeing the same thing as you, eh?
Oh, they're all pretty much disgusted, yeah.
David, good to talk to you. Best of luck, and I'm sure we'll be checking in again later this morning.
Yep.
Thanks, David.
Great, then. Have a good day. Bye.
David Sansom, he's the president of the Red Head Harbor Authority. Francis McDonald is on the line. Francis is calling from Inverness on Cape Breton Island in Nova Scotia. Hello, Francis.
Hello, Bill and Tina. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good. Well, could be better. I've been down in that area in some big windstorms in Inverness. What are you seeing in the past, 6 hours or so?
Well, I'm tentative to give you this report, Bill, because I was parallel to the floor, sleeping from about 8 o'clock till about 2.
Right.
And but from about 11 p.m. till about 2 or 2:30, it was very, very strong winds coming out of the east, it seemed. And that's because my wife was up and gave me a full report. But when I got up around 3, or a little after 3, from then till now, it's been surprisingly calm.
Oh, really?
Yes. Here in Inverness. Now, where in Inverness I live, Bill, is high up. I don't know if you know the town at all, but I live up by the racetrack.
Oh, yes. Yeah, of course.
Inverness Raceway, right across from the raceway, so we're high up. There's been some wind, but again, the powers that be are going to hear me, and I'm going to end up like Charlie Brown when Lucy pulls the football away. If I keep
Don't tempt
like
the
this.
fates.
Yeah, but truthfully, it's been amazingly calm. After daybreak, I hope to get out and have a look around in the area, safely, of course.
Yeah, of course.
And I will post some pics and, of course, put them, tag Tina on them. But so far, it's been surprising. You know what this reminds me of a little bit, Bill?
What's that?
Is Hurricane Juan. When Hurricane Juan hit Halifax extremely hard, how many years ago now? I remember going down to the beach here in Inverness, and at daybreak, or the night before, and the next day at daybreak, and going down and taking pictures. And we basically escaped Juan at that time, this western side of Cape Breton Island, anyway, in Inverness. But I was also seeing tweets of some of my friends that live in or near Inverness saying how bad the winds were at that time I was speaking about earlier. But so far, amazingly, our power is still on. See, I'm going to put a pox on my house here by saying all this.
Yeah, go find some wood to knock on.
Yeah, well, I'm at my desk.
There you go.
But I heard Wendy Berkfeld earlier speaking with you, and I saw, again, on Twitter, I saw some videos, and Lewisburg, I guess, is getting hit hard as well.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that a little later this morning as well. Well, Francis, I hope things continue to go well for you. Thank you so much for calling this morning and painting us a picture.
Yes, and we'll get some tweets out to Tina later on. Thank you for your coverage, too. Very much appreciated.
Oh, thanks, Francis. Good luck. Take care.
Okay, have a good day. Take care.
Tina Simpkins. It's nice in Inverness.
Yeah, how about that? That's the place to be.
I don't know if anybody's making their tea times this morning in Inverness.
I don't think so. Well, if you have a south-facing tee, wow, you're going to hit that with your
500-yard drives.
Yeah, your pitching wedge. Grand Tang now starting to get a northerly wind, sitting at about 70 kilometer per hour wind gusts.
Those two areas aren't far apart. Inverness to Grand Tang is only maybe a 25-minute drive.
That's right. So I'm surprised he's so sheltered because, but they are in that lull of where the Fiona, the remnants of the eye of Fiona is, and that's typically where you get a little bit of a lull in the weather, precipitation as well as the winds. Sydney still reporting 141 kilometer per hour wind gusts, and that's impressive. That's dangerous. And not only are the winds howling right now in Sydney, sustained winds are at 96 kilometers per hour, which is a bona fide wind warning. Yeah. But when you get the gust of 141, that causes some problems. Just seeing some pictures on Twitter from the Coast Guard ship in Lewisburg, and it's having a hard time on the wharf. It's bouncing around there. So this is the areas where we're worried about the storm surge this morning between the hours of, now and around the noon hour, and especially the later we get into the morning through the Northumberland Strait, at PEI, northern Nova Scotia, even into parts of New Brunswick, where, we haven't had a lot of talk about New Brunswick other than southeast New Brunswick, because really the storm is producing a lot of rain, but it's just gusty wind conditions compared to the rest.
Yeah, it's not throwing tree branches through windows.
Right, or bouncing things around and taking things out. Right. That's pretty serious, though, that 141 kilometer per hour gust in Sydney right now.
Where are you right now? What are you expecting to see in the coming? I keep mentioning that sunrise is about 7:15, depending on which part of the East Coast you're on, with about 45 minutes to an hour to go before sunrise. What are you keeping an eye on?
Well, I'm still keeping an eye on where the remnants of the eye of Fiona are, where the rotation is going on with the storm. I'm watching where the maximum winds are continuing. Some folks are going to get a break, like in Inverness County for a little while, but then as Fiona pushes into the Gulf of St. Lawrence, the west side of the storm is going to come their way, and that's when the winds turn west to northwest and they pick up again. So it's not over, even though some are getting a little bit of a break, say eastern PEI through Inverness, maybe Victoria County.
Tina Simpkins with us all morning here as we cover post-tropical storm Fiona on CBC Radio 1. I'm Bill Roach. Love to hear from you, what you're seeing. We've heard from a lot of listeners already. 1-800-565-1940. The number that gets you into the studio here. On the line right now is the fire chief from North Sydney, Cape Breton, Lloyd McIntosh, who has a story to tell. Lloyd, are you there?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Are you safe? How are you?
We're safe. It's been an adventurous night, to say the least, but we are safe at the current time.
Do you have a new friend there with you? Is that what I hear?
We have a lady in the back seat. Yeah, we removed her from her house. The roof just blew off her house, and we're taking her from one location to her family member's house in another location.
Right. So, no injuries?
No injuries. No, she's sitting in the back seat, nice and comfortable and warm. And like I said, we're getting her from one location to another.
I can't even imagine what it's like to be sitting in your house and hear the roof come off.
And literally, the roof did come off. So I think she lives alone in the house. So it was a surprise for her, from what we understand.
Wow. And what's the situation look like when you got there? What did you see when you pulled up?
Well, we pulled up, literally half of the roof was gone. One half of the pitch of the roof was gone from the house. And so we took her from downstairs and ever in our vehicle now. We're just taking her to a family member's house for safekeeping.
Right. Did she give you the story? What did she see?
We didn't quiz her on that. It's kind of traumatic for her, so we're just we're leaving things as they are.
Wow. Outside of this roof, what else are you seeing around Sydney?
There's a number of trees down, and by a number I mean quite a few. On every intersection, every block of North Sydney is filled with trees. Trees have come down on homes. Trees have come down on cars. There's buildings that have collapsed, and there's quite a bit of damage. The daylight will bring quite a few surprises for a few people.
Yeah, I bet. Since I have you, if something, we've been talking a lot about the branches and the power lines and the cables and stuff, but if something like this happens, your roof just is gone, who do we call? Are they calling 911? Are they calling someone directly?
There's really not much I don't think anybody could do at this point in time. I think it has to be, it has to be. We're just pulling into this lady's house. Just bear with me for one moment.
No, that's okay. I can let you go for sure. I have a feeling that you and I are going to talk again later this morning.
Very well.
But pass along our best wishes to the lady who's lost her roof.
All right. We will, sir.
All right. Thanks. We'll talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
That is North Sydney Fire Chief Lloyd McIntosh, who just rescued a woman whose roof blew off her house. 1-800-565-1940 is the number to get into the studio here. Would love to hear from you. New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, Cape Breton, anywhere that you can hear my voice. I'm Bill Roach. We're going to be here on CBC Radio 1 for you all morning. Jeff Douglas was in earlier this morning. You may hear Jeff Douglas again later today, depending on how far our coverage goes. I can tell you that Portia Clark will be joining you later this morning, as long as she can get into the studio safely. We'll hear from Portia at 11 o'clock. I'm Bill Roach. Tina Simpkins is in the studio as well. We're going to dig a little deeper into what she's seeing. She has so much paper and so many screens around her this morning that she'll have a very detailed account of what we're up against after the news. Let's head there now. It is 6:30.
Good morning, I'm Blair Sanderson. Here is the CBC News serving the Maritimes. Post-tropical storm Fiona continues to wreak havoc in the Maritimes, particularly in eastern parts of the region. The Canadian Hurricane Centre says it made landfall this morning between Guysborough and Canso, Nova Scotia. As the storm approached the Maritimes, it broadened in size, meaning the effects of the storm are being felt widely across the region. Trees and tree limbs litter the streets in some neighborhoods. There's localized flooding and mass power outages. More on those in a moment. First, we go to Mill Cove PEI, where Vicky was recently in touch with CBC Radio describing the feeling of Fiona.
I'm 4 minutes from the ocean, and every once in a while the house just shakes. it's terrifying. It's really, really scary. And I was talking to my sister. She's in Glenfinnan, and they just bought this really nice shed. And an hour and a half ago, it fell apart. The wind just blew it apart, and the roof has landed 70 feet away from where the building was, and it's in front of her car.
That is presumably one of countless similar stories across the Maritimes. The true impact of Fiona won't be fully understood until after daybreak, after the winds die down. What we do know for sure is Fiona's impact on the power grid. Right now, the number of power outages in the Maritimes is reaching a new high. Nova Scotia Power reporting there are 403,000 customers without electricity right now. That is well over 3/4 of all of the households in the province. Nova Scotia Power crews are out in the field, but when it is too windy, they cannot get their buckets into the air. So it is a bit of a waiting game right now. They can monitor the situation, mobilize, and plan. But certainly right now, the number of outages not dropping at all. In fact, as I said, they are going up. On PEI, there are 82,000 customers without power, which is a lot for the island. In fact, we've heard from our reporter CBC Jack Julian that may account for up to 95% of households. In New Brunswick, where for the most part the storm is not hitting quite as hard, about 35,000 homes and businesses without electricity. In New Brunswick, the largest concentrations in the wider Moncton area all the way to the Nova Scotia border, but big pockets of outages elsewhere in the province, particularly along the Fundy coast. And as I mentioned, one of the main culprits in the power problem, downed trees. CBC's Brett Ruskin has been driving around Halifax this morning. He says there are too many to count. He files this report right next to a fallen tree in the downtown.
This is obviously come down overnight in the last couple of hours, really. Look at how big this is, taller than me. So this is one of the main, thoroughfares, one of the major streets here in the city. It is down. It is causing and has caused obviously damage to the infrastructure, pulled up the sidewalk, pulled up the curb here. So again, this is just one of the trees that we've encountered driving around here in Halifax so far. Still not sure what else might be out there in the darkness, because it is literally dark. All the street lights are out. Still hard for us to assess and hard for officials to assess exactly where some of the worst problem spots or where other trees like this might exist.
That's Brett Ruskin reporting. And with all of that damage, police in Nova Scotia and PEI, as well as in southwestern New Brunswick, urging people to stay off the roads. Dan Stovall is an emergency management coordinator in Kings County, Nova Scotia.
One of the main issues with water pooling on roads, trees and power lines down, which all create hazardous conditions for our motorists. We've been messaging and constantly, we just posted again to our Kings Remo social media, one of our fire departments out on a road with a tree across it. We're strongly recommending that everyone stay home still and allow time for crews to assess, clear up damage, and make sure that the roads are going to be safe. And that won't take place until later today, because there's still a long period of assessment to take place.
And over the past hour, we've just learned the Canso Causeway has been closed to high-sided vehicles. The causeway is, of course, a vital link between Cape Breton and the mainland. The Confederation Bridge to PEI also closed right now, as are both harbour bridges in Halifax. The Mackay closed last night at 9, and bridge officials say it will remain closed until inspectors can have a look at it to make sure it is safe to cross. Bill, that is basically the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the potential stories that are out there right now.
Can I double-check something there? The causeway's open, closed to high level, high-sided vehicles. Confederation Bridge closed.
Correct. Also, if you really want to get into details, the underneath the causeway, boating closed.
Right, since yesterday afternoon.
There you go.
The canal, that's called.
That's what it is. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Blair.
You're welcome.
Blair Sanderson with us all morning here on CBC Radio 1. I'm Bill Roach. We are here live post-tropical storm Fiona coverage. Tina Simpkins is in the studio with me this morning. She is furiously scrolling through her touchpad there.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things that you can just keep on watching the videos. You get stuck on the videos and you keep watching the next one. But this one's all about the storm and what people are seeing already. Flooding roads in Charlottetown, boats, Canadian Coast Guard vessels just barely hanging on to the dock in Lewisburg. I mean, we just heard some people having their roofs blown off their homes and just a lot of destruction. We were talking about this earlier when we say that this is a major storm. What does that mean? What does that seem like? And now once the sun gets high in the sky, we're going to really start seeing what that really means to folks. I'm looking at the radar right now, and it's still pretty impressive. The spin on Fiona, still counterclockwise rotation. We still have some high wind gusts, the highest of wind gusts that are going on right now. We're say from Moncton to Halifax on eastward. The rest, say from Greenwood to Yarmouth, are still seeing some high wind gusts, anywhere from 70 to 90 kilometer per hour wind gusts. Lunenburg at 83. But again, the highest concentration of wind is still coming around near the center of whatever's left over, the remnants of that eye wall, the eye of Fiona, which is slowly tracking off towards the northeast.
Right. That little weird rainstorm we had yesterday afternoon, which wasn't associated with that's gone, right? That's no longer in the mix.
Well, it kind of is. It's still that frontal boundary that was trying to push its way through. That last week looked like it was going to be pushing through the Maritimes and diverting Fiona out to sea. So part of the energy from that front, that trough, has been absorbed by Fiona. So it's still part of the equation, but it's not a feature like we could see yesterday. A feature you could identify by the satellite picture, by the wind change and direction. It's really absorbed by Fiona.
No, it's just a part.
It's a part of the equation, yeah. Fiona's very hungry, clearly.
Let's find out what it's like in Vernon River, PEI. Joe is on the phone. Hey, how you doing, Joe?
Not bad, man, not bad.
You safe?
She's hit us, yeah, we're safe. We're safe here, but she hit us hard, the hardest, I think, now. Every tree in the yard's down, any popular tree over 20 feet, 30 feet high is down. Garden's gone. The yawning's gone. Yeah. But it sounds like the patio door is going to give. It sounds like my roof's going to come off.
Wow.
This is the most I've ever experienced.
Wow. Just for other listeners around the Maritimes, what part of the island is Vernon River? Where would you be close to?
Vernon River is almost Monarchy. It's 20 minutes east of Charlottetown and about 20 minutes on the other side of Monarchy, I guess, between. But I'm close to Glenfinnan, where that woman was talking about the shed. Yeah, not far at all. Yep, everything's blown around here. I'd say it's the hardest hit is here.
How far have you traveled so far?
Nowhere.
Okay, you've been doing all this from your window.
Yep, my buddy in Pleasant Grove there in near Charlottetown, he lost his roof last night. Him and his family. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I can't imagine how scary that must be.
And we didn't underplay it. It's just yeah. This is the worst I've ever seen it.
Wow.
We're all prepared, but there's nothing you can do with these old houses.
Right. Well, Joe, I appreciate the call. I appreciate the picture of Vernon River. If something goes, south for you later, make sure to give us a call back, okay?
Right on, brother.
Take care. See you later.
Bye-bye.
1-800-565-1940. 1-800-565-1940. Would love to hear your voice here on the special Fiona coverage. Tanya is calling from Prince Edward Island next. Hello, Tanya. Hello, Tanya. 1-800-565-1940. There we go. Hi, Tanya.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you? Are you safe?
Absolutely safe. A little tired, but safe.
You're with EMO PEI, correct?
Correct. I'm the Director for Public Safety, which is responsible for EMO.
How's your morning been?
It started early. I guess we woke up here a few hours ago. Just, the wind woke us up, and then we all kind of started trickling back to the EOC. So.
How much talk was there in the lead up to this? How much planning was in place?
Oh, extensive. Other than, we're always in planning mode when it comes to EMO. But, as soon as every single day during hurricane season, I'll say this, public safety staff here check on the Hurricane Center, and they're checking the National Hurricane Center from the States and seeing what's brewing. And we kind of have, we start watching really closely when we see something that is forming, and we're watching it every day. So we started actually briefing with Canadian Hurricane Center on Tuesday because we were, it was holiday on Monday. But first thing Tuesday morning, we were prepped and ready and working toward this.
Yeah. And I understand you're just coming from a briefing now. What did you hear? What was said?
Well, we got kind of a skeleton crew in the office. We called folks back and requested them in for 6 o'clock. So just again, small steps, because we also don't want to call people in and have them on the roads. So we just had a core team here that we were staying in nearby hotels so that we'd have easy access. So right now we're just kind of going through the social media stuff, because it's still pretty early to kind of get formal reports. But we know that reports of damage, storm surge is really kind of hitting along the north side right now quite significantly. So we're seeing reports of, water over the wharves, of where we know that we have tide gauges. So we know there's damage out there, and it's pretty broad and it's pretty extensive. Power is out almost,
everywhere.
I'll say 95% across the province.
Yeah.
So, and our operations center here is also out of power, but we have full generator backup. So we've been on generator, I think, since about just a little after 4 o'clock, we lost power.
Wow. You're going to have a busy morning, I understand, but hopefully we get to talk again later today.
Absolutely. We'll be here for the long haul, I think.
Very good. Thank you, Tanya.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
That's Tanya Mullally from EMO PEI. It is 18 minutes before 7 o'clock here on Saturday morning as the storm passes through the Maritime provinces. We're hearing from Nova Scotia Power. There's over 376,000 customers without power on Prince Edward Island. As Tanya just mentioned, over 82,000 without power. And in New Brunswick, that number is 44,406. CBC reporter Vanessa Blanche is in Moncton, New Brunswick, and joins us now. Hello again, Vanessa.
Hello again.
Have the winds picked up?
They have indeed. Yeah, they definitely have. And as we heard Tina mention, wind gusts now being recorded in Moncton of 100 kilometers per hour. And boy, it sounds like it. I can only imagine what 140 sounds like. We've heard from people in Casey Cape along the Northumberland Strait just saying what a scary night it has been. The winds have been described to me as ferocious. People, still keeping their power here and there, but those numbers are ticking up. When I arrived here this morning at about 4:30, Bill, there were about 34,000 people without power. And as you say, that number is now up by at least 10,000 customers in the dark. Biggest numbers, as you might expect, are in the Shediac Cape, Capillet area, more than 15,000 customers out there. In the Sackville, Port Elgin, Dorchester, Memramcook area, 9,000. And here in Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe, that's where we've seen the biggest increase in outages since early this morning. Now, I think the last number I saw, more than 13,000 homes and businesses in the dark right now. So we are expecting to hear from NB Power shortly. They've got their operational meeting happening as we speak. And so as soon as that's over, we'll check in with them and just see if they have a sense of what kind of damage they're dealing with. As you mentioned, Confederation Bridge obviously closed all traffic. Same story at the airports, and
none of the ferries are going today either.
No, it seems like it probably don't even need to ask that question.
No. But we've got on that topic though, transportation-wise, we did just talk about 15 minutes ago to a truck driver who was near Moncton and said it was kind of coming and going, and he wasn't too bad out on the road. Are you hearing anything about how travel is?
Yeah, no, I have not heard anything. It doesn't, for the most part, according to the Department of Highways, roads are bare. It's wet out there. The rain's coming down sideways and very windy. But certainly, as I said earlier, on my way in this morning, it was no problem to get from my home in Moncton to the station here. So we saw tree branches down, but no trees down.
Yeah,
so that's
you're in the minority. You're in the
minority
this morning with that.
Oh, I know. Absolutely.
Vanessa, good to talk to you. We'll check back in with you later this morning.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you. Bye.
That is Vanessa Blanche in Moncton, New Brunswick. Tina, what did you think of that?
Yeah, well, I think Vanessa was right. I mean, she came into work with that little bit of a window where the winds were down, but now that Fiona's moving a little bit further off towards the northeast on the west side of that system, now the winds are really starting to pick up. So I'm sure that the number of debris, branches per se, on the road are going to pick up even in the New Brunswick area as well. So we're not done yet.
We're not done yet. Sarah is on the line. Sarah O'Toole is calling from Antigonish, Nova Scotia. Hi, Sarah.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good, tired, like like the others, though, I think.
What's happening in Antigonish?
The wind's picking back up again. Going pretty good till about 2:30 last night, and shaking the house and making things pretty alarming. Just even you wondered if it was wise to even be peeking out the windows and being that close to them. So I usually watch the big trees in our neighborhood. We've got some big pine trees that we can use as a gauge, and yeah, the wind now seems to be, I don't know, kind of a mix of it'll pause and then pick right back up again. So yeah, a lot of big limbs came down early last night, like between 11 and 12 o'clock, and Municipal Works was using the backhoe to keep the roads clear, and I saw, some vehicle traffic in the night, but that's, yeah.
They were using backhoes?
They were using backhoes. So we saw some activity right outside our house, and it was, just a backhoe, and they're just using that almost like a little plow, just to make sure that the streets were clear of those. So I've got some new big limbs in my yard to deal with, but pretty quick to just keep the roads clear, and I could see a couple of taxis in the neighborhood that people may be choosing other locations to spend the rest of the night.
Right. Wow.
Yeah.
Stay safe. I really appreciate you telling us what's happening there.
Okay, good. Everybody else too. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. Sarah's calling from Antigonish in Nova Scotia. We're going to go a little west in Nova Scotia to just outside of Spring Hill. That's where we find Paul Bourgeois. Paul's on the line. Hello, Paul.
Hello.
Are you driving right now? Is that what I hear?
No, we just parked. We just got to the main shop and we're off the road.
I've got a little bit of information here from you. Jane, our producer, spoke to you a second ago, and it says here you're a truck driver. You were driving from New Brunswick to Nova Scotia. You've never seen anything like it. But then the next sentence says you're from Shettycamp originally. I'm from Shettycamp as well.
Behind the wheel.
I'm from Shettycamp as well, and I know some of the winds that we have gotten down there. This is worse than what you've seen there on the foothills of the Highlands?
It's worse because I'm behind the wheel of a truck. It's not worse as behind, like, I'm used to a southeast. This is nothing as far as what we're used to, but I've seen 18-wheelers tipped over in Grand Tang over and over and never really understood it until you're behind the wheel of one, and then you get into the wind.
Yeah. So you're not driving now. Have you decided to wait it out?
Well, we were going to wait it out because if we go and load our trailer, we are coming back empty, and that would be really unsafe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're parked for the night. We're parked for most of the day now.
Yeah, well, that's good. How much, what have you seen? Give us a little picture. Have you seen big trees? Have you seen power poles?
No, there was no debris, not very much debris, mostly just little branches and that, but the wind was unremarkable coming through to Nova Scotia. Like when you cross over to the border, it was unreal, the wind.
Wow.
Unreal.
Wow.
Yeah.
Paul, good to hear from you. Take care. Be safe out there, okay?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Make smart decisions. Thank you, Paul.
Okay, thank you.
Paul calling us from the side of the road near Spring Hill, Nova Scotia. Let's go to York, PEI. That's where we find Sherry. Hi, Sherry.
Hi, good morning.
How is it going in York?
Well, we lost power probably around 11 o'clock last night, and the wind has just not let up at all. So it's here. And now that I'm seeing some daylight, like we have a lot of mature trees on our lot here, and there's quite a lot of trees down, a lot of these mature trees down, one of which came about a foot away from my oil tank, and another which is near my propane tank, and I can't get out right now to assess what else is going on because the winds are still pretty bad here.
Yeah. You feel safe inside?
Yes. Yeah. We feel pretty secure here, and we've just been hunkering down all night and just trying to keep water out, basically.
Yeah. Have you been through this before? Were you around for Dorian or Juan?
I was around for Dorian, but we're a little more central, and Dorian hit the hardest up west. Right. So we did have some trees in like the Grand Tracadie area that had come down. But here, just outside of Charlottetown, it wasn't too bad. I'm originally from Ontario, and so I had never really experienced a hurricane until I had moved to PEI.
Yeah, you get tornadoes out there, but not hurricanes.
Exactly, yeah.
Sherry, well, stay safe. Thanks for calling us this morning. Good to hear your voice.
Thank you. Stay safe. Take care.
Thanks. Johnny's on the line as well. Johnny is calling from Summerside, PEI, not far from where Sherry was calling from. Hi, Johnny.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you doing is more important.
Well, I was telling the lady on the phone there, I spent 20 years in Florida, and I've seen some serious storms, hurricanes, tornadoes, but this is right up there. My little house is just shaking like crazy. A few minutes ago while I was waiting, I was a little worried. I thought it was going to come off its foundation. It's pretty scary.
Wow. I think you and I actually have some similar background. I've never been through hurricanes in Florida, but I used to live in Mexico, and we would get a couple of hurricanes. Well. Yeah, we'd get a couple of hurricanes a season, but it was mostly then. It was just close your doors, wait it out, and there was nothing. There was nothing to break really.
No, I had an Irish pub down there in the Gulf of Mexico, and we'd have hurricane parties, and you just get sandbags and hope for the best. But up here, man, this house is old.
Nah.
I've got pots and pans everywhere catching the water, and we're right across the street from Credit Union Place, and I think they're open. So if it gets real bad, we're just going to hold each other's hands and form a line and go across the street.
Fill your pockets with rocks so you don't blow away.
Exactly. We had power until about an hour ago, which was really weird, and then it finally popped. So.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it does now look like we're hearing that pretty much everybody on Prince Edward Island is without power. We're over 82,000 customers without power right now. So, Johnny, take care.
The best.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it was good to hear from you. Be safe, okay?
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Sheila's on the line. Sheila's calling from New Waterford, Nova Scotia, which is up near the top of Cape Breton, not quite into the Highlands, but over, to the right-hand side of the island. Hi, Sheila.
Hi there. How are you today?
I'm doing all right. I understand that question is not meant for a real answer, but how are you doing today?
Sure. Oh, my gosh. Look, I stayed up till 4 o'clock this morning. We sat here listening to Jeff, and I said, Jeff, we got this guy in the front room, and he won't leave. Finally, the power went out at 3, so we decided we'd go to bed and leave Jeff on his own. But anyway, listen, I want to thank you guys so very much in the bottom of my heart for always being there for us when it's needed. Anytime, not only when it's needed, but anytime. If I can't sleep at 4 o'clock, 5, 6 o'clock, where do I go to? CBC. And it's the greatest thing, I'm telling you. But nevertheless, I got up. I did fall asleep for a bit. I woke up, and dear heavens, the wind was... I never seen anything like it. We have a big... we're like trees, birch out on the lawn. I think myself, some of them got to go because there's a big branch, and it's just swinging when the wind comes up, and I'm petrified that it's going to go over on the neighbor's property. But nevertheless, I went to do a little video of the front window there, and you just could hardly see out the window with the leaves and the debris that's on my front window. Oh, it'll take me a week to clean them, I'm sure. It's something. But I've never seen wind as bad, and the way the trees were blowing.
And sorry, have you lived down that way? You've lived down there for a long time, right?
Oh, yes. I lived in Glace Bay for years, and then we built over here on Lingan Road, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing he's heavy on the nails because the house was so sound, it was unreal. There wasn't a shake in the house. So it's good as far as that. There's no damage other than the trees out on the lawn there. They're really blowing like crazy.
Well,
yeah. But I went out on the...
Go ahead, Sheila. Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I went out on the step to do a little video, and I'm telling you, I came in and I was shaking. I was that scared. Yeah. I've never seen anything like this. So, But anyway, it was unreal.
Well, the sun's
Yeah.
about to come up. You're going to be able to see a little bit more within the next 15 minutes or so. Stay safe, Sheila,
Yes.
and it was
Yes.
wonderful to hear your voice. Take care.
And thank you again for being there for us.
Oh.
We have radio stations down here, but never heard a peep on anything. So you guys deserve a lot of kudos. You believe me.
Oh, I appreciate
Okay?
that. I'll pass that along. Thanks,
Okay.
Sheila. Bye-bye.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
As good as you can. We've got Mitch Cormier back on the line. Mitch is sitting at the CBC building in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Hi, Mitch.
Where we've lost our flagpole since we last talked.
Oh, we could hear it clinking. Is the microphone still out front?
I believe we still have the microphone out front. We have some staff out front as well who are about to do a weather update. On Sheila's conversation there, she was talking about how frightened she was when she came back in.
Mm-hmm.
The PEI government is once again asking people, and emergency measures is asking people, don't venture out. The temptation will come when it's light. And that's the worry, that when it becomes bright, you're going to want to venture down the street. You're going to want to venture outside. You're going to want to take a walk down to wherever it happens to be. And they're asking you not to do that. We're in this transition period right now where police forces across the island are now starting to switch shifts. So new officers are coming in and the support people that are supporting those officers. So they're just kind of in a bit of a transition period here right now. But Charlottetown Police have been saying that they're only reporting to emergency calls. Summerside, same thing. Volunteer fire departments that were charged with running warming stations here on the island are learning that people can't get to the warming stations. There's just no way. The routes have been cut off. So they're asking people to stay where you can. Find a safe spot and stay there. We're seeing the peak wind gusts, the North Shore, as you heard from David Sampson's early this hour. The North Shore is just getting hammered right now by high tides. And the tide cycle is going to, of course, we'll probably be through 2 tide cycles by the time this storm moves along. I'm sure Tina can address that a bit later on.
Yeah. For sure. We've got a couple of minutes here. You're sticking around, right? We're not losing you.
We are. We're having a couple of technical challenges here
Aren't
at
we
the
all?
station. Yeah, we all are. So we're kind of we're pooling our resources. If somebody can take a phone call or make a phone call, they'll do it. Of course, we are also hearing reports of damages to some of the fish processing facilities here on PEI. So chasing those down as well, just as quick as we can. We'll get that news to you, Bill, and transmit it to folks here on the island. But as I say, the PEI government for now just saying, please, 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 once light hits, don't venture outside.
Right.
Just stay where you are and let emergency officials do what they need to do, which is start the cleanup, even though that may be later this afternoon. And as Kim Griffin told you right now on PEI, every customer of Maritime Electric pretty much without power.
We're Maritimers, so stay home and play cribbage.
Exactly.
That's what we're supposed to do.
You know?
Thank you, Mitch.
I appreciate it, Bill.
Mitch Cormier in Charlottetown. We'll talk to him again later this morning. We're about a minute and a half away from heading to the National News World Report coming right up. First, though, I'll give about 60 seconds of that to Tina. You can either get into what you want to get into, or what would you like to talk about in the next hour?
Well, I think we'll be talking about and addressing more about storm surge, and we do have some folks that are going to be talking to us about 10 after 7 about the storm surge and what they're seeing near Pugwash and how the water is coming up over the property and getting very close to the homes. And I do think that that's going to be an issue, not only for this morning, but then again this afternoon. Fiona is still producing high wind speeds. And in Cape Breton, where we haven't seen a whole lot of rain, the rain is really taking aim. There's a nose of some very heavy rain just off the coast even, and it's pushing in towards Sydney. So the rainfall totals are going to come up, as well as the winds are coming up right now. So it's definitely not over, but it is starting to get better in the west. So that is some good news.
I like that you end on a little bit of good news.
We have to see a little bit of good news.
I asked Mitch if he was going anywhere. I'm not asking you that question because you are not.
I'm not
going anywhere.
I'm with you. I'm riding shotgun.
We'll get a little 10-minute break here as we head to the national news, and then we'll be back with more Fiona coverage. Updated numbers for power customers that are without power this morning. Nova Scotia over 407,000, PEI over 82,000, New Brunswick over 47,000 now, Newfoundland creeping up on 1,000 people, and Hydro-Quebec saying 2,500 without power. We're back after the news.
This is World Report. Good morning from CBC News. I'm David Common. Hurricane Fiona is here now. Its powerful winds and rain battering the Atlantic provinces. There are vast power outages. The eye of the storm has made landfall and is now about to pass directly over Cape Breton. While no longer a hurricane, this post-tropical cyclone is bringing significant damage with wind speeds well above 120 kilometers an hour. It's been a long night and a destructive morning. We have the CBC's Katie Nicholson in Charlottetown, Brett Ruskin with us in Halifax. And Katie, we start with you and the situation on PEI.
I would say it's dangerous. We just came out here around first 5 a.m. this morning. There was debris flying all over the place. We were sitting in our car and we heard this scraping along the pavement and a smash. I got out to look and it was a big piece of metal that had basically been ripped off of, it looks like a building of some sort. All around me, trees are down, water is pooling in the streets and being pushed by this powerful wind. Wind gusts here 150 kilometers an hour. Right now, about, more than 80,000 people, more than 84,000 people on the island without power. Maritime Electric, though, it's too dangerous for them to send out their crews. We got a tweet earlier this morning from Charlottetown Police saying they're only responding to emergency calls, and they've been posting really troubling pictures all morning. Looks like debris coming through people's homes, trees and power lines down all over the city. And of course, Public Works not really able to respond either because it's just so dangerous here right now.
Let's head to neighboring Nova Scotia and Halifax. Brett Ruskin, can you describe the scene there?
Well, David, it's still a windy day. It is kind of a dim, hazy sky now as the sun begins to rise, and it's kind of revealing as it gets brighter some of the trees that are down. So parked right here next to a tree that's well across 2.5 lanes of traffic. There was another tree that was down earlier today that we came across, and it was big enough that I could basically get my arms around halfway of it, halfway around it. It was just significant trees down, significant power outages as well throughout Nova Scotia, and it looks to be like just a very windy day still as the storm continues to progress across the region.
And Katie, you talk about power outages. 95% of the customers of the main utility there without power now. I know you're still in the thick of it, but how long will it take for people to get reconnected?
In speaking to people who've been through other storms here on the island, they're expecting it could be days before they start to see power return. And again, it's just so dangerous. I'm looking at trees that have been knocked over like dominoes and they're still being thrust about in the wind here. Nobody's going to get up and try to fix a power line in these conditions. So first of all, you have to wait for the storm to move on. And then depending on how messy it is out there, this really could take days, maybe even a week.
I would ask the same question about recovery to Brett Ruskin. You've been through hurricanes before, of course, in Halifax, seen crews come in from New England and Quebec. What is the situation likely to look like for Nova Scotia?
Well, yeah, that's going to be on lots of folks' minds. How soon will the lights come back on? Right now, we're looking at around 407,000 customers without electricity in Nova Scotia. That's out of the 520,000 customers overall. So that's a customer's a household or a business. And so the majority of the province is out of power right now. The issue with reconnecting is that crews won't go out and try to make the restoration, make the fixes until the wind drops below 80 kilometers an hour. So it's not like crews are out fixing right now. We have to wait for the winds to die down before the restoration effort even begins.
All right, Brett Ruskin in Halifax, Katie Nicholson in Charlottetown. We're glad you're safe. Thank you very much for the update.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's check in now with the CBC's meteorologist Jay Scotland in Charlottetown.
Yeah, this could be unlike anything PEI has ever experienced before. Looking at just here in Charlottetown, where I am, Charlottetown Police Service, we're tweeting out some damage photos, significant damage photos, and in their tweet actually saying like nothing they've ever experienced before. But in terms of outages alone, so Maritime Electric provides power to all but Summerside essentially on Prince Edward Island. They have 86,000 customers that they provide electricity to. So essentially, all of PEI, except for a few homes in spotty regions, are without power unless they have a generator to keep the lights on and hopefully keep the sump pump running. Significantly strong winds. We've seen gusts 100 to 140 kilometers per hour. We're still experiencing those strong winds right now as we're talking. Those winds will not begin to ease until later today. And in terms of heavy rain, we are seeing reports of washed out roads, localized flooding. Yeah, certainly everything that we were expecting as meteorologists. Tip of the weather hat to the forecast models. They have been consistent over the last few days, and everything predicted in that guidance seems to have come to fruition, and not in a good way.
Yeah, horrifyingly so. I know you won't get a good sense of the damage until the sun comes up there. Recovery and cleanup still hours away. The damage now seemingly happening over Cape Breton. That's where the eye of the storm is. What can we expect there?
Yeah, Cape Breton is where the storm, it made landfall as a post-tropical storm around 3 o'clock in the morning, kind of between Guysborough County, Canso area. But because this storm was post-tropical, I don't like to say weakened to post-tropical or downgraded. It transitioned. It was still equivalent and is still as powerful as a hurricane. So the storm is over Cape Breton, but we are experiencing very strong winds here on Prince Edward Island. We have tropical storm and hurricane watches in effect from eastern New Brunswick all the way up to the Big Land, Labrador, into Newfoundland. So this is covering a huge area right now, but obviously along the track of that storm where the most intense winds are, Cape Breton is currently bearing the brunt of that.
All right, Jay Scotland, we know you didn't get much sleep last night, so certainly appreciate this.
No worries.
Now, we're going to be keeping a close watch on this storm to bring you the latest, but we want to check in on the other stories that we're following this morning, including Canada's ambassador to the UN calling on this country's government to send Ukraine whatever military aid it asks for. Bob Rae making those comments in an interview with CBC Radio's The House. The host of that program, Catherine Cullen, now with more.
Canada's ambassador to the United Nations says the government must say yes to Ukraine. Bob Rae says he's given that advice repeatedly. CBC News first reported that 3 weeks ago, Ukraine presented Canada with a new list of military hardware that it needs for the fight against Russia. Asked earlier this week about that request, Defense Minister Anita Anand said she is speaking regularly with Ukraine's defense minister.
We'll be continuing the discussions next week.
Documents recently tabled in Parliament show Canada's military has taken a look at what it might provide Ukraine and has more than 60 used light armored vehicles from Afghanistan. But those documents suggest they will need months to be repaired. Rae says he understands governments have to decide the pace at which they can help Ukraine.
But I think we have to keep on pushing.
He says the test of Canada's success isn't what was done last month. It's whether Ukraine can succeed. Catherine Cullen, CBC News, Ottawa.
And you will hear the full interview with Bob Rae on The House, also available on the CBC Listen app. Saskatchewan's chief coroner says an inquest into a stabbing rampage earlier this month should have an all-Indigenous jury. 10 people were killed at James Smith Cree Nation and a nearby town. The majority of the victims were Indigenous. Jason Warwick reports.
Myrna McCallum is a Métis lawyer practicing in Saskatchewan and hosts a podcast called The Trauma-Informed Lawyer. That step is having an all-Indigenous jury when an inquest is held into the stabbing deaths in the province earlier this month. Many of the 10 people killed were Indigenous. Saskatchewan's chief coroner says juries should represent the affected communities.
After all of the fact-finding and all this evidence is produced, how do we ensure that those individuals aren't further harmed?
Saskatoon lawyer Donald Worm agrees.
Indigenous people simply aren't going to sit around. These events will not stop occurring.
Worm says the entire justice system is designed to oppress and punish Indigenous people, and the discussion needs to go far beyond Indigenous juries.
It ought to be an Indigenous process all the way through. Would it be any different? Well, I don't know, because we've never been given that opportunity.
The inquests are likely to take place next year, after the police investigation is complete. Jason Warwick, CBC News, Saskatoon.
All right, back to our top story. Hurricane Fiona, now a post-tropical cyclone, battering the Atlantic provinces, 179 kilometers an hour, the highest wind gust recorded so far. Extreme winds and rain are expected for almost 12 hours through much of the rest of today, and we're only beginning to get a sense of the damage. You can find more information on our website, cbcnews.ca, including cbc.ca/lite, L-I-T-E. That's if you have no power, limited bandwidth. It's a good option. I'm David Common. This is World Report.
Good morning. Welcome back to CBC Radio 1's special post-tropical storm Fiona storm coverage. I'm Bill Roach in the CBC Halifax building. Tina Simpkins, our meteorologist, is with me here in Halifax as well. A full crew on. We're with you all morning as we weather this storm, no pun intended. We'll talk to Mitch Cormier, who is situated in Charlottetown at the CBC building there. Wendy Bergfeld is on the ground in Cape Breton. And we want to hear from you. If you've got a story to tell, 1-800-565-1940. But the employee who is definitely earning their paycheck this week is Tina Simpkins.
Hi. Yeah, me alongside of Ryan and Jay Scotland. We've been tracking Fiona all week and knew it was going to be a big storm.
Well, it's been 12 minutes since we last spoke on the radio. What's changed?
What's changed? The wind. Still very, very gusty, especially through the north shore of northern Nova Scotia, as well as PEI. The winds are temporarily coming down in Sydney, but when I say coming down, they're coming down from 141 kilometre per hour gust to now 133 kilometre per hour gust.
Yay?
Yeah, well, they're coming down. Yeah, geez. But we were saying this earlier that there was a lot of areas like Inverness County that were getting a little bit of a break from the winds and the rain, but now it's all picking up again on the backside of Fiona as it slowly moves off towards the north and east. High tides are going to occur across the north shore of Nova Scotia at around 10:30. Caribou Point reporting 126 kilometre per hour wind gusts right now, and that is up. And it's coming out of the north to northwest. Northerly winds still on the north shore of PEI, still gusting over 100 kilometers per hour. Moncton, the winds are coming down. Just an hour ago, even 15 minutes ago, we were seeing those gusts near 100. Now they're coming down to 76 kilometers per hour. Still gusting to 90 at the airport, but from Greenwood to Yarmouth to even towards Lunenburg, the wind gusts are anywhere from 60 to 80 kilometre per hour. But there are still some wind gusts, say in Lunenburg, still gusting up to 96 kilometres per hour from the west. So it's definitely not over just yet. And certainly the eastern parts of the Maritimes are still going to feel the effects with storm surge, wind, and still rain.
Very good. Tina's with us all morning here. She will answer any of the questions that I cannot answer, which is a lot. We've been hearing a lot about power outages this morning. Nova Scotia Power telling us there's over 407,000 customers across Nova Scotia without power. On Prince Edward Island, it's pretty much everybody, 82,124. New Brunswick Power, nearly 48,000 customers without power this morning. And we're reaching a little farther now. Newfoundland Power telling us there's 995 customers without power. And Hydro-Quebec on Île-Madame, the customers on, not Île-Madame, sorry, Île-de-Madeleine. The customers there, almost 2,500, just over 2,400 people without power. One of the places that we've been hearing a lot about this morning in New Brunswick is Shediac. And on his way to Shediac Bay is CBC reporter Aniakan Etuhube. And he joins us now. Hello, Aniakan.
Hi.
Tell us, where are you exactly on the bigger map? What part of the Maritimes are you in right now?
Yes, I'm right here in the middle of the storm surge here in the southeastern part of New Brunswick, on Point du Chien Road, in Shediac to be precise.
Are you driving by yourself?
No, I'm here with a colleague. We're told to go in teams because it's really looking ugly here, and no one is to be left alone.
Yeah. I drove in with a CBC cameraman this morning as well, and there was just so much damage. Every corner we turned, we just kept pulling the camera out. What are you seeing on the roads as you drive near Shediac?
Yes, I mean, the roads are getting washed off already. It's raining heavily right now, with a gust of wind blowing through. There is already localized flooding. Powers are out. Tree branches on the roads. People. On my way here to Point du Chien Road, I saw a resident just hurrying up into the car, trying to flee the area because it's getting really, really ugly. Water from the sea is just gushing out on the road, submerging the houses. So it's not looking too good, and it's only going to get worse from here because the wind is really picking up, and it's really like raining heavily here. So.
Wow. And what are you expecting to see when you reach your destination?
Sorry, can you say that again?
When you get to where you're going, do you have any idea what you're about to see?
Oh yeah, so I'm already here.
Okay.
I don't think we are going further than that because I can already see water gushing out of the sea onto the road. We can't go closer than this. So residents have fled the area. Houses and cars are submerged. So we are just right here at the center, of it all. The wind is really picking up, and Yan is also raining very heavily. The areas it is flooding, and the water is like almost like washing off the road. So it's a no-go area right now. So from here, we will just be turning back.
You just wait. I appreciate this. Thanks for the call.
Thank you.
That is CBC reporter Aniakon Etuhube in southeastern New Brunswick at a standstill. CBC reporter Kate McKenna is on the line. Hello, Kate.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Is my note here right? Are you on the Magdalen Islands?
Yes, sir, I am. I'm in Cap O'Mill, which is kind of the most central location, if you can call any location central on the Magdalen Islands. Yeah.
Well, I am seeing from Hydro-Quebec that there's nearly 2,500 people without power on Ile de la Madeleine. I have to admit, I didn't know there were 2,500 customers on that island. How hard is it being hit?
Well, it is being hit very hard, but it's interesting. The people here, I've been speaking with them the last 12 hours or so, and they, like most Maritimers, are very equipped for storms like this. We're very close to the water here, as you can imagine. In fact, I was just at the wharf, and it's beginning to flood a bit. But the feeling here is very much, okay, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see how it is. People were wishing me bonne tempête, so have a good storm as of yesterday evening. So there's definitely a feeling of we'll get through this. We'll get together and we'll get through this. Hydro-Quebec did send additional crews here, although I was just listening to a spokesperson on the local radio station saying they're not really going to be able to do any work until most of this storm has passed. But the municipality is setting up to give us an update in about a half hour. They're probably going to tell us that some of the bridges are closed because it's just little causeways that, separate the island. And they've also set up 3 different stations for people who need help, essentially. They're for people who, for whatever reason, might get, dislodged from their houses. Environment Canada, of course, warning that this kind of wind, the wind that they're going to be seeing here, can do things like break windows and like de-shingle your house. So those are all things that people are preparing for. But so far, I don't think I haven't seen anything to that effect. I haven't seen it online or in my travels. So far, I'd say a fair thing to say is that we're bracing for things to get worse here.
Right. Okay. We'll check back in with you. Stay safe. Thanks for this, Kate.
Thank you.
CBC reporter Kate McKenna. She is in Cap O'Mill on the Magdalen Islands. From one island to another, to Cape Breton Island, we find our colleague Wendy Bergfeld is back. Hello, Wendy.
Good morning, Bill.
Good morning. I believe I hear there's breaking news.
Yeah, so the Cape Breton Regional Municipality has declared a local state of emergency. There are widespread power outages. There are road closures. The major arterial roads are closed, never mind the side streets. There are people who are no longer in their homes because trees crashed down on them, the roof ripped off. There are a couple of examples of that. There's structural damage. As the sun is rising, we're starting to see the full extent of what's going on. So Cape Breton Regional Municipality, the Mayor and Council, have declared a local state of emergency. So what that means is that people here in this community are being asked to shelter in place. Just don't go anywhere. And if shelter has failed, then call 911 and there will be emergency responders who will help with evacuation. That's where we are right now. You're being asked not to leave your home by yourself. Now, there is a Red Cross shelter right across the street here at Center 200. So far, it doesn't look like it's very active at the moment, and they are saying that they will be opening additional comfort centers when it's safe to start moving around. But those down power lines and trees, they've just been snapping off by the minute. In fact, Highway 4, Route 4, that's an important one. That's like Sydney to Eskasoni to Big Pond. That's closed. Wow. It's closed now because of power lines and trees. That's
a hard highway to drive on.
We are hearing that.
That's a tough highway to drive on in the summertime.
And so it's one of the two main highways. The other one's the Trans-Canada. Yeah. I'll give you another example of just the way things are being rerouted. There is an old dirt road close to the heavy water plant up in Glace Bay, and there's a stretch there to Lake Road. They had to open that old dirt road this morning because of Brookside, the street closure. You couldn't get through it. So just in order to route around if people had a shift change or had to get somewhere, so that old dirt road opened up for emergency vehicles only, just because of the way the situation is here. So as the sun is coming up, we're starting to see the full extent. Wentworth Park, it took an awful beating last night. A lot of trees down, and of course in the all across the region there are lines down. I can tell you that in Mabu Harbor, I just saw a photograph from Mabu Harbor. There's a lovely little recreational wharf there. Mm-hmm. That's been ripped apart, but I can tell you that the band shell is still standing, and I have a friend who was out looking at the sunrise, and he said the big fiddle is still standing too.
Yes.
So we're going to hold on to that for now.
I was thinking about the Marguerits earlier this morning. I don't know if you saw it on social media, but they put up all these really, really nice new signs that say "Welcome to Marguerite," and they're really beautiful. They put them up on Wednesday. I hope they're still there.
Oh dear. Yeah. So, but as of now, people in CBRM are being asked to shelter in place. It's a local state of emergency, widespread power outages, major arterials closed because of power lines being down, because of trees being down. Now, we do have power crews out. They aren't getting into the cherry pickers yet. The wind has to be less than 80 km in order for them to get up in the bucket. But they are traveling around sort of trying to disentangle power lines from trees and poles, because when things came down, they kind of came down together. So that's what's happening right now, but it'll be days before power is restored.
Wow. Wendy, thank you. We'll talk to you soon. Wendy Bergfeld in Sydney, Cape Breton. To recap what Wendy was saying, the CBRM area is now under a state of emergency. Stay home. Trevor Adams is on the line to bring in our second meteorologist of the morning, with Tina Simpkins here in the studio with us. Good morning, Trevor.
Good morning, Bill.
Where are you?
Bill.
Oh, there you go. I can hear you. Where are you, Trevor? Where'd we find you?
Okay, good. I'm in Pugwash. It's about 30 minutes west of Fox Harbor on the Northumberland Strait, sort of across from Charlottetown.
Right. And what are you seeing?
So at 7 o'clock this morning, we had sustained winds at Fox Harbor. There's a small airport there at 91 kilometers an hour with gusts to 125 kilometers an hour. And, of course, with the winds coming out of the northwest onshore, we're seeing some significant storm surge now. Wave heights are about 2 to 4 meters above normal. That's about 7 to 12 feet.
Wow.
So, for folks along the Northumberland and then the northern shores of PEI, you've been hearing people talking about, wharves being ripped apart, and we're going to hear more of these stories, I think, going forward, definitely.
Yeah, I mentioned Tina Simpkins is here in the studio with me this morning. Tina, is there anything you'd like to ask Trevor? Boots on the ground out there.
Yeah, well, I know Trevor's been following this and, following the tides and when the highest tides are and the maximum winds. And right now are not really coinciding per se with the exact high tides, especially through the Northumberland Strait area, but it's pretty high, and when you add that kind of wave on it, it's it's pretty incredible to think of. And Trevor has the ground truth, per se, as to what's happening. And Trevor, at any point, are you nervous? What do you, as you look outside?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the thing in the place where I'm staying, my parents' place. The water is sloshing in the toilet. It's still that windy outside. The building is shaking, and so very concerned about what when this all settles down, what will the aftermath of what we'll be looking at in terms of the property.
Trevor, you would not believe the look that Tina just gave me when you said that the water was swashing or sloshing in the toilet. Whereas me, as a Cape Bretoner, it's like, yeah, that's normal. I've seen that many times. When the water starts going, that means stay inside and get a board game.
Oh my gosh.
Very good. Well, it's great being with you together again today, and everybody, please be safe.
Yes, most definitely. Good to hear your voice, Trevor. Thanks a lot. That is Trevor Adams. He's in Fox Harbour, Nova Scotia.
A former student of yours.
Former student of mine. We were doing the math 25 years ago.
Wow, we were just
teaching,
babies.
I know. I was teaching at a journalism school, and he did
so
the 1 year program.
you were teaching when you were 10? Is that
yeah,
what
essentially.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He was a good student too. I'm glad that we got to talk to him. Nice
Very
to
keen,
get back in touch.
Yeah. And us weather people, we always keep track of one another, and
of course.
And when there's always a storm, we're always talking amongst one another again and reconnecting over things like this, because meteorologically this is a pretty impressive storm. It's breaking records. We already know it's the lowest pressure ever recorded on land in Canada.
Wow.
That's number one. So that just tells you the strength of the storm. All around where the remnants of the eye wall is, and that's basically centered over eastern PEI, northern Nova Scotia, and parts of Inverness County. You can still kind of make the rotation out in the radar views, but you can see the strongest of winds are still occurring near that wall that's left over. Still wind gusts over 120 kilometer per hour in Sydney, same as the North Shore, right around where Trevor is.
Yeah, well, and as you've been saying all morning, we're not done yet.
No.
We're not done yet. Kathy in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, has seen a storm or two. She joins us on the line. Hello, Kathy.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you? Are you safe?
I'm safe. I've been up all night. There's just too much noise from the wind to allow me to sleep. And I live in a seniors apartment complex, 96 apartments. It's 47 years old. Quite secure, good sound building, but beautiful grounds with beautiful trees that are just being literally shattered.
Wow. How high?
In the backyard.
Oh, sorry. How high off the ground are you? How are you? A few
I'm
floors
just on
up?
the second floor.
Okay, and you're still.
There's only 2 floors here. Yeah, so I feel quite safe. But I did take a run down the hall in sock feet and down the back stairs, and there was a window blown in. I guess it was left open, so I managed to get it back in place and get my feet wet, and see a few more trees that were down. It's just. I mean, I survived Hurricane Juan, even though I woke up at 2 a.m. and didn't go back to sleep until 6 a.m.
Oh, man.
But I survived it. And of course, for surviving this. But I've never watched the storm before. I've been watching this all night.
That's the interesting part. I'm finding a lot of people are saying that they've just seen it from point A and are watching it go to point Z now. Are you in a position... Are you knocking on neighbors' doors to make sure everyone's okay? Is somebody doing that?
No, nobody has. And I did tell my neighbor across the hall, I said, Terry, if you're scared of the storm, come on over. And she said, you too. But no, I think we've all kind of stayed in our own place. It's quite secure, all the doors are inside, so it's not like a motel where the doors are outside.
Yeah.
But I've been sitting mostly in at the window in my bedroom and in front of my laptop, which I can't use. And I've been watching this storm off and on all night. And I have a little radio, battery lamp, and flashlights. And I'll tell you something else I've learned over the years of power outages in PEI. I like my tea in the morning. So I put a couple of candles at the bottom of the oven and a pot of water with a tea bag in it and put it in there to heat up.
How long does it take?
Oh, more than an hour.
But it's worth it.
It sure is. Yeah, I've done that over the years because I just have to have my tea in the morning.
I am with you because I'm standing here in studio looking for someone that's not busy, which is impossible to find, because I need a coffee.
Of course.
I'm with you. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear you're in good spirits, Kathy. I'm glad you're taking care of yourself.
I am taking care of myself, and I probably will go and start knocking on doors after I get a little more of this lukewarm tea in me.
Very good. Take care. Thanks for calling us.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Kathy. You're listening to a special post-tropical storm Fiona coverage show here on CBC Radio 1. I'm Bill Roach. We're with you all morning. Portia Clark will join you in this seat at 11 this morning. Until then, we've got Tina Simpkins in the studio with us, our meteorologist. We've got Wendy Bergfeld in Cape Breton, and Mitch Cormier is in PEI, keeping an eye on the situation there. We'll check back in with all of them, and we'll hear from you as well. If you've got a story to tell, 1-800-565-1940. We'll step aside now for a moment. Blair Sanderson is in the studio, and he's got the news.
Good morning, I'm Blair Sanderson. Here is the latest on post-tropical storm Fiona. The storm is breaking records. The Canadian Hurricane Centre says it's the lowest pressure system ever to make landfall in Canada. And with that comes a lot of damage. Winds reached incredible speeds, with the highest wind gust recorded so far in Airsag, Nova Scotia, clocking in at 179 kilometers an hour. There are potentially record-breaking power outages as well. In Nova Scotia, there are now 410,000 homes and businesses without electricity. During Hurricane Dorian in 2019, that number was around 406,000, so it appears we are higher this time. On PEI,
the vast majority of Prince Edward Island is currently without power.
That is Kim Griffin, a spokesperson for Maritime Electric in PEI, and you heard that right, most homes and businesses are without electricity. And so the question for many is, how long will they be out of power? Griffin says restoration might not even begin for a little while yet.
Right now, we are waiting until Fiona passes us, depending on the winds and the duration of the storm. That could be mid-afternoon. We've been spending a lot of time over the last couple of days warning our customers and making sure that they knew that this was a very serious event to hit our island. So right at this point, right now, we are all just waiting till Fiona leaves us.
It is a similar story in Nova Scotia, where crews have been brought in from outside the province to help with the monumental task of getting the power back on. But crew safety takes priority, meaning it will be slow going until the wind dies down. In New Brunswick, wind gusts up to 100 kilometers an hour have left more than 45,000 homes and businesses without power this morning. A spokesperson for NB Power says the first outages were reported at around midnight. As expected, the primary cause is trees coming into contact with power lines. NB Power crews have been able to make some repairs already and will continue to dispatch their crews as the weather improves. The bulk of the power outages are in Moncton and in the southeast. More than 14,000 customers are out also in the Shediac area. 14,000 in Moncton and about 4,500 in the Sackville-Port Elgin area. But New Brunswick not hit quite as hard as Nova Scotia and PEI, and as you just heard, some restoration is underway already in the province. And just a moment ago, word from Cape Breton. The regional municipality has declared a state of emergency because of widespread damage due mostly to power outages, road closures. CBC's Tom Ayers managed to get out a little bit this morning. He files this report.
I saw lots of trees down around the hospital. Several of the main roads into downtown Sydney are blocked by debris, including green compost bins and garbage cans, as well as larger branches and tree trunks. In some areas, orange traffic cones have been set up to warn drivers of road closures. If you're coming into downtown Sydney, don't take Kings Road or Alexandra Street. Use George Street instead. There are downed trees there, but the road is still open for now. To get downtown, I had to go through Membertou First Nation, which still had power. Unfortunately, the CBC Sydney station does not have electricity right now. Tom Ayers, CBC News, Sydney.
Despite not having power at the station in Sydney, Tom Ayers able to file that report from his cell phone. And finally, we'll go back to PEI. Many people stayed up through the night, not able to sleep because of the howling winds and concern about their property and loved ones. Vicky lives in Mill Cove, PEI.
It's pretty scary. I've been up since 1 o'clock. I've been hearing cracks, and I'm surrounded by big spruce trees, 40 or 50 feet. I know they're cracking and they're falling.
I have felt my house, something hit my house 4 or 5 times in the last several hours.
Getting to and from PEI is impossible right now. The Confederation Bridge is closed to all traffic because of the high winds. The Canso Causeway is closed to high-sided vehicles. That means transport trucks, among other vehicles. And both harbor bridges in Halifax also closed right now. So not easy to get around. It's advised stay home until it's safer.
I cannot remember another time that both bridges were closed. It must have been another storm, Dorian, maybe.
Also, too, that they closed the McKay quite early last night, around 9 o'clock, and apparently they won't open it until they're able to give it a little bit of an inspection first. So it's expected that the McDonald will open before the McKay when the winds eventually do die down.
Right. Safety first. Thank you, Blair.
You're welcome.
Blair Sanderson with us all morning here on CBC Radio 1, maybe all afternoon, maybe all evening. We'll see how the day goes. I'm Bill Roach. You are tuned in to CBC Radio 1. This is our special post-tropical storm Fiona coverage, and Tina Simpkins is in here with me, our meteorologist. Hello again.
Hello. I think Blair just ran out of here.
He's going to look for a coffee machine that's working.
That works?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I wanted to hit it too, and it's...
I found a coconut water, but it's not doing the same.
It's not doing the same. I have a little lemonade. I'll bring it in for you. It's actually really good. It's effervescence.
There you go.
So it'll keep you going a little bit until, we can get our coffee fix at some point today.
So we are 8 minutes since we last spoke with you, Tina.
Yeah, and we're still seeing really high wind gusts, and they're occurring in eastern PEI, Caribou Point, 126 kilometer per hour, Hart Island, which is pretty much the spot earlier today where it looked like the first part of the eye wall was making its way on shore. And that happened, just after 3 a.m. So now still seeing wind gusts of 115 kilometers per hour. Sydney, you were talking to them and Wendy earlier and talking about the local state of emergency.
And I will say, actually, Tina, that we are about to talk with Christina Lamy, who is the Communications and Information Officer with CBRM. So we'll get a little more information about that state of emergency.
Excellent. And the wind gusts are still not cooperating with the town. Still 133 kilometer per hour wind gusts. And those winds are right now coming south in Sydney, but Grandetang through Inverness and Victoria County, the winds are more easterly. So that just gives you an idea of the remnants and the circulation of Fiona. So basically it's the center, if you can put a center on it, it's located basically, just to the west of Cabot Strait and slowly starting to push off towards the north and east into the Gulf of St. Lawrence. But the transition, and as it slowly moves, the highest of winds are still closest to that center of the circulation, and there's still a lot of rain coming down, especially eastern parts of mainland Nova Scotia through to Cape Breton.
I can report in Halifax the rain has stopped for now.
Yeah, for now.
We don't have a parking lot at the CBC anymore. We do have a new swimming pool.
Oh, is that right?
There. It is well over ankle depth in our parking lot, but that's the only kind of standing water that I see in our part of town.
Right. Well, we're going to see lots of images coming in, and hopefully the water will drain off fairly quickly.
Fingers crossed. Thank you, Tina.
Okay.
Tina Simpkins with us all morning here on Radio 1 as we cover the storm that is making its way across the maritime provinces. Christina Lamy is on the line. Christina is Communications and Information Officer with CBRM. Hello, Christina.
Hello.
So we heard from our colleague Wendy Bergfeld a few moments ago about the state of emergency that has been called in CBRM. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yes, Council has declared a local state of emergency. The key message we want for residents is to continue to shelter in place if your shelter is safe. Do not venture out onto the roads. There are lots of power lines down and trees down. The roadways are a hazard at this time. First responders are responding to many calls around the municipality, a lot of structural failures of homes and whatnot. The emergency shelter that is open at Center 200 has several families in it now that have been impacted by the storm.
Right. You say stay off the roads. From what I'm hearing, most of the major roads are closed at the moment.
Yes. So the important message for people is to not venture out in this and not...
Oh, did we lose? Are you still there? Oh, there you are. So your phone's clicking in and out here, Christina.
I bet it is.
Yes.
One of the challenges we have is that we will be later on opening some comfort centers around the municipality, but only after the roads are cleared and people are able to travel to them safely.
Right. I would imagine in in the days leading up to this, you were thinking very heavily about the floods in 2016. How does this compare to what happened back then?
Well, again, we're seeing a lot of people whose housing has failed in the face of the storm. That's displacing families. The number one thing we want to do is to make sure our first responders are available to address those situations as they occur. So it's very important to our residents to, if you are in shelter right now and your shelter is safe, to stay there.
Very good. Christina, I feel like we'll speak again later this morning. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Take care. Okay, bye-bye. 1-800-565-1940. If you're a regular listener to Saturday mornings on CBC Radio 1, you know that number by heart already. That's the number to get you into the studio here. We would love to hear from you. We've been hearing from listeners all around the Maritimes, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia mainland, as well as Cape Breton. If you have a story to tell now that the sun is up, we can see across the road. We can see the trees bending, but there's not rain at the moment. We'd like to know what's happening outside of your window. 1-800-565-1940. Andrea Heyer is in Bayside, Nova Scotia. She's on the line now. Hello, Andrea.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
I'm well. I hear that you are missing part of your house, though.
Yes, we are. Just before 3 a.m. Huge bang. Thought the barbecue was gone. No, went outside. 40-foot long pieces of our metal roof are flying off.
Where were they?
Landing on our deck.
I was about to ask, where did they land?
So they landed on the deck. And one's in the yard right now. We haven't been able to secure that one. So we secured 2 pieces last night, and the other one we couldn't get to. There's another one that looks like it's coming off, and now the water's pouring in the house. So
yeah, well, the metal part is gone. So what's left once the metal part is gone? Are you just kind of you're laying down in bed and looking up at the stars?
No, we have the the board is up there, but of course it's all coming through the joints of it and everything else. I mean, it just ripped it off like a Band-Aid. I mean, it was amazing. It's the way it's bent and everything. It's unbelievable.
You are so chipper.
Well, I've been up since 3. I decided, hey, I'll call my insurance company. I got all that done. Wow. And now we're making some coffee and just, no other major damage, just some siding from our neighbors, and we're all well. So that's the most important part.
Do you have any sense? You've talked to a few people. Do you have any sense? Can you stay in the house while the roof is getting fixed?
Well, we should be able to. I mean, it's sort of isolated to one corner of the house, but we're definitely going to have to get up there and put tarps on and the whole thing because the water. I mean, it's gone through three floors.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, so, I mean, we're talking gyprock has to come down. The whole floor is ripped up. So, I mean, it's going to be an event.
I'm sick to my stomach just listening. Best of luck. I appreciate the call.
Thank
and
you.
I really do appreciate your silver lining outlook that it could have been worse. I mean, this is major damage, but I'm glad that you and yours are safe.
We are, and I hope everyone else is too. And it'll all get fixed.
There you go, Andrea. Thanks for calling.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Dave Kearns is on the line next. Dave is calling us from Antigonish, Nova Scotia, where I hear it's still raining quite hard. Hello, Dave.
How are you?
I'm as well as I can be in the situation, we'll say. How are you?
Lucky. Very lucky. We had a 50 or 60-year-old spruce tree basically uprooted, and it missed the corner of our 110-year-old house by about 2 feet, 3 feet. We've got trees down all over the property. And I'm originally from Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Okay.
And I spend from about mid-August to about mid-October, staying up all night watching CNN, trying to track the hurricanes that come in through the Gulf Coast where my family is. And last night they did the same thing for me. They watched Fiona make its way to landfall.
Were you able to get a hold of family members and stuff? When I got going this morning, my phone was a brick. There was nothing they could do.
We texted throughout the night. I tried to get a hold of Jeff last night. No chance. I must have tried 8-9 times. I could not believe the wind. Yeah. So Arisag is probably 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers north of where we're located, just outside of Antigonish. It's my neighbors were talking last night about roofs coming off at the wharf, off of buildings.
Yeah.
It's going to be a massive cleanup.
It most certainly is. I really appreciate you taking some time and painting that picture for us. Take good care.
No problem.
Thanks,
you
Dave.
You too. Bye now.
Bye-bye. Dave calling from Antigonish, Nova Scotia, where it's still raining quite badly there. Did you pick up anything from what our boots on the ground reporter Dave had to say there, Tina?
Well, Arisag had that wind gust of 179 kilometers per hour, and that was captured by the Cape Breton Mesonet, one of the weather stations there. And that happened at around 3 o'clock this morning. And that's the highest wind gust so far that I have seen. That's not to say there isn't any more higher wind gusts, but that's the one that I've seen so far. A lot of the weather stations weren't reporting because of the Wi-Fi connections and reporting, but they've captured all the elements and they've captured all the weather. So we'll be able to eventually see it all and really take a look at this. But 150 or 79 kilometer per hour winds, that's the same strength as a Category 3 hurricane, which is considered a major storm.
Yeah, I'd say. Tina Simpkins is in the studio with us this morning. I'm Bill Roach. You're listening to our special Fiona storm coverage this morning. We have our colleagues in the field. Wendy Bergfeld is in Cape Breton. We've spoken with her a couple of times this morning, and we've spoken with our friend Mitch Cormier in the Charlottetown CBC building, and he's back now. Hello, Mitch.
Hello, Bill. We're starting to see, of course, as first light comes, the amount of damage here on PEI. A lot of the damage we can't see because it's near the water. It's along, especially the North Shore. And I know Tina has highlighted, just how perilous and how vulnerable that part of PEI is. I will tell you that, and you can hear the wind still on our front deck.
I thought that was Richie bringing. Is that Richie bringing the microphone?
Yeah,
up?
That's our microphone that is sitting on the front deck right now, where we have half a flagpole. I will tell you, just a little while ago, we were on the front deck, myself and Jay Scotland from Team Weather, and we were watching a vehicle, and the vehicle had stopped, and Jay said, well, maybe they're just coming in to say hi. And he was waiting. And Jay said the vehicle was waiting, and I wasn't sure why it wasn't turning into the driveway until a tree came literally up the other lane.
Oh, wow.
Like it was traffic, a piece of tree, a large piece.
It's like a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Well, it is. But, this is the worry now for emergency measures here on PEI. This is the second alert that has been sent out on the alert system in a day. And, Bill, I don't recall us ever using this system.
Really?
Extreme winds across PEI. Shelter inside in a safe location. Stay away from windows and doors. Do not go outside unless absolutely necessary. And contact local authorities for help if necessary. That's the word that government wants to get out here on PEI. We're having a little infrastructure issue here as well with cellular phones and texting and all those things all being affected by this storm.
Here on the mainland of Nova Scotia as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's everywhere, right? And so government is reaching out and saying, look, old-fashioned media, Bill, you and I on the radio and a, 9-volt battery from Radio Shack. Let's talk. Let's make sure we get this out. Now, we were talking earlier about Redhead Harbor and half the wharf being gone.
Yeah.
Want to continue along that North Shore. So if you go east along the North Shore of PEI, up from Redhead Harbor, you'll find North Lake. Sheila Eastman is with the North Lake Harbor Authority. We talked with her a minute ago.
I haven't been down myself. I've been talking to and going back and forth with a couple of guys that were there most of the night, looking after some boats. And it was a pretty woolly ride.
What are you hearing about what's happened?
Probably 90% of the buildings that are up there would have water in them. It's not going to hurt because it's not winter, so it's not going to freeze, but still just makes a mess.
And the buildings that were destroyed, can you tell us what the purpose of those buildings were?
They were gear storage.
And what happened to the gear that was stored inside?
Still there. It just kind of one building came down on top of it, for lack of a better word. The bottom came out of it, and it just kind of collapsed down. And the other one, the end came out of it. So, but yeah. Anyway, no life or limb, so we're good.
How much longer will your folks be staying down there?
There'll be people around there pretty much all day now. Like I said, I'm 12, 13 kilometers away, and 3.5 miles inland from the North Shore. We took a fairly good lick in here last night, but as I look outside, we've got a lot of tree branches down, but nothing tree-wise. But I do know from talking to people around that there are a lot of trees down, so I haven't ventured out yet to see if I can get there or not.
Now, we're hearing about damage to at least one fish plant here on PEI. We're still chasing that story, Bill, trying to find out what's happened there. But, certainly as light is happening now here on PEI, we're starting to see the extent of the damage. But once again, officials, provincial officials, those emergency response officials, police officers, firefighters across the province are saying, just stay home. If you're in a safe spot, stay in that safe spot. Avoid that temptation.
The fish plant that you're speaking of, is that a mussel plant?
I believe David Sansoms was talking about PEI Mussel King. We're just trying to reach out and see what's happened there. That would be a mussel plant that's on that road to Redhead Harbor. So it is exposed. It's a large plant, and it sits there just beyond the dunes in Redhead. So we'll have to check. But as I say, we seem to be having more and more reports of damage of areas, especially along that north shore of PEI. We have no transportation links, of course, to the mainland. The Confederation Bridge is not operating this morning. Northumberland ferries canceled service for the day. In fact, the Surima, the ship that was borrowed from Quebec after a fire on the Holiday Island, is now anchored in Charlottetown. They brought it into a safe harbor, the interior of Charlottetown Harbor. Now, that's a ferry that was borrowed from the Quebec government.
Is that the flat bottom one that they were talking about?
Yeah, but you don't want to lose your damage deposit on that, So they brought it in to make sure it stays safe, because they're not quite sure how it would, be able to withstand what's happening in the Northumberland Strait right now, because it wasn't built for that. So.
Wow. Yeah. Mitch, thanks for this.
All right, appreciate it, Bill. We'll talk again soon.
We will, for sure. Mitch Cormier in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. And it takes a village to put a program on like this. A special thank you to Richie Bulger, who is in the studio with Mitch in Charlottetown this morning. Updated numbers at 7:45, so about 6 minutes ago, as far as power outages go around the Maritimes. Numbers are up slightly for the three maritime provinces and down slightly for Newfoundland and Île-de-la-Madeleine. In PEI, there are 82,140 customers without power right now. In New Brunswick, that number is 45,641. Nova Scotia Power telling us that Nova Scotian customers without power are at the number of 412,052. And then when you do get to Newfoundland, it was 995 earlier in the hour. Now it's down to 614. Hydro-Quebec telling us L'Île-de-Madeleine, there are 918 customers without power. No guess as to when power will be back yet, as we still are in the thick of things. Colleen Jones, the CBC's Colleen Jones, is in the thick of things. She's in Antigonish and on the phone right now. Hello, Colleen.
Good morning, Bill. How are you?
I'm as well as can be expected. Nice. Did you drive in from Halifax? Did you head to Antigonish just this morning?
We stayed overnight in Antigonish.
Oh, good.
And we stayed at the new Micro Hotel on the side of the road there. And this was its first big test for the building. It's just over a year old. And I'll tell you,
apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You are listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You are listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You are listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly.
Good morning. This is CBC Radio on Prince Edward Island, 96.1 FM. I'm Mitch Cormier in the Charlottetown studio. As you can imagine, with what's happening right now in the weather on PEI, we're having a number of technical issues. We have lost our feed from our colleagues at CBC Halifax, that special edition of Weekend Morning that I was participating in, along with my colleagues Wendy Bergfeld, Vanessa Blanche, and of course Bill Roach. We have lost that feed. We want to stay with you, PEI. And so we have made arrangements to be here in the PEI studio for the next short while until we can overcome our technical difficulties, our technical challenges, or not. We'll be staying with you throughout the morning, keeping you updated on what's happening right now as the tail end of Fiona approaches PEI. What we do know is that emergency officials here in the province are asking you not to venture outside, to stay where you are, to stay sheltered, not to go outside. Once again, not only has the Emergency Measures Organization put out that note this morning, the City of Charlottetown has recently updated its situation as well. The City of Charlottetown is advising residents not to proceed to the reception centers until it's safe to do so. We see first light across PEI right now, and you're starting to see trees down. You're seeing power lines down. Power poles are down as well. And what we do know is that until it can be safe to go outside, Maritime Electric will not be sending out repair crews. It could be later today. It could be longer than that, depending on the ferocity of the storm. Right now, there are 82,142 Maritime Electric customers without power. That's just about every customer on Prince Edward Island. We do want to remind you that our phone lines are open, and we're hoping to have our phone lines open and talking with you. Our studio number is 902-629-6461. 902-629-6461. That's our studio number. Richie Bulger, our technician on Island Morning, is here with me today. There's certainly few people you want around when a storm is happening, and Richie is one of those who has been very helpful with us. Rich, can we bring in the microphone that we placed on the front deck early this morning, just to give people an idea of what's happening? Now, you're going to hear a lot of noise out there because we have staff on the front deck, but just take a listen to the wind right now. And we will have Jay Scotland joining us in just a moment. We're lucky that Jay has stuck around after pulling an all-night shift. I do want to continue, though, on the note from the emergency officials in Charlottetown who put out an update about 10 minutes ago. Once again, asking you not to go to reception centers until it's deemed safe to do so, with a further announcement in the coming hours about the location of those reception centers. So the city does anticipate, and because of some of the damage we're seeing, especially from the Charlottetown police this morning, that there will be buildings that will not be habitable. From tonight until possibly Sunday now, the city of Charlottetown is saying stay inside unless it's absolutely necessary. Stay off the roads and expect continuing power outages. Just to let you know, the dispatch center in Charlottetown received over 100 calls overnight regarding downed trees and power lines. Now, there's not much that crews can do right now about down power lines or trees, and that's why you're being asked not to travel. There were 26 calls to Charlottetown's fire department since 9 o'clock last night. Indeed, I encountered our firefighters on the road at about 3 a.m. this morning as those firefighters were responding to various calls. Most of them were for security systems that would be going off, and they would have to check back and make sure that those were not indeed emergencies. So we do have a number of reporters who have been checking in and around the province. They'll be checking in with us shortly. Our phone lines are open at 902-629-6461. Call us. Tell us what the situation is like where you are right now. James Butler is on the phone. Good morning, James.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm doing all right, all things considered.
Where are you calling from?
Downtown Charlottetown. Up near where the bars are.
And what's it like there? I know there, it looked okay when I came in, but there were an awful lot of trees and leaves down.
Yeah, up where I'm at anyway. A lot of tree branches all over the road, a lot of greenery, roofing tiles, bits of vinyl siding all over the place. One of my neighbor's windows has collapsed into the road as well.
And have you ventured outside, James?
Only a few steps. I'm not a fan of walking out when there's debris flying around.
And what was it like for you during the night? Did you get any sleep at all?
Till about 1 a.m.-ish, and then the house started shaking.
How bad was it? What sort of accommodations are you in?
I'm in an apartment down near the Culinary Institute.
And has the apartment building sustained any damage that you're aware of?
Not mine, but my neighbor's vinyl siding has been half stripped off.
Unbelievable.
It's all over the road now.
And have you been in touch with family, friends, loved ones?
Yeah, they sound like they're all good.
Well, that's positive. And you're going to be staying put?
Absolutely. I have not got a death wish.
No, and I think that's a fair warning for just about everybody today. We appreciate you calling us, James. Thank you.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
And that is James calling from Charlottetown. I now understand that our signal is being picked up by CBC Nova Scotia and CBC New Brunswick as well. I'm Mitch Cormier in the Island Morning Studio at CBC Prince Edward Island. We have our studio lines open right now. As Bill was doing, we want to talk to you at 902-629-6461. 902-629-6461. That's the studio number here in Charlottetown. I can assure you that as soon as our technical issues are overcome, we will be handing your shows back to you. We will be going back to Halifax to continue our storm coverage. I want to talk to Linda Arsenault this morning. Linda lives in Howland. Now, Howland is a community just outside of O'Leary. Linda, how are you?
I'm really trying to maintain. I'm about as close to tears as I can get, and I'm one of these people that generally likes the weather. But I'm honestly quite scared. I live in a mobile home, and I haven't slept all night. I thought I was going to end up like Dorothy, airborne, right? And so I'm really worried. I want to turn my heat pump. I want to turn my generator on, but I have to go from the house to the baby barn to do that. So I'm really I'm just scared to do that. I'm kind of hoping that you might be able to tell me when the winds are going to slow down a little bit, maybe that I can do that. I know the power's going to be gone for a while. I understand that, but
yeah, and you know, when you think about generator safety, I mean, even the act of just leaving your home right now can be a dangerous thing. You mentioned you mentioned you live in a mobile home or a mini home. Are you living in a mini home community? Are you surrounded by trees? Are you safe where you are?
No, I'm pretty open. I'm on a hill, but I'm not surrounded by trees.
You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You are listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. Listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You are listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You are listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You are listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You are listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You are listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly.
Residents to shelter in place. This is because of those widespread power outages you were mentioning, roads that have been closed, residents who have been displaced, and quite a bit of structural damage. I can tell you there are downed trees and downed power lines all over the place. We're not just talking about a couple of impassable roads. There are many impassable roads. We keep seeing emergency vehicles go past behind me here. I want you to know that we are just outside of the CBC. We found a bit of a sheltered area here so that we can bring you these details safely. Again, residents are asked to shelter in place, and the municipality says if you cannot shelter, if shelter has already failed, you should call 911.
Kayla, let's talk about some of the special challenges that Cape Breton will face after the storm.
Well, we are already hearing from residents who are talking about some pretty devastating damage, so they will be dealing with cleaning that up. But here on Cape Breton Island, there's also always a particular concern about flooding. You may remember last November there was a pretty significant wind and rainstorm here that washed out sections of that world-famous Cabot Trail, making it impassable and cutting off entire communities. It took months to fix, and just last month there was another washout in the same area. So certainly the infrastructure remains vulnerable, and we'll get a better idea of what's happening there as the day goes on. Also remember, this is an island, and there is only one way on and off this island. The Canso Causeway connects Cape Breton Island to mainland Nova Scotia. It has closed to high-sided vehicles, which happens with some regularity. It does remain open, which is perhaps surprising to some of the residents who live in that very low-lying area. Some of them have already told us their homes are surrounded by water. So certainly just because you can drive it doesn't mean you should. Certainly not safe to do that. Not at this hour anyway, John.
Kayla, thanks for this. Stay safe. Really appreciate it. CBC's Kayla Hounsell in Cape Breton, Nova Scotia. As we've been hearing, the storm right now is battering Atlantic provinces. Of course, that includes Prince Edward Island. It's been described as a sandbar in the middle of the sea. That's where we check in with CBC meteorologist Jay Scotland in Charlottetown. Jay, as I would expect, you spent the night in the newsroom getting ready for this. What's your sense of how bad it is in PEI?
This storm, as advertised, John, is certainly delivering in terms of what those forecast models heading into this event were predicting so consistently. That is destructive wind. That is heavy rain. At the moment, much like Kayla was saying, the rain not that heavy, but the wind still very strong. And we have had very heavy rain. That has saturated the soil around tree roots. And I want to show you what happens when you take very heavy rain followed by extremely gusty winds. We're just going to zoom our camera, or pan our camera over here. And you can see this is just on our CBC property. It's not safe enough for us to really leave the front porch at the moment. A lot of trees down, power lines down, blocking roads and intersections. And you can see a lot of trees down along our property here at our CBC studios. In fact, just behind me, and my apologies if we have to wipe the lens at some point because there is still some rain falling, just not as heavy as it was a short while ago. Our flagpole that you see, the Canadian flag flying in front of many CBC buildings across the country, has snapped. The metal has sheared in half. As we look behind me here, more trees down, and in fact, we have an auto parts store across the street. If we can zoom in right now, that sign is about to go. Carline, look at that, alignment, mufflers, Carline shop. It looks like they've already lost part of their sign, and yeah, there goes part of that sign down the street, crashing dramatically behind me right now. So we are looking at still very strong winds, 100 to 140 kilometer per hour gusts. These strong winds will continue here on PEI through the morning hours. They will only begin to ease through the afternoon. Calmer conditions starting to arrive in the evening, but really for damage assessment, for cleanup, this will be until tomorrow until those things can really start to happen safely here on Prince Edward Island.
That's it exactly, Jay. In terms of what to expect, what is the watchword in all of this?
Right now, you can expect more of the same for the next 4 to 6 hours in terms of the very strong winds. I'm sorry, the sound of that sign about to go is making me a little nervous in behind me. These strong winds will continue. They pulled public service vehicles off the roads last night. Maritime electric crews were pulled off the roads last night. 82,000 of the 86,000 Maritime Electric customers are without power. So do not expect power to be restored until conditions calm down. That will not be until tomorrow as the storm is moving out over the Gulf of St. Lawrence. But that is when conditions will be starting to become their worst for other parts of Atlantic Canada, namely the Port aux Basques region in southwestern Newfoundland, where storm surge and winds into the Port aux Basques area, wreck house winds of 180 kilometers per hour will be possible. Fiona certainly delivering a punch here in Atlantic Canada and here in the Garden of the Gulf, which is now more like a wind tunnel on Prince Edward Island, John.
Jay Scotland, as always, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. CBC's meteorologist Jay Scotland in Charlottetown, PEI. And as we continue to track this storm, it is a post-tropical cyclone. That is the exact definition of it. Started as a hurricane, of course, down in the Caribbean. A cyclone, there it is, a cyclone personified by that circular motion that you are seeing there. That's what makes it a cyclone rather than just a storm. Some startling numbers that we've been having in. The highest wind gust recorded that we've seen so far was where it effectively made landfall on the Canso Peninsula on the east coast of Nova Scotia. 179 kilometers per hour. The barometric pressure, 931 millibars, the lowest ever recorded. We are continuing to watch this. So many people, hundreds of thousands without power throughout the region. Worst hit so far, Nova Scotia, well over 400,000. That out of a total of 520,000 total population. Those are just customers, which could mean many more. Significant proportion of the population of the province of nearly 1 million. This is CBC News Network. Thanks for joining us for continuing coverage here of the storm in Eastern Canada on your weekend. We'll be right back.
Make this the season you realize the farther you go, the better it gets. The season you secured a campsite that didn't require reservations, found a water park that didn't have lines, and realized that even out here, you're never alone. Make this season Jeep season with Canada's best-selling 4x4 SUV brand. Select owners get up to $4,500 in discounts on Grand Cherokee, plus $1,000 toward your monthly payments.
Nearly all men will develop BPH. To reduce the symptoms of BPH, more urologists recommend Super Beta Prostate. Finally, less urges to urinate. Find it at these fine retailers.
Order for Jorge.
Thanks.
Take it easy.
Jorge! It's trivia night!
Can't tonight. Have fun.
Tickets here. Front row tickets, great price.
I'm good, thanks. Nope.
Jorge, hang later? Hey, next time.
Hey, sure you don't want to come?
Sure you don't want to stay?
Buy your next used car online at clutch.ca to get home delivery and a 10-day money-back guarantee.
Powerful images of post-tropical cyclone Fiona battering Atlantic Canada. It's now sweeping across the region, causing widespread damage. Hundreds of thousands of customers are without power. Wind gusts of over 160 kilometers per hour have been reported, as well as rainfall of up to 125 millimeters. Let's go to Halifax now, where we find Brett Ruskin, who's been with us ever since we started an hour early this morning. Brett, thanks so much for being there again. We've been listening to Jay from PEI, Kayla from Cape Breton, now to Halifax. What's the situation where you are?
Yeah, John, mainland Nova Scotia feeling not quite the same extreme effects of this storm as it made landfall earlier today, but as the sun does come up and we have kind of the hazy sky, now we can see some of the trees that are down here in south end of Halifax, and if we come over this way, we can see more examples of trees damaged by the storm laying over top of this baseball back cage there of this diamond. And so this is just one of the many areas that we've been visiting across the city, basically just driving around, seeing a tree down and coming and telling you about it. So this is really again an area where we are seeing impacts, where crews are responding to not only outages but areas that are blocked, that are inaccessible because of trees being down. Again, not as severe here in Halifax as we are seeing elsewhere on Prince Edward Island, Charlottetown, elsewhere on Cape Breton Island, where we do have that localized state of emergency that hasn't been announced. No state of emergency announced for Halifax, at least as of yet, as we speak right now, but it is still a serious situation with still lots of outages, at least here in the city. John?
Well, let's talk about those outages, because we are starting to get numbers on that, Brett, and they are really quite staggering.
staggering indeed, because, population of Nova Scotia, about 1 million people. Number of customers for Nova Scotia Power, a customer being a house, a business, a community center, for example, number of customers, 520,000. So that's the number of people that kind of get Nova Scotia Power across the province. So that's the entire province. So 520,000, 414,000 of them are without power right now. So that's almost, that's a good portion. That's not 95%. That's a good portion of the population without power in Nova Scotia right now. So that's nearly 1 million people without electricity. And that number is going to keep increasing. It's not going to go down, because we are going to see crews not able to, not allowed to, not, authorized for safety purposes to go out and begin fixing and repairing and restoring that electricity until the wind speeds drop consistently below 80 kilometers per hour. So crews have been pre-positioned in various spots across the province, but they're not going to be up in those either ladders or cranes or cherry pickers taking a look at that power infrastructure until the winds begin to subside. John.
Brett, thanks for all this. CBC's Brett Ruskin in Halifax. Prince Edward Island is also getting hit this morning, and the CBC's Katie Nicholson is on the ground in Charlottetown. Katie, you've really been getting buffeted and blown this morning. What's the situation there now?
I have, and so has Martin Trainer, who's kindly holding my phone now because it's been so wild. We've been having all kinds of transmission issues here. Just to show you, the wind just kind of has been coming down this corridor, this street, just unchecked. And bringing with it all kinds of debris. That's why we're wearing helmets out here this morning. When we got out first thing this morning, we had big hunks of metal hit our car. Martin had a narrow miss with a tree when he was getting his camera gear out. He was trying to make it a sort of rainproof. I want to show you this. This gives you a sense of the power of the gusts we've been experiencing here. So when we came to the hotel last night, we're actually going to park over here. Good thing we didn't. You can see all of these trees just knocked down kind of in a line like dominoes. And that's from all of those gusts we've had overnight in the wee hours. Gusts recorded on the island to as much as 150 kilometers an hour. And of course, you'll notice here some localized flooding. Fair bit of rain overnight. We've had a couple of breaks and then it picks up again. And one of the things, of course, we heard yesterday from the province is that we could see record storm surge, particularly on the north coast of the island. And certainly with these wind conditions, that is a big fear here. So, localized flooding here, but we haven't been able to get to the coast yet to see what's happening out there, how much of a storm surge is moving in. So it's been pretty wild here. Now, this should be no surprise. You look at these trees, they're in full leaf still. So when winds like this pick up, it just grabs the tree like a sail and pushes it forward. We are hearing from Charlottetown police. We're about to start heading out ourselves, but there are trees and power lines downed all over the city. Maritime Electric can't even get its crews out. They don't have crews out. Public Works had to pull its crews out earlier this morning just because it is just so dangerous here in the city. Just urging people not to go to those warming centers just yet because it's not safe to leave your home right now in Charlottetown.
Katie, we'll hold it there for now. Thanks so much for this. You and Martin, take care. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks.
CBC's Katie Nicholson in Charlottetown. And a reminder, if you're low on power or data on your device, you can check out cbc.ca/light. Capital L, capital I, capital T, capital E for updates. It's our text-only website that loads quicker and uses less of your data. Now, stay tuned. We'll continue to bring you the latest on Fiona's march across Atlantic Canada right here for you on the weekend on CBC News Network.
I'm here for something bold, beautiful, sometimes messy, but endlessly inspiring.
eHarmony gets to know you better to match you better. eHarmony, here for real love. Start free today. Must be 18 or older.
So life at the home of SiriusXM is always interesting.
Brandon Marshall is about to give you the scoop.
Spill the tea.
How about Brad Paisley? He never takes his hat off, ever.
True.
And Conan's hair isn't naturally red. He washes it with fruit punch.
Wow.
Winners like us, we play to win. To the winner, go to sports. That's a win. A curated collection of facilities you love. That's a win. All in one place. That's a win.
The only way to get live Premier League matches is with Fubo TV. Watch every club, derby, and finish live on all your devices. Start watching at FuboTV.com.
Hello, I'm John Northcott. You're watching CBC News Network. The powerful remnants of Hurricane Fiona are hammering Atlantic Canada. The system made landfall just a few hours ago on the eastern coast of Nova Scotia. Since then, we have downed power lines, uprooted trees, and destroyed homes. Right now, roughly 500,000 customers, and of course, when we say customers, we mean a lot more people than that, are in the dark. Have a look at this. Our CBC cameras in Charlottetown captured some of the storm's immediate aftermath, a literal river of water flowing down the road. Looking at video from Port aux Basques, Newfoundland, floodwaters submerging a building there. All 4 Atlantic provinces and eastern Quebec reported either damage or power outages. We are back now here at CBC News Network, where we have continuing coverage of what is now post-tropical cyclone Fiona as it hits eastern Canada. We also want to welcome Canadians who are Canadians who are want to welcome 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 Canadians who are want to welcome. We have reporters throughout the region bringing us updates. We are following all the updates from officials as well. There's a couple of local updates that we want to pass along to people in the area. Again, keeping in mind, especially because without radio, we are your source throughout this disaster as it takes place across Atlantic Canada. A couple of notes we want to pass along. This from Antigonish. Lots of trees, few power lines down. Biggest concern is in the neighbor of Indian Gardens. The fire department there, we understand, is going door to door asking people to voluntarily evacuate. The fire chief pointing out the biggest concern could be at 10 o'clock, and again, that is 10 o'clock local time, whether the river rises over the berm. It's an area that has flooded before. They're asking residents to go to a warming station at the fire hall. So all of this now, as we are watching, that is in Antigonish, as we're watching that take place. Cape Breton. It was predicted to be in a position to be hit hard by the storm. We understand that it is being hit hard. This from the regional municipality there. The municipality mayor and council have declared a state of local emergency amid widespread power outage, road closures, displaced residents, and structural damage as hurricane, now we say post-tropical storm Fiona, they're still referencing it there, as a hurricane impacts the region. Residents are being asked to shelter in place, and this from every official, even before the storm hit. They couldn't repeat it enough, so we'll repeat it for them again. In terms of don't go out to take pictures. Don't go out to try and surf. In fact, if relatives are in an isolated position, try to stay where you are for now at least, despite whatever worries and concerns you might have. We understand the power is down to most of Nova Scotia at this point. So if you're hearing us, hopefully you have a generator, hopefully you have batteries, hopefully you have a wind-up mechanism to be able to hear us in all of this. But a situation there where for emergency services, they can't emphasize this enough. If you leave your home, and that would arguably include checking on pets and livestock, hopefully they'll be okay, but it's better than losing your own life or affecting the life of an emergency worker who might have to be called out to get where you are. We understand in many areas emergency services are only responding to life-threatening. They don't want to do this, but this is the situation that they are faced with under these circumstances. So a situation being, and we had one official report to us in the Halifax area, that one rescue crew had to work its way around, deal with, cut, saw, remove, drag out of the way some 40 trees to get to a single emergency call. So that's the sort of condition that is being faced there out on the roads and thoroughfares of many areas of Atlantic Canada. Specifically, as I say, Halifax hit hard early this morning, making landfall on that. I shouldn't say Halifax, but Halifax has been hit hard, but the landfall occurring on the Canso Peninsula, northeast of Halifax there. But again, it's not just where the center of the storm hits. It's, as you can see there, that swirling, that cyclonic swirling that we're seeing there, causing a lot of rain to the point where we're getting reports of 125 millimeters already on the ground in parts of Nova Scotia, predictions of up to 200, and for the meteorologists in the crowd, recording of a pressure lowest ever recorded in terms of the years that they've been keeping track of these, 931 millibars in all of this. So looking at the power off situation, and this, of course, is key, and this is a long-term prospect in terms of getting customers back up and running, simply because many roads are impassable. Crews, of course, should not be expected to go out in situations where there might be personal danger involved. We have power lines that are down, and of course, they in and of themselves can present a danger. With the hundreds of thousands of customers across Atlantic Canada dealing without power this morning, CBC's Natalie Collette is in the newsroom getting the latest on that. Natalie, the numbers, they bob and weave a bit. They go up and down in terms of the recovery process that's underway, but let's talk about the global view when it comes to the power outage situation in Atlantic Canada.
Well, John, we know that more than 80% of Nova Scotia at this time is without power, and that is 80% of the customers with Nova Scotia Power do not have electricity right now. And in fact, in all of Atlantic Canada, the radio, our CBC radio, is down. So as you mentioned, John, welcome to all our radio listeners who are now listening to our CBC News Network program on their radios as we try and get them the information they need to know. What we do know is that more than 414,000 customers in Nova Scotia right now are experiencing power outages. That number ticking up throughout the morning. As we've been saying, a local state emergency for Cape Breton, the regional municipality, John, as you mentioned, has been issued with officials suggesting people shelter in place. And now this is the big one. They said to call 911 if your shelter has failed, and they will evacuate you and get you to somewhere safe. Meanwhile, in Antigonish, our reporter there, Colleen Jones, on the ground telling us, along with down trees and power lines, as you mentioned, John, the neighborhood of Indian Gardens, the fire department there now going door to door, asking people to voluntarily evacuate, because we know, John, the outage that we are seeing right across Atlantic Canada, for many people, that is expected to take a while to fix. That is because crews cannot go out if the winds are more than 80 kilometers an hour, which they are in many places. So it's going to take a while, and it's not expected for some of those winds to die down anytime soon. Although Nova Scotia, not the only place affected. We know that in PEI, the power company there, telling us some 82,000 customers are without power there. And when, again, we say customers, that's households, that's buildings, that's businesses, those count as one of that 82,000. So the actual number of people affected far greater than that. We also know that the number of people affected right now is a lot higher in New Brunswick, where New Brunswick Power there is reporting more than 51,000 customers affected. And in Quebec, also seeing the impact of this. In Quebec, the Gaspé, Ile-de-Madeleine area, more than 4,000 customers there without power at this time. And as those strong winds continue, officials say, John, to stay safe, and that is what they are planning to do.
Let's talk about best advice, because in many locations, shelter-in-place orders specifically are in effect. But really throughout this, Natalie, officials have been warning and instructing and strongly suggesting, let's face it, in some cases ordering people not to leave their homes. What else can people do to stay safe?
That's right. And to avoid the sea, for people joining us on radio in Atlantic Canada, welcome. What we are showing on our screens now on CBC News Network is some video from Port aux Basques, Newfoundland, that kind of shows a destructive power of storms like this. The water, you can see, has ripped away some buildings right into the bay there. The beach, it's gone, and water right up to the back of people's homes. Not a surprising thing, considering how damaging these storms and these winds can be, but it does give us an idea of what is going on in several places in Atlantic Canada. We know that other issues that people are having require them to stay inside. Officials saying do not go in the water. There are large swells. They can create life-threatening surf and rip currents. So they're asking people to stay away, and are asking people to secure any unsecured objects, because we know that that is some of the damage that can really cause quite a bit of substantial damage. So make sure things like bicycles, potted plants, those kind of things are brought inside. We have reports already from Nova Scotia in North Sydney of a woman whose roof, John, was blown away. And in Charlottetown, the police there have issued some pictures kind of giving you an idea of the devastation. There you can see the road there. That was a road, looks like a river right now. Also being float away. Those are not, however, from Charlottetown. Those, I believe, are from Port aux Basques, Newfoundland. But very similar scenes we are seeing right across Atlantic Canada. Police tweeting pictures of, there's one from Charlottetown, of that tree going into a roof. You can see there on the right-hand side of the screen, a gas station pump has been flattened. Right there, you're seeing power lines in the middle of a road, multiple power lines. And this is a big thing, John, for anyone listening at home and anyone who is watching, trying to conserve perhaps some battery, your data. CBC has a special website that you can go to called cbc.ca/light, L-I-T-E. It will have updated information there, and it will update quickly, and it will use less data. Again, if you're trying to sort of shore up and reserve what power and what battery supply you have.
Natalie, just picking up on what you were saying there in terms of those who might choose to go near the water as amateur storm chasers, trying to get pictures, etc. And the surfing thing is really worth pointing out about that, because surfers live for the big wave, and it's a tough message to get through, but I can tell you, I was caught in post-typhoon waters once, and I literally almost got ripped in half. When you talk about those currents, in the length of a human, a 6-foot length of a human, you can literally have one current on your head and another current on your feet, and you are twisted like a piece of paper out there. And it is really something that people don't take it as seriously as perhaps they should, because of the mythology and the built-in danger aspects of surfing to begin with. But that is one of those things where that people don't realize that within a short span of water, there can be incredibly powerful currents that could literally rip you apart. So again, don't even think about it. Don't go, and don't, of course, we're talking about storm surge possibility. We're talking about wave heights as well, in some extent extremely high. And the idea of a wave coming up that if you literally turn your back on the sea, it can be a rogue wave. We've heard that term before. So all of that, just to carve that out. A little bit of word to the wise there when it comes to those who would want to surf. Reminder that we're inviting and welcoming Canadians from Atlantic Canada who may wake up on their weekend, their ritual, turn on their radio. You won't be hearing that this morning. You're hearing us, CBC News Network. I'm John Northcott with Natalie Collada here from our newsroom in Toronto. But Natalie, you covered Hurricane Igor 12 years ago, and it, of course, a destructive storm to hit one of the most, to hit Newfoundland. Any lessons that you were able to take away from that storm?
Well, you know, John, I think people watching, particularly and listening in Newfoundland and Labrador, will remember that storm in particular. It was devastating. That we really saw the impact that the water can have and that the wind can have, and it's some of what we're seeing right now. Massive craters of roadways in and out of communities were completely washed away. Even just walking down the street, you could get blown over very easily with those very strong winds. So that's part of why, John, we're seeing lessons. We're seeing officials now, not just in Newfoundland and Labrador, but really all across Atlantic Canada, say, stay inside. Don't go near the water. Don't make sure any unsecured objects are tied down, because it can have a big impact. As we said in North Sydney, one woman reporting her roof has already been blown off. So we are also, John, heading in to the peak of this storm in mid-morning. We're almost there right now, so we'll be watching what happens. And then, of course, the cleanup effort, which will be long, it will be arduous, it will be most likely very expensive, as it was in Hurricane Igor. And, of course, very shocking for many people who will have to look at their properties, who may not recognize them this morning as they look outside their window. And of course, shelter in place if you can. If you cannot, in some areas we are hearing, please call 911 and they will get you out. And that particularly is in that one area in specific in Cape Breton. That is what officials there are saying. So lots to watch for, lots of lessons. People, you know, in Atlantic Canada are used to this kind of weather. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen too often, but it's not unheard of. So they're, I'm sure, prepared. They're buckling down, a hardy folk, as we know. But at the same time, it's scary. So officials saying take precautions and be careful out there, John.
Thanks for this, Natalie. CBC's Natalie Collada in Toronto. This is CBC News Network with continuing coverage of the situation in Atlantic Canada, where we are watching and getting the latest information for you. And we should add, welcome to our listeners on radio here, because this is how you're going to receive your news for the next little while. Atlantic Canada listeners now are also being joined by us here on CBC News Network. And again, a couple of updates to pass along to you. We can tell you that post-tropical cyclone Fiona, this is the latest advisory. The center of Fiona is now over the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Hurricane-force winds, surge, and heavy rains continue across portions of Atlantic Canada. There are a number of watches to tell you about. A hurricane warning is in effect for Nova Scotia, parts of Nova Scotia, certainly, but really most of the province. Prince Edward Island, Ile de Madeline. A tropical storm warning is in effect for St. Andrews, New Brunswick. West of I should say Sheldrake, Quebec, to north of Parsons Pond, Newfoundland. Francois to St. Lawrence, Newfoundland as well. A tropical storm watch is in effect for north of Boat Harbor, Newfoundland to West Bay, Labrador. So all of these coming in. A couple of local warnings and advisories we could tell you about. For Cape Breton, the regional municipality there, they have declared a state of local emergency, widespread power outage, road closures, displaced residents, and structural damage. Again, as Fiona impacts the region. They say, and we're watching for this, additional, and again, this is from the CBRM, the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, additional comfort centres around the municipality will be posted shortly. Comfort centres are opening when local travel is declared safe by officials. It's currently not safe to travel. Down power lines and trees, a significant hazard. Please remain sheltered. And again, officials saying that, please remain sheltered over and over again as we continue to watch the situation. The storm made landfall northeastern Nova Scotia early this morning. If our Brett Ruskin is standing by, Brett. Yes, sir. On the job. What's the latest from where you are, sir?
So this is the latest, John, because we're just trying to plan out how we're going to show you this scene here. Because, John, you and I were talking, if folks are just tuning in on the radio or just tuning in on television, you and I were chatting earlier about an hour or so ago, and this tree, or what's left of the tree behind me here, was quite long. So I'm standing here on Cogswell Street in Halifax. This is a main thoroughfare to get between downtown and Halifax. This tree that I'm standing beside here, and for folks listening in, it's right now all it is a pile of huge logs, and I can tell you that there's a big old root structure that has been hauled up but has now been pushed down, because just moments ago there was a team, there was a front end loader, there was a huge wood chipper, there were folks in full coveralls, they had helmets, steel-toed boots. It was really exciting, trust me. And it sounded really good for radio as well. I can tell you as well, this tree, 39 years old. How do you know? You count the rings. And the smell as well. This is so fresh cut. I wish I knew what kind of tree it was. Wish I was better at this. But no, it is interesting because this smell is something that you smell throughout the city right now, because there's so many downed trees. As I take a look at this tree that has been recently cut by this team of folks with chainsaws from the city to try to open up, as I mentioned, this thoroughfare, this important connection between downtown Halifax and the rest of the city here with this, again, 39-year-old tree. So that's just one example of not only the type of damage, the type of uprooting that we've seen from various trees all across this part of the city here, not as severe or as serious of conditions as we're seeing elsewhere. There's no regional state of emergency or localized state of emergency here. So as you heard, you had folks driving by honking. But people are still, advised to just be cautious because there are so many trees down and still lots of wind in the area. And so trees are still and branches are still falling down, because as we drive around, we can see that things change every time we kind of go through different areas. So still lots to talk about here, even in central Halifax, which is quite a distance from the track of the storm as it passed. John.
Well, that's the absolute important fact in so much of this, Brett, when we talk about where the center of it is. And again, the latest from officials here from this is actually not only tracked by Canadian officials, but American officials as well. And the Hurricane Center, the National Hurricane Center in Miami, Florida, is reporting that the center of Fiona is now over the Gulf of St. Lawrence, but bringing those hurricane force winds, surge, heavy rains continuing, and all of that. And the idea where whatever the center is doesn't necessarily mean that is the strongest, and some of the outer areas can be extremely strong in all of this. The trees getting knocked over with the leaves on, not only do they block roads, they bring down power lines as well. What are you hearing in terms of the numbers? They're vast for those throughout the region and where you are in Nova Scotia who are without power right now.
They're vast indeed, and I want to get to the numbers in a second. Just cliffhanger on the numbers. It's a lot of people without power. But you mentioned the American officials covering this storm yesterday. This is just a quick little anecdote. Yesterday, we were all on one of these many briefings that were where reporters get to ask questions to the Canadian Hurricane Center, and there were some American media outlets there as well. It was great to have the American media outlets ask about the height of storm surges as they were arriving, and they asked for the height in meters, not feet. It's nice to be, a nice, polite, use the local measurements here. So you mentioned the speaking of measurements, how many people don't have electricity? Well, in Nova Scotia, there's about 420,000 customers. That is, a customer could be a house, could be a business, could be a community center or rec center or church. That is what is considered a customer. So there's 1 million people who live in Nova Scotia, but 520,000 customers. Of that 520,000, we're looking at more than 417,000 without electricity. So this is a substantial outage, to be sure, and one that isn't going to be repaired very quickly. I mean, we're talking about how quickly the crews a little while ago took care of this tree behind me right here that I'm standing next to, or I guess the logs that I'm standing next to here if you're just listening on radio in the middle of Halifax right now. They worked very quickly. They were out here. They rushed off to another spot to try to take care of another tree, to open up another roadway. However, for the other teams of people, the folks from Nova Scotia Power, who would have to reconnect and go up high up in those cranes, in those cherry pickers. With wind like this, they're not going up yet. The policy for Nova Scotia Power is to wait until the winds subside, the winds decrease to 80 kilometers an hour or lower. It's feeling like we're not quite there yet. And so I'm not sure if you can hear the wind on radio, but it is a windy, kind of pushing you around a little bit, and not, nothing that's going to certainly make it difficult to stand upright or anything like that. But certainly you wouldn't want to be up high in any kind of an elevated crane cherry picker type device. So the policy for Nova Scotia Power, they're not heading up to begin the process of looking at issues, looking at lines, repairing lines, and restoring power until that wind speed drops. So the number of outages is only going up. That number that we're seeing is going to continue increasing. It's not going to come down because there's no restoration efforts happening yet, as far as we know yet. There may be some calm areas where crews are able to make some restorations in certain spots, because Nova Scotia Power did proactively pre-place people and teams in different spots across the province, knowing, hey, listen, we have a big storm coming. Let's put folks where we think there could be damage, where we think we might need them in the aftermath of the storm, or, in the latter parts of the storm, which we're in now. So folks are there to restore power. It's just a matter of waiting for the wind to subside and to die down. And there's lots of impacts and of this storm. And John, if you want to, if we have time, can we take a walk? Is that okay with you for a second? Do you want to walk with me if we could?
Absolutely fine. Yes.
Okay, so just strolling through Halifax. Keep in mind, as I mentioned before, there's no localized state of emergency here in Halifax, like there is in various parts of Prince Edward Island, Charlottetown, I believe, certainly Cape Breton Regional Municipality. And so this is why we're able to walk around outside, whereas elsewhere in those other spots, officials, you can see the wind picking up quite a bit. Elsewhere, it is, and folks are even going out for a run. Good morning. How you doing?
How are you?
Good. Out for a run, braving the wind?
Yeah, great morning for a run.
You didn't cancel it? You didn't wait until your Sunday run? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Sorry, we're live on TV, by the way.
Oh, hello.
On CBC News. How was the storm for you?
Oh, it was okay. I slept through most of it. I live right downtown, and I don't even think we lost power.
So it wasn't too bad here. Yeah, just here in Halifax.
Well, it was strong winds. I could feel the house shaking, but for me, it wasn't that bad. I can't speak for anybody else.
You're hardly out of breath after running. You were going pretty good clip there.
Oh, thank you. I don't know. Just a nice morning.
And so you've been around town a little bit. What have you seen? Have you seen kind of down trees? For folks who haven't been out jogging, what have you seen out there?
Yeah, lots of trees down, lots of branches down. I ran by the water. There wasn't much going on there. It didn't look too bad. So, yeah, nothing crazy. All the cranes are still up. That's good.
We're going to talk about that in a moment, too. So, hey, thanks for stopping on your run. I appreciate it. What was your name? Sorry.
I'm Ben.
Thanks so much, Ben. Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good run. See you. Yeah, there you go. Fist bump. There we go. Isn't that, a indication of just, we're never going to get the handshake fist bump thing right for years to come now. So thanks to Ben going for a run, giving us the scoop down by the waterfront. So, I mean, it should be noted that there are very different experiences here in Halifax. I can agree with Ben that it is. There are trees down. There are trees uprooted. There is still wind. There is still rain. It's still a storm here in Halifax. But elsewhere, there are severe issues. There is damage. There are homes and buildings that are damaged. There is lots of serious situations happening Cape Breton Regional Municipality as well as on Prince Edward Island. So really, if you're listening, it really depends where you are. And it could be very different circumstances and experiences depending on where you are. So nice of him to stop on a run as well. Speaking of moving around, going for that walk, John, because I want to take you to this intersection here. This is called the Willow Tree intersection, kind of a nickname for this intersection of 5 roadways. And typically, when there is electricity, it's a disaster to begin with. Without electricity, when it's a 4-way stop, which is actually a 5-way stop, good morning, which is actually a 5-way stop, it is tricky. So when you don't stop at a light that is out, it is dangerous. We've seen honking cars. We've seen cars not stopping at this intersection. Keep in mind, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different entries and exits to this intersection with no traffic lights throughout. So if you're just listening on radio, there are cars that are at the very least coming to a rolling stop. We've seen lots of folks blast right through this intersection. So it's not just a matter of having the annoyance, having the problems and the issues with power outages happening at home or at businesses. It's even out on the roadways here with cars trying to figure out how to navigate major intersections like the one you see right here without the typical, lights that you would see, and having people roll right through. It's tricky. We've approached intersections driving around, especially in the dark this morning, because we've been out for a number of hours, where you come to a stop, you look both ways, you think things are okay, and then full speed cars go through. It is tricky out there. So in the areas where people have been told to stay home, the shelter in place recommendations, so places like CBRM, Cape Breton Regional Municipality, as well as Prince Edward Island, in certain parts of Prince Edward Island, sheltering in place, obviously a good idea to abide by that regulation and that recommendation. If you are out and about, though, remember that if you come to an intersection, just treat everything like a four-way stop. When the traffic lights are out, like this one, there's no left turns there typically. When the traffic lights are out like this one, they are a four-way stop. In this case, a five-way stop. So, John, I'm not sure if that's too localized of information, but that's what we're dealing with here in this specific part of Halifax.
Absolutely, Brett. The key to this story, and for people to understand that there are local challenges, there are local dangers, and there are specific situations happening all over Atlantic Canada as a result of this storm. So you've pointed to several with the tree down and the traffic difficulties there. Great stuff, Brett. We'll get back to you as soon as we can. Thank you so much. CBC's Brett Ruskin in Halifax.
Thank you.
Bringing you the latest as they come in terms of advisories. Here's a marine weather statement for Newfoundland. Now, this is issued by Environment Canada just out a couple of moments ago. Post-tropical storm Fiona, as they're calling it, will approach the region from the south, moving over Gulf waters later today. Generally, gale to storm force winds can be expected over most waters, with hurricane force winds over extreme southwestern waters as post-tropical storm Fiona approaches. Winds will become southwesterly and diminish over the waters on Sunday. Marine interests, and this is something to keep in mind, if for whatever reason you are still out on the water, marine interests are advised that hurricane force wind warnings are in effect for Gulf Port-au-Port, southeastern half of the southwest coast. Storm warnings in effect for northeast Gulf and south coast. Gale warnings in effect for all remaining waters except Funk Island Bank, northern Grand Banks and southeastern Grand Banks. Marine interests advise that high water level warnings are in effect for Gulf Port to Port, southeastern coast and south coast as well. We'll continue to bring you all of these warnings and watches. Local states of emergency being declared in a number of places as well. People again being advised to stay in their homes. However, there are shelters open in a number of areas. So as soon as it is safe to travel, we're going to hear from authorities there as well. A reminder that you are listening and watching to CBC News Network. We are, as part of your radio broadcast in Atlantic Canada, because of difficulties challenged by the storm as well. So those of you who normally start your weekends with your local radio broadcasts there in Atlantic Canada, welcome to CBC News Network. We're glad to have you with us, and we're hoping that you are coping with the situation as best as you can. As we go throughout the region, hopping from province to province, let's go to PEI now, and that's where we find the CBC's Jessica Doria Brown. Now, she is in Charlottetown tracking the storm. Jessica, I understand the Hardy crew there, you amongst them, who slept in the newsroom overnight. What's the situation in the province like there right now?
Well, I can tell you I certainly haven't run into any joggers this morning. I don't think our conditions here are conducive to that quite yet. I'll just try to describe things a bit more for our listeners in the radio world. I mean, just where I am right now, I can see so many trees down, split in half. Right behind me, a piece of a sign, I just watched that fly off, and a whole other sign just fly right off as well, and then go right down the road. A lot of talk was, there was a lot of talk about how trees were still in full leaf going into this storm, and now it's just incredible. The leaves that you see plastered on everything, you probably can't see them, but they're all over our CBC sign, they're all over our CBC building and our vehicles. They're just everywhere. A colleague and I took a walk down just around the building. It's really one of the only things we felt, I mean, it's still not even super safe to do, but we took a quick little walk, and right behind us we have this lane of these beautiful tall mature trees. Now I'd say about 1 in 4 of them are either right down or split in half. The ones that are down were pulled kind of right up, and you can just see these massive root systems and dirt underneath them. And of course, as you can expect, this is having a massive impact on power on the island. Last I checked, there were 82,000 households without power. And if you look at our outage map, I'll just describe for people in radio, the wind is literally blowing my entire body here. It's so powerful and strong. But yes, John, the outages are impacting, I would say, many households here on PEI, and that's expected to continue, of course, throughout the day.
So what are you hearing from residents in terms of some of the challenges they can be facing?
Well, residents are waking up to this and really looking out their windows and seeing devastation, right? There's a lot of damage everywhere. There's a lot of trees down. I mean, there are areas that I would say will be completely unrecognizable to some. And that's, of course, heartbreaking to see. And we really don't know the full extent of it at all right now. It'll be hours still before we can get out into communities or, days and start to witness the ways in which Fiona has ravaged our island. City officials right now are asking people to stay indoors. We have reception centers set up here in different parts of the province for people to charge their phones and things, but officials are saying please stay home still, and we will let you know when it's actually safe to come in. RCMP and PEI are saying the same thing. They're telling people to stay indoors. They're telling people to stay away from windows and doors even, because the wind is that powerful, and that danger still very much exists here. Police are asking people to stay off the roads, and as you can maybe see behind me, there's a few cars kind of going back and forth. We're starting to see them come out a little bit more now, but really not a ton of traffic on our roads yet here in Charlottetown. So people are being asked to stay indoors, and I think what we're going to see through the day is more isolation start to kick in for islanders who really can't leave and have been asked to stay inside. And this storm, of course, is supposed to last well into the afternoon, and Maritime Electric, our power utility here, has said that they don't expect to be able to even start the assessment process until this storm starts to die down. So it's similar to what we heard is happening in Nova Scotia. So what that means for customers here is that if that assessment can't get started until way later this afternoon, the real work of restoring power really won't begin until Sunday morning. So I think the bottom line for islanders is that if you're without power or you will be without power at some time today, you can really expect that to last until at least tomorrow morning.
Jessica, thanks so much for this. Take care out there. Appreciate all this.
Thank you.
The CBC's Jessica Doria Brown in Charlottetown. Now, a little bit of housekeeping to describe to you. Those of you who are listening in radio, you heard Jessica reference it there. Atlantic Canada is hearing this broadcast on CBC News Network because our broadcast facilities for radio have encountered difficulties because of what we've seen as a result of this storm hitting. So welcome to you. Also, for those of you who may be conserving bandwidth and conserving power as well, CBC.ca is available on a text-only service. So watch for updates and the latest there. The website address for that is cbc.ca/lite. cbc.ca/lite, L-I-T-E. So again, conserving power, conserving bandwidth. A lot of people trying to get in touch with relatives and soaking up that bandwidth. So there it is there, cbc.ca in a more accessible form in terms of that. The watches and warnings on throughout the region in terms of a number of local municipalities declaring states of emergency. And again, the overwhelming message we are hearing from mayors and first responders, emergency services, municipalities, etc., throughout Atlantic Canada is shelter in place. Stay where you are. Don't go outside. Don't even go, as we were saying there, near a window or a door. So stay as close as you can to the center of the house. just look after yourself, not get into any more trouble than some properties may already be. Don't go out and assess things. There can be power lines down. There can be trees that are not fully down but are in a precarious situation. And the other aspect to all of this is that many emergency services are not able to get where you are, even if they have been given the green light from their managers to be able to go and do that, simply because the roads are blocked with trees. Again, this morning early we heard of a report of some 40 trees in the way of one emergency crew that was trying to get to a call. 40 trees that they had to either cut or circumvent their way around. So again, stay indoors, stay safe, and help, whether it's for power or for some other concerns, will be on the way, but perhaps not just right away. Situation in New Brunswick is also serious, and there is damage. Some parts of the province remain under rainfall, wind, and storm surge warnings. The CBC's Alexandra Silberman is in Moncton and joins us now. Alexandra, thanks so much for your time. We've been focusing on other parts of Atlantic Canada, but let's talk about where you are in terms of the conditions and particularly storm surge warnings.
That's right, John. I'm here in Moncton at the moment, but not too far from me, about 20-25 minutes away on the coast. Storm surge is the real issue here. It's hitting the coast at this very moment, bringing in large waves, elevated water levels, and that's causing localized flooding. There's many roads underwater at the moment. Homes have been flooded as well. There's water and big waves just coming in, rolling into the coast, bringing localized flooding and damage in that area. So residents are being urged to stay off the roads, stay home, and to move to higher ground if there's flooding in their area.
The province has sent out a warning to the public. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, that's right, John. So the province is urging people to be aware of that storm surge, which means there'll be larger waves, elevated water levels along the coast, and to be prepared to move to higher ground if that surge comes in, if the water levels come in. So to really be alert and be aware of the situation at the coast. The other warning there from the province is not to go near the water, not to go near the coast at this point in time because of the dangers that strong current and those strong waves can present. John?
In terms of the fact that we look at the map and we see that swoosh of the storm, where it's been and where it's going, New Brunswick not in the center of that, but this is a key to underline that you're still in a position to feel the effects of it.
That's right. New Brunswick is certainly still in a position. Here in the southeast, we've been getting very strong winds all throughout the night and even into today. For folks listening in on the radio, you can't see, but very strong winds around me. It's a little difficult here to stay in place with these winds coming off the coast and blowing into the city of Moncton. And with those winds, we've seen gusts of over 100 kilometers an hour here in southeast New Brunswick. So that's resulted in some widespread power outages. Still thousands of customers without power here in the southeast, and others without power here in the southeast, and others without power here in the southeast.
Good morning. This is a special broadcast coming to you from Moncton, New Brunswick. It's a broadcast for the Maritimes as we follow Fiona and the impact this storm is having on Atlantic Canada. Our colleagues in Nova Scotia and Prince Edward Island who had been broadcasting to the Maritimes, they have lost their power and internet. So here in Moncton, we have sprung into action. The storm has been less severe here in New Brunswick. My name is Vanessa Blanche. I'm here along with Khalil Akhtar, and we are here to keep you up to date. Joining us now is CBC meteorologist Jay Scotland. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for having us, by the way, with all of the issues. We really appreciate you guys stepping up and getting the word out for us.
Absolutely. So what is the latest, Jay? Thank you for joining us.
Oh, I'm just standing beside a window here in our newsroom in Charlottetown, and you're just losing count at the number of trees that have come down. Actually, watching a sign as I speak across the street from our studios, a tire and muffler shop, watching a sign looking precarious, like it's about to fall. Parts of it have already broken and come off. In fact, 1/4 of the sign is already blown down the street and smashed. We are looking at our flagpole. Like many CBC buildings across the country, there's often a flagpole and a Canadian flag that that you would see flying, that has been sheared off. The metal of the pole actually snapped right in half, narrowly missing a number of our CBC mobile units, our vans and our trucks that allow our reporters to get out and to cover stories when it is safe to do so. And today, certainly that has not been the case. We have not been able to really leave the front porch. Conditions have been that dangerous in terms of the winds. Here on PEI, we've seen gusts upwards of 120 to 150 kilometers per hour. The peak gusts reported so far at East Point here in Prince Edward Island. Even stronger gusts have been reported further east for our neighbors in eastern Nova Scotia and in Cape Breton, where strong winds are continuing to hammer that part of the Maritimes as well as here on PEI. Here on PEI, 82,000 Maritime Electric customers are without power. There is 86,000 Maritime Electric customers. Those are individual households and businesses that don't have power. So essentially, 95%, if not more, of the province is without power unless they have a generator running right now. I know eastern New Brunswick, over 50,000. I know those numbers are very, very high across Nova Scotia, mainland and Cape Breton, as well as this storm continues to hammer the region with strong winds and still a significant amount of rain falling in some areas.
And Jay, what can you tell us about the storm surge?
Storm surge right now will be the worst for the eastern basin of the Gulf of St. Lawrence. And actually, storm surge, we're likely going to see some of the worst storm surge will actually be in southwestern Newfoundland, where the water is touching the wood already. The homes, seeing water touching them right now into the Port aux Basques region. But still looking through the Cabot Strait in and around Cape Breton, elevated water levels, rough sea state, very, very large waves, particularly along the north shore here on Prince Edward Island. And as we look to more western portions of the Gulf, not a good idea to be down by the water right now, even into parts of eastern New Brunswick, as those winds from the north, as we look to the west of this storm's path, continuing to bear down with very, very strong gusts. Obviously, stronger gusts the closer you are to the storm. And in terms of when conditions will improve, we're still looking at winds gusting well over 100 kilometers per hour, Cape Breton, PEI. But that storm is now out over the Gulf again. It is a post-tropical storm that is now exiting Cape Breton. It is back over the water. This is no longer a storm that draws its energy from the water. It is not a hurricane anymore. It is a post-tropical storm. So think of it as a very, very powerful nor'easter, but packing a lot of the tropical characteristics like tropical moisture, therefore heavy rain, and those hurricane and tropical storm force winds. This system will continue its track through the afternoon and evening up the western coast of Newfoundland with very messy conditions there. But that is when we will see conditions improve for those hardest hit here in the Maritime provinces. This afternoon, the winds will gradually begin to ease. If it wasn't for the stronger winds this morning, the winds this afternoon might seem relatively calm, but we'll still be gusting well over 100 kilometers per hour into Cape Breton, as well as PEI through the mid to late afternoon. This evening, as the storm continues to move north towards Quebec's lower north shore in eastern Quebec and up into eastern Labrador, that is when we will see the winds continuing to die down here. And in terms of getting out, doing an assessment on damage and starting to worry about cleanup, I mean, Maritime Electric pulled its crews at 2 o'clock in the morning last night. Public service vehicles here on PEI were pulled off the roads last night. I do not expect to see anybody really getting out and starting to get people back online, assessing damage, bringing power back on until we get into the overnight hours, likely late this evening, overnight, but more so into Sunday. After the sun rises, we'll have a very sunny day, a brisk but not gusty westerly wind, conditions finally favorable to get out there, look at how bad it has been, and start to rebuild.
Jay, and so for those power crews that are going to need to get out, when will the winds die down to sort of a manageable level?
Not until we get into the evening hours tonight will the winds really start to drop off for the northern and eastern parts of the Maritimes, namely Cape Breton and Prince Edward Island. I don't expect to see winds really favorable through the afternoon. They will be improving, but that improvement will be gradual. Really, the overnight hours tonight and into Sunday, once the sun rises and we can really get a full scope of the damage with calm conditions, that'll be when the real work begins.
And as far as the rain goes, will that continue throughout the day for different parts of the region?
Not as heavy as what has fallen, but keep in mind, I'm just actually adding up rainfall totals here on Prince Edward Island. And since Thursday night, anywhere from 70 to over 100 millimeters of rain has fallen. Rain is still falling, so that would be within what the forecast models were predicting. That rain has already saturated the soil. Trees that haven't come down are being held in the ground by root structures that are not being held in by hard soil. That means as the winds continue to move through the region, more branches, more limbs, but potentially more trees could come down as those winds could topple trees. Even though the rain is not as heavy, the ground already super saturated.
All right, Jay, thank you so much for your time this morning. We appreciate it. Take care.
No worries. And thanks again for helping folks out in the harder hit areas. We really do appreciate it.
We will talk again. Thank you. That is CBC meteorologist Jay Scotland in Prince Edward Island. We also have checked in with the mayor of Charlottetown, Philip Brown. Here is a conversation I recorded with him just a few moments ago. So maybe to begin with, if you can just give us a sense of what the situation is like in Charlottetown this morning.
Well, all night the winds were ferocious. Our house was shaking. And I'm sure it was throughout the city, and I believe it's just as bad down in the eastern part of Prince Edward Island, Montague, Surrey, and talking to other communications people in Cape Breton, it's really bad. So here in Charlottetown, trees are down, lines are down, the Wi-Fi is down, internet's down. People are asked to stay in place, stay at home, don't venture out on the streets because the winds are still high and there's lots of debris on the streets and on the roads.
And what kind of calls are coming into the city and to emergency crews this morning?
It's just about reporting what's taking place in the neighborhoods around the city. So, and nothing. 911 is still a very active and usable number. So is 211 if you need emergency accommodations. But our number for the city is 89902 and 894, and I want to make sure it's 894-5208. That's just to get to City Hall to report something or to ask for assistance. But as I said to another reporter, 911, 211, they're still available for use.
And so, what has been the biggest issue overnight on the island? Has it been the winds, or what about the rain?
The winds and the flooding now down on the waterfront. I spoke to our CAO, Donna Waddell, and she said the Delta Hotel that's on the waterfront, it's flooded. There's a lot of water damage. And some of the streets that have stormwater issue, they're having issues also. But again, the winds are still high, and they're expected to keep going right until the afternoon.
And what can you see from where you're sitting this morning?
I can send you some photos, but I have trees down across the street from my neighbor. If I look up my street, trees are down. My brother's house on not too far from where I live, his both ends of his street are blocked off with fallen trees. Trees are down in our Crown Jewel Park, Victoria Park. There's a lot of damage,
And in your experience, have you seen a storm like this on Prince Edward Island?
Hurricane Juan, 2003. We all remember Hurricane Juan because it was September 29th. I was a counselor at the time. I served 2 terms. And that night of September 29th, it was unbelievable. And trees, this is probably more devastating. Hurricane Fiona, because of the force and just the continuing winds are so strong.
Okay, so Mayor Brown, before I let you go, what message do you want to leave folks with this morning?
Just stay in place. The alert, there was alert sent out by EMO, the provincial emergency organization. Stay in, shelter in place. Don't venture out on the streets. The winds are still high. There are lots of trees that have fallen. Branches are fallen that could damage cars or vehicles or anyone that ventures out to just walk around. So stay in place. That's what we're asking. And anyone that does want to move, just call that number I gave you, 902-894 5018, I believe it was.
5208, I think you said.
5208. Right? Thank you. Yes. And if there's anyone looking for emergency shelter, you can get that information at that 894-5208, area code 902.
All right, Mayor, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, and stay safe.
You too. Take care.
Okay, bye.
Bye. That is the mayor of Charlottetown, Philip Brown. I spoke with him just about 15 minutes ago. We are opening up the phone lines here at CBC. You can tell us what you're seeing, how you're faring. The numbers to call are 506-853-6764 or 1-800-565-5550. My name is Vanessa Blanche. I'm in Moncton this morning, and this is a special broadcast from CBC in the Maritimes. Our colleagues in Nova Scotia and Prince Edward Island have lost power and internet. They're unable to broadcast right now. So we are here at CBC in Moncton, and again, we are taking your calls at 1-800-565-5550. We were able to get in touch with CBC reporter Tom Ayres again about 10 minutes ago. He's a reporter in Sydney, Cape Breton.
Good morning, Vanessa.
So set the scene for us. Where exactly are you?
Well, I'm in the CBC station in downtown Sydney where we don't have any power, like much of Sydney. There's scattered power outages throughout the area. Some neighborhoods are completely out and some parts of neighborhoods still have power. But it's, I came to work in the dark and, there was lots of trees down and the occasional power line down. But now that the sun's up, we can see, it really is much more serious.
And what are you seeing, Tom?
Well, there are a lot of huge trees that are little down and completely blocking roads. And, of course, they've taken down power lines with them, and power poles in some cases are leaning at 45-degree angles or they're right down. And in the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, where we are, Sydney is the seat of government for that. The regional municipality has declared a local state of emergency, and they didn't have a lot of detail, but their main message was for people, if they're in shelter and they're safe, stay there. They said if your shelter, if your house or your apartment becomes compromised, call 911. But they said that their first responders are super busy right now with calls to houses where a tree has come down on the roof. And they described it as significant widespread damage in the CBRM. And they said there's upwards of 30 people in the comfort center right now just having been displaced from their home due to damage.
Oh my goodness. And for you and the folks at the CBC station there, no power and really no communication other than the odd cell phone working?
Yeah, the cell phone communication is pretty sketchy. We drove from Sydney around to North Sydney to the other side of the harbour. It's about a 20-25 minute drive. And we were in and out of cell service. There's lightning flashes. It's still fairly windy, and it's raining, but there hasn't been a lot of rain. I wouldn't call it a rain event, but a lot of wind, of course. And the cell service is in and out, and sometimes you're talking to somebody and it just cuts out. Sometimes it just drops the call or call fails. It's hit and miss.
And that is CBC reporter Tom Ayres speaking with me before his cell phone dropped out. And we are having that experience. Hey, Khalil Akhtar in the control room helping me this morning.
Yeah, nice to hear from some folks across the region. Rather briefly here before cell phones are sort of crackling out. This seems to be a widespread issue throughout much of Nova Scotia. We are unable to get a hold of some colleagues in the Halifax area. I was just speaking with Suzette in the Annapolis Valley, and she was wondering if she could fill us in on the situation that she's seeing. It seems pretty dire in the Annapolis Valley in terms of power outages and downed trees and so on. But Suzette and I did not speak for long. She wanted to come on and chat with us, but her cell phone died. And I think that's the case with a lot of people trying to get through on cell phone lines at this hour.
Okay, thank you, Khalil. I'll get you to stand by in case we need to tread water a little bit. Khalil is back on the phone, so that's great. And I'm going to give out the numbers one more time. The number here in the studio, area code 506-853-6764. You can also reach us toll free at 1-800-565-5550. My name is Vanessa Blanche. I'm here along with Khalil Akhtar at CBC in Moncton. As you heard, our colleagues in Nova Scotia and in Prince Edward Island. They are currently unable to broadcast because of a loss of power and internet services. Do we have somebody on the line, Khalil? Bernadette in Sydney, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm well. Tell us how things are going in Sydney, Bernadette.
Quite breezy. I'm looking out my window. We got trees down my yard, across the street. Just up the road, we have power poles down. We're having the street is blocked in both directions. Big giant trees are down into somebody's house on Alexander Street.
And Bernadette, if I can just get you to turn your radio down a bit there. We're just hearing a little bit of that back. And just tell me, what was the night like for you?
Well, my night was I was up all night. I've been up for a lot of hours now. I had a flooding basement. My roof is pretty well stripped to the bone.
When you say stripped to the bone, what do you mean, Bernadette?
My shingles are all off my roof.
Oh.
My neighbors across the road, the same thing. The street's littered with siding. There was a guy just maybe 20 minutes ago walking up carrying his screens that blew off his windows.
Oh, my goodness. And what is the weather like out there right now as we're talking?
It's still pretty windy, but we get some calm spells, and then when they come back, the wind comes back, it's quite breezy again. The trees are bending like paper straws, actually.
Wow. And are you do you have power there today?
No, I have no power. I have a landline. I never ever got rid of my landline for this purpose. You never know, like cell phones fail, and this is more reliable.
Mm-hmm. And so do you feel safe right now?
Yeah, pretty much. As long as my roof holds on, I'll be fine. And I can keep my basement pumped.
And do you have any help with that, or you're taking care of everything?
No, I'm pretty much doing it. I'll be fine. I've weathered many storms in my day.
And do you remember past hurricanes, past post-tropical storms?
Yeah, I can remember vividly 1974 when we got that. I don't know if it was a downdraft or whatever it was that we got. I can remember that like it was yesterday.
Oh my goodness! And how does that compare to this?
Quite similar, actually, because that was the only time I can ever remember having power poles down in our area, and like giant-sized trees that are like 100-year-old trees or just come down like they were nothing.
Oh, my goodness. Bernadette, thank you so much for calling in this morning. We really appreciate hearing from you.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself. Okay, bye-bye.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.
That was Bernadette in Sydney. We are opening our phone lines here this morning to hear from you. The number to call, 1-800-565-5550. Joining me now is Mike Gardner in Glace Bay. Hi, Mike.
How are you today?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
Oh, pretty good. Given the type of storm that we had last night.
My goodness, what's it been like there in Glace Bay?
Well, they were saying it wasn't a rain event, and that's true. It wasn't a rain event because normally I have a river running down my driveway when I have any kind of rain, heavy rain. That didn't happen, but it was the wind. Do you remember the old movies years ago where you see a motel and you put 50 cents in the wall and you get a shaker bed?
I do remember that.
Well, I had a shaker bed, and I didn't have to put any money in the meter.
Oh, my goodness. The whole house was shaking?
Well, I had to come downstairs. I couldn't stay in the bed. The bed was shaking.
Oh, my
goodness. I'm in a 2.5-story house, and unfortunately, it picks up every bit of wind, no matter which way it blows. And I had to come downstairs. It was just too unnerving.
And so what kind of damage are you seeing?
Well, I went outside. I didn't heed what they were saying, don't go out. But I did pop up because I find the winds are moderating right now. It's not as bad as it was, although we're still getting those gusts. So I've just taken a look at my roof, and I did lose tabs. I didn't lose sheets of roofing. That happened before. I've had that in previous storms. But fortunately, I only lost some of the tabs off the shingles. So that isn't too bad. And my siding is still on the house, so I'm doing pretty good.
And what about trees? Are you seeing trees down outside?
I did lose a tree. I lost a tree in the backyard, a huge tree down that came. It snapped right off. So that'll be a job when the weather starts straightening up to get out there and cut that up.
And probably a dumb question, but you've lost power, I'm guessing.
No power. I'm just waiting for the wind to drop a bit more. I have a generator. I want to get my fridge and my freezer hooked up so that things don't thaw out.
Sure. And any advice you would give to anybody in the area?
I think they should heed what they're saying. Stay in the house. If you're nice and cozy, stay in the house.
Absolutely.
Because if there's branches blowing off trees, which I see out in my front yard, if one of them struck a person, you could be down and out.
And as Jay Scotland, our meteorologist, was saying earlier, it really is best if everybody just stays put for now. These winds are going to continue until the evening hours, it sounds like.
Exactly. It's safer to look out the window. Don't be going outside.
All right, Mike Gardner in Glace Bay, thank you so much for calling in this morning. We appreciate it.
You're quite welcome. And you have a great day, too.
You too. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye now.
That was Mike in Glace Bay, and joining me now is Mitch Cormier. He is standing by at the CBC station in Prince Edward Island. Hi, Mitch. Are you there, Mitch?
Hey, this is all working out well, right? All the hosts are taking a little bit of time today to talk.
That's right. We're
I
just
am here.
passing
You should
the
be able to hear me, I hope, anyway.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
You got me there?
Yes.
Yeah, we are. It's like the Maritime Marathon. I'm on the front deck at the CBC building here on University Avenue in Charlottetown, and this is really the first chance I've had since about 4 a.m. this morning to step outside. And all I can say is, the damage. Incredible. The trees that are down, the signs that are destroyed. And I know you talked with our Mayor, Philip Brown, from Charlottetown here a little while ago, Vanessa, and he was talking about, what happens outside of Charlottetown, because we're in a bit of a bubble here in Charlottetown. But I can tell you, we've talked to people from various ports across PEI, and we'll probably share some of that tape a little bit later on today. But Sheila Eastman in North Lake, which is way up in the eastern tip of the island, the Surrey area, says, their wharf is flooded, and there are 2 buildings at least that have been flattened. Redhead Wharf, just a short ways west of that, down towards the Morel area, where a third of the wharf is now gone in Redhead. Forget damaged. Gone. And there are boats that are also there. They're looking at some damage. I've spoke with Eric Engels, and we're going to hope to get his conversation. There's a tree branch that's just blowing right by me as we speak here from one of the trees next door at the research station. Eric lives near the water in Tracadie Bay, and he says, his house has been stripped of its siding. It's flooded. He put down and spent, a great deal of money trying to hold back the tide there in Tracadie Bay in front of his place along the shore. He says that's all been compromised. Nothing. There was absolutely nothing that could stop the destruction that's happening on PEI today.
Oh, my goodness. It's just the devastation. And what else are you hearing from people on Prince Edward Island right now, Mitch? Everybody is staying in place and sheltering?
The problem we're starting to see is that vehicles are starting to move, and we're seeing it here on University Avenue. The RCMP have already said infrastructure is compromised. What does that mean? That means that we're seeing pictures of causeways, of bridges that have been damaged. There are culverts with the underpinning gone because of the amount of water that's moved underneath those culverts, and those could give way at any moment. Ditches have been filled, and those that aren't filled are clogged with some of the trees and tree branches that have come down. So really, that is all adding to a perfect mess. And of course, every vehicle, every car that we see, every home window that we see pictures of it. I think our friend, our former colleagues at CBC, Dave Atkinson, put it best. He put a picture of his front window on Twitter this morning, and he said, "My house has been pestoed." If you think about all those cut up leaves that are now stuck to everything, it's quite unsafe. Roads are incredibly slippery, and as I say, compromised in a lot of places. If you get down a roadway and you come across a power line or a tree, you have to find another way out. You have to back your way out. There's no reason to be on the roads at PEI. The warming centers, the shelters here in Charlottetown, as you heard from the mayor, are not going to be open until it's better. Same deal in Summerside, where police are saying stay put. I spoke with the police chief in Tyne Valley, fire chief, William Bishop, much earlier today, and I said, has anybody taken advantage of your offer to come to the fire hall? He said they couldn't get to the fire hall even if they wanted to.
Oh, wow.
So there's no reason to be anywhere on PEI today. Please stay safe until all of this blows over and moves along. It might be late this afternoon, as Jay says. Trust me, it'll be worth the wait for your own personal safety.
All right, Mitch Cormier in Charlottetown, thank you so much for calling in, and we will check in with you again. It is 10 o'clock. I'm Vanessa Blanche at CBC in Moncton, and this is a special broadcast for the Maritimes as we follow Fiona and the impact this storm is having on the Maritimes and Atlantic Canada. We are taking your calls this morning. 1-800-565-5550 is the number to call. You can also call us at 506-853-6764. Joining us now is Jenny McDonald in Glace Bay. Hi, Jenny. Are you there, Jenny?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi there. Is it Jenny?
Yes, it is.
Oh, nice to hear your voice. It's Vanessa in Moncton. How are you doing?
Scariest thing I've ever been through.
Tell me about it, Jenny. What was it like?
I have a 14-year-old daughter. She was up all night. She just went to bed. There were things banging off the window. We just put brand new windows in, and something kept banging, and I was just waiting for the crash. And sure enough, it crashed. I'm not sure quite what hit the window, but we're not taking the chance of going out right now because the wind is still quite high. For some reason, there's somebody's mattress on our lawn.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't know where that came from. And I'm just hoping it wasn't somebody that God loved and that was homeless or something, because I can't figure out where a mattress would come from.
And so your windows actually are broken?
Yeah, our window.
And so tell me, what are you seeing? What else are you seeing outside your windows, Jenny? I think we have lost Jenny McDonald in Glace Bay. This is a common occurrence this morning. A lot of communications problems across the Maritimes as post-tropical storm Fiona moves through and continues to wreak havoc in the Maritimes. I'm Vanessa Blanche in Moncton this morning, and as I said, we are taking your calls. If you can get through, the numbers 1-800-565-5550. Khalil Akhtar is working the phones, and we have Cheryl in Rustico on Prince Edward Island on the line now. Hi, Cheryl.
Hi. I'm going to apologize because it's incredibly noisy.
Oh, no problem. Thank you for calling. Tell us what's going on there this morning.
It's bad. We've lost more than half of our trees. We had trees as windbreaks all around our property, and we've lost more than half. We have one that's crashed into our back door, but fortunately didn't bust through the door. We have live power lines on our lawn. Our service to our house has been pulled down by trees. I can see shingles from both the roof and the house all over our lawn, and the gusts aren't improving.
And what was that like overnight? I mean, what did the wind sound like inside?
Our house has been vibrating nonstop. I think somebody said that earlier. It's funny because I'm here with my mom, Marjorie, and we heard some loud noises, but the wind has been so loud that when the trees hit our house, we didn't know it was a tree hitting our house because the sound of the wind gusts were that loud.
Oh my goodness. And just describe for people the area that you're in, for people that might not be familiar with Rustico. Is it fairly rural?
We're very rural. We're on the north shore of Prince Edward Island. We're probably about 7 to 10 kilometers away from Cavendish. North Rustico Harbor is directly across from us. We have agricultural land. We have about 20 acres of agricultural land across the road in front of our house that goes down to Rustico Bay. And that Rustico Bay then is straight across to North Rustico Harbor and the sand dunes. And so we get the direct north wind, and man, have we gotten it.
My goodness. And what about the rain? Are you seeing any effects of that and flooding?
There's been lots of rain. We don't have flooding because our house is high. We're on a hill, and so we can't see flooding around us. it's hard for us to see out of our windows because of down trees and branches and leaves are covering pretty much all of our front windows. And of course, our back door, we can't see out of it because of the tree.
Oh, and how big are these trees that you've seen come down?
They were planted about 50 years ago.
50? 50?
Yeah, 50.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, devastating.
Well, we're thankful because we're in the house and we're still able to be in the house because I'm not sure what I would do if I had to get my mom out. So to my knowledge, our roof is still intact, but I can't swear to it, but we seem to, still be okay, but the gusts haven't really let up here either. So who knows what will happen over the next few hours because the trees are still going, and I suspect we'll lose even more.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Well, stay inside and stay safe, and thank you so much for calling us.
Okay, thank you for doing what you're doing. It's so helpful to hear what's happening.
All right. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I'm Vanessa Blanche in Moncton this morning, and this is a special broadcast from CBC in the Maritimes. We are taking your calls, 1-800-565-5550. Joining me now is Dave in the Annapolis Valley. Hi, Dave.
Hello, hello.
Where exactly are you?
Well, I'm about halfway between Kentville and Halls Harbor.
And what is the situation there this morning?
Well, the tremendous amount of wind, it has stopped raining. I'm well past being a senior citizen and just recovering from a broken arm and arthritis in my back and da-da-da-da-da. I was going to call a neighbor of mine who's been very helpful in the past, and I said, no, I should be able to figure this out for myself. And who shows up in my yard but my good neighbor? We got the generator going. I have power. I have water. As a matter of fact, we went across the street. My neighbor lost a big limb off a big maple. And my friend got his generator going. And I wanted to say thanks to Steve Gates, Gates. There's got to be a lot of people like Steve Gates that are looking out for their neighbors. And that's the reason for the call.
Oh, look, thank you very much for the call. And I have no doubt there are a lot of Steve Gateses out there. What kind of damage are you seeing outside?
Oh, by the way, I was born in Sunny Brae, so I'm sort of part of Moncton.
Absolutely.
But that was way back in 1936, so you can figure, no, you better not.
We won't do the math.
Well, again, I've not left my immediate area, and the only damage, as I say, is one big branch off an old maple. The difficulty, how can I say it and make some sense? On the one hand, I'd love to go see great big waves crashing at Halls Harbor, but I think I'm old enough and smart enough to stay the hell off the road.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's definitely what everyone is being asked to do. Stay home, shelter in place, don't get out there on the roads and cause any more complications.
Well, it's sort of a throwback to the old days when the power went out last night, perhaps 8:30 or so. I had an old-fashioned lantern, with the glass mantle with the kerosene.
Mm-hmm.
So I had lights, and I was thinking, no, this isn't so bad. Well, overnight, the wind was absolutely howling, and turned the radio on. Well, we might be without power for 3 or 4 days. That's when I decided I should get the generator out, but I won't call my buddy Steve. He shows up in the yard, so I'm literally home free.
Oh, look! Thanks so much for calling in, Dave, and a big shout out to your good friend Steve. We appreciate the call.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Bye bye. Joining us now is Wendy Bergfeld. She is at the station in Sydney. The CBC's Wendy Bergfeld. Hi, Wendy.
Hello, how are you?
I am well. Anticipatory pause there. I'm glad you're there. How are things? How are you doing?
Sorry about that. Well, you know what? As the sun has come up and as people are starting to move around, we're seeing the full extent of what has happened. There has been another state of emergency declared in Victoria County, which is just next to Cape Breton Regional Municipality that contains the community of Bedeck. And this is a shelter-in-place order. The release comes with the note, if you are out on the roads, go home or go to your place of shelter. And I think this is pointing out a real concern that seems to be developing now is that people are thinking, okay, the worst is over. We're going to start moving around and see what's happened. But the fact is that there are a lot of washouts on the roads right now. So there's a deep crater in a road close to Dundee where an SUV just went nose first where the culvert used to be, and people somehow miraculously crawled out. But these washouts are of great concern. We also have trees downed all over. I'm sure you've been hearing stories about buildings that were just ripped apart in the wind, and we're hearing that all across Cape Breton, from Glace Bay to Sydney, out to Victoria County. We have a comfort centre which is right across the street, and this is for people who have had to leave their homes because they're unsafe, perhaps a tree fell in on the roof or maybe a flooding situation. Our comfort center has no power right now, and there are about 30 people there. So what the comfort center needs a comfort center right now. Emergency crews are out, and they are doing door-to-door safety checks in some areas now because there was so much damage. They're just going from house to house. Are you okay? Are you okay? Stay there, stay there, stay there. Many people, of course, are looking out their front windows and seeing their trees that were like saplings in the last century are just turned over into the streets, taking the power lines with them. So there's power lines all over. It is a very dangerous morning, and that's why we're seeing such strong language from these municipalities, just flat out telling people this is a shelter-in-place order. Get off the roads. Go home.
Mm-hmm. All right, Wendy, thank you so much for the update, and we will give you a call back as the morning goes on. That's Wendy Bergfeld. She is a CBC reporter in Sydney this morning. Coming up to 14 minutes now after 10, I'm Vanessa Blanche at CBC in Moncton, and this is a special broadcast for the CBC in the Maritimes. The CBC's Mitch Cormier has been speaking with people across Prince Edward Island this morning. He caught up with Jeff Eager earlier. Jeff lives in Tracadie Bay, PEI.
I'm in Tracadie Bay, right in the bay.
So you're down near the wharf?
Yeah.
So how close to the water are you?
We're right on the water. Like we a couple of 100 feet from the water.
But not
right on the bay.
Not a couple of 100 feet today, though.
Oh man, never seen anything like it. Been here 10 years, and the water is the tidal surge right now is like I've never seen it, and the water, when it's hitting the bank, the waves are crashing into the bank. The waves are coming in, 100 feet across the front lawn. The spray and stuff. The sea's really rough, very, very rough. And this is the bay. I'd hate to see it. We're sheltered by Blackbush Island, so if you were right on the coast, it'd be vicious.
Has there been any damage to your property?
Oh yeah, lots of damage. A lot of trees down, and all the siding's ripped off my house. The shingles are ripped off. A lot of the things, I had things tied down, but still they like tied down the barbecue. That got ripped off from the rope and was smashed across the front patio, and big heavy Adirondack chairs, carried 200 feet across the lawn. A lot of damage. The neighbor had his roof, all his shingles and everything ripped off his roof, and my neighbor on the other side has lost all his shingles and siding, and it's been powerful. The wind's been crazy.
And what's happened to the shoreline on your property, the water side?
We can't go outside yet. It's still too dangerous to go outside, and flying debris, and the wind's still too strong, so we can't go outside. But I had armor stone put along my bank, and I'm sure that's been that's I would have to say that's been dropped or moved or shifted. The waves are really, really high and really strong and relentless.
And how pricey a project will that be to repair that damage on the water side?
Well, first I got to repair my house. There's a lot of water in my house. I got a lot of water from the wind and rain coming in around all the windows and in through where the floors meet the walls. That area, a lot of water coming in, seeping in there. So a lot of water in my basement through the ceiling and stuff right now. So first it's going to be fixing up the house and the property, and then I'll deal with the shoreline. But luckily I'm quite a distance back from the shoreline, but I have neighbors that built 20 years before me that are a lot closer to the shore. So and they don't have reinforced shoreline, and I think they would have lost big chunks of their bank. I'll be very interested to see the damage that was done to a few of the other properties around me.
And you don't plan to venture out until the winds ease off a bit?
No, I don't. It's not advisable. I wouldn't say at all. It's there's a lot of flying debris, and it's still treacherous wind out there. So I think it would be pretty hazardous and not a good idea to go out yet.
That is Jeff Eager. He lives in Tracadie Bay, Prince Edward Island, and he was speaking this morning with the CBC's Mitch Cormier. I'm Vanessa Blanche, and this is a special broadcast of CBC in Atlantic Canada as we follow Fiona and the impact this post-tropical storm is having. 18 minutes now after 10. Our phone lines are open. We're taking your calls to hear what the impact of this storm has been on you and your community. You can reach us this morning at 1-800-565-5550. And Rob joins us now from Port Hawkesbury. Hi, Rob.
Hi, I'm out of town a ways. I'm in a place called Sugar Camp and pretty sheltered. I can't see any damage where I am.
Wow.
I mean, it's Inverness County, but I'd really appreciate from you guys an update. I've been listening for an hour, and I really haven't heard anything about roads or anything but Inverness County. Richmond County is where it hit. I'd really appreciate an update on official story. What are the, I heard there were states of emergency, but nobody said where.
Right.
I'd really like that.
Those states of emergency are in Cape Breton this morning. And the message that we're getting everywhere, also from Prince Edward Island, is for people in Cape Breton and on Prince Edward Island to shelter in place. The winds are not finished with us yet, but from what our meteorologist Jay Scotland said. So what was the night like for you, Rob? Did you have?
It was actually, I must be very sheltered here. It was very quiet.
Wow.
I'm very fortunate. We lost power 1 a.m. or so, but there was a lot of wind, but not terrible. And I don't see any damage up and down the road here, but
okay.
I'm expecting there must be somewhere.
Yeah, well, no, it certainly sounds like there most definitely is a lot of damage in a lot of places, a lot of damage to property, and a lot of trees down
if there's any
throughout
messaging
Cape Breton.
From the county, I'd really appreciate if you could pass it on. I haven't heard a word.
All right, we will definitely endeavor
to
do that.
You're my only data line here, so the more you can tell us what's really going on around our area, the better.
All right, Rob.
I appreciate the call in, but it's lacking me some details. So
all right, we will do our best. Thank you very much for the call.
Goodbye.
Bye. 20 minutes now after 10 o'clock, and Doug joins us now from the Annapolis Valley. Hi, Doug.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well. How are you doing?
Good. We're doing well. I'm in Canning, outside Canning.
Yes.
In the valley, and there's the stretch of road, we call it the dike, that runs over to Fort Williams, which gets you over to Nominus, and there was 12 or more light poles all in a row down over the road. Down across the road.
Oh, my goodness.
We had in our neighborhood, we have trees come down that took the lines down across the road. But besides that, it's not too bad. I got a few limbs in the yard, but nothing to speak of. I got a generator, and life is good.
All right. And so your home is in good shape? No damage?
No damage or anything like that. No, I just want to let you know about the poles across the road, across the dike, and some of the other roads that join onto that got some of the problems with the lines down. So I expect it'll be tomorrow, I hope, or maybe Monday when we get the power back. But I think they're doing the best they can.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. I think everyone is doing the best they can, and hard to get out right now with those wind gusts still so strong for the crews, that will be out there to restore power and take care of the cleanup.
Yeah, I just drove around my neighborhood about 10 minutes away from where the problem was, and I just come back home to stay home till they get it done.
Yep, absolutely. That is the advice that we're hearing from everyone. The best idea is to stay home and shelter in place, as they say, until the crews can get out there and assess the damage and get it cleaned up. Thanks for calling in.
Right. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
All right, you take care. Bye-bye. My name is Vanessa Blanche, and this is a special broadcast coming to you from CBC in Moncton. Our phone lines are open this morning at 1-800-565-5550. Sheila Eastman is the harbor manager at North Lake Harbor Authority in Northeast Prince Edward Island, and she spoke with Mitch Cormier earlier this morning.
I haven't been down myself. I've been talking to and going back and forth with a couple of guys that were there most of the night, looking after some boats. And it was a pretty woolly ride.
What are you hearing about what's happened?
Probably 90% of the buildings that are up there would have water in them. It's not going to hurt because it's not winter, so it's not going to freeze, but it still just makes a mess.
And the buildings that were destroyed, can you tell us what the purpose of those buildings were?
They were gear storage.
And what happened to the gear that was stored inside?
Still there. It just kind of, one building came down on top of it, for lack of a better word. The bottom came out of it, and it just kind of collapsed down. And the other one, the end came out of it. So, but anyway, no life or limb, so we're good.
How much longer will your folks be staying down there?
There'll be people around there pretty much all day now. Like I said, I'm 12, 13 kilometers away, and 3.5 miles inland from the North Shore. We took a fairly good licking here last night, but as I look outside, we've got a lot of tree branches down, but nothing tree-wise. But I do know from talking to people around that there are a lot of trees down, so I haven't ventured out yet to see if I can get there or not.
That is Sheila Eastman. She's the harbor manager at North Lake Harbor Authority in northeastern Prince Edward Island, and she was speaking with Mitch Cormier earlier this morning. And just to recap, there is a state of emergency that's been declared in Victoria County, right next to the Cape Breton Regional Municipality this morning. The Cape Breton Regional Municipality has declared a local state of emergency as well, asking residents to stay at home. We were speaking with the mayor of Charlottetown earlier this morning. He's also asking residents to stay at home on Prince Edward Island. The winds are still very, very high, gusting over 100 kilometers per hour, and those winds are expected to continue throughout the afternoon, according to our meteorologist, Jay Scotland, and into the evening. So people do need to stay home right now. The Canadian Red Cross has opened a shelter at Centre 200 in Sydney, Nova Scotia, but as we heard from Wendy Bergfeld earlier, she says, the warming center is now without power. So lots of people struggling this morning. We are opening our phone lines. If you'd like to give us a call, we're joined right now by Matthew in Hunter River, Prince Edward Island. Hi, Matthew.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm well. Thanks very much for the call. Tell us what the situation is like in Hunter River.
Well, I'm in central Queens County here in Prince Edward Island. Definitely one of the more terrifying nights I've lived. That was a wind unlike anything I've ever heard or seen, and really it continues to blow very hard here even as we speak.
And what kind of damage are you seeing?
We had our barn doors ripped off last night. We were out. We come out here this morning after daybreak to secure them. We have shingles off our roof. Our neighbor, he's got 3 trees on his house. Lots of shingles off of his roof. The guy across from him, he kind of has a forest, or he had a forest in his yard. Older spruce trees, 40 or 50 years old, and about half of them come down across the power lines. Power lines are ripped down, and just up the street a little bit further, there's a lady. She had her barn collapsed on her. There's a little further up. There's 5 or 6 more trees down across the road, and it's just a mess. I've never seen anything like this. And about 6 o'clock this morning, that wind was absolutely terrifying.
Mm. And are you hearing of anybody that's been injured, or is it property damage?
Mostly property damage around here. I just live in a small community here, so everything seems pretty good that way. But like I say, the infrastructure and houses and trees really took a whooping. We lost at least 10, 15 trees on our property. It's kind of a surreal sight to see. I went through Hurricane Juan in 2003, and of course Dorian in 2019, and I kind of figured, can't get much worse than Dorian. And like I say, around midnight, 1 o'clock last night, early this morning, the wind come up. It was already blowing, of course, up until that point, but then it seemed like it picked up to a whole other level from the northeast, and it was unlike anything I've ever heard.
Mm. And what is it like now? Has it died down a bit, Matthew?
Well, I'm sitting in my half ton. I'm actually charging my phone here because, of course, there's no power, and I have my weather station. So I have a weather station on the roof of my barn here. But since the power went out last night, I lost all my data from it. But I have a power inverter, so I'm charging my phone, and I come out, once daybreak came along, and plugged my weather station in. And just as we're talking here on the phone, it's gusting 103 kilometers an hour. So it's still really, really windy. Definitely not near what it was around 5, 6 o'clock this morning, but it's still pretty wicked. I figured, would have started to die down a little bit by now, but it's proving that wrong.
Mm-hmm, yeah, and Jay Scotland, our meteorologist, was saying earlier when we came on the air that he expects it'll probably continue throughout the afternoon and into the evening until those winds do die down to a more I don't know what to call it, reasonable, manageable,
a more stable.
Yeah, good.
It's our poor trees. Like I say, when daybreak broke this morning, just looking outside and watching the wind through the trees, they were bent right over. It was unbelievable to watch, and just to hear the howl and the growl of the wind, hitting the house, and we could hear the shingles on the roof, flapping up and down, and just one of those nights you'll never forget.
Oh, I can well imagine. Well, look, Matthew, thank you so much for calling in and for sharing with us what the experience has been like for you. We really do appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Take
Thanks
care.
for the opportunity.
Okay.
You as well.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That's Matthew in Hunter River, Prince Edward Island. This is a special broadcast of CBC across Atlantic Canada. Our phone lines are open this morning. If, like Matthew, you would like to give us a call and tell us what you're seeing in your area, we'd love to hear from anyone in Newfoundland and Labrador as well. The phone number is 1-800-565-5550. Simon joins us now from New Glasgow. Hi, Simon.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great. Tell us what's happening in New Glasgow this morning.
Wind. Lots and lots of wind. We've got a pretty large property with a lot of trees on it, and we haven't gone very far from the house at all because it's just not safe to be outside. But I had to take my dog out in the morning so he could do his business, and while I was out there, I noticed we've got several trees down. Several are blocking the driveway. I think I'm going to have my chainsaw out once this stuff is all over. it's sad. We lost an ash tree and a horse chestnut that both were like 50-year trees.
Oh. And what does it feel like to look around this morning now that as the sun came up?
Oh goodness, it's a little scary. I don't think anybody got much sleep last night. Happily, we have a steel roof on our house, and we've had a little bit of water leaking through windows to the north. But for the most part, we've been dry and safe, and the house seems to be okay.
And so has it been, for the most part, a wind event, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, rain was pretty fierce last night, but mostly it's the wind. If it wasn't for the wind, it would just be a regular rainy day.
All right. Well, look, thank you so much for calling, and good luck with the cleanup. But as everyone is saying, yeah, stay inside until those winds die down.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of cleanup ahead of us, that's for sure.
All right. Thank you, Simon.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
Take care. It is 28 minutes ahead of 11 on this wild Saturday morning. Tina Simpkin is a CBC meteorologist, and she joins me now. Hi, Tina.
Hi, Vanessa. How are you making out?
I'm making out all right. I was so enjoying. I was sitting here in Moncton listening to you broadcasting from Halifax this morning.
And I was listening to your report.
And yes, and we've just kind of switched things around. Oh my goodness. I know, yeah. So we sprung into action so that we can bring what's happening to our audiences across Atlantic Canada. And I thank you so much for joining us.
And thanks for picking up the reins. So good job there. You know, Fiona, as she approached, continued to bring those pounding waves and pounding rain, especially in the eastern parts of the region. So Moncton not seeing the bulk of the rain, but we certainly saw the rain in Cape Breton, parts of Nova Scotia, and certainly through parts of PEI. Looking at some of the historic winds that were going on during the storm, I think the highest that I saw so far, Vanessa, was in Arisag. It was 179 kilometers per hour, and that was on the Cape Breton Mesonet.
My goodness.
That I saw that reading. So that's pretty impressive. And at that point, that happened about, I think it was between 3 and 4 a.m. this morning. And at that point, they had over 100 millimeters of rain. So that was the rain gauge. Mitch Cormier from PEI was saying on the top of the Confederation Bridge, which is about 30 meters above the surface of the water, recorded 186 kilometer per hour wind gust. So that wasn't at the surface, that was a little bit higher. So you do expect higher wind gusts, but you can see why this is causing some damage. And especially through PEI and northern Nova Scotia and even through Cape Breton is because of the wind direction and how long that wind was continuing to blow on shore, gusting over 100 kilometers per hour. So it was that sustained wind direction with those sustained high gusts between 6 and 8 hours in some areas. And of course, that's why you're going to get some damage. And when we say, these hurricanes are going to do, it's a major hurricane or it's a hurricane category 1 or category 2 storm force with the winds, when you get those winds for that long of a time over same areas, you know it's going to do some damage. And because Fiona's track is so slow moving off towards the north and east, we still have those higher wind gusts on extreme southeast New Brunswick, through Cape Breton, through PEI, as well as northern Nova Scotia. And that's not really going to subside until later on this afternoon. And even it looks like into Cape Breton, not until this evening, till maybe between the hours of, say, 6 and 8 p.m. tonight.
Oh, my goodness. And so when we're talking about the sustained wind, Tina, what kind of speeds was that?
Yeah, sustained winds were anywhere between, say, 80 to 110 kilometers per hour, with the wind gust anywhere from 130 to 150 kilometers per hour. And again, I have those reports from Arisag, and that's in right by Antigonish, of 179 kilometers per hour, and then Confederation Bridge of 186 kilometers per hour. So those were gusts, not the sustained winds.
And so when we are talking about things improving and when it will be safe, because we've been hearing from, as so many people with trees down and damage to their property, and of course people want to get out and start a cleanup, but really it's not going to be safe until those winds die down.
Right. And when I was giving you those times, when the wind gusts are expected to go below below the warning criteria. Between 80 and 90 is a warning criteria, but I think at 80 kilometers gust, they want below that before they can get up and start doing some restoration as far as the power is concerned.
So at least late this afternoon or
so
early
that's
this
when the
evening.
gusts are going to come down. Now, the time between now and then, of course, the winds, the sustained winds are coming down, but it's those brief gusts that could cause some problems still with cleanup.
And what about the storm surge, Tina? Do we have an update on what's happened?
Well, I've seen a lot of the pictures with the storm surge, and still the highest tides on the northern side of PEI were happening between 5:30 and say 6 o'clock this morning. And it's a wide variety of when the tides are high in certain areas, like through northern Nova Scotia, Tatamagouche, for example. High tide still going on till right now. It is at its highest tide. So in most locations, the tide is starting to come down. So when you're talking about the storm surge, if it coincides with the maximum winds during high tide, of course, that's going to add to how much water could be pushed along the coast. And that's another thing, too, the direction of the winds. When they're northerly, it's pushing the water into the land. So that's the northern face of the north shore of PEI, as well as all through the Northumberland Strait, because in those areas, the winds were not only north, but they had that northwesterly component, so it made the winds a little bit higher through the Northumberland Strait area.
My goodness, yes. We will keep an eye on that and see what's happening along there. Anything else we should let folks know, Tina?
Well, I think we can all be proud of most people because they heeded the warnings and they took the precautions and they put things down and they got things inside. So good job, everybody, for doing that. Now we need to take it a step further and let the crews do their thing before we try to get out there and start looking at what has happened. I think it's best just to be home, stay safe, and let the crews do what they need to do, and then we can get out and get take a look at what's gone on.
And just to be clear for people that want to know when things are going to improve, later this afternoon.
Yeah, and when I was talking about improving, things are already improving in the west, and that's New Brunswick included. But as far as the winds gusts are going down, that's what I'm talking about, the improvement, when crews can really get out there and start doing stuff. So for New Brunswick, for most of New Brunswick, the eastern parts where, we saw more of the higher wind gusts, most of the wind gusts will be coming down between the hours of, say, 12 and 3 o'clock. It's going to be a little bit later, so Westmoreland County, through the Acadian Peninsula, it's going to be a little bit longer, towards 4 to 6 p.m. before those gusts go down below 90 to 80 kilometers per hour.
Okay, and then Prince Edward Island?
A little bit later around
again.
the 6 p.m. hour, and then again between 6 and perhaps even 9 o'clock tonight for Cape Breton.
And do you have an update on what's happening in Newfoundland and Labrador this morning, Tina?
Well, certainly Fiona is just moving very, very slow. Just 2 hours ago, just entering the Gulf of St. Lawrence. And really, it's just what's left of that center. That's what I'm tracking. And as that's progressing, kind of keeping that as the marker of the movement of Fiona. But the winds ahead of it, so Port aux Basques, that area, still experiencing those high wind gusts over 100 kilometers per hour right now. And that's going to be expected for the next several hours to come. And then not until this evening will that start dissipating as well. So they're not going to get the highest wind gusts that we saw here because Fiona is actually losing strength as it's continuing to push off towards the north and east.
All right. Tina Simpkin, thank you so much. It was a pleasure talking to you. We'll check in again.
You as well. Bye.
Bye-bye. That is CBC meteorologist Tina Simpkin. I'm Vanessa Blanche, broadcasting a special broadcast to CBC in Atlantic Canada. 20 minutes now before 11. Our phone lines are open, 1-800-565-5550 as we track Fiona. Darrow McIntyre joins us now. He is in Cape Breton, the CBC's Darrow McIntyre. Hello.
Hi, Vanessa. How are you?
I'm well. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. It's windy and really rainy, but everything that you and Tina Simpkin were just talking about resonates pretty true for what I'm seeing in Cape Breton Island right now.
And you're in Inverness County, Darrow?
Yeah, I'm in Port Hood, Inverness County. So I heard a caller who called in just about 10 or 15 minutes ago from Port Hawkesbury or outside Port Hawkesbury. I'm about 50 kilometers north from where that person is.
And are you seeing much damage?
Yeah, well, people
I'm afraid we're losing you, Darrow. You're just cutting out there. Okay, we'll try to check back in with the CBC's Darrow McIntyre if we can get a better phone connection. In the meantime, we're going to go to Cheryl, who's in Chimney Corner, Cape Breton. Hi, Cheryl.
Hi.
Good. Nice to hear your voice. Tell us what's happening there.
I'm right on the ocean, and it's pretty angry looking. We're here on vacation from Star Lake, New York.
Oh my goodness.
And we're right here at Forever Fraser's camp. It's just a camp, and
You're listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly.
I've been in a microburst before, but that was like fast. It came and it left, and I just kept saying, when is this going to stop? And my husband says, no, this is all night.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank goodness you had company and power.
Yeah.
You did well to keep your power. So what are your plans, Cheryl? You guys are going to stay put for now?
Oh, yeah. We're not going anywhere today. We go back home Tuesday, so we still have a couple more days. So.
And did you drive from New York?
Yes, we did. Yeah. We've been here for a couple weeks now, and we decided to stay a little longer, but we didn't realize what was going to happen until after we'd already made plans, and then we said, wow, I guess we're going to be here for Fiona.
So you didn't have any second thoughts? You didn't think I'll just turn around?
No, we decided we were going to, wait out the storm, and we did.
Oh, and what's your connection to Cape Breton? How did you end up with a camp there?
Like I said, 50 some years ago, my husband's been coming up for years, since he was like 10 years old, and his father and his brother built this camp, and it's been ever since. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah.
So obviously they knew what they were doing when they built that camp 50 years ago.
That's right. It's a beautiful place. I just love it here. We try to come every year. So.
Oh, look. Yeah. Well, look, thank you so much for the call, Cheryl, and stay safe, and glad to hear that you both fared well.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Have a good one. You too.
Bye-bye. This is a special broadcast of CBC in Atlantic Canada. My name is Vanessa Blanche, and we have opened our phone lines. We're taking calls from people about the impact this storm Fiona is having on you. You can give us a call at 1-800-565-5550. We have Dakota on the line right now from Freetown, Prince Edward Island. Hi, Dakota. Hi, Dakota. Are you there? Oh, there you are.
Yeah. So, good connection?
Yes, great connection. You sound wonderful.
All right. So, currently we still have no power, but our neighbor's house may be on fire.
Oh my goodness! And do you see crews coming?
No, but I heard them, so.
Somebody is on the way. So what can you see, Dakota? Do you need to go and call 911 or?
Well, apparently they were already there, and so I don't see any smoke coming from the house anymore, but, like, I did get it on video, so.
Oh, my goodness. And so what was the night like for you, and what's the situation this morning?
Well, the night was absolutely crazy. I was pretty much up all night because I was worried the house was literally going to come down, but, hey, we're still here, so.
This is good.
And, well, yeah, so, and this morning, the wind is a little bit better here, but there's still no power, and hopefully that gets restored soon. So.
Mm-hmm. And can you see damage out your window, Dakota?
Actually, yeah. There's like 7 trees down.
Oh my goodness! And have they are they uprooted or have they just snapped?
They just snapped. I advise everybody to stay inside because of so things are like all the flying around, and like since we have solar panels, that could literally be a big risk if anyone has those. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can see things out your window flying around in the wind.
Yeah, like when I went outside, one of my trampoline outside just literally flew at me and tried to kill me. So.
Okay, definitely stay inside, and that is the advice that we're hearing, that we heard from the mayor in Charlottetown earlier today. Dakota, thank you so much for the call this morning. We appreciate it.
Anytime.
Stay safe. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That is Dakota calling us this morning from Charlottetown. And just an update on those power outages this morning. They are extensive. Nova Scotia Power reporting more than 405,000 outages. In New Brunswick, we've got more than 55,000 outages this morning. Prince Edward Island, 82,000. And in Newfoundland and Labrador, sorry, I'm just squinting to see. I think is it 11,000, Khalil?
Yeah, that's 11,000.
Sorry, I'm going to go get my glasses when I have a second.
It's a screen that's far away for you. 11,000 in the Stephenville, Port aux Basques area of Newfoundland.
Right, where the storm is just approaching now, from what Tina Simpkin said.
I've got a caller for you. Here, Vanessa. Robin in northern New Brunswick calling to tell us a story about a pet rescue in the middle of this storm.
Okay, thanks, Khalil. Robin, over to you. Good morning.
Good morning. Actually, it's Rosalind. I do pet rescue here in northern New Brunswick, and I have rescue rabbits and rescue kitties. And I had everybody, settle down for the storm, and I still have a couple outside that I haven't been able to catch yet that I need to get spayed and neutered. Anyway, so I put out a huge bowl a little bit early just to make sure they had extra food if they had to hide away for a day. And I was looking out to see if the bowl was empty, right? Mm-hmm. And did they get their food yet? And, no, there's a cat there. And I'm looking out and I'm thinking, like, that looks just like one of my cats, right? Then I look down a little further behind that cat. There comes another one. Looks just like they must be relatives, So I'm looking, and there's a whole horde of kittens. And I'm like, oh, my God, they're all outside. And somehow, and I hadn't even heard it, a locked door had popped open due to the wind pushing and pulling at the old house we live in. And a whole bunch of the kittens that I just got spayed and neutered were marching out there with Big Rascal, my 3-legged cat who lost one of his legs to cancer. And he was leading them around like the Pied Piper to all the different dishes and food. And then he decided to take them across the road to the Irving.
Oh, my goodness.
So I'm like, oh, my God, they're all going to get massacred on the road because it's a highway there. So anyway, so I'm like, come on, babies, come on, kitties, come on, you little darlings. And they turned around. They looked at me because I do that when I'm calling them for dinner. They all came like lambs.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you.
And the wind was whipping around. And I was like, oh, my. So I got them all inside. I barricaded the door. And then I went round the house to see it, or under the porches to see if anybody was hiding there. And then I had to go through my whole animal list to make sure nobody else was missing.
Oh, my. Is everyone accounted for?
Everybody, thank goodness, is accounted for. I was so lucky. I didn't even have a chance to panic. It all happened so quick, and I had to act so fast that I didn't fall apart till I got them all inside and checked the list twice.
And what has it been like up there?
Really windy. luckily, well, we haven't had the worst of it yet. Apparently, where I am, it's still coming in a couple of hours. It's going to be some higher winds, but where I am, it's been mostly high winds. But I mean, I haven't really gone out, so it could be worse just down the block, and there's a lot of sirens. So I'm not sure what's happening.
Where exactly are you, Rosalind?
Up in the Restigouche area, just do you know right where the Baie de Chaleur is? So it's just right where the salt water comes in from the Atlantic. So it's quite windy, and there's a lot of the fisher folk had to take their boats out of the water, and there's a lot of spots along by the coast where if there's a high swell, I don't like their chances for the houses, and some of the boats apparently are practically floating even though they're up on land. So
yeah, so there has been some
pretty
flooding.
Bad. Yeah, and it was wild here yesterday because I live across from the gas station, and I think everybody had out all their jerry cans and filling them all up before the storm. So I guess a lot of people have generators. So
and you're without power there, though?
Actually, the weird thing is we still have power where I am, but like I said, down the street it could be different. But we've been lucky so far right where I am. But it was a big shock with the wind because if the animals had gotten out and it was just coming dark last night, and they're tiny, and they don't know the outside.
Right.
Oh, it would have been a disaster. So it's a kind of a good news story, but just to tell people, if just because you've locked your door doesn't mean it's going to stay cold.
Right. Double check that. And a good thing Big Rascal is one of few cats who actually listens.
Oh, well, he's the instigator. I'm sure he led the kittens outside. He's such a naughty cat. That's why he's called Rascal. He's the head Big Rascal. I have another one called Little Rascal, who's now twice the size of Big Rascal. Now he's grown to his full size. But
my goodness.
Thank goodness they're all inside right now because it's very nasty. I'm worried about the ones that are still out there. So I hope people keep an eye out for injured animals, especially wildlife.
And keep them inside if you can, for sure.
Absolutely. Take care. And if you find a wild animal outside that's injured, try to get, throw a blanket over them or get them in a dark box and try to get hold of your animal rescue.
All right, Rosalind, thank you so much for calling this morning. We appreciate it.
Take care.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I'm Vanessa Blanche, and this is a special broadcast for CBC in Atlantic Canada. As we track Fiona, we have opened our phone lines, the numbers to call 1-800-565-5550. And joining me now, the CBC's Jessica Doria Brown in Prince Edward Island. Hi, Jessica.
Hi, Vanessa. It's nice to talk to you.
Nice to talk to you, too. Sounds windy where you are.
Yeah, I'm just out front of our building here in Charlottetown, and it feels slightly less windy, but still extremely windy here. And I don't really think it's gotten much milder yet. I've just actually noticed that there's a huge piece of a tree down blocking one of our roads right in front of the building that wasn't here last time I stepped out just a few minutes ago. So there's definitely still a lot of wind, a lot of things blowing around.
And what was the night like for you, Jessica?
So the night for me was actually totally fine, which I feel bad saying because I would say a lot of people on this island had a sleepless night. This side note, I slept in the basement of this building, so I was cozy and I couldn't hear what was going on. But from what I've heard from others and just kind of scrolling through social media, I think most people didn't really sleep last night. I think the wind was so loud that they couldn't sleep, and I think that also left people worrying about the damage that was happening to their homes. I think in some cases they could hear that damage was happening or hear things coming down, and just I think it's hard for most people to sleep during a storm like this because of that worry about what's happening on your property. And that's really what people woke up to this morning. I mean, even for me, I woke up and looked outside. Our flagpole right in front of the building is split in half. So the pole is right down with the Canadian flag just kind of lying. I guess I should go and pick it up, actually. But and that's it. I think the people just started to get those first glimpses at all of the damage. And it's quite stunning to see the trees, split right in half or right over. Some of my colleagues who did come in, they were able to stay home last night, but then made it in this morning, showed me photos of a huge tree downtown down, and it was so close to a sidewalk that it pulled the sidewalk up. Like, I've never seen anything like that. I've also seen photos now of like a mini home blown over, huge camper trailers blown right over. We have reports so far of 3 schools with their roofs blown off and all across the island. One of them is in Eastern PEI, one in Charlottetown, one west past Summerside. So the damage is quite staggering, and we're really just starting to see it, right? Even a couple of wharves. There are reports of some wharves like being completely detached from land or flooded over, and that's another thing. There's just a lot of water everywhere. Areas of just the city, I mean, that's all I've been able to see at this point, where people kind of can't go where they want to go because there's so much water on the road, so many branches and huge pieces of trees down on the road, and power lines, of course, right, which, of course, are extremely dangerous.
And we heard from the mayor of Charlottetown earlier, and he was sending the message to people, shelter in place, do not go out, survey the damage, just stay home. And are you hearing anything else from officials there, Jessica?
I think that's the consistent message that we're getting. It's not yet safe to be out. Really, I've seen a few vehicles out. I saw my first pedestrian just now as I was waiting to link up with you, walking with a huge stick, like a very big pole, I guess, just to kind of race against this wind. I have seen a few like Charlottetown public works trucks, but that's it. Like Maritime Electric has said that they're not going to head out at all until this storm dies down. And then, but that, of course, that's not expected till way later today. So they won't even be able to get to start their assessment until likely this afternoon. And they were warning people yesterday, basically, not to expect them to be able to start to work to restore any power until tomorrow morning. So if people are without power right now, it's very unlikely that would change for the day, and they can really expect that to probably last. Oh my God. Into tomorrow morning. It's funny because the temperature is not that low. I guess if I'm out of the wind, it's warm, but as soon as I get into the wind, it's freezing. It's that powerful. It's just it's so cold. I'm shivering.
All right.
But RCMP as well are really trying to get the message out for people to stay off the roads and just stay home, because again, anybody who needs to be out right now is. We're assuming they're doing public safety work, and so the more people who stay off the roads right now, the easier it is for those people to get around and address whatever kind of urgently needs to be addressed right now, right?
Absolutely. All right, Jessica, thank you so much. And yeah, I would say don't go too far from shelter by the sounds of the wind in your microphone.
No, I won't. Not for the next few hours at least.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
all right, take care. Nice talking to you. Bye.
Bye.
That's Jessica Doria Brown, the CBC's Jessica Doria Brown at our station in Charlottetown. We do have some callers standing by. Should we wait, Khalil?
Well, we've got Coralie and Antigonish, and we've got a minute before news. Shall we squeeze her in?
Yeah, let's try. Hi, Coralie.
Hi there.
Sorry about the short time, but tell us what you're seeing in Antigonish this morning.
Well, there's a lot of trees down here, but one of the reasons I'm calling is because I did grow up in Inverness County, just outside of Inverness, and something's changed with the phone system there, where now when the power goes out, everybody loses their landline, and that didn't used to happen. We used to be able to go through like a 2-day blizzard, and everybody had their landline, and they could check on each other. But now, whatever has changed with Bell Reliant, as soon as you lose power, you lose access. So there's people living alone who don't own a cell phone and who can't get in touch with anybody.
Okay.
So,
okay. Thank you, Coralie. We can look into that and we'll see what we can find out. And we've just got a national newscast coming up. So if you want to stay on the line and you can share whatever else you wanted to say with Khalil, that'd be great.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. You're listening to CBC Radio 1.
From CBC News, The World This Hour, I'm Pep Philpott. The fury of Fiona is pounding Atlantic Canada. One of the most powerful storms to ever strike this country made landfall early this morning. The center is now over the Gulf of St. Lawrence, but it's left most of Nova Scotia and PEI without power. There are widespread reports of damage from flooding to downed wires, toppled trees, and blocked streets. Crews are beginning to clean up in parts of Nova Scotia, but the storm is still packing a punch as it moves further north. On the southwest tip of Newfoundland, 10 to 15 meter waves have been crashing into the shore this morning, dragging some houses and other structures back into the water. Dozens of residents have been asked to evacuate the community of Port aux Basques. CBC meteorologist Ashley Brauweiler is there.
The sheer size and the destruction, I was just hearing people say they've lived here all their lives and they have never seen any houses swept out to sea. So that just gives you, they're saying this is the strongest storm they've ever seen. It's significant. So we're seeing sustained winds right now about 83 kilometers per hour. They're gusting at 123, but we're expecting those winds to be even stronger, maybe about 140 to 160 kilometers per hour. And it is going to continue through the afternoon and into the evening hours. So not only are we talking about the storm surge, the waves, it's the winds that will cause lots of damage. We're still looking at waves in excess of potentially 12 meters through a good chunk of the day today. The Fiona is actually going to get closer over the next couple of hours, and that's when we're going to see the strongest winds. And then eventually it'll start to weaken, and then we'll really be able to assess the damage. Ashley Brauweiler, CBC News, Port aux Basques.
I shed tears of joy. My people here shed tears of joy, my elders especially.
Yes, Mosby, an elder in Australia's Torres Strait Islands, is celebrating a decision by the UN. It found Australia violated the islanders' human rights by failing to adequately protect them from the impacts of climate change. Across the Torres Strait Islands, rising sea levels have already damaged food sources and ancestral burial sites, with residents saying their homes now are at risk of being submerged. The UN committee called for Australia to provide the islanders with an effective remedy.
This win has gave me hope, knowing that my future generations and their generations to come in 100 years from now, that they will remain on their home, they will practice their culture and their tradition.
The islands are between Australia's north coast and Papua New Guinea. Military officials in South Korea say they have detected signs North Korea may be preparing to test a submarine-launched ballistic missile. The report comes just days after U.S. President Joe Biden accused Pyongyang of blatantly violating UN sanctions during his speech to the UN General Assembly. Ontario's medical officer of health is disappointed the number of children under the age of 5 getting the COVID-19 vaccine is much lower than expected. Shots for the youngest age group have been available for 2 months now, but only about 6% of the kids have had their first dose. Philip Lishanok has more.
Heidi Molinaro has 3 kids, aged 2 to 8. Only the eldest is vaccinated. The other 2 recently had COVID, but she will consider getting them the shot when they can.
We'll be looking into that for sure.
Other parents were even less enthusiastic.
I just feel that COVID vaccine was just pushed too fast.
Dr. Jane Little is a pediatrician in Ottawa and co-president of the Pediatricians Alliance of Ontario. She says 80% of the children admitted to hospital with COVID have happened since new variants arrived in December of 2021.
And the majority were under the age of 5. So, this is an at-risk population. These kids are sick.
She understands some parents may be apprehensive, but it's still early days here. In the U.S., where the vaccine has been available for 6 months, more than 1.5 million kids under 5 have had it. Philip Lishanok, CBC News, Toronto.
And that's your World This Hour. I'm Pep Philpott.
You are listening to CBC Radio 1. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We'll return to regular programming shortly. You're listening to CBC Radio 1.
Good morning. This is a special broadcast coming to you from Moncton, New Brunswick for Atlantic Canada as we follow Fiona and the impact this storm is having on Atlantic Canada. Our colleagues in Nova Scotia and Prince Edward Island, who had been broadcasting earlier this morning, they have lost power and internet. So we are here keeping you company this morning and passing along all of the information that we have. The numbers to call, we have our phone lines open this morning. 1-800-565-5550. My name is Vanessa Blanche. I'm in Moncton, and we're broadcasting to you right now from CBC. Khalil, are we broadcasting?
We are broadcasting, but we're having phone issues this morning, Vanessa.
I saw people running.
Yeah, so here's the problem that we're having. We've got lots of callers calling in. In fact, my phone is lit up here, but we're having trouble calling out from our lines here in Moncton. I'm not sure if that's storm related or whether that's just a happy coincidence.
Okay, well, I've got some power information and some road information that I'm going to pass along, and we'll let Khalil see if he can sort out our telephone situation. So right now, Nova Scotia Power is reporting nearly 406,000 outages. 194,000 of those outages are in the HRM, 65,000 in Cape Breton. In New Brunswick, NB Power currently reporting over 55,000 outages. 38,000 of them are in southeastern New Brunswick, which has certainly been hardest hit by Fiona. And on Prince Edward Island, as you've been hearing all morning, nearly the entire island without power this morning. 82,171 is the latest count of power outages on Prince Edward Island. And in Newfoundland and Labrador, about 1,100 power outages right now. That's in the Stephenville, Port aux Basques area. We have been hearing from the utilities telling us that their power crews are going out if it is safe. At least NB Power has had a few instances where they felt it was safe to have their crews out to restore customers. Elsewhere, that is not the case. The winds continue to gust over 100 kilometers per hour across the Maritimes right now, and that means that power crews cannot be out restoring power. It's just not safe. The official Twitter account for the HRM, for the Halifax Regional Municipality, tweeting out just before 11 o'clock that they're experiencing a volume of residents visiting evacuation centers for non-urgent reasons, such as charging their phones. They say comfort centers will be opened as soon as it is safe to do so, and they will advise on locations as soon as possible. But please stay off the roads and keep those locations clear for emergencies. 10 minutes now after 11, and our morning meteorologist Tina Simpkin is here. Hi, Tina.
Hi. Wow. We have a lot to get through, do we not?
We do, yes.
And then in some areas of the region, like through Edmundston, back towards Fredericton, even in parts of, Charlotte County and the western parts of Nova Scotia, Digby, Yarmouth, and Shelburne County, that is, haven't experienced the full force of what Fiona has. So it's really the target of the storm really pushed into the eastern parts of the region. And again, that's significant damage. And I don't think we've had such a storm surge with previous storms. Most of the times they're coming in and they're coming out, and they're not really coinciding with high tide, but this one is. And not only is Fiona producing those winds that just are relentless, but they're coming in at just the wrong direction or the right direction to create optimum storm surge, and that's what we're seeing. So we still have those winds out of the north to northwest across much of the north face of PEI, New Brunswick, as well as parts of Nova Scotia through, again, the Northumberland Strait area, Inverness County, and parts of Victoria County, where the storm surge warnings are still in place for the next little bit. I think things are going to be calming down as the high tides start to calm down, which they are right now. So that is some good news. And as Fiona continues to work its way off towards the north and to the east, it is losing strength. So again, all pieces of good news. The bad news is that it's moving so slowly and it's losing strength slowly, that these winds are very persistent. In fact, I don't expect those winds to calm down below, say, that warning criteria between 80 and 90 kilometers per hour, the gusts at least, across Prince Edward Island until, say, between 4 and 6, and maybe even a little bit later for, say, Kings County and the easternmost parts of Queens County, I should say, about the north-facing areas. And the same is true for Cape Breton. It looks like it's going to be between 6 and perhaps even 9 o'clock before those winds start to subside. And it's the north-facing wind, so through Inverness and parts of Victoria County.
And so are any parts of the Maritimes in particular, Tina, that as you say, where have they not seen the worst of it yet?
Yeah, no, I think everybody has seen the worst of it.
Okay,
I
good.
think the worst is over. That is another piece of good news. But again, because the winds are so fairly persistent and still gusting over 120, 130 in some areas, in particular the north-facing shores of PEI as well as Cape Breton, there's still damage being done. Even though the worst part of it is over, like as far as the widespread areas of destruction, but there's it's still a force, and it's still producing those incredibly high wind speeds as far as the wind gusts are concerned.
And so as far as the path of Fiona, where is it now? Where is it heading?
Yeah, well, what's left of the eye wall that you can still see the center of rotation or the center of circulation as we can see it at the surface, it's into the Gulf of St. Lawrence, but slowly, and I mean slowly, tracking off towards the north-northeast. So the forward momentum of the storm, or the motion of the storm, and I'm tracking it, say, by the center of the circulation that we can see, it's not going very fast, under 15 to 20 kilometers per hour. So it's taking its good old time to exit the region. So the higher winds now moving off of, Cape Breton into like Port aux Basques area of Newfoundland, and eventually, this is going to lose strength completely and become way less than the storm force winds that we're still seeing out there.
So for Newfoundland and Labrador, I know that we have heard about some power outages in the Port aux Basques area, Stephenville area. Do you how big of a punch is it going to pack once it gets there?
Gets through that region?
Yeah.
Well, the winds are still, I just was watching Ashley. She's the meteorologist for Newfoundland and Labrador, and I was just listening to what she was saying too, because she's right in Port aux Basques, and they're still seeing gusts over 140 kilometers per hour there in some regions. And I'll be honest, Vanessa, I don't know the timing of the high tides, so I'm not exactly sure when the high tides are there, but I would assume that they're pretty close to where we are right now, if not coming down as well. So as the tides come down, the threat for storm surge goes down. But the fact of the matter is those winds are not in a favorable position. They're southeasterly, which is right into the Port aux Basques area, as the circulation around Fiona is going on right now. So they're not out of the woods yet. And this is just an afterthought, but Fiona is expected to make its way into Labrador eventually by tomorrow. And on the backside of the system, there's some very cold air. And you know what that means? There could be a lot of snow towards Labrador City on upwards, and because the additional moisture of Fiona. So that's an afterthought. Right now we have to get rid of the winds and the storm surge, but there is some very cold air on the backside of the system.
Okay.
Because of the front that pushed through yesterday.
We will keep it. Well, you will keep an eye on all of that for us. I know you will, Tina.
I definitely will.
All right. We'll check in again. Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. That is Tina Simpkin, CBC meteorologist. 15 minutes now after 11. I'm Vanessa Vanessa Blanche. I'm here this morning along with Khalil Akhtar. We are keeping you up to date as we follow Fiona and the impact this storm is having on Atlantic Canada. This is a special broadcast coming to you from Moncton. Joining us now is the CBC's Wendy Bergfeld. She is in Cape Breton. Good morning, Wendy.
Good morning, and how are you?
I am well, and how are you?
Well, we're just trying to figure out what works, how we can keep. Right now, we're down to texting people. That's about all we have at this point, because as you know, the power is out. Virtually all of our CBRM. There are places in Cape Breton that still have power. For instance, Inverness County had a there. I talked to the CAO just a minute ago, and he said, "Oh yeah, we're in fairly good shape. We only had one call to the municipal emergency line. They still have power in Cheticamp. They still have power in Inverness, the larger communities." He said there are a few down trees, but it's not too bad. So
Good.
Some places. Now I just got off. I'm texting as I was telling you, and I'm just texting with the EMO coordinator for Richmond County. Now, as you know, Richmond County had a difficult night that they are having the surge now, but he has just advised me that they are not calling for a local state of emergency. What they've done instead is put out a shelter-in-place request. Which is different. So they are asking their people to just stay where they are. And what we're hearing out of Richmond County is that there is flooding. There are some washouts in roads, but it isn't to the point where they want to call a state of emergency. But they are asking people to just shelter in place until they can get a handle on what's going on. I can tell you that Victoria County did declare a state of emergency, and they also declared a shelter-in-place order, which is just a step up from that. And the reason for that is because there are a lot of washouts in Inverness County. There are a lot of trees across the highway, a lot of down power lines. It's really dangerous. There are whole stretches of the Cabot Trail that are shut down right now. Some brooks have dangerous water levels, just unprecedented water levels. Warren Lake Road is impassable because of high winds and debris. And from French Mountain to Pleasant Bay, there's a rock fall. There was so much wind and rain that the reason the highway is closed is because of a rock fall.
Oh, wow.
So that's kind of where we are right now. Now, I will tell you, though, that even though there has been advice from the municipalities to stay off the road, people are still trying to drive. One of my colleagues was telling me that the stretch from Sydney to Glace Bay, which is one of the main arterials in Cape Breton Regional Municipality, is closed because there are trees down on the highway, and where there are not trees, there are power lines stretched across the road, and yet people are driving over the power lines to get where they're going. Yeah. So that really isn't a safe practice. And that's why the municipality is telling people to shelter in place, stay off the roads. Having said that, there are still people moving around. And it is not a safe time to do so because we have so many power lines down, and you absolutely shouldn't be stepping over them or driving over them.
Absolutely. And so just to reiterate, Wendy, to make sure everyone's clear, so in Victoria County and the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, those are the areas where a state of emergency has been declared.
That's right. And Richmond County has a shelter in place at this point.
Okay. And anything else before I let you go?
No, just to tell you that we do know that emergency crews are doing door-to-door safety checks now in areas of the municipality, Cape Breton Regional Municipality, where they were hit particularly hard. There are a lot of old growth trees here, trees that are more than a century old, and they just could not take the wind. They could take the first couple of hours, but after 2.5, 3 hours, they snapped and fell to the ground, taking power lines with them and making whole blocks dangerous to walk on. So they're going from door to door just to see if trees are, coming through somebody's living room. I think that's one of the things they're looking for, because it's really hard to tell in some of these more wooded communities. But that's what's going on right now.
All right. Wendy Bergfeld, thank you so much for calling. We'll check in with you again. Okay, bye. That's the CBC's Wendy Bergfeld in Cape Breton this morning. We do have our phone lines open. Calls are coming through, so you can give us a call at 1-800-565-5550 as we track Fiona and the impact this storm is having across Atlantic Canada. Joining me now is Larry Levitt in Dartmouth. Hi, Larry.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Well, I've been up ever since the power went off here in Dartmouth at 12:30 this morning.
You must be tired.
Well, not really. I mean, I was able, like, when Jeff was on this morning at midnight till 5 o'clock, and he did an absolutely marvelous job with the way he was talking with people and stuff like that, and then with Bill Roach, and when he did the morning edition, and Tina Simpkin was with them.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, kudos to all you guys, you know, with getting out information and so forth. I mean, for me, I'm not immune to these because the first hurricane that I went through was way back in 1972 with Hurricane Blanche.
That's my last name, Larry.
No, sorry, my dear. And I was only at that time 5 years old.
Oh my goodness.
And I've been through them all. Even the remnants. This goes back to 1969 of what we had of Camille.
And how does this one compare to the past post-tropical storms, hurricanes that you've been through?
Well, of course, everybody has been talking about Juan and Dorian. And of course Dorian made headlines because of the collapsing of one of the construction,
the crane
of the crane on South Park Street.
Mm-hmm.
But where I am here in Dartmouth, my wife is here too, and she's been a real trooper herself. Because as soon as I saw it starting to develop, like 4 or 5 days ago, down in the in Puerto Rico, Caicos, and then it hit Bermuda on Wednesday with winds of 140 miles an hour when it was a Category 4. And then, of course, as Jeff was saying, and of course their meteorologist Brian there from Bedford.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently, if it wasn't for this drop, this storm would have gone like a you know what, and it would have gotten out of here fast.
Right. Well, look, Larry, thank you so much for calling in this morning. I'm glad you and your wife are well. I'm sure you don't have power, but it sounds like.
Oh no, we don't. We like I said, we haven't had it since 12:30, and and the winds now are down to. I was just checking on the NOAA weather radio. The winds now at Stanfield are at 80 kilometers an hour.
Good.
And so hopefully soon they'll be able to do cleanup procedures here in the HRM area.
Absolutely. All right. Well, stay safe, Larry, and thanks for listening all morning and all night.
Yeah.
You take care.
And you too, and you guys too in Moncton there as well.
Thank you, Larry. Bye-bye.
Okay, cheers.
That's Larry Levitt in Dartmouth, 24 minutes now after 11 on this Saturday morning. And joining us now, CBC reporter Malone Mullen is on the line from Port aux Basques, Newfoundland. Hi, Malone.
Hi, how's it going?
Great. It was so nice to hear from you in Port aux Basques. What's the situation there?
Oh, the wind's howling outside, so we're sort of getting peak Fiona right now. An emergency evacuation order was put in place about an hour ago now in Port aux Basques for specifically the downtown portion, so that's the east end of town. There's only one road in and out, and when I was down there at about 8 a.m., it was completely flooded. There were fire ambulances everywhere. People were getting stuck in that water. People were trying to flee. And we were back down there at about 10 a.m. People were still fleeing. And about an hour ago, the mayor was up there knocking on doors, just trying to get people out.
And how many people are we talking?
So Port aux Basques has about 4,000 people. A lot of them don't live in the downtown area, but if I had to guess, some portion of that 4,000 were being under that mandatory evacuation order.
And so you're seeing people go out. Are they able to get out right now in their vehicles?
So that was the concern. So some of the vehicles were able to get through the water, but people were sending down like their Jeeps to go and grab people. It was really like all hands on deck. Anyone who had a vehicle that could make it through that maybe 2 or 3 feet of water, they were the ones to go grab people. We saw people coming out of those cars, getting into other ones on the other side of the road that connected to the rest of the province, just in tears, people crying, people, thinking that their homes were about to be washed away, and in many cases, we were hearing that that's what was happening. The mayor of the town did also confirm that a 2-story apartment building was washed away as well, but there haven't yet been any confirmed injuries or deaths or missing people.
Oh my goodness! So can you describe? I mean, what would the coastline have looked like, or before Fiona arrived?
Yeah, so Port aux Basques it's a really low-lying region, and it's just on the southwestern tip of Newfoundland, so it's really getting pummeled here today. A lot of the town is right beside the ocean, and I'm talking like 15 feet away from the water. So we were talking to people who were running inside their houses to gather stuff, and the ocean was just like coming right up onto their driveway, like hitting the side of their houses. Really, really dangerous conditions for most people, because most people do live along the shoreline here, and they're not on high ground. So when we talk about, anyone living near the water has to be evacuated, that's a lot of the town.
And so were people prepared for this, Malone?
So we've been here a couple days now, and, I was speaking to some fishermen, and they got their boats out of the water. They were saying, they were calling themselves local meteorologists, jokingly, but they do know the water, and they were saying this is going to be a bad one. And I think some people had bags packed, and they were ready to go, but they didn't want to leave just yet. And I think the storm hit hard and fast at about 8 a.m., and I think a lot of people were caught by surprise.
Oh my goodness, you paint such a terrifying picture of what that must have been like for people.
Yeah, I mean, we saw sheds and fishing stages in the water this morning. There are pictures online of people are sharing of houses just completely falling into the sea. And most people that we spoke to just said they've never seen anything like this their entire lives, and they've lived here and they've seen bad weather.
And so the people that have evacuated, where are they going?
So right now they're waiting to get into the hotels in the area. They're staying with friends and family. It's really like a fly by the seat of your pants kind of situation. They have, their pets, a few personal items, and that's about it, because that's all the time they had. I do know that the hotel that we're staying in right now, there's a waiting list, so we're trying to figure out if we can move people, double up in rooms just to open up some of the rooms for people.
Oh my goodness. And so anything else that you want to pass along that people need to know?
I think it's extremely dangerous out there. If you're in the Port aux Basques area, do not go out for a drive. Don't go check it out. Really stay home. All
right. Malone, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
That is the CBC's Malone Mullen reporting this morning from Port aux Basques. Coming up to 11:30, joining us next is Portia Clark, the host of Information Morning in Halifax. Hi, Portia.
Oh, hi, Vanessa. How are you doing?
I'm well. Nice to hear your voice. How's everything going? I know it's been a wild morning in Halifax.
Yeah, it really has. It's been tumultuous for everyone, just waking up and seeing some of the damage. And it looks like, the trees, the leaves have gone through some sort of blender. There's just leaves strewn everywhere, but a lot of trees as well. The drive into work was interesting, just all kinds of trees down and a lot of branches, and still dangerous, as we were hearing from Port aux Basques as well, to be out, and we're being advised not to go out and take those pictures. People want to get a sense of what's happened overnight, but it's still not safe to do that here because there are a lot of down power lines as well. We heard this morning from Halifax Fire that a tree actually fell on a fire truck that was out doing some work. There was a crew inside the vehicle at the time, Vanessa, so that was scary. They had to, get some Nova Scotia Power crews out to extricate them from their own fire truck. Not sure of the extent of the damage, and it doesn't sound like there was injuries, but it's that kind of situation there where things have been weakened so much by all of the rain and all of the wind, and we're still seeing wind here too, so it's still pretty tricky. We're not hearing the kinds of situations here that we're experiencing, our people are experiencing in Port aux Basque, thank goodness, although there is at least one place where people are being voluntarily evacuated from in Indian Gardens in the Antigonish area, which is, it's so tumultuous for them because they had been flooded out last November. Some of those folks had just gotten their homes repaired, and now they're being asked for their own safety because of flooding reasons to leave. Some had to be, rowboated out, rescued by boat last November, and then, they were obviously on guard last night for whatever may come through the night. But it sounds like it's a precarious situation there for those folks. We have heard of people here on the mainland who've lost their roofs, for example, but we're not seeing the kind of damage that, for example, the Cape Breton Regional Municipality has had. So it's a situation where people will be out without power for, it may come back on today. In fact, some people in the western part of the province have already had their power restored. The number right now is 403,000 in Nova Scotia who don't have power. The crews are all standing by and ready to go, but we need those winds to drop below 80 kilometers an hour. So waiting for that. There are, I think, 800 crew here who are ready to go. They've had some help coming in from Maine and Quebec, but they can't do a whole lot until those winds subside, and that may take into later afternoon or early evening.
Oh my goodness. Yes, and so you are in station now, Portia?
Yeah, I made it to the station. It was an interesting drive. The roads are slippery too, with so much down on them in terms of leaves as well. But we got into the station, but of course, to find that we don't have any internet connection, and a lot of people across the mainland and throughout the Maritimes have lost their communication. So it's a little tricky as far as finding out more information about what's going on where. We have, our crews out are trying to find out, but waiting for that to come back on. And we've been in touch with the internet providers to try to find out exactly what the issue is with internet. And we'll bring you that information when we find it. But we at this point don't know why there's been such a long outage as far as the internet goes.
Oh, right.
It's a situation where, people are hunkering down, and you can hear the hum of generators, for example, across the city, and people are helping out their neighbors where they can, making coffee and that kind of thing. But Timmy's is still the go-to, and on our way in, there was a lineup of, I would say, 40 cars at one of the Timmy's. People just trying to get there.
One of the few that was open, no doubt.
Exactly. I guess, word spreads somehow, or people just drive around trying to find their Timmy's. But not being encouraged to do that because crews are already trying to clean up as well, and a lot of people on the roads and jamming intersections with the lights down. It's best to stay home and see if you can get your caffeine fix when things calm down a little bit, I suppose.
Yeah, that's definitely the message that we're hearing across the region. Stay home and stay put and wait for those winds to die down and for crews to be able to get out and do their repair work.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's still, in just looking at our studio windows, we're just by the Northwest Arm here in Halifax, and those winds are still pretty high. The trees are really moving. I mean, we've heard of gusts as high as 179 kilometers an hour in Arisag. We're not experiencing that in, I would say, it doesn't seem like most of Nova Scotia now. They are dying back, but it's the gusts that can still be so dangerous, especially with weakened trees and the ground being so wet that those roots just pull right up. We passed a huge tree that had fallen on a house just on our way into the station, and it had pulled up, a massive amount of heavy concrete and pavement with it. It just had gone over. One of my colleagues on the way in was telling us about a man who has a 2-week-old baby, I think it is, and he was out in front of his house with a chainsaw. The tree had fallen on the house and trying to take down that tree, and you can imagine the stress of that situation. Waking up in the middle of the night with a tree falling on your house and you got a baby to protect. But I would think that wouldn't be advisable to take your own chainsaw. Yeah.
I feel like it's definitely not advisable, Portia, and we've heard that from a few people. And also, like you say, and like Tina Simpkins said earlier, those wind gusts are still packing quite a wallop, and you don't get any warning with those. I mean, even though the sustained winds are dying down, the wind gusts are not finished yet.
Yeah, we were just watching one of our colleagues on News World who was wearing a helmet for her hits with the network, and that's probably safe advice. You don't know where things are going to come from when things have been weakened and damaged in this way.
Exactly. All right. So thank you so much for joining us, and we'll check in again.
Sounds good. Thanks, Vanessa. You
Okay.
take care too.
You too.
Bye-bye.
That's Portia Clark, the CBC's Portia Clark in Halifax this morning. 25 minutes now before 12. We have opened our phone lines this morning, and we've got another caller on the line, Tom Gillis in Grand Etang, Cape Breton. Hi, Tom.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you doing?
We're doing fine here. I just called in just to say that it isn't quite a non-event, but for Grand Etang, this was just sort of another storm.
Isn't it funny? We've heard from a couple of people, and it seems like there's pockets that maybe got away without any major damage.
Well, we lost a very nice ash tree overnight. That is a bit of a disappointment. But as far as real damage to the house and everything, power flickered a couple of times. We've still got power. We've still got pretty well everything. And the winds in this area overnight might have gusted around 170, which is quite frequent here. I mean, we get that at least once a month.
Wow. Yes, the rest of us are definitely not used to that. But so you didn't feel too worried overnight, Tom?
No. When we get really strong winds here, our sun porch where we have our computer and stuff will really shake. And we didn't get that. This wasn't the track of the storm. Looked like it was going to cause some really bad southeast winds. They swept here, but we didn't really get anything out of the ordinary. And I did notice that the Canadian Hurricane Center forecast the track better than the American one did.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that had me a little worried, but somehow the effect of the terrain and everything sort of counteracted some of the wind. So for something we thought was going to be a devastating event, it was just a big wind.
Wow. And what about the rain, Tom? Was it just a regular kind of rainy night?
Well, it rained all day here yesterday, and I was a little concerned that was going to mean that the ground was very soft and that trees would blow over. But the one tree we lost, it actually snapped off about 10, 12 feet off the ground just because of all the leaves on it got caught. And it's still raining, and the rain is, it's still windy, so the rain's kind of sideways, but it's nothing unusual for here. We're actually pretty lucky. Most of this area still has power, and we're just not going out.
All right. Well, boy, all those people wandering around looking for coffee this morning, we'll have to send them your way, Tom.
No, I'd tell them not to do that.
I'm kidding.
I know.
Well, look, thanks so much. Thanks so much for the call, and glad you fared well.
Take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That's Tom Gillis of Grand Etang in Cape Breton this morning, 22 minutes before noon. This is a special broadcast coming to you from Moncton, New Brunswick, a special broadcast for Atlantic Canada as we follow Fiona and the impact of that storm. Our phone lines are open if you'd like to give us a call, like Tom did. Tell us how things are in your neck of the woods. The number to call is 1-800-565-5550. And joining me now is Alexandra Silberman in Moncton. I think he's in Moncton. Hi, Alexander.
Hi, Vanessa. I'm actually in Point Shen. This is just in the Shediac area, about 25, 30 minutes from Moncton, right on the coast.
And what are you seeing there? We heard a lot about storm surge there.
That's right. I'm seeing some pretty significant flooding in the area as a result of that storm surge. The street that I'm standing on right now is completely flooded and underwater. There's water pretty up to the top of my boots, pretty much. I would say about 1.5 to 2 feet of water at certain points. Impassable. There's no way anyone could be driving through this. I had to walk down to get to this point and see the damage. And it's clear the wind has had a significant effect and caused a lot of damage here. Lots of downed trees, tree branches.
Sorry, we just lost you there for a second. Alexander, are you back?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah, so you were just saying there were a lot of downed trees and then we lost you.
Yes, that's right. Lots of downed trees and tree branches. We can really see the effects of these strong winds, which have hit as high as 100 kilometers per hour in this area. So lots of debris that's flown out and about with the wind. What's pretty surprising is right across from where I'm standing, there's a home right on the coast. I was just talking to the owner of that house a few minutes ago, and he was telling me his propane tank was picked up and carried away with the storm surge. And right now it's at least, I would say, 400 or 500 meters away, all the way down at the end of the street in this neighborhood. Just a big white propane tank, probably 6-7 feet tall, picked up and carried. So that gives you a sense of how strong this storm surge and the wind combined are, and some of the damage it's causing in this area. There's a lot of residents just out and about walking around right now, kind of surveying the damage and seeing what the impact of the storm looks like at this point.
So you're not talking about the propane tank you have on the barbecue?
No, this is not. This is a propane tank for a home. So one of the big ones.
Oh my goodness!
Not a barbecue one.
And have you spoken with other folks around there this morning, Alexander?
I have. I've spoken to a few. There's a resident here who just put up new siding this summer, and saw that a significant portion of that just ripped off from the wind. So he was quite disappointed. And I've just talked to a couple of people as well out and about, looking at the flooding and the damage, who are a few have said that they're surprised and they weren't expecting this degree of flooding from the storm surge. So it's been interesting to see reactions as I'm out and about here in the Shediac area.
And does it feel like the waves are sort of getting smaller, or they're sustaining themselves?
Well, both the waves and the winds, I would say, are sustaining themselves at this point. I'm looking right at the ocean right now, and there's strong white caps. The surf is very powerful. Definitely advised to stay far away from the water. And the winds are howling as well, very strong, ripping through the trees. So Fiona is far from over in this part of the province.
All right. Alexander Silberman, thank you so much.
Thanks, Vanessa.
Be careful.
Stay
Okay.
safe.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
That is the CBC's Alexander Silberman reporting from Pointe du Chien in southeastern New Brunswick this morning. 18 minutes before noon. This is a special broadcast coming to you from Moncton, New Brunswick, to all of Atlantic Canada. Joining us now is Mitch Cormier in Prince Edward Island. Hi again, Mitch. Okay, Mitch is not there. We do have our phone lines open, however, so if you do have something to share, if you'd like to tell us how the storm has gone for you, you can give us a call at 1-800-565-5550. An update on power outages. Nova Scotia Power now reporting 403,000 outages in that province. That's down about 2,000 in the past half hour or so. So that is a good sign. NB Power reporting 54,000 outages right now, homes and businesses without electricity. That is also decreasing, down by about 700 customers in the past 30 minutes or so. Prince Edward Island is unchanged. They're reporting over 82,000 customers without power this morning. Virtually all of Prince Edward Island out of power right now, and in Newfoundland and Labrador, as you've heard, a very serious situation in Port aux Basques this morning with families being evacuated from that area. About 1,800 power outages there. You're listening to CBC Radio 1. I'm Vanessa Blanche, and this is a special edition of our program for this morning. If you would like to give us a call, you can call us toll-free this morning at 1-800-565-5550. There is a state of emergency in place right now in Victoria County in Cape Breton. Also, the Cape Breton Regional Municipality has declared a local state of emergency. Customers in those areas are being asked to stay home. Richmond County and Cape Breton has also issued a shelter-in-place order to its residents. Looks like we might have Mitch in Prince Edward Island. Mitch Cormier, are you there?
We're desperately trying to find those one or two, cell lines that can get us out this morning, Vanessa. It's been, infrastructure here is being stretched to its limit as people are starting to move around. We're certainly seeing more of that. We're also getting a better idea of the destruction. But again, officials everywhere are asking that you just stay put for some very simple reasons. There's nobody from the city of Charlottetown that is out doing work yet because it's still unsafe. things are still moving around. Wind has started to, we're watching it here, Richie and I in the front deck, it's starting to change a little bit in direction, and that could cause some trouble as well. So we're really being very careful about telling people to get out. We're saying stay put. Mm-hmm. The RCMP are saying that. I'm going to update you on what Summerside Police are saying in just a moment, but first, we had a chance to talk to Charlottetown's Police Chief, Brad McConnell, just about 45 minutes ago. I want to play you back that conversation, and he will echo some themes that you've been hearing throughout the day here in our coverage from PEI.
Well, we haven't been able to do a full assessment just because it's not safe to be out, to be truthful, and that's kind of the messaging we want to relay to our citizens, that we need them to stay at home, stay safe, and certainly refrain from traveling on any of the roads or pathways until we certainly are in a position to make them safe.
And that's the point. Even if you're trying to get somewhere, the chances of you getting there in any sort of a logical way across town is impossible. Every street is blocked, right?
Yeah, the damage is across the whole city. There's not a street that's not affected by some sort of effects from the storm. So whether it's down trees or down power lines or down communication lines or localized flooding, all the city has been affected. So there's really no reason to be out at this point. There's nowhere to go. There's nothing open, and certainly it's in your best interest as an individual to stay at home and stay safe. And in doing so, you're actually helping public safety, because our first responders, our fire and our police, are overwhelmed right now responding to emergency calls. So we don't need any other people putting themselves in harm's way that's going to overtask us unnecessarily.
What sort of calls for service have you been receiving since the start of this last evening?
Well, certainly they're all weather-related. Most of them, down trees that have compromised homes or down power lines. A lot of calls. We've also fielded calls from people because of the communications that have been affected. Cell phone and landlines that can't get in touch with loved ones and are asking to check on their elderly parents and things like that. So we're doing our best to, give everyone peace of mind and keep everyone safe. But we're asking, our community to help with that and stay home, because we are getting reports that a lot of people are still on our roads and sidewalks and pathways that don't need to be there.
And have you had to rescue anybody overnight? Were there any dramatic sort of requirements, or did you have anything dramatic happen overnight when it came to people being compromised in their homes or otherwise?
Yeah, absolutely. We've had several instances of people that homes have been compromised, whether it been a tree falling on their house or so our teams have been working overnight to help them find shelter and dealing with emergency situations as they come in. Right now there's a lot uncertainty about conditions across the city. We have not been able to do a full assessment yet, and we need people to stay home.
Any idea what the priorities would be? Do you have an idea of how this will unfold once it's safe for everybody to get out, yourselves and other first responders, public works, and so on?
Well, certainly, the priority is personal and public safety. Property damage is one thing, but, as soon as we can, our public works and can coordinate with the, Maritime Electric, and we can start, making sure that roadways and pathways are safe, then certainly we can talk about opening up our reception centers so people can, go and get fresh water and, charge their phones and things like that. But we're not close to that point yet. Right now, it's not safe to be out. And so we're dealing with emergencies only right now. And, again, I just want to reemphasize the need for people to stay at home.
Yeah, absolutely. And an emergency isn't a tree's falling on my driveway, can you come and help me? We're talking about an actual life-threatening event here.
That's correct, Mitch, yeah.
Are you still there, Matt? Or Mitch, rather, sorry?
I am still here. Charlottetown's police chief there, Brad McConnell. Also had an opportunity to speak, Vanessa, with Corporal Murray of the Summerside Police Department. Now, when we've been reporting the power outages throughout the morning here on PEI, we've been giving you the number from Maritime Electric. Summerside has its own utility, and Corporal Murray was telling me that power did not go out in the Summerside area until about 2:30 this morning. So that was actually about 2 hours later, and it gives you an idea of how this storm played out on PEI and how it's so much different. Usually we'll share the storms that you get in Moncton, we'll share here in Western PEI, right across the strait. But this particular storm hit Charlottetown and hit Eastern PEI a little quicker and a little harder. Business signs and trees are uprooted in Summerside right now. There are streets that are blocked. Unlike Charlottetown, municipal works are out right now and starting to do some of that work of clearing. But once again, Corporal Murray, the Summerside Police Force, saying, don't go out. And unlike Portia, Tim Hortons is closed in Summerside, folks, so there's no reason for you to be leaving your home. The Tim Hortons is closed. If you're worried, thinking about the water and Summerside Sheltered Harbor, the water did get up to the top of the wharf, but it didn't reach the wharf, so it didn't go into the parking lot. They did some well-being checks overnight. A few people were taken to the warming center. Keep in mind as well the difference between warming centers, emergency shelters, and comfort centers. And those will be announced later today by Summerside and by Charlottetown. Those are the areas where you can go get a cup of coffee, charge your phone, have a shower. Those aren't essential right now. People who are being compromised, their safety is being threatened, are being taken to emergency centers. There will be comfort centers. That news will come a little later on today.
All right. Yes, as we heard, personal and public safety are the priority right now. Thank you so much for this update, Mitch.
Okay. Thank you very much, Vanessa.
Talk soon. Bye.
See ya.
That's Mitch Cormier, the CBC's Mitch Cormier in Charlottetown. 8 minutes before noon, we are joined now by Gwen Jarabek, the Emergency Management Coordinator for the Eastern Zone with the Canadian Red Cross. Hi, Gwen. How do I pronounce your last name?
It's Jarabek.
Jarabek. Well, thanks very much for joining us. You, I understand, are supporting Sydney and Annie Ganesh this morning as the Emergency Management Coordinator with the Red Cross. What are you seeing?
That's correct. I'm currently located at the shelter that was set up last night at St. Joseph's Community Center in Antigonish. We were set up to temporarily support people who might be evacuated from one of the communities, and we are now preparing to continue the shelter operations in the event that people are not safe to stay in their homes.
And so do I understand correctly that you lost your power there as well?
We did, and so luckily this site is equipped with a generator. So we do have a generator supplying the kitchen, the washroom, the heat, and enough to charge our phones so we can take this call.
Oh, wonderful. So tell me about last night. What was it like there?
It was pretty blustery. I think it was this morning, because the building is quite sheltered and quite sturdy. It was this morning when we could see and hear the wind, but it was so much quieter than what was going on outside last night that it really did strike how hard the storm hit.
And how many people are using the shelter?
Currently, the demographics that the communities that we reached out to chose not to utilize the shelter last night. So we were empty, but we were ready in the event that evacuations had to occur in the evening. And we are hearing now that there might be people coming to site in a couple of hours.
And so you're expecting to see a few people as the day goes on?
That's correct. Yeah.
And anything you would like people to know, any message you're trying to get out?
Oh, I think I would echo what's been said, is take care of yourself, stay safe, reach out to resources as you need them. And, we'll all weather the storm the best we can. We are smarter and stronger together.
And Gwen, just to be clear, can you tell me exactly where the shelter is?
Sure. It's in St. Joseph's, just a community about 10 minutes outside of Antigonish.
All right. Perfect. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
No problem. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye, Gwen.
Bye-bye.
That's Gwen Jarabek. She is the Emergency Management Coordinator for the Eastern Zone with the Canadian Red Cross. She's supporting the Sydney and Antigonish areas this morning. 6 minutes now before noon. My name is Vanessa Blanche, and this is a special broadcast for Atlantic Canada as we follow Fiona. The CBC's Aniakin Etube has been talking to people in the Shediac area of New Brunswick this morning. He met up with Erica Biggs in Pointe du Chien. That's a cottage community near Parley Beach. And when he was speaking with her, she was trying to save as much from the cottage she was staying at as possible.
I can see you scooping water out of your car. What happened?
We were on vacation at a cottage and we got flooded. My car is still there, broomed. We got this one up because it's higher, but there's water in. I have my son, my dog, my grandmother, and my mother. The fire department of Shediac was amazing. They came and got us and helped. Absolute wonders. Thank you so much. I don't know what else to say other than it was a really, really amazing help from them. Thank you.
That was the CBC's Aniakin Etube. He's talking with Erica Briggs in Pointe du Chien, New Brunswick this morning. Our phone lines are open this morning. Khalil Akhtar in the control room taking your calls and passing them on. The number to call 1-800-565-5550. It's been busy over there, Khalil?
It has been super busy over here. I mean, we're having phone issues as well. I know a lot of people in Nova Scotia, Cape Breton, PEI having, obvious phone issues because of the storm. But here at CBC Moncton, we're having some minor phone issues as well. Who knows whether it's related to the storm or not, or it might be just a happy coincidence.
I feel like chances are it could be related to the storm.
Yeah, so exactly. We've got some news coming up here in 4 minutes or so. And then, yes, we will take more of your calls, more of your thoughts and what you're seeing outside of your windows as you weather this storm.
Yes, and we've got some power outages. I can give some updates there before we get to the newscast at 12 o'clock. Nova Scotia Power reporting 402,000 outages this morning. 215,000 of those are in the Halifax Regional Municipality, about 65,000 in the Cape Breton area. We're hearing from Newfoundland and Labrador now up to about 2,000 power outages in the western part of the province. That is going up steadily. Prince Edward Island, things are unchanged, about 82,000 people without power. As we heard, some crews are now getting out in parts of Prince Edward Island, but they do have to wait until the winds have died down and it is safe. NB Power reporting 57,000 outages. That is up by a couple hundred in the past 30 minutes or so. Most of those outages are in southeastern New Brunswick, about 38,000. That's where the province has certainly been hardest hit by those wind gusts and sustained winds that came along with Fiona. Now, the city of Charlottetown, crews there say they are assessing damage from Fiona, but they are urging residents, as you heard, to stay off the roads, to stay sheltered. That will help the crews and the emergency personnel get to where they need to go. At this time, they're also advising residents not to go to reception centers until it is deemed safe to do so. So they will make a further announcement about that in the coming hours about the location of the reception centers. So keep that in mind. There is a state of emergency declared in a couple of areas of Cape Breton. The state of emergency has been declared in Victoria County and the Cape Breton Regional Municipality as well. And a shelter-in-place order has been issued by Richmond County in Cape Breton. So we will keep you up to date as we continue through this morning. I'm Vanessa Blanche. This is a special broadcast for Atlantic Canada. In the next half hour, we'll hope to hear from one of our meteorologists here at CBC. Stay tuned. Joining me now is Khalil Akhtar. Khalil, give us an update.
Give us an update on what the multiple-handed beast on the side of the glass.
Yes, exactly.
It's been really nice, Vanessa, to hear from people really across the region. We've heard from PEI, Cape Breton. We've heard from folks across mainland Nova Scotia. A wide range of problems and issues being faced in many communities across the region. Sorry, I've just got a technician coming in behind me here.
Yes, we're just hoping that we're going to be able to bring you the newscast at noon. So stay tuned for that as we see what is possible with our technical challenges at this hour. We're just trying to get in touch with a councillor in Cape Breton, so stay tuned for that. Khalil's nodding. We're trying. Oh, maybe that's him. We're trying to get in touch with.
Surge there is sweeping a number of homes.
Okay, we're going to go to news.
The situation, total devastation. Power lines are down, roads washed out, and people have been forced from their homes. Further south in Halifax, the worst of the storm has passed. Crews are now cleaning up from one of the largest storms to ever strike Canada. As Fiona made landfall, wind gusts topped about 180 kilometres an hour in Nova Scotia, tearing the roof off an apartment in Halifax. In some areas of Nova Scotia, it's now safe to assess the damage. James Murray has more from north of Halifax.
Power has been out for much of this province for much of the day, since the wee hours of this morning, in fact, even before Fiona made landfall. The night was punctuated by crackles of power lines coming down, and they've stayed down. Peter Gregg is president and CEO of Nova Scotia Power.
There will be multiple power lines down across our service territory. We don't want anybody from the public approaching a power line. We don't want them near it. We don't want them touching branches that might be close to it or on it.
As of now, at least 3/4 of the people here are without power. Many will likely be without it for days, although it's too soon for any kind of official estimate on how long it will take repair crews to work their way through this mess, or even an exact guess of when they can begin. James Murray, CBC News, Annapolis Valley, Nova Scotia.
In other news, Russia has reportedly launched new attacks on cities in Ukraine. At least one person was reported to have been killed by a missile strike in Zaporizhia. Meanwhile, Russia continues to hold referendums in some Ukrainian cities. Dominic Velitis reports.
Referendums in Luhansk, Donetsk, Kherson and Zaporizhia are now well underway. The 4 Ukrainian regions are either partially or completely under Russian control. And reports have already surfaced of armed soldiers going door to door collecting votes on whether the regions should join Russia. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky urged residents conscripted into the Russian military to take action. Sabotage any enemy activity, impede army Russian activity, send us any relevant information about occupiers, and with the first opportunity, move to our side. Do everything to save your life and free Ukraine. Meanwhile, the European Union has issued a stark warning. The bloc's foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, told the BBC that Putin's threats to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine must be taken seriously. Dominic Velitis, CBC News, London.
Italy is poised to make a political swing to the right when voters head to the polls tomorrow. Megan Williams has more from Rome.
A final week of campaign rallies for the centre-left Democratic Party, the five-star Populist, and their right-wing competitors, Fratelli d'Italia. Latest polls show the right-wing bloc on course to win, possibly with a supermajority. That would make Giorgia Meloni, leader of the coalition, Italy's first female prime minister. It would also mark the first time post-World War II that a political party springing from a fascist tradition would hold power. But political observer Cecilia Emma Sottilotta says Meloni's rise is largely due to Italians simply wanting to try something new.
Giorgia Meloni is benefiting from the huge wave of discontent.
Lately, Meloni's pulled back on her critique of the EU, fully supporting NATO and Ukraine after the Russian invasion. Megan Williams, CBC News, Rome.
And that is your world this hour. For CBC News, I'm Pep Philpott.
Good afternoon. This is a special broadcast coming to you from Moncton, New Brunswick for all of Atlantic Canada as we follow Fiona and the impact this storm is having across Atlantic Canada. My name is Vanessa Blanche. I'm here along with Khalil Akhtar as we keep you up to date. Joining us now, we are going to check in with CBC meteorologist Ashley Brauweiler. Hi, Ashley.
Hi, how are you?
I understand you're in Port aux Basques this morning?
I am.
My goodness, it sounds like it's been a terrifying morning there.
Yeah, it certainly has been. I think, this area in particular, in the southwest corner of Newfoundland, is no stranger to storms. And, I've been hearing a lot, even yesterday, about people being like, well, we see strong storms all the time, but trying to convey the message that this could be a stronger storm than what we see. And I think I know people today are recognizing that.
We were speaking with Malone, reporter there earlier, and she was saying people have been evacuated. As far as the weather goes there, are things going to get worse or better from here?
So as far as the storm surge goes, we did peak about an hour ago for water levels. Now we're still high. It's about from the latest I see, about 2.5 meters is the water level here. We peaked at 2.6, 2.63, in fact, it looks like. And right now winds are currently gusting at 123 kilometers per hour. We've also seen sustained winds within the last hour or so, over 100 kilometers per hour, 104 in fact. So we are into the peak now and expecting these gusts near between 130 even 140 kilometers per hour to continue for the next several hours. And, this is the second stage now. The first stage the water, and now, we're still seeing that pounding surf, 12-meter waves, and then now we're going to talk about these strong winds for the next several hours, and we could potentially see, the next phase of danger and the next phase of destruction.
And actually, just describe for us, if you could, how this storm is going to move through Newfoundland and Labrador.
Yeah, so at the moment, this is where we're seeing Fiona move closer to the southwest corner of Newfoundland. Now, as we head through the next several hours, that will continue further up along the Gulf, and then into eventually the Strait. And then in behind that, we'll see, some pretty strong winds for a couple of hours anyway along the west coast, northern peninsula. And then as Fiona heads towards Labrador, we'll still see some gusty winds, but this storm will significantly lose its strength, but we'll still be gusts near about 85 kilometers per hour.
So what should people keep in mind in Newfoundland and Labrador for this afternoon?
At this point, this is it, right? Like, this is the winds. This is the storm here in the southwest, along the south coast as well. I know the storm surge, it's still high. We're coming down now from high tide, but it's still, those water levels are significantly high. There are lots of water on the roads, and so it's just a good idea just to hunker down safely. I know a lot of people have been evacuated, but these winds are going to stick around. This isn't going to let up anytime soon. It's just hunker down and find it out at this point.
All right, Ashley, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
That's Ashley Brauweiler, a CBC meteorologist. She's joined us this morning from Port aux Basques in Newfoundland. Coming up to 9 minutes now after noon, Sean Andrews is with Fire and EMO in Guysborough, and he joins us now, or he's going to join us in just a moment. But up first, we have CBC meteorologist Ryan Snodden. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Did you get any sleep?
Well, I was on the air till 4:30 with Jeff, of course, doing the overnight show. And as it turned out, I had power all through that time. Through the overnight, I was watching flashes and transformers blow on the next street over. And then almost immediately after the radio, that show ended, I lost power here.
and we were out 4 or 5 hours, but we're just so lucky. We had kind of one tree down on the line. Crews came, were able to quickly resolve that issue, and so I have power back here at the house, and so that's how I'm able to connect with you here now.
Oh, that is excellent news. Yes, you and Jeff kept me company on my way in this morning at about 4:30. Nice. So it's great to hear you again. What update can you give us?
Well, we can tell you that, as let's start, I guess we'll kind of go province by province here. I'm kind of catching up. We're talking to just the Maritimes here, right?
We are talking to all of Atlantic Canada, but we did just speak with Ashley, the CBC meteorologist in Newfoundland. So we got a bit of an update from her, but I don't think we can probably do too much weather at this point. So if you want to go province by province, that sounds good to me.
Sounds good. Okay, well, why don't we start in Nova Scotia? And one thing that's really kind of standing out to me is what we're seeing in Yarmouth. The wind's really starting to back off there, now only gusting around 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. Some coastal gusts closer to 70, but that's a really indication of the backside of this system starting to pull away, which is some good news there, and actually some sunny breaks being reported in Yarmouth. So what we're going to be watching is the back edge of the system and watching it clear from west to east as we work our way through this afternoon. Through the Annapolis Valley region, as we work our way westward, we're only down now to gusts in Kentville around 54 kilometers per hour. Greenwood still gusting 60 to 70, but those winds starting to ease a little bit there as well. Halifax, we're definitely here in my backyard and across the Halifax area, seeing some gusts still in the 50 to 70 kilometer per hour range, but those winds are continuing to ease hour by hour, a little less, seeing some big improvements here. Notable to me, 8 degrees the temperature at Halifax Airport. So just the cold air pooling in on the other side of this post-tropical storm is so cold, really just with the tropical air on the other side of the system. Again, it's one of the reasons that this storm has been so intense. Now, again, as we work our way further east, this is where we're still seeing some pretty problematic winds. I mean, the Caribou Point weather station, I know that's an exposed coastal area, but if you're not familiar with where that station is, that's in coastal Pictou County along the Northumberland shore region. That station has been experiencing sustained winds over 80 kilometers per hour since 1 a.m. So we're closing in on 12 hours of sustained winds near over 80 kilometers per hour there, and gusts over 100 kilometers per hour through that time period. So you think about what a wind like that does to infrastructure if it's happening over a few hours, but when it's happening over a 12-hour period, obviously that's why just things are just so problematic towards the Northumberland shore region. Now, as we work our way further eastward than that, as I look at our stations that are online across Cape Breton, seeing a bit of relief, thankfully, for you folks in the Sydney metro area. Gusts are at least down below 100 kilometers per hour where they were earlier this morning. Still sustained winds near 60, gusting around 80 kilometers per hour. Still strong, still power outage potential there if you're still hanging on to power. But the strongest winds are starting to ease there as well. And the last kind of check in there would be through places across the Cape Breton Highlands in Inverness County and across into the Victoria County area, and we are still seeing some gusts there upwards of 80 to 90 and even 100 kilometers per hour along that Inverness coastline. So still some pretty strong gusts there, but again, it looks like the peak of those winds have started to ease as we work our way across the Cape Breton region as well. Now, for Prince Edward Island, I know obviously the storm has been very intense there as well. Winds now down below 100 kilometers per hour in Charlottetown, sustained near 60, gusting to 88 at last check. East Point, that station is really prone to the wind. It is now still gusting to 100, but down a little bit with the sustained wind. So all this to say that hour by hour now this afternoon, if there's one little bit of good news, it's that we're going to be seeing improvements in the forecast, improvements in the conditions here, hour by hour as we march through this afternoon and towards this upper hour. Still a few more intense hours for for that northeastern portion of the Maritimes. As we look at some of the stations in your neck of the woods in Moncton, still looking at gusts upwards of 60 to 70 kilometers per hour there. And the Acadian Peninsula still gusting around 70 kilometers per hour. But again, ticking down hour by hour is going to be the big theme here over the next handful of hours throughout the afternoon.
All right, Ryan, thank you so much for the update.
Thank you.
Glad you got your power back. All right, we will talk to you again.
Sounds good.
That is CBC meteorologist Ryan Snodden speaking to us this afternoon. Joining us now, as promised, Sean Andrews. He's with Fire and Emergency Measures in Guysborough, Nova Scotia. Hi, Sean.
How are you today?
I'm well. Thanks very much for hanging in there. Tell us what the situation is like in Guysborough this afternoon.
So right now, I can attest to the change in weather. We are almost having some sunny breaks right now, and the wind has died down substantially from what it was at midnight and in that area last night. Pretty much the entire municipality is without power, so that's about 4,500 customers that are without power, and we're starting our planning process for the next transitioning, I guess, from our impact and response phase to our recovery phase. So we'll be looking at the next 12 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours on how we're going to help support our residents.
And what kind of damage are you seeing there, Sean?
We're seeing some downed trees, some washout on some highways, infrastructure damage to our utilities. There's reports of phone and internet outages and cable outages, and typical for these types of events, but it's less damage in this region than we were anticipating. But I know some of our neighbors to the north are getting much more damage than what we sustained.
And you do have a couple of comfort stations open for residents?
We do. They were mainly for a voluntary evacuation that we had on yesterday for folks along the coast. We were concerned with sea levels last evening at high tide. So those facilities were open through the evening. We had about 10 folks that were 6 at one and 3 at the other, or at 4 at the other. And they were here for the duration of the evening and into this morning. But all of those folks have left, and we're looking at closing down because, again, that was for evacuation purposes. We're looking at closing those down later today to allow staff to go home and kind of recharge and, again, develop our plan for the 72 hours of preparedness that we have for our residents. So we'll be approaching that at some point for our residents to start supporting them. So we'll be looking at those on Monday and Tuesday of next week to open facilities up again. So.
Right. What kind of things are you talking about there?
So those would be comfort centers that we'd be looking at to get some water, have a shower, charge your phones, maybe have a tea or coffee, and if we have to go beyond that for meals as well, we will do that if required as well.
And what was it like last night? I understand it was eerie at times.
It was very. It was probably the worst rain and wind that I had seen, even worse than Dorian last evening, from about 11 till about 1 a.m. And then 1 a.m. it eased up, and it seemed like at 2 it was an eerie calm, and I'm assuming that was the eye of the hurricane passing over, or the depression passing over. And then again this morning we had the wraparound starting at about 6. And just in the last hour, that wraparound wind and rain has kind of subsided quite a bit.
All right. Well, look, Sean, thanks so much for joining us. This I keep saying this morning. It's afternoon now. The morning that goes on forever. But yes, afternoon now. Take care, and thank you again.
Thanks very much.
19 minutes now after noon. And up next, we've got some tweets to share with you. I'm just going to bring that script up.
I've got it right here, actually,
Oh,
Vanessa.
you do? God, I love you, Khalil.
Yeah,
Take it away.
A lot of things coming at us this morning. So all Halifax transit service will be suspended for the day, throughout the day. So today, Saturday, September 24th, no Halifax transit services available. There'll be no bus or ferry services until a further announcement is made. This coming to us from Halifax Transit. Both the McDonald and McKay bridges in Halifax remaining closed right now, pending inspections now underway. Last night, they recorded 136 kilometer an hour winds on the McDonald, 147.6 kilometers an hour on the McKay. It's bonkers for those suspension bridges. So those need to be inspected today, and those remain closed.
That sounds like a good call to me. That's for sure. I'm a chicken going over those bridges at the best of times. All right. Thanks very much, Khalil Akhtar in the studio along with me this morning. Joining us now is CBC reporter Wendy Bergfeld. She is in the Sydney station. Hi again, Wendy.
Well, good afternoon.
Yes, exactly. Good afternoon. I have to get it through my head that we're now in afternoon.
Yeah, and it has been several hours, and you're sort of moving into another phase of this narrative here in Cape Breton. You know, when we first came in this morning at 4 o'clock, city crews were out trying to keep those main arterials clear. So if a branch came down, they would take the branch somewhere else, or if a tree came down, they would try to move the tree. They're past that now. If the tree is down, it's down. And the reason for that is because we've entered another phase. With all of the wind and all of the damage, especially to houses, major structural damage. It's becoming evident now. We're midway through the day. Emergency crews and city crews are hearing now about the roofs coming off people's houses, trees coming in, that major structural damage. So they're identifying those homes in Glace Bay, Sydney, North Sydney. They're all through the regional municipality, and they are going from door to door, evacuating people from their houses now. That's where we are, and they are moving them to the safest, closest place. So for some people, it means bringing them to the Comfort Center at Center 200. It could mean just getting them to the fire hall, where they're warm and dry. And as I was talking to Christina Lamy from the city, she said, you know, this is like 2016 now. And of course, you remember that Thanksgiving Day flood where people were displaced from their homes. And she said, you know, people are not going to be displaced for days. The damage is such that people are going to be displaced for weeks. So now we're working on that medium-term solution, because going to a comfort station is good for a day or two, but it isn't good for weeks. So that's where we are now, is trying to figure out what to do for people who had the roof ripped off their homes, or who have a tree in their living room, or whatever. Now, we do have comfort station information available now, and we do know that the Howie Centre Fire Department has been named as one of those places. The New Waterford Comfort Centre is open, and that is the fire department there. The Big Pond Fire Department, the Boysdale Fire Department, Community Hall, Reserve Mines Department Community Hall, and the Glace Bay Miners Forum. Those are the comfort centers, and they are preparing to open. When they open, we'll let you know. Also, Lordways, that's in Richmond County, but the Lordways Fire Department is open to people who need phone charging or tea and coffee, that sort of thing. But there is a shelter in place in Richmond County right now. But yeah, what we're finding, where we are now, is that, yeah, it's about getting people to a place where they're warm and dry and safe. But they're now looking at what happens in the weeks ahead, because there's major damage to many, many residences, many homes. A lot of people are even seeking higher ground. I was looking at some conversations about an hour ago, and it's starting to flood. You know, the high tide was about, 7:15, 7:20 today. Which means that, you know, the water starts pushing over and you start to get these flooding situations. And even though there was a lot of mitigation work done after that 2016 Thanksgiving Day flood, there are places that are experiencing water situations right now, flooded basements, that sort of thing. So yeah, we're moving into this now. What happens next phase?
All right, Wendy. Well, thank you so much for the update, and we'll stay in touch, and we will let people know when all of those comfort centers that you mentioned are opened.
All right.
Thanks, Wendy. Bye-bye. That's Wendy Bergfeld, the CBC's Wendy Bergfeld in the Sydney station this morning. Now we're going to head over to Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. I'm joined now by Tanya Mullally. She's the Director of Public Safety in Charlottetown. Hi, Tanya.
Good afternoon.
Can you give us an update of the situation in Charlottetown today?
Sure. So we're still a little bit feeling the effects still of Fiona. She's kind of moving out a little bit away from PEI, but we are certainly still feeling high winds, and we anticipate that those will continue into this afternoon and early evening before we'll start to see those dissipate. So with that, storm surge, we're seeing a lot of impacts of storm surge from this morning, and that's starting to wane, but we have a lot of high waves pounding against the shore, so there's still a lot of dangerous conditions out there that we want to keep people safe from.
And so what's your advice to people?
So today the message is still pretty consistent, is we want people to stay indoors. We want them, we're starting to see people kind of creep out of their houses, and we're like, no, we want you to stay indoors where you're safe. And this way we can give people, the emergency responders are responding to emergency calls. We want to make sure that they're prioritizing those and able to prioritize those. So we're asking people to stay indoors, give us that time, and, give yourself time. And then tomorrow can be focused around cleanup and restoration.
Mm-hmm. So you're assessing the damage, I guess, right now.
We're doing our best. Our ability to navigate through the streets are equally blocked. So we're relying on all of our emergency response agencies and our government departments and our stakeholder agencies to kind of feed in some of that information to us. And we're gleaning a lot from public, which is really helpful. But what we're seeing actually now is some impact to our cell phone networks. We're not quite sure of what the delays and what's happening, but what we're seeing is that we had issued a public alert or alert ready message this morning, and some people are receiving that in duplicate, as well as some people's cell service is either they're losing it or they're not able to get it at all. So we're a little concerned. We're not sure if it's, if those towers are impacted, or maybe it's usage, like everybody's on their cell phones and they're taking pictures and they're tweeting them and taking videos. And while that's really helpful to us, we're a little concerned that maybe it's impacting that system. So one of the other messages other than stay safe is, we want you to use that system, at least for today, only if you need to. Mm-hmm. And the recommendation is if you need to text somebody and reach out to somebody, the best way to do that is by just a basic text message, and don't use apps like Facebook Messenger or iMessage, because that requires more space in the system to send that basic text.
And how widespread are these issues? Do you have a sense of that, Tanya?
I want to say it's tip to tip. So from Tignish to East Point, we've got impacts all across. Certainly there's pockets where it's a little stronger. I know here where I am in Charlottetown at our Provincial Operations Center, our cell service seems to be pretty okay, but we continually will be trying to reach people, even within the Charlottetown area, and we're having trouble connecting. And it could be providers. It's really hard. We don't know that, but basically there's impacts all across the island.
Okay, so the message for people on the island today is stay home, stay put, and use that cell phone as little as possible. Is that fair?
That is absolutely fair, and I guess a lot of people say, well, how will I get updates from the province here, from local officials? We want to just remind people that they can go to their local, listen to their local radio stations and listen to those updates through that means, and you can do that if you have a crank radio. Obviously, that would have been ideal, but you also have a radio. If you have a vehicle, you can listen that way. So those are a couple other methods that people can get some updates without having to use their cell phones.
All right. Tanya, thank you so much for joining us.
I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. That's Tanya Mullally. She is the Director of Public Safety in Charlottetown. Coming up to 12:30 on this Saturday afternoon, a state of emergency has been declared today for Port aux Basques in Newfoundland and Labrador. Brian Button is the mayor of that community. Many homes and buildings are being washed away, and the east end of the town is being evacuated. Brian Button is the mayor of the community, and he is describing the area as total devastation. The CBC's Andrew Hawthorne spoke with Mayor Brian Button.
Mayor Button, we're seeing some pretty terrifying images coming out of Port aux Basques right now. Can you tell us what the situation is there?
I guess the images that you're seeing is that's only the tip of the iceberg. What's actually happening here is total devastation in some areas, not only in my community, in the communities, neighboring communities. I haven't even been able to reach out to them. I'm just going by what some people that I have had the chance to talk to in there. So what we're seeing here is Fiona is hitting our shoreline, and it is, I'm telling you, it is a mess out there.
We've heard of buildings being washed out to sea. One person said a 2-story structure has washed out. Can you tell us, how much of the town is being damaged right now?
Right now, we do know of, we haven't been able to obviously assess everything. Right now, we're just in a process of trying to get people out, but we do know of that we do have homes that have been washed out to sea. We do know that we have, like you just said there, an apartment building that is totally gone. Luckily, no one in it and those type things. But those, and we're sheds and wharfs, and we have somewhere along in our community now, we have our water system that has been compromised somewhere. We're having some difficulties there. So we're trying to work through that and identify where that might be. So there's a whole lot going on right now.
I know it's hard to keep track of it all, but have you heard of anybody being injured? A lot of houses are being damaged, but as you said, it seems that people have already evacuated those buildings.
Right now, it's too early for me to comment on those things. That's the type of things that we're waiting to talk to emergency personnel and try to find out. So I don't want to prematurely comment on anything that I am not 100% sure of. And I'll leave that at that. But what I will say is that if we don't start taking the warnings that we're giving, we are going to have more people injured. We just had a report from our work superintendents that we have power lines and power poles, not just the lines, poles falling like dominoes, and in some areas. So we have people that are out driving the streets just trying to take pictures and just see what's happening, and they've been interfering with us trying to evacuate people out of an area, because we have areas where we have a little tiny window where we're trying to squeeze cars out through water and get them where we need to go, and we have people that have it blocked, and it's just becoming. I cannot plead enough with people that you need to stay in. Stay in right now. If you're in a safe location, stay there. If you're not in a safe location, you are the people that we're moving, and we just lost power here at the hospital.
That just happened. You've lost power at the hospital as well.
We've lost it here now. It's back again. So we're trying to set up our command post here because we can't use our town hall right now. Our town hall is flooded with water, So it's we're here and lucky enough to use this place because hopefully the power will remain here, and we'll use this for our command post at this moment.
So I understand you've talked about declaring an outright state of emergency. What does that entail for the town?
We have declared a state of emergency, and now we'll implement our state of emergency, and we'll take out our emergency plan, and we'll deal with the situation in which we are dealing with, which is storm surge. The areas what we're looking at when we do the state of emergency has been filed with the province. We're waiting back now to go. For all intents and purposes, I can tell you as mayor right now, we are in a state of emergency. And in saying that, and that's the biggest thing, we are going to force people out of their homes. If we need to, they need to go. And we're going to force people to stay in off the streets because right now
it's a situation where we can't be out putting ourselves in harm's way, and there are things that we're going to be taking our crews out of this at some point here, because when the minute we feel that it's unsafe for those people, they're not going to be there. So in this state of emergency, the biggest factor I would say right now is finding a location where it is safe and stay there.
What is the next step for you after this?
Well, my next step is I'm just getting here because I've been out around as well, and I'm just getting here at this post because we had to find a location. We had to get the state of emergency sent in, and we had to assist what was going on out there. So right now we're getting ready here to sit down and look at our next steps.
Anything else you want to add we didn't get a chance to address?
No, I think we've covered it all. It's just I'm telling everybody to be safe. We are really concerned. We've been preaching this now for the last day or so about this storm, and for the last week or so, you guys have been preaching it. This has come bigger and worse than we had imagined.
That is
Brian Button, Mayor of Channel Port-aux-Basques. Thank you very much for speaking with us.
Thank you.
That is Brian Button, the Mayor of Port-aux-Basques, as you heard there in Newfoundland and Labrador. He was speaking with the CBC's Andrew Hawthorne. 25 minutes now before 1 o'clock. We've got an update on those power outages. Nova Scotia Power currently at about 403,500 outages. That is up in the past half hour. Nearly 200,000 outages in the Halifax Regional Municipality, 65,000 in Cape Breton. In New Brunswick, about 55,000 outages. That is actually going in a good direction, down 2,000 in the past half hour or so. Prince Edward Island steady at 82,000 outages at this hour, and in Newfoundland and Labrador, about 2,000 outages right now in western Newfoundland. An update from Halifax Transit. All service is suspended today. There will be no bus or ferry service until a further announcement is made, and both the McDonald and the McKay bridges remain closed. That is pending inspections, which are now underway. As Khalil mentioned earlier, on the McDonald Bridge, they recorded wind gusts last night of 136 kilometers per hour, and on the McKay, even gustier at 147.6 kilometers per hour. Joining us now is Peter Gregg. He's the president and CEO of Nova Scotia Power. Good morning.
Hi there, Vanessa. How are you?
I'm probably better than you. My goodness. Over 400,000 outages. Is that the latest?
That's correct. It's just over 400,000 outages. It's been, as you've been discussing, it's been quite a severe and wide-ranging storm. So we've seen significant damage across the province.
And can you describe some of the damage you're hearing about, Peter?
Yes. So we've seen a lot of tree damage in many parts of the province. So large limbs or entire trees that have come down across power lines. We've actually seen quite a few snapped power lines, power poles. Seen that in Dartmouth, seen that in Cape Breton. We're also seeing other sort of related impacts like road washouts that make it difficult for travel as well. So just significant damage. You were talking about the level of the winds in the harbor, and we believe this is peak wind we've seen for a storm in Nova Scotia.
And so what are the next steps for your crews?
So we're taking a regional approach. I would remind your listeners that it's still an active storm in many parts of the province, especially in Cape Breton. We've still got high winds there. But where the winds have started to subside, we've been doing damage assessments and power restoration. You mentioned that some of those power restorations in the valley and in the west, so we've been able to get at those. We're doing damage assessments in Metro Halifax now, and we'll have power line technicians out to make restorations for the balance of the day. And then as the weather clears up and the wind is safe, we'll continue to roll our damage assessors out and all of our 800 plus staff who we deployed for this storm.
And do you have a sense of the timeline for restoring power?
It's sort of a difficult time right now because of the extent of the damage, and we really do need to get our eyes on that throughout the province. I know that's probably not what our customers want to hear right now, but I really want to get a sense of that damage. What I can say to our customers is, we will get all our resources and contract resources in place to restore power as quickly and safely as we can. But I do want to caution, because of the extent of the damage, there will be parts of this province that will see multiple day outages for sure.
And do you have enough support from other places at this stage?
Yeah, because we knew the storm was coming, we asked for help from some of our neighbors, so from New Brunswick and Maine and Quebec, and had those resources here in advance of the storm. I'm glad we did that. And as we assess the damage, we're in contact with those neighbors again and others, and will not hesitate to bring in more resources if we need them.
And so what message would you like to get, across to New Brunswickers, to Nova Scotians at this hour?
Well, the one key message I really want to highlight is that because of the number of downed power lines we will have across the province, that represents a real threat to public safety, and really want to tell people across the province, if you see a down power line, even if you think it's not live because the power is out, I want people to assume that any down power line is live and extremely dangerous. Those power lines could be energized and are a deadly threat. And so please stay away. Even if there are branches that you want to clear from a down power line, don't do it. Just stay away from those power lines, please.
Yeah, we heard from somewhere in the region, and I can't recall where right now, but of people driving over those down power lines.
Yeah, it's not a good idea. Again, assume that they're live. Stay away from them, and please, if it's impeding road access, don't go down that road. Please wait for our crews to come in and make it safe.
All right, Peter Gregg, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye now.
That's Peter Gregg. He is the president and CEO of Nova Scotia Power. Khalil Akhtar joins me now with an update.
We were talking earlier, Vanessa, about the two bridges in Halifax, the McDonald and the McKay. They were both closed earlier today as crews inspected them for damage. Heavy winds there across that waterway, and obviously those winds affecting those bridges. The McDonald Bridge, Dartmouth to Halifax, is back open. Reduced speed, they say, and Dartmouth-bound light volumes of traffic, Halifax-bound light volumes as well, and high winds on that bridge. So the McDonald open, the McKay still closed for now. Okay. Good information. Thanks very much, Khalil. Yeah, and probably, as everyone is saying, a best idea just to stay home if you can. 18 minutes now before 1. We are joined now by the chief of the Millbrook First Nation, Bob Glode. Hi, Bob.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
Good. So, Chief, can you tell us what the situation is like in Millbrook today?
Yeah, well, we have an EMO team that's been out and about in the community since yesterday, actively keeping an eye on things, both not only here in Millbrook, but also in Cole Harbour, Sheet Harbour, and Beaver Dam as well. And just kind of keeping an eye on things and as things progress. But during the night, when things start to escalate, pick up a little bit, they all went. They were told to go home to wait it out until this morning, and now we have our crews that are out within the community as we speak, assessing the damage and doing what necessary cleanup they can do.
And what kind of damage are you seeing?
The damage that we are occurring is damage to the roofs, some structural damage, some flooding in basements, a lot of downed trees, primarily near roads, near power lines, near homes. So our team is going around cleaning up all the downed trees that are not near any power lines, or those are the ones that are leaving for Nova Scotia Power or their crews to handle, and they're reporting them all. So they are wherever the power outage and down lines are, they've been reported reported as needed, and they're just crews are still continuing going around and doing what they can to ensure that public safety is their number one priority and keeping things cleaned up.
And what are you hearing from residents there this afternoon?
Primarily, it's just the concerns in regards to the power outage and the duration, but there's not a lot of power lines down or within the community here per se is adjacent to us in the Truro area, where larger trees have taken out power lines and taken down lines and transformers and whatnot within the infrastructure area. But within the community, it's mostly the odd wires here and there, because we've had crews out in the community looking at lines or trees that would cause any potential risk. So they were removing trees yesterday that could potentially cause any harm. So
oh wow, they were removing trees right up until yesterday.
Yes.
And so any message you're trying to get out to residents of Millbrook?
Well, the main thing is to continue to stay safe, avoid any down lines, and to really basically minimize your travel, because everybody wants to go out and about and see what's going on in different areas, but that's not recommended in areas that have down lines and down trees that would cause any potential harm. So allow the crews to go out and do their work, and if you have any concerns, just to within our community, we put out a notice in our community of emergency preparedness. We also put out a contact list of any issues with regards to housing, roofing, electrical, down wires. So we have a team that are out doing what they can to assist homeowners. And we've notified all our community members in the last few days in advance. And I have a meeting at 2:00 with my EMO team to review the assessed damage within the community and take a course of action and get prepared to open up our comfort center within the community.
All right, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for the update, and take care, and we'll hope everyone stays home and allows crews to do their work and allows those winds to die down.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. That is Bob Glode. He's the chief of the Millbrook First Nation. 13 minutes now before 1. I'm Vanessa Blanche, and this is a special broadcast coming to you from Moncton, New Brunswick, to all of Atlantic Canada as we follow Fiona. Alexander Silberman joins me now. He is a CBC reporter based in Moncton, but somewhere, I'm guessing along the coast, Alexander. You've got another update for us. Where are you?
Yes, that's right. I'm currently a little bit further up the coast here in the southeast in Shediac Bridge. Earlier, when I last spoke to you with an update, I was in Point Shen. That's near a little bit further south. Now I'm a bit further north. And earlier this morning, some of the listeners here might have seen some photos of how hot the water was from the storm surge. It was up and over the road, making it completely impassable. There were some cars. Good news is now the water levels are starting to recede. They've gone quite a bit. These roads that were completely underwater now opening again. There's still widespread power outages. The traffic lights are out, so they're turning into four-way stops essentially. And people are still out assessing the damage. Vanessa?
Thanks very much, Alexander. Alexander Silberman in Shediac Bridge, New Brunswick this morning. Our phone lines are open if you would like to give the station a call and join us on the radio. Tell us what you are seeing in your area. The toll-free number to call this morning is 1-800-565-5550. So again, that phone number is 1-800-565-5550. We have heard about states of emergency being in place in parts of Cape Breton, also in Port aux Basques, Newfoundland, as Fiona moves through our region. So a reminder, the consistent message that we are hearing from everyone this morning that we're talking to is the importance of staying in place, staying home, and and allowing crews to get out there and not only assess the damage, but do some repairs and some cleanup before you go out. And those winds still very gusty. The gusts are unpredictable. So even though the sustained winds are dying down, those gusts continue to be a threat. So please stay home if you can. Joining me now is Ryan from St. Peter's Bay and on Prince Edward Island. Hi, Ryan.
Hello.
How are you?
Oh, we're doing okay here, thanks.
What's the situation in St. Peter's Bay?
Well, it's been pretty hyperactive all morning. We woke up at around we only had an hour or two of sleep, but we sort of stirred again around 7 a.m. and there was a bit of a pause in the storm, and but then by around 9 a.m. it started up again, and it's still very active out there, very strong gusts. We're right on the water in St. Peter's Bay in a relatively unobstructed part of an older farmer's field, so we're sort of right in a lot of wind.
Oh my goodness! And what did it sound like from where you sat or tried to sleep?
Yeah, well, we sort of barricaded ourselves in the back corner of our house, opposite of where most of the gusts were coming from, and we lost power around midnight, roughly, and then around 1:30 is when things really started, frankly, to become scary. The house we live in a new house. It was built in 2016, but still it was creaking and shaking, and we heard things that we just weren't sure what it was. It was quite scary for a while, and we were up until about 5 a.m., at which point there was a bit of a reprieve, and we caught a little bit of sleep.
And so surveying the damage, what are you seeing?
Well, we can't see too much outside right now, and of course we haven't left the house to see anything yet, so we just face water, and our neighbor to the direct east of us, we're facing north. The neighbor to our right, when we're facing north, we can't see his property. We don't have windows on that side yet, so we're waiting for things to calm down so we can check that out for him, because it's not a year-round residence for him. On our place, we've definitely lost shingles, and we've got some young saplings on the property that are bent over at least 45 degrees, but they're holding fast so far. But we don't know what the extent of the damage is yet to our house, just because we can't get outside and look at it. But there's shingles all over our property, so presumably we've lost at least a chunk of our roof, the shingles on our roof.
And what about the water, the rain, any flooding?
So we live at the bottom of about a 250-meter lane that ascends up to a main highway here in eastern PEI. And typically we do have flood problems here, water running down from the highway towards the bay. That's what we were most worried about yesterday. It wasn't the wind per se, it was severe flooding. Interestingly, we have none. We don't even have puddling on our property. It seems that I'm not sure why it is. I'm not sure if it's the amount of precipitation or if it's how much it's being blown around that it's not finding a single place to settle and create a stream down the driveway. So the good news is that we haven't suffered any water damage. We don't have a basement in this home. It's on a concrete slab, but still we are more or less in a floodplain, and very fortunate that way.
Oh my goodness. Well, yes, there you go. We'll take good news wherever we can get it. And so it sounds like the winds are dying down there now, though, huh, Ryan?
Well, it's going up and down. It's still not in the clear. We still have moments where we sort of look at each other and wonder whether everything's okay. So I don't think we're out of it yet, but we're nearing it. And it was around 2 and 3 a.m. where things were positively frightening, and we were very worried.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad you all made it through the night safely, and that you're safe and sound there now. And thank you for calling in.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That is Ryan. He was calling in from St. Peter's Bay in eastern Prince Edward Island. 6 minutes now before 1, and we are joined by Robert McDonald in Cape North, Cape Breton. Hi, Robert.
Hi there, Vanessa.
How are you doing? I can hear you. You sound wonderful.
Oh, good. Well, it's wonderful that you and your colleagues are on the airwaves and giving us information. But one of the things I was hoping you might do through your contacts is try to find out a little bit of what's been happening here at the top of Cape Breton Island. I'm thinking of north of Cape Smoky. We have several small fishing communities all along here. The winds have been very high. The surf has been very high. We're not sure of the conditions of the road. We have very little information about what's happening up here, and I'm hoping that you and your network will be able to extract some information and broadcast it and let us know what's happening in our neighborhood.
Definitely. We will definitely endeavor to do that, Robert. What was it like for you last night and today?
Well, as you know, northern Cape Breton or Cape Breton generally was a point where the hurricane, the tropical storm, came ashore. So we had very high winds all night. The winds still remain high, and I guess the forecasts suggest we'll have several hours of still dangerous winds and wind gusts. Here at our own house, which is right on a cliff, overlooking the Atlantic, overlooking Aspy Bay. The winds were very strong last night. They've eased off, but not to a point where I want to go outside, and I know we're to stay inside.
Well, definitely. It sounds like that is the best advice that we're hearing across the board. And so, do you see any damage out your window today, Robert?
No, I've got shutters up on most of my windows, Vanessa, so I can't see very much. The windows that I left open facing the north, the trees are still lashing, and I can't observe any damage directly from these windows. The Aspy Bay, which we overlook, is, of course, whipped into a white froth. And massive waves I can see in the distance thundering in on Cabot Landing Beach. But specific examples of damage I can't see from my window, but I do have concerns about my neighbors, about our roads, about our businesses, our fishery, and it'd be nice to hear what's happening elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. You paint quite a picture overlooking that ocean, overlooking the bay.
Yes, it's dramatic, but also rather terrifying.
And how does it compare to past storms that you've seen?
Well, we've had the area has lots of storms, and we have had examples of very strong come through here. I think, no doubt, at least where we're located, this has been the strongest storm that I've observed.
All right, Robert McDonald, thank you very much for the call. We appreciate it.
Well, thank you, and I hope that you can track down some local information for us.
Absolutely. That is okay. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That's Robert McDonald in Cape North, Cape Breton this morning. Khalil, we've had a lot of calls from all corners, it seems, and of course, everybody curious about the situation in their neck of the woods, which I completely understand, and just know we are doing our very best to get all of that information to everyone across Atlantic Canada.
And I know a lot of our newsrooms were offline this morning. Halifax had lost power and internet and so on, Charlottetown as well. I'm getting word now from our technicians that some of those stations are, limping back to life. in one way or another. So reporters fanning out on the phone lines and in person across the region to get more local information.
And we are going to continue to be here and to bring you all of the information about Fiona as that post-tropical storm begins to move out of the Maritimes and heading into Newfoundland and Labrador as we speak. We do have some news coming your way, and I think that's pretty much what I can say. Keep that number handy if you'd like to give us a call in the next hour of the program, 1-800-565-5550. You are listening to a special broadcast of CBC in Atlantic Canada. It is 1 o'clock and time for the news. William Ping joins us. Hello, William.
This is CBC News. I'm William Ping. Hundreds of thousands of customers in eastern Canada are without power as post-tropical storm Fiona brings intense hurricane-strength winds and torrential rains to swaths of Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, and Quebec's Magdalen Islands. Fiona made landfall in Nova Scotia shortly after 4 a.m. Atlantic time between Canso and Guysborough. The Canso Causeway, which links Cape Breton to mainland Nova Scotia, is closed to high-sided vehicles. As of 10:45 a.m. Atlantic time, more than 405,000 Nova Scotia Power customers were without electricity. The company says it has more than 525,000 customers. It said people can go to the utility's outage map for estimated restoration times. PEI's Maritime Electric said more than 82,000 out of a possible 86,000 customers were without power. And B Power was reporting more than 55,000 outages concentrated in the province's southeast. The outages are mostly in the areas the company groups as Shediac-Capelli, Moncton Riverview Dieppe, and Sackville-Port Elgin. Newfoundland Power was reporting 1,133 customers without power, and Hydro-Quebec reported 4,232 without power in the Isles de la Madeleine region and 1,684 in the Magdalen Islands. Hurricane or tropical storm warnings are in place throughout most of Atlantic Canada and southern Quebec. The Cape Breton Regional Municipality and neighboring Victoria County have declared a local state of emergency and are asking residents to stay at home. The Canadian Red Cross has opened a shelter at Centre 200 in Sydney, Nova Scotia, however, was without power on Saturday morning. The municipality is planning to open additional comfort centres when local travel is safe. Meanwhile, the RCMP in Newfoundland are investigating a report that a woman in Port-aux-Basques was washed out to sea. Media Relations Officer Jolene Garland says police have not been able to confirm whether that happened, as the area where it would have occurred is too dangerous to access. But she says they have confirmed a separate incident where a woman was washed out to sea and retrieved.
We did have another report where a residential property collapsed earlier this morning and a woman was thrown out in the sea. She was retrieved by local bystanders and was brought to hospital for medical attention. I don't have a status on her condition.
Garland is urging everyone to stay off the roads and stay in a safe area. This news comes as a state of emergency has been declared in Channel Port-aux-Basques. Mayor Brian Button says the storm surge has been bigger and worse than anyone imagined. He says homes have been washed out to sea, an apartment building has been destroyed, and the town's water system has been compromised.
What's actually happening here is total devastation in some areas, not only in the communities, neighboring communities. I haven't even been able to reach out to them. I'm just going by what some people that I have had the chance to talk to in there. So what we're seeing here is Fiona is hitting our shoreline, and it is, I'm telling you, it is a mess.
Button is also urging the public to stay off the roads. He says people are out looking at the destruction and getting in the way of evacuation efforts.
They've been interfering with us trying to evacuate people out of an area because we have areas where we have a little tiny window where we're trying to squeeze cars out through water and get them where we need to go, and we have people that have it blocked, and it's just becoming. I cannot plead enough with people that you need to stay in. Stay in right now. If you're in a safe location, stay there. If you're not in a safe location, you are the people that we're moving.
Button says the town hall has completely flooded and the town council is now using a room in the hospital as a command post. He says they have an emergency storm surge plan and are now assessing the situation to determine the next steps. But he urges people to find a location where it is safe and stay there. And finally, despite significant damage to the Port aux Basques region, a local meteorologist is warning that the devastation caused by Hurricane Fiona is far from over. David Neal is a warning preparedness meteorologist with the Gander Weather Office. He says while the tide may have dropped slightly, the evening high tide will still be an issue.
We've seen some significant flooding in that area, and from the waves and the storm surge. The tide should be coming down now from morning high tide, but they'll expect fairly high waves into this evening's high tide as well. They're going to have to keep the guard up for the evening high tide pretty well right along the south coast and into the Bay St. George area where we maintain our storm surge warnings.
Neal says waves are expected to be up to and possibly exceeding 12 meters. And that's the CBC News. I'm William Ping.
Thanks very much, William. Good afternoon. This is a special broadcast coming to you from Moncton, New Brunswick, for all of Atlantic Canada as we follow Fiona and the impact this storm is having on our region. My name is Vanessa Blanche. I'm here along with Khalil Akhtar and a small but mighty team here in Moncton that spreads across the region as we do our very best to keep you up to date. It is 6 minutes now after 1 and time to check in with our team of CBC meteorologists. We've been joined throughout the morning by them, and this afternoon we're joined by Ryan Snodden after a quick nap. Hi, Ryan.
How are you?
I'm well. How is it going?
Not too bad, thanks. Not too bad. Yeah, it was. I got 3 hours in, which is pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty good.
That's sort of nap territory. Doesn't quite get into the sleep territory, does it?
No, not quite. But who can sleep at a time like this? So obviously, keeping you posted. I guess before what typically happens is I just start ranting, and then you can never get a word in edgewise. So is there anything you'd like to kind of know off the top here before I get going?
No, we welcome your rants, and I think everyone just wondering, where the storm is, when things are expected to improve, and when crews are going to be able to get out and start doing some of the assessment of the damage and the cleanup.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's one big thing that is notable. So since we last spoke last hour, wind warnings have been all but dropped across New Brunswick, except for Bathurst and the Acadian Peninsula. So just that northeast corner of the province. In New Brunswick, that is where we're still seeing some gusts that are upwards of wind warning criteria, gusts in this 70, 80, 90 kilometer per hour range. But for the most part, winds have really started to back off across New Brunswick. We're starting to see some sunshine breaking in, even down towards the Moncton area now on the back side of this system as it starts to pull away. Moncton gusting near 60 kilometers per hour. Now, looking across to Nova Scotia, we are still looking at wind warnings in effect for essentially the eastern half of the province. The winds have really dropped off across the western half of the province, but we'll continue to see those winds easing from west to east through through the next few hours across central areas, especially Halifax, has really started to see a drop, especially downtown. Those winds are really down and quite light now. Halifax Airport did record a gust to 71 at noon, but they have not updated. The weather station is not updated here at 1 o'clock, but it looks like we are still looking at those winds easing pretty significantly here through central areas of Nova Scotia over the next couple of hours. It's the eastern areas, the Northumberland Shore. We talked last hour about that Caribou Point station, which again has been sustained winds over 80 kilometers per hour for 12 hours now, gusting over 100 kilometers per hour for 12 hours. Just relentless, punishing winds there. Also across the Cape Breton region, still seeing some gusts upwards of 90 kilometers per hour in the Sydney area, and across most of Cape Breton, the winds are still pretty intense there from the south-southwest. So what we're expecting to see for you folks is just a slow and steady improvement. The winds, obviously, are, as we just said, are still gusting pretty strong there, but we will continue to see, as I said, a slow and steady improvement here over the next 3-4 hours as we work our way, especially towards the supper hour. I think that's when we'll start to feel a lot of relief, perhaps a little bit longer towards the exposed areas of the coast in Inverness County, where the onshore wind is just going to keep blowing in from the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Now for Prince Edward Island, you folks are still in the wind warnings as well. We are still looking at wind criteria. Again, that's 90 kilometers per hour or more. And so, yeah, your wind warnings are still in effect. And as I look at the latest observations here from the Environment Canada weather stations, which have all pretty much updated here, we're still looking at gusts upwards of 90 to 100 kilometers per hour across a good portion of the island. St. Peter's gusting to 102, East Point gusting to 98, and Charlottetown gusting to 90. But as I look at the outlook here, again, slow and steady improvement here hour by hour as we work our way through the mid-afternoon to late afternoon, especially is when I think we'll see a drop-off between the 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. time period. I think we'll really start to see some significant improvements there. Still a breezy evening, still a breezy overnight, but the good news is for everybody as we turn the page into tomorrow, we are looking at a nice day with a mix of sun and cloud across the region, a good day for cleaning up. Temperatures are actually going to be rebounding into the high teens with a ton of sunshine, and so tomorrow is going to be a great day for cleanup, and that's great news for the power crews, which, as we know, have just a massive job ahead of them.
Mm-hmm. And Ryan, where exactly is the storm now, and what should Newfoundland and Labrador expect?
Yeah, great point. So as we are currently speaking, the storm is into the Gulf. So it's actually near the center of the storm anyway, which is, again, post-tropical up near the Isle de Magdalene. And that is, again, where we're watching it kind of starting to pick up a little bit in speed, which is good. Hour by hour, it's starting to pick up in forward momentum now. So as we talk about our friends in Newfoundland and Labrador, we are still looking at some very strong winds there along the southwest coast of the island. We obviously know what our friends in Port aux Basques have been dealing with this morning. They're still looking at sustained winds near 90, gusting to 115 there. The Burgeo station, which is back just a little bit further to the east, sustained at 70, gusting to 101 there. So some very strong winds. Stephenville also looking at sustained at 70, gusting to 102, and the Wreck House still gusting to 136 kilometers per hour. So it is obviously always stormy in the Wreck House, but that's a big wind even for there. And so for you folks in the southwest of Newfoundland, which again was where we're seeing the most severe conditions with this storm, again, we're talking about a pretty stormy afternoon. We'll finally start to feel some relief as we work our way slowly through this evening, but a longer haul ahead, unfortunately, for the southwest coast of Newfoundland, where the winds are going to hang on a little bit longer through this evening. Late evening into the overnight, we'll really start to see things improving there, but it looks like gusts to 100 kilometers per hour, at least through the possible through the mid-evening hours there in through the Port aux Basques area.
And so you say it's picking up speed, so that's good because then hopefully it will move out more quickly?
Exactly. What we want is, this thing came in such a into the region in a hurry, and then it hit the brakes and has just been at a snail's pace now as it worked its way across Nova Scotia. Now it's starting to pick up in forward momentum, and so yes, it looks like we will again start to see some relief here in terms of it picking up in forward momentum. And so the quicker it moves out, the better.
Absolutely. All right, Ryan, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Talk soon.
Talk soon. That's Ryan Snodden, CBC meteorologist in Halifax today. Coming up to 14 minutes now after 1. Well, as you heard earlier this morning, a state of emergency has been declared for Port aux Basques in Newfoundland and Labrador. We did hear earlier from the mayor of the town, Brian Button, that was in the last hour. He described the area as total devastation. So to find out more about the impact on the area, the CBC's Lucas Wall spoke with Corporal Jolene Garland. She is the RCMP's Media Relations Officer in Newfoundland and Labrador. And he started by asking her what the RCMP are seeing in Port aux Basques and the surrounding area.
It's a devastating situation in Port aux Basques today. Multiple reports of electrical fires all over the community and residences that are collapsing and washing out to sea. Multiple areas of heavy flooding. The town has put a state of emergency in effect. Our officers are certainly very busy, as well as other first responders, responding to all of these situations.
So I guess what powers does a state of emergency give you as the RCMP in a situation such as this?
So certainly we're looking at evacuation orders. A number of residential areas are at risk right now. Very dangerous situation with heavy ocean waves, flooding, etc. So we have been evacuating residential areas, and in some cases getting much resistance from the homeowners or home occupants to actually evacuate. That's causing a lot of issues and a lot of concern. People are unnecessarily putting themselves and other first responders at risk.
And you mentioned damage from electrical fires, flooding, road washouts. I mean, what kinds of things in that realm are RCMP officers seeing in the area?
We're actually seeing people as well out with, phones and cameras and the like, putting themselves at risk in these areas to take pictures and videos to, share to social media. We're asking people to refrain from doing this because, again, it's really putting themselves and others at unnecessary risk.
Yeah, so that would block up roads and make things more difficult than things need to be for first responders, eh?
Absolutely. It is obstructing in our ability to do what we need to do right now. It is causing unnecessary risk. It is causing unnecessary response. So we're asking people to find a safe place to weather the storm, weather it out safely. Please stay indoors where it's safe to do so. We do have a report, an ongoing investigation right now, a tragic report where a woman was allegedly washed out to sea. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, we're not in a position to be able to confirm such, given the actual dangers of responding to that specific location. So we cannot confirm the location of the woman at the present time, given the storm surge. However, that is the report.
Yeah, we heard that as well from a couple of different places, and you know what it's like, right? Once it goes out on social media, people tend to spread it around. Have you heard anything else in terms of injuries or anything like that?
We did have another report where a residential property collapsed earlier this morning and a woman was thrown out in the sea. She was retrieved by local bystanders and was brought to hospital for medical attention. I don't have a status on her condition.
Okay. So that woman and obviously the second report that's unconfirmed at this point.
The first one with the woman going into the water, I can confirm that happened where she was retrieved and sent for medical attention. The second one, we're unable to confirm the status of the woman, but the investigation, the report is into the allegation that a woman was taken from her home, washed out into sea as it was collapsing.
Understood.
We're unable to confirm.
Okay, but there is an investigation ongoing into that.
Absolutely.
Okay, understood. I guess is the RCMP also involved with this town command center that's been set up at the hospital in Port aux Basques?
I'm not entirely sure of our role there. I would assume that our resources are out doing what needs to be done in form of evacuation, in forms of making sure that people are being safe, responding to, the reports that are coming in that would require police assistance. I don't know if you'll actually physically find an officer at that command post right now, given the fact that there's so much going on out there that they're responding to.
Yeah. What are your resources like in Port aux Basques? Like how many officers, how many people are we talking about here?
I don't have a specific number to be able to share with you. I do know that additional resources have been brought in for support.
Okay. Yep. And I imagine it's pretty tough even just getting to places, hey? I mean, part of that that command center that they set up at the hospital in Port aux Basques was a result of just physically not being able to get to town hall. So I imagine it's been pretty difficult for the officers that are in the community there.
Yes, my understanding is there's certainly areas of heavy flooding, which would be plenty of water on the roadway, so that's going to prevent travel in certain areas. We just put out a social media post for the Burgeo Highway, asking people to avoid travel there right now due to high winds. So other areas are certainly starting to feel the effect of Fiona as well.
Yeah, I mean, Port aux Basques has certainly borne the brunt of things so far, but I mean, beyond Burgeo, or what other areas, I guess, have you heard about some maybe concern or preparations being put in place so far?
I think the effects are starting to trickle west, into the Bay St. George area, but I haven't received word on the status of being near what it is down in Port aux Basques right now.
Yeah, hopefully Port aux Basques will be the only community where we see such significant damage. But Jolene, is there anything else that we didn't have a chance to talk about that you wanted to touch on?
We're asking people to have common sense here. We're asking people to protect themselves here, not put yourself at unnecessary risk, not tie up valuable resources that are trying to respond to multiple situations at the current moment. So if an officer is coming to your door telling you need to evacuate, then that's exactly what you need to do.
Right. Okay, Jolene, thank you for taking a few minutes to chat with me. And please, if there are any updates, particularly on the woman that you're investigating there with her being washed out, please keep us in the loop.
Will do.
And we'll go from there then. But hopefully everybody's going to stay safe out that way.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's Corporal Jolene Garland. She's the RCMP's Media Relations Officer in Newfoundland and Labrador. She was speaking with the CBC's Lucas Wall in St. John's. 20 minutes now after 1 in the Maritimes. It is 1/2 hour later, of course, in Newfoundland and Labrador. We've got a few notes to pass along. Charlottetown's Chief of Police is asking people to please stay home. They are seeing a lot of people on the roads, in cars, and on foot, and that is getting in the way of folks that are out there trying to assess the damage and respond to emergencies. So that is a common message that we are hearing across the region today. If you can, please stay home and allow crews to do their work. And Nova Scotia Power numbers are going down as far as outages. 393,500 customers without power, but that is down by about 10,000 in the last hour. NB Power reporting 53,000 outages. That's also going down this morning. Still unchanged on Prince Edward Island, 82,000 customers without power. In Newfoundland and Labrador, the number is right around 3,500. In Newfoundland and Labrador, the number is going up currently as Fiona makes her presence known there. So up by about 1,000 2,600 customers in the last little while. The McDonald Bridge in Halifax has reopened, and the McKay Bridge will be open shortly. So please drive very carefully as there is a lot of debris on the roads. And again, I think the message from many is to stay home if you can. And the Nova Scotia government tweeting that the minister responsible for the Provincial Emergency Management Office and other provincial and municipal representatives and service providers are going to be holding a Hurricane Fiona briefing that is coming up at 2:30, so about an hour, a little more than an hour from now, and that will be live streamed on the Nova Scotia government's Facebook and YouTube channels. Joining me now is Kate McKenna, CBC reporter on the Magdalen Islands. Hi, Kate.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are things on the Magdalen Islands? That's not a corner that we've heard from at all today.
It is pretty windy here. It's actually, I shouldn't say that because it has been windier and it is going to get even more windy. But right now we're in almost a lull. But for me, as somebody who is not from the Magdalen Islands, it's still very windy for me right now. Yeah, we just got an update from authorities. The mayor saying that 22 people have been removed from their homes, either because of flooding or because of damage caused by the extreme winds that we saw overnight. We're also just hearing a lot about people right now. The Hydro-Quebec teams are out on the road because we are in this kind of lull. We're in like kind of a storm lull. They're out there trying to get the electricity going again because it was simply too windy to have bucket trucks up and fix any of the power lines that have been down. So that's kind of where things are right now. But people are still hunkered down. All of the roads are technically closed. People are being told, like everywhere else in Atlantic Canada, to stay home because it is expected to continue on all into the evening over here.
And has it been a lot of rain there as well, Kate?
Yeah, there has been quite a bit of rain, and we are seeing storm surges like in other parts of the Maritimes, but it seems like the real damage has been caused by wind. Like, for instance, they're not even clearing the debris off of the roads right now because they just expect that there will be more shingles blowing off of houses. I just came from a church. Most of the roof blew off. Some windows as well breaking. We've seen some trailers flipping over, that sort of thing. But there has been some flooding, particularly obviously in the like near the water, right? So some of the islands, not really the one I'm on, which is Cap Mill, but the ones more northern, there is more flooding there, particularly seasonal homes, which I guess is good in the sense because authorities say there wasn't anybody in them, but still, of course, very bad news for the people who own them.
And how did those evacuations go that you mentioned, people having to leave their homes?
We haven't heard too much about it, except that we know where it happened. But my understanding is that it's the firefighters went and the people called 911. The firefighters went and helped them out. There are 4 shelters on the Magdalen Islands set up specifically for this during the storm. We asked the mayor, what's the capacity like? Is there more room if this carries on into the evening and more people need to leave their homes? He said, yes, there's lots of capacity left. In fact, Magdalen Islands being so small, he mentioned that a number of people who were displaced just went and stayed with family instead of going to a shelter. So that's kind of the situation as it is here. I've been out talking to people. Obviously, the Magdalen Islands not unaware of how storms go. This one's obviously more severe, but they've hunkered down and they're in pretty good spirits for the most part. No reports of injuries at this point.
All right. Kate McKenna, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That is the CBC's Kate McKenna reporting today from the Magdalen Islands, coming up to 27 minutes after 1 half hour later, of course, in Newfoundland and Labrador. And we are going to check in now with Wendy Bergfeld, the CBC's reporter in Sydney. Hi, Wendy.
Well, good afternoon. I heard a listener of yours just before the news break asking about what was going on in the northern tip of Cape Breton, and we do have a little bit of a picture emerging of how that's developing. We are told that they won't have a full assessment of what's going on up there until this evening or tomorrow morning, and part of that is distance, and part of that is because there are at least 3 sections of the Cabot Trail that are closed. So actually getting into communities and being able to assess visually the damage is a challenge. Now, we do know that in Neils Harbor, there was rock and debris thrown up from the ocean onto the highway. So that stretch of highway is closed. But we know about 3 closures between Ingonish and Neils Harbor at Blackbrook Beach, Cheticamp and Pleasant Bay at French Mountain, and Little Smoky Lookoff at low-lying areas inside Ingonish. And in fact, around French Mountain, we were told that there are rocks the size of toasters. And the reason for that is because of the battering of the wind and rain, and it caused rock falls onto the highway. So that was something that, I don't think anybody anticipated that we would have that kind of thing. I think everybody thought trees would fall and there might be some shingles and roofing, but I don't think anybody was looking at rock falls. And, part of the challenge and part of the reason that this is such an important area is because for the last couple of days, people at Parks Canada and people at the Department of Transportation have been watching these roads really carefully. They do have a way of washing out in this kind of weather. So Stillbrook, I'm thinking about, and that was washed out in a previous storm, and they put 2 large culverts in, and they had staff there with eyes on it. So we're not sure how that fared just now, but we know that was a place that they were watching. And then North Mountain, there was a washout there, and they did have it open to 2-way traffic. They were flushing out culverts earlier this week, so they were keeping track. But we do have those 3 closures around the Cabot Trail, which is making it difficult to get into these communities and to assess just what's going on. Now, some of these communities are part of, depending on where you are on that stretch of road, you're either looking at the North Shore or you're looking at Inverness County. Inverness County did not declare a state of emergency, and because there's power in some of those communities, the pressure isn't on. But on the other side, Victoria County, there is a state of emergency, and there's also a shelter in place. So even just within that very short distance, you're seeing, a real difference in the way the storm impacted and the response of the municipalities.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think right now, Wendy? Can you feel the storm subsiding?
Do you know, I just poked my head out the door a little bit, and I think that the wind is dropping off a little bit. It certainly isn't what it was this morning when it was snapping off trees here and there. I can tell you that we do have reporters who are out looking at things, and we are getting some feedback about some of the damage around the municipality, in Cape Breton Regional Municipality. And there was, the airport, one of those places. We have one airport here. And if you look at that building, some of the siding was blown off, and you can see an antenna dangling from the roof. So, obviously that building got hit. But the fact that we were out there and able to have a look at it, we're going out in pairs because of the danger. But people are able to get out and move around. I would say the winds are nowhere near as high as they were at 4 o'clock this morning. At 4 o'clock this morning, it was just wild.
All right, Wendy, thank you so much for the update, and we're glad to know that you're listening and you are responding to those callers that are getting in touch. We really appreciate the information. That is,
you take care.
You too. That is CBC reporter Wendy Bergfeld. Coming up next, we are going to check in with Jeffrey Downey. He is a spokesperson for New Brunswick's Emergency Measures Organization. Hello, Jeffrey.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Good. We are well. What is the latest in New Brunswick?
Well, it looks like the storm is, for the most part, passed through the area. There's still obviously some high winds in a number of spots, but I think it's fair to say at this point the worst of it is gone. Now, I think we fared a lot better top to bottom compared to, say, Nova Scotia and PEI, but there's certainly been a number of impacts here, most of which have been along the East Coast.
And what kind of impacts are you hearing about? Are you seeing?
Well, we saw winds. The record wind for this storm was in Cap Pelé for us at 128 kilometers an hour. Now, there were a number of other spots that still were in the 100 range. So we've certainly seen a lot of damage related to wind. NB Power has about 53,000 customers without power at the moment due to more than 500 unplanned outages. They have crews stationed around the province to deal with this, but it could be a little while before people get their power back on. So we're asking for everyone's patience in this regard.
And when we say a little while, what are you thinking?
You'd have to check the NB Power for the estimated times, and that's the best place to get that kind of information. But it's fairly widespread, so it's certainly going to not happen in the next few hours probably.
Fair enough. And what else are EMO officials doing right now?
Well, we're trying to measure exactly where most of the damage is. We know there are 4 shelters that are opened in the sort of Shediac Cap Pelé region. We're glad to see that municipalities are reacting to the damage because there have been some evacuations. Certainly at one of the shelters there was 12 people earlier this morning, but the good news is people have already started to go home. So in cases where it's been storm surge that's forced them out, they've been able to return because the storm surge is over at this point. There's reports of water over roads, so we're certainly encouraging people not to drive over them to find other ways around. And there's reports of down power lines and trees on power lines, so we're encouraging people to report that to NB Power and not go anywhere near them.
And when we're talking about water over roads, down power lines, can you give us specifics on what areas?
It's a number of areas. There's been reports of water over roads, all along the East Coast region. It's not specific to necessarily one area. We're not talking about the Fredericton region, for example, but it's certainly in a number of spots. So people do need to be taken care.
And so what is your best advice to people right now?
Avoid the roads if you can. If you don't need to be out and about, don't. As I said, NB Power crews are out operating, and you being around, driving around, just trying to take in all the damage really doesn't help. Certainly, if emergency responders have to get anywhere, the more traffic on the road at this point, especially if it's a road where maybe it's partially covered in water, so access is a little restricted, it only makes things worse. If you are in a position to, say, check on maybe an elderly neighbor and you can do it safely, check on your neighbors. Make sure everyone's doing okay. Just because you have power doesn't mean your neighbor does. Maybe they need a hand. And obviously, if you don't have power and you're using a generator, please use it safely. No generator use indoors. Keep it away from windows. And don't do things like bring your barbecue indoors to heat up a meal. So we're counting on everyone to do the smart things right now.
And do you have any information for people if they are without power and any comfort centers opening?
Again, the 4 shelters are open in the Shediac Cap Pelé region. We will be posting some information about that on the NVEMO Facebook page and through our Twitter account as soon as we can get all the information in.
Okay, wonderful. All right. Thanks so much, Jeffrey Downey.
Not at all. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's Jeffrey Downey. He is a spokesperson for New Brunswick's Emergency Measures Organization. And joining me now in the studio, a guest, Alexander Silverman, our reporter based here in Moncton, where you have been all over, and it's only 1:30 in New Brunswick.
That's right, Vanessa. It feels like the whole day has gone by at this point. Hard to believe it's still this early.
It is. So you were in Point de Chine and then up in Shediac bridge?
That's right. I continued up along the coast after that, seeing the damage, how people were reacting, talking to people who were out and about. And you heard Jeffrey Downey there mention the importance of going to check in on your neighbors if you're able to. And when I was in Pointe de Chêne, I saw the Shediac Fire Department actually out. They were going door to door doing wellness checks, making sure people in some of those heavily flooded areas are okay, have everything they need, especially given the power outages in that area. We don't know yet at this point when power will be back, and a lot of customers in that area without power at this point in time.
And so who did you talk to while you were out, Alexander? What did you hear?
Yeah, so I talked to one resident who let me into her home to show me the damage. Her basement was completely flooded. She talked to me a bit about the differences between Fiona and Dorian and how that played out for her. Her home is directly on the coast, and there's a seawall protecting it, but we could see rocks from the seawall had been washed up on shore, and it had really been pounded by the surf and that strong storm surge overnight and into early this morning. She's a year-round, Angèle Wilson, I believe, or Williams, is a year-round resident of Pointe de Chêne, and I asked her how she prepared for Fiona.
Oh, well, we've been preparing for a number of days now. Particularly after Dorian, we realized that you really do have to be prepared and take these storms quite seriously. As a matter of fact, last night we did not stay at our home here. We went further inland because we were concerned about the winds and the storm surge, which of course came to fruition. So it was quite a scary night here apparently, but we weren't here. We arrived at around 8:30 or 9 o'clock this morning to the storm surge and some pretty heavy winds and waves crashing over the seawall.
Describe to me the scene you saw when you arrived back at your home this morning.
Well, we couldn't really get to the house because of the storm surge, but we were in a dump truck, so it was quite high up, so we were able to get to our home and get inside. The basement is flooded, but we're pumping that out now, and the wind was incredible. The sea was, I've never seen the sea like that before in my life. The waves were crashing over the seawall and hitting the house. I've never seen anything like it.
So you came back to waves hitting against the side of your house?
Yes, and so I was quite glad I wasn't here last night because apparently, mind you, I don't know what time the storm surge started coming in this morning. I think it was maybe around 3 or 4 in the morning. But it stuck around for quite a while. With Dorian, it came in and it pretty much went out, but this one stuck around for quite a while.
Do you find the impact more powerful than Dorian for your area?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. We didn't have this type of damage with Dorian. We had some damage, but not like this. Not like this.
And tell me about the damage you're seeing in your community, in the neighborhood, and what you're hearing from neighbors at this point in time.
Well, I know that my daughter called me this morning. It's pretty hard here right now because we don't have cell service or any internet, or we can't call in or call out. So when I went into Moncton earlier today, my children called me and were mentioning that there was a lot on the news around this neighborhood and what was going on with the flooding. So far, it seems like it's pretty devastating. I've heard that the Pointe de Chêne Wharf has just been devastated. And it's just so sad because it's such a popular tourist attraction. It's a big part of our community.
All right, anything else you'd like to add?
Well, I'm just glad that everyone's safe so far. It's just stuff, and it can be fixed, and it can be replaced. So we're all safe, which is the important thing.
And your house is relatively okay, too?
My house is relatively okay, too.
You must be a relief.
I am, absolutely. Very relieved. Thank you.
All right, thank you for speaking with us.
Wow, you can really hear the waves in the background. That's Angèle Wilson near Pointe de Chêne. She's speaking with the CBC's Alexander Silberman. My name is Vanessa Blanche, and this is a special broadcast coming to you from Moncton for all of Atlantic Canada. And our phone lines are open this afternoon. You can give us a call. Tell us what you're seeing in your area. The number to call is 1-800-565 5550. Again, the number to call, 1-800-565-5550. We are going to be here with you until 2 o'clock this afternoon, 2:30 in Newfoundland and Labrador. And an update from the Cape Breton Regional Municipality. They say residents are being asked to shelter in place. If shelter has failed, you can call 911 for an evacuation. Comfort centers will open when travel is declared safe. Cape Breton Regional Municipality going on to say it is currently not safe to travel. Downed power lines and trees are a significant hazard, and telecommunication systems are under strain. We also have this note from the RCMP in Newfoundland and Labrador asking residents in Port aux Basques to refrain from risky behavior, including taking pictures or videos in areas of flooding and ocean waves. This is not safe. Going on to say people are putting themselves and first responders at unnecessary risk. So again, people being asked to stay home across the region today as first responders continue to help people who are experiencing emergencies, and crews get out there and try to assess the damage, and power crews get out there and try to see how they can restore power. Power outages are widespread across the region. Ron has called in from Miramichi. Good afternoon, Ron.
Good afternoon, Vanessa. Haven't spoken to you since 2019.
Oh, did we speak in 2019?
Yeah, during the election.
Oh, there you go. Well, it's nice to speak to you again, Ron, although I wish it was under better circumstances. Tell us what's happening in the Miramichi today.
Well, it's gusting, as CBC is reporting, probably upwards of 90 at times, very briefly, and then it goes down almost to a complete calm. The worst I saw was two neighbors' cushions going down the street from probably a lawn chair, and our two ducks are at the back door knocking, saying what's going on. So,
well, that doesn't sound so bad.
The power hasn't failed. We usually don't get much power failure here. I'm in South Chatham, which is actually the old Air Force Base right now. And I've gone through a few. I went through Floyd in Florida. I stayed in the city while the city was evacuated, and it was a big mistake to evacuate it because it was the worst traffic jam on Highway 10 going west they ever had. But it is very dangerous. I witnessed during the storm a 40 by 30 foot highway sign that blew off of 95 go over my head, and it sounded pretty scary. So people, I don't think people understand the danger from flying objects. That's the big danger.
Mm-hmm. And with those gusty winds, as Tina Simpkin was telling us earlier, you know, those gusts continue and they can't be predicted.
I don't think so. I'm a sailor, and I haven't seen much prediction in winds.
So you've fared pretty well, though, all things considered, it sounds like.
Oh, yeah, we're happy. The ducks are happy. They have a safe place to go into, up a little ramp if they want to, but they're liking the wind, I guess. I think what they were doing at the door was maybe wanting some more lettuce.
Oh, there you go. Well, you take care of those ducks. So we heard about some cats and kittens who got out in northern New Brunswick earlier today. So the cats and kittens are safe and sound, and it sounds like the ducks in Miramichi are doing all right too.
Oh, thank you very much for that. Nice to talk to you. And,
you too. Thanks
safe.
For the call. Okay, bye-bye. That is Ron in Miramichi. Joining us now is Beverly. She's in River Ryan, Cape Breton. Hi, Beverly.
Hi, Vanessa. How are you today?
First
of all, may I commend you and your station on being on the air all day, giving everybody the update of what's going on, at where and when.
Thank you, Beverly.
Really
we are doing
it.
Our very, very best here.
Oh, no, I appreciate it. Probably everybody else does too that's listening to this radio station today.
Oh, thank you. Yes, so we've got a small but mighty team here in Moncton, but they have been keeping the phone lines open, and we've been trying our best to get everyone on. What's the situation like in River Ryan, Beverly?
Well, the winds are still high. They're going to be high till about 9 o'clock tonight. There's no letting up at the moment, and I don't expect there'll be any letting up until, again, tonight.
Mm-hmm.
We still have no power. We won't have power till maybe tomorrow. Don't know. All depends again on the winds, right?
Mm-hmm. And
Our
are you
neighbors
set for
next
that? Are you
door-
doing all right?
Oh yeah, our neighbor next door though has 2 huge trees sitting across the veranda.
Oh, did it just hit the veranda and not the house?
I can't see. I mean, but it missed the car. I don't know how, but the fence took a beating. But yeah, we're okay, and I hope everybody else is okay, and I hope everybody else is staying off the road and letting everybody else do their job.
Absolutely. Exactly. All right. Well, thank you for the call and thank you for the kind words. We really do appreciate it, Beverly.
Well, you should get them from everybody that calls in. Thanks, Vanessa.
All right. Take care of yourself.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Again, our phone lines are open. And if you would like to give us a call, you can reach us right now at 1-800-565-5550. And Khalil, you've put up a little notice for me from the Department of Public Works in Nova Scotia. Canso Causeway now open to all vehicles. So that is good news. Things are slowly improving. I think it's fair to say for much of the region as Fiona moves out and moves on. Our friends in Newfoundland and Labrador are just sort of seeing Fiona ramp up and move. But as Ryan Snodden was saying, hopefully Fiona has picked up speed again and will blow through quicker than not, as quickly as possible. Again, the number to call if you want to get in touch, 1-800-565-5550. Jessica Doria Brown, reporter in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, is back. Hi, Jessica. Thanks for calling. Are you there?
Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to you. Is it Jessica?
Yes, Vanessa, am I on?
Yes, you are on, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us. I was just kind of spinning my wheels there, giving out phone numbers, so I'm really happy to have you on the line. What's the situation on Prince Edward Island now?
Not a ton of change. The rainfall warning has just ended, so I think that's looking out the window now, it still looks completely insane outside, but even just with that rainfall warning ending, I think that'll give people some hope that that there's some end in sight. So hopefully that's a good, hopeful news for people. But I actually was able to get out since we talked last. I went for a very short and safe drive. As safe as one could in weather like this. So I can kind of fill you in a bit on that. It was quite staggering to see the amount of damage just right around the CBC here and in the downtown area. You really can't take a straight drive anywhere right now. It's just this winding, zigzaggy. You turn a corner and there's a massive tree down covering the entire road. And so then you got to back up and turn around and go another way. And then you go that way and there's a huge power line down right in the middle of the road. And so it's quite heartbreaking to see this damage because, of course, from a lot of this day, I was stuck inside or just kind of on the front porch kind of thing of our building. So it's pretty shocking and sad to start to get a glimpse in person of this damage. And of course, we have been seeing photos from elsewhere on the island of big chunks of roofs off schools and people who come to visit PEI likely know the Rustico area. It's quite beautiful right on the water, and there are a lot of recognizable buildings now. They kind of look like little islands floating in water. There's so much water up in that area. So it's the devastation is we're really just getting to understand it now, and it's really sad.
And are you seeing power crews out yet when you were on your short drive?
So I saw one crew out, and I've been in touch with Maritime Electric. They're, of course, super busy and trying to get any updates they can to me. But they're saying basically at this point the plan is as it was when we spoke last, just that they've got to wait until this storm dies down a bit more before they can even start that assessment process. What they're saying is they're still expecting that to take about 24 hours. We still have about 82,000 households without power here on PEI. And so the reality is that for likely almost all of those people can expect to be without power at least till tomorrow.
Okay, yes. And comfort stations, are those opening up across the island, or are they already open, Jessica?
I don't know that with certainty. We've started now, though, to see indications of that happening soon. Like I saw a note from the town of Stratford that theirs would be opening at 3. So that's kind of what I'm in the process of doing now is just kind of getting updates on that. I mean, for right now, they're still very much advising people to stay off the roads. I'm a little alarmed at the number of people I'm seeing on the roads right now as we've all been asked to avoid that unless completely necessary. So I'm sure any health and safety officials would appreciate anyone listening if they can stay home for a few more hours. I'm sure that will be quite helpful to anybody who's trying to get to some of these urgent areas. Who knows what kinds of situations have come up where people might need assistance quite urgently, right?
Right, absolutely. All right, Jessica, thank you so much for the update. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Vanessa.
Okay,
Take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That is CBC reporter Jessica Doria Brown in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island this afternoon. We've just got about 8 minutes left of our special programming here from Moncton. If you'd like to call in, our phone lines are open, 1-800-565-5550. Louise Wilson is on the line from St. John. Hello.
Hello. I just thought that Maritimers are always people who have such a sense of humor, even in the worst of times. So I have a joke for you.
Okay, sounds good, Louise.
Billy Graham's wife was interviewed on television, and the reporter said to her, "Would you ever consider divorce?" "Never," she said, "but murder was never taken off the table."
So sounds like you're faring well in St. John, Louise.
Yes.
Sense of humor intact.
Yes.
And what was it like down there?
Well, it was fine. It just looked like windy. So I phoned the police up. I said, "Is it okay to go out for a walk?" And they hung up on me.
Okay, then.
Oh, I think they thought that I should have looked out the window and seen the wind and said, "Stay in place."
Yes, well, everybody is certainly feeling like it's best to stay in place for now. But I'm glad to hear...
Sorry. Thanks for your wonderful program and keeping things abreast. We all appreciated it.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, well, thanks so much for the call and the joke, Louise.
You're welcome. Bye.
Bye-bye. Our phone line is open for just a few more minutes. 1-800-565-5550 is the number to call. Joining us now is Dawn in Chester, Nova Scotia. Hi, Dawn.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Another person laughing. Well, according to Nova Scotia Power, we don't have, our power outage doesn't exist. And in fact, we called a friend, and she said when she called to report it, they said her address didn't exist. At which she murmured to herself, "Well, you can certainly find me when you send the bill." So we have a bit of a problem. We've been trying to tell Nova Scotia Power that we have no power, and I've tried all their lines, and due to high volumes, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Can't get through to anyone.
So is it widespread throughout Chester, Dawn? Do you know if your neighbors have power?
Well, I've been listening to your fabulous programs from all 3 provinces, and so I haven't gone out walking around, but certainly our friends all say they're out.
Okay. And so just curious, can you see any damage out your window? Not to go out, but can you see anything?
Well, a fire truck did go by to get a tree off a power line that had caught fire. So there was that, and but not much, certainly in our area. And our area has a lot of old trees with a lot of leaves on them, so it was concerning. I think we were nowhere near as bad as they were in Cape Breton. I mean, that sounds just tragic. Mm-hmm. But still, I'd still like them to know that we don't have any power.
It's good. It's good to know that you're at least on the list, even if the list has hundreds of thousands of customers. I can totally appreciate that.
No, we're not on the list.
No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, no, and certainly would be nice if...
I think we're okay.
Right. Okay. Well, our colleagues in Nova Scotia are listening, and we will definitely pass that on and see if we can make sure that Nova Scotia Power, rather, is aware of that. We thank you for the call.
And I so appreciate that you're taking these calls. Great job.
Thanks, Dawn. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
We've got time for one more caller. I think Daniel is calling from Charlottetown. Hi, Daniel.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
We're doing okay in Charlottetown, except for one thing. And I know it's really exciting for people to come around and see the damage, see trees down, see lines down. We really need people to stay home and get off the streets. The crews are trying to clear the debris. We need to get the streets open so that the Maritime Electric crews can come in and work on the power lines, so that Bell and other utilities can come in and get their lines out of the way. Right now, I'm looking at a series of trees which are against power lines, which are about to fall. And I've been seeing people driving under fallen trees today and under lines, and people walking over lines in the streets. And it cannot be emphasized enough. We need people to keep their distance and to keep away, please.
Absolutely, yes. Stay home, most definitely, and let the people who know what they're doing get out there and do that work. Anything else you want to add, Daniel?
Main thing is we're not going to have power for a couple of days. There's what's called transmission lines and distribution lines. Around the city itself, the power has to be distributed, but it has to get to the city. There are lines down coming into the city, whether it's from the windmills in the east or from our power line that comes from Borden Carleton. There's a lot of work to be done. There's a limited number of people. And one of the things that people can do is be out of the way so that we don't have to do things like direct traffic and try to keep our crews safe while people are doing work. And anything that people can do to help right now, stay home, stay safe.
And Daniel, are you with Maritime Electric?
I'm with one of the fiber utilities.
Okay, great. All right. Well, thank you so much for the call, and thank you for the update, and hopefully people will heed that advice.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. That is Daniel in Charlottetown. And the power numbers are coming down. That's some good news. 392,000 households without power in Nova Scotia right now. We're down below 50,000 in New Brunswick, 49,400. On Prince Edward Island, still more than 82,000 customers without electricity. And the numbers are still going up in Western Newfoundland, more than 5,000 households now without power. And we are going to turn things over to our colleagues in Fredericton, who are going to continue our live coverage here on CBC Radio 1 until the storm subsides. I just want to say a very big thank you to all of the producers and the reporters across the Atlantic region who overcame the power outages, technological issues, and not to mention the wind and the rain to bring us this story all day. And thanks to you, thanks to everyone who called in. As you've heard, please stay safe, stay off the roads if you can, and please let those crews do their work. Thanks so much for listening. Are we good?
Good afternoon. I'm Jean Armstrong, taking over from Vanessa Blanche in Moncton. Thank you, Vanessa, for deftly steering that ship these past 4 or 5 hours. We're continuing CBC radio coverage of Fiona and the aftermath of this storm. This is a special broadcast coming to you from Fredericton, New Brunswick for Atlantic Canada. And we start this hour with our CBC News reader, William Ping. Good afternoon, William.
Hi there. How's it going?
It's going all right. How about you? What news can you bring us from Newfoundland and Labrador this hour?
Well, it's a beautiful day here in St. John's, but I know that's not the case in most of Atlantic Canada. So hundreds of thousands of customers in eastern Canada are without power as post-tropical storm Fiona brings intense hurricane-strength winds and torrential rains to swaths of Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, and Quebec's Magdalen Islands. Fiona made landfall in Nova Scotia shortly after 4 a.m. Atlantic time between Canso and Guysborough. The Canso Causeway, which links Cape Breton to mainland Nova Scotia, is closed to high-sided vehicles. PEI's Maritime Electric said more than 82,000 out of a possible 86,000 customers are without power. NB Power was reporting more than 50,000 outages concentrated in the province's southeast. Newfoundland Power was reporting more than 5,000 customers without power, and Hydro-Quebec reported 7,518 without power. Meanwhile, as of 12:45 p.m. Atlantic time, more than 402,000 Nova Scotia Power customers were without electricity. The company says it has more than 525,000 customers and said people can go to the utility's outage map for estimated restoration times. Meanwhile, the president and CEO of Nova Scotia Power is providing an update about their cleanup efforts. Peter Gregg says they're assessing the damage in Halifax currently.
We're doing damage assessments in Metro Halifax now, and we'll have power line technicians out to make restorations for the balance of the day. And then as the weather clears up and the wind is safe, we'll continue to roll our damage assessors out and all of our 800 plus staff who we deployed for this storm.
This news comes as a state of emergency has been declared in Channel Port-aux-Basques, Newfoundland. Mayor Brian Button says the storm surge has been bigger and worse than anyone imagined. He says homes have been washed out to sea, an apartment building has been destroyed, and the town's water system has been compromised.
What's actually happening here is total devastation in some areas, not only in my community, in the communities, neighboring communities. I haven't even been able to reach out to them. I'm just going by what some people that I have had the chance to talk to in there. So what we're seeing here is Fiona is hitting our shoreline, and it is, I'm telling you, it is a mess.
Button is urging the public to stay off the roads. He says people are out looking at the destruction and getting in the way of evacuation efforts.
They've been interfering with us trying to evacuate people out of an area because we have areas where we have a little tiny window where we're trying to squeeze cars out through water and get them where we need to go. And we have people that have it blocked. And it's just becoming... I cannot plead enough with people that you need to stay in. Stay in right now. If you're in a safe location, stay there. If you're not in a safe location, you are the people that we're moving.
Button says the town hall has completely flooded and the town council is now using a room in the hospital as a command post. He says they have an emergency storm surge plan and are now assessing the situation to determine the next steps. But he urges people to find a location where it is safe and stay there. In the meantime, the RCMP in Newfoundland are investigating a report that a woman in Port-aux-Basques was washed out to sea. Media Relations Officer Jolene Garland says police have not been able to confirm whether that happened, as the area where it would have occurred is too dangerous to access. But she says they have confirmed a separate incident where a woman was washed out to sea and retrieved.
We did have another report where a residential property collapsed earlier this morning and a woman was thrown out in the sea. She was retrieved by local bystanders and was brought to hospital for medical attention. I don't have a status on her condition.
Garland is urging everyone to stay off the roads and stay in a safe area. Now, this comes as hurricane or tropical storm warnings are in place throughout most of Atlantic Canada and southern Quebec. The Cape Breton Regional Municipality and neighboring Victoria County have declared a local state of emergency and are asking residents to stay at home. The Canadian Red Cross has opened a shelter at Centre 200 in Cindy, Nova Scotia. However, it was without power on Saturday morning. The municipality is planning to open additional comfort centres when local travel is safe. Part of a steeple came down from St. Joseph Church in Cape Breton Regional Municipality, a building that's more than 100 years old. Cellular networks were spotty across Nova Scotia and PEI Saturday. Many were unable to get a cell signal to make calls or access internet. Bell Alliant acknowledged the outages in a tweet posted Saturday morning. The telecom company says they were working with utility companies to restore full power to the cellular sites as soon as possible. Rogers also tweeted they are aware of the outages and their local crews will get services up and running. CBC News has contacted Bell Alliant and Rogers for updates on restoration times. And finally, post-tropical storm Fiona caused significant damage across PEI this morning. Reports of downed power lines, broken trees, and other debris continue to pour in as the storm continues to move through the region. Police in Charlottetown are reminding people to stay home throughout the rest of the day and into tomorrow to allow crews to assess damages and begin cleaning up streets. More than 82,000 households across the province have been without power since this morning, and Maritime Electric expects those outages to last until at least tomorrow. Emergency officials on the island will be holding a press conference at 2:30 p.m. Atlantic time to offer more guidance on how to stay safe as the storm passes. We'll keep you updated with the latest from that coming up in the next hour. That's the CBC News. I'm William Ping.
William Ping, thank you so much. That's William Ping from our newsroom in St. John's, Newfoundland, giving us the regional newscast there. Our colleagues in those hardest hit provinces in Newfoundland and Labrador, in PEI, in Nova Scotia had been broadcasting earlier this morning, but are now dealing with power and internet outages. So our coverage is continuing to bring you the information you need. My name is Jean Armstrong, broadcasting to you here from Fredericton, New Brunswick. Something William Ping mentioned there is the advisories that police and RCMP are putting out about staying at home. The Charlottetown Police was saying that they were seeing people on the roads in cars and on foot, and that's getting in the way of people assessing the damage and responding to emergencies. RCMP in Newfoundland, in Port aux Basques, was asking residents to refrain from risky behavior, including taking pictures and videos in areas of flooding and ocean waves. They say this is not safe. People are putting themselves and first responders at unnecessary risk. Now, joining us from Newfoundland and Labrador right now is Ashley Brauweiler. She's a CBC meteorologist there. Ashley, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
So what parts of the province are hardest hit right now? What can you tell us?
Well, at this point, from storm surge perspective, definitely here where I am in the Port aux Basques region, but even a little bit further east as you head towards Burgeo, seeing lots of reports of storm surge and damage there caused by that. So what's happening right now is the storm is now north, just to the north and just to the west of, it looks like Cape Breton at this point. So the model's showing that as we head through the next couple of hours, we're in a bit of a lull right now, still gusting 115 kilometers per hour, not nearly as strong as they were, but we're expecting that to make another turn to the east. And as that happens, we'll see some of those stronger winds again through the afternoon. So another 6+ hours of strong winds, essentially from the Port-au-Port Peninsula and really the southwestern portion of the province through to Port aux Basques, and then Burgeo still expected to see those hurricane force gusts. Like I said, between another 6+ hours, we won't really start to see the relief from these winds until we get into tomorrow afternoon.
So this is heading up the Gulf of St. Lawrence along, as you say, the west of the province. What about Labrador? What kind of conditions should they be expecting?
Well, we're seeing some gusty winds today, just barely gusty, really. And as we head through the night tonight, as the system continues to track along Gulf of St. Lawrence and then through the Strait, we're actually going to see potentially a period of gusty winds along the west coast, northern peninsula, and then right along the Strait there, gusting maybe around 80 to 90 kilometers per hour, but that should weaken as we head through the day on Sunday.
We've been seeing some of the images and videos coming out of Newfoundland and in Burgeo, in Port aux Basques. It's unbelievable. I mean, can you describe some of the damage you're hearing about from the storm?
It's devastating. We were out earlier before the winds got really bad, being very cautious of going out. We're telling everybody to stay inside, so I shouldn't be out either. But earlier today, I saw stages in the water. I saw houses in the water. It's devastating. Yesterday going by, seeing all the areas that were close to the water and basically just telling people, like, it's not a good idea for you to be here. If we're talking about the type of storm surge that it looks like this storm could bring, it's record breaking. This, you have never seen this before. I know you talk about storms that you've seen before, but you've potentially never seen this. And it's just dangerous. So why not evacuate? So the devastation today is it's difficult. It's difficult to see.
Have you ever seen a storm like this in Newfoundland?
No. No, I haven't. Not with this type of destruction. I mean, we have seen significant winds for sure, but the power of the ocean is just incredible. That is really the water, the push of the water, the storm surge, the waves. We're talking about 12-foot waves breaking at the shores. It's unbelievable. It really is. I have seen strong winds. We talk about Snowmageddon. We talk about 150 kilometer per hour winds. Yes, we've seen it, but the waves and the storm surge is what is absolutely incredible.
Ashley Brauweiler, stay safe. Thank you so much for bringing us this update. It's really important.
Thank you.
That's Ashley Brauweiler. She is a CBC meteorologist in Newfoundland and Labrador. We're speaking to us about just the power of this storm that is hammering, is going to be hammering Newfoundland and Labrador for the next 6 hours in terms of winds and storm surges. And if you are just tuning in now, this is a special broadcast coming to you from Fredericton, New Brunswick, as we follow Fiona and the impact this storm is having on Atlantic Canada. Our colleagues in Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland and Labrador, who had been broadcasting to the Maritimes, have lost power and internet, so we're here to keep you company and provide updates around the clock. Speaking of the clock, it is 2:12 right now, Atlantic time, and 2:42 in Newfoundland and Labrador. Well, we're going to go to Port aux Basques in Newfoundland and Labrador right now. Reporter Malone Mullen is on the line. She is in Port aux Basques, which is on the south coast of the island. Malone, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Bit of a tough connection there for us, but maybe if you could just tell us what is the situation there, Malone?
So we were just outside, driving around a little bit, trying to stay safe while we were doing it, sticking to the higher ground. I bumped into a first responder. We actually stopped and pulled over because there was a large shed that had just been completely destroyed by the storm surge earlier today. The roof was still intact, nothing else was, so the roof was just sort of lying on somebody's front lawn. And the first responder was there, and he was saying that, this devastation is nothing compared to the lower lying areas, compared to downtown Port aux Basques, where everyone was evacuated earlier today. He was saying there are countless houses down. We were hearing reports and seeing photographs of houses just being completely ripped apart by those waves. A two-story apartment building completely gone. It's been confirmed that there is one person who is in the hospital due to being pulled out to sea by those waves. She was saved by bystanders, pulled out of that water. There is reportedly also another woman who was washed out to sea, but the RCMP haven't confirmed that yet.
What more can you tell us about that situation, Malone? And I know details are scarce, and that's we'll find out more as the time goes on, but what more can you tell us about that? That's terrible.
Yeah, right now we're just everyone's in hunkered down mode. The wind is still howling outside. The sea's not quite so bad now as we're driving around because of the tide, but that high tide will come back later on. So it's really hard to say how much destruction is out there right now. The downtown part that was evacuated, that seems to be hardest hit. That is still off limits. So RCMP are there. They're turning everybody away. Most people we're hearing are out at this point. So we just really have to wait and see what the destruction is like up there.
You're hunkered down there like so many people, but for the moments that you were outside, what did it feel like? What's the wind power and what does it feel like?
There's a massive blizzard in St. John's a couple years back, and it feels exactly like that, where you can't walk into the wind. You are just completely frozen in place no matter what you try to do. You can't take a breath. It's like the breath has been ripped from your lungs. It's powerful, and it's scary out there. It really is.
And also, we should mention, too, that RCMP put forward a mandatory evacuation order. You touched on that. We were hearing earlier from RCMP that there are some people who were refusing to leave their homes. Do we have an update on that?
That's actually something that I've heard sort of, from first responders on the ground as well here. Some people digging in their heels. And we sort of saw a little bit of that in the couple days leading up to this storm. People had their bags packed and they were ready to go, but they didn't want to leave their homes until things got bad. And unfortunately, things got bad real fast this morning.
Have you spoken to some people in Port aux Basques about how they're feeling right now?
Yeah. One thing I've heard a lot today is stay safe and, a lot of cursing, to be honest. A lot of people are just, I think, shell-shocked is really the only word to describe it. People here are used to bad weather. I don't think they were expecting something quite like this. This is unlike anything that they've ever seen before, and that's something that I keep hearing again and again.
And can you remind us about the shelter situation for people who have evacuated? Where have they gone, and where can they find safety?
Yeah, so there's the Lions Club that's open in town. There's also the Salvation Army that's we're about to head out there now and check out the situation, so I should have an update for you later on that. Just to see how many people are there. But, of course, it's a close-knit community, so I think a lot of people also have, neighbors, friends, family that they're able to stay with right now. But there's no time for when the downtown area that's been evacuated might reopen. Again, from what we've heard, it's just complete devastation. It's just flattened down there.
Malone, it's unthinkable, but thank you so much for bringing us this update. Please stay safe. Stay safe.
Thanks.
Malone Mullen is a CBC reporter based in Port aux Basques today. We reached her there. What a scene she's painted. It is 17 minutes now past 2 o'clock. It is 2:47 in Newfoundland and Labrador. Now, Victoria County on Cape Breton declared a state of emergency earlier today. Lyle Donovan is the EMO coordinator for Victoria County. Lyle, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How would you describe the situation in Victoria County today, Lyle?
Well, it's unfortunate, but things are starting to slow down. The wind is starting to die out some. The rain is starting to diminish. We still have quite high winds, and we're still getting rain. But now it's the time when we need people to be courteous and be prepared. Now the rescue efforts begin. We've got to, reestablish roadways, work with Nova Scotia Power to try to get power reestablished, make sure the roads are safe for people to be on. We've lost some accessibility. We've lost some bridges and stuff. So people are frustrated. They understand, but they're frustrated because we've been pummeled over the last couple of years in northern Cape Breton with some pretty significant storms. So it's just another storm, and this one has been the worst of all of them.
When you talk about the accessibility piece and the roads, I mean, talk to me more about that. You mentioned a bridge that was pummeled. What's going on there?
Yeah, we lost one of the bridges during the hurricane. Well, Fiona was kindly visiting us, and we've got 4 homes that are cut off and isolated. It's a dead-end road. So I've been talking with the residents that live on that road. They're faring out okay, but they can only stand for so long. So we're going to need to get emergency access to them as soon as possible, as soon as the weather dies out.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, and what about rockfall? You had some of that too on some roads, right?
We've had both rock slides from cliffs and mountainways, hills and stuff, but we've also had rocks come up on the highway from the ocean, and one of which struck a passing vehicle. And luckily the individual that it got struck wasn't hurt. But the fact is, people underestimate the power of Mother Nature in the ocean. And very easily, one of these rocks could come in the window and critically injure somebody, or, God forbid, cause death.
Someone mentioned in the last half hour, rocks the size of toasters. That these are huge chunks of rock. These aren't just, little pieces. This is... Yeah.
I've witnessed rocks up on the pavement that are even larger than toasters. I would go as far as to say even microwaves.
What does Victoria County need right now?
We need the people to be patient and let the emergency workers do their job. We've put out emergency warnings. We took out the state of emergency to ask people to stay home because the roads, it's not safe to be out. And when it makes it unsafe to be out, when people are out and they get hurt or they potentially could get injured, now we've got to send first responders and risk their lives to go help the injured parties. So please be patient. Please adhere to the warnings and let the emergency crews do their work.
And what would you say are the priorities right now for emergency crews? What's keeping them the most busy?
Well, just to make sure the roads are safe to be on. We don't want anybody to get hurt through a motor vehicle accident or fall into a hole or anything. We don't want any kind of damage that way. We don't know what roads could be undermined, so they need to be aware of that. We ask people for every emergency, and this is not just coming from Victoria County. This is coming from Public Safety Canada, and it comes from FEMA in the United States. People need to be prepared for 72 hours. We preach that over and over again, and we really need people to be prepared for 72 hours because when something like this happens, it could be up to 72 hours before we reach them, and they've got to be prepared for that time.
And that means canned food in the cupboard and just things to keep you going for the next 72 hours.
Exactly. Accessibility, have non-perishable food, a backup source. We're lucky it's in September and it's relatively warm. If we'd have had this type of storm hit us in the colder months, we'd be looking at different things. We'd be certainly opening comfort shelters as soon as it was safe to do so, and housing people in the comfort centers. But we're lucky because the weather is still relatively warm out.
Yeah, and what about neighbors looking out for each other? Is that something you'd recommend, that people pop their heads out, just make sure their neighbors are doing okay?
Yeah, Victoria County took out an emergency alert yesterday, and in the emergency alert, in our own public alerting system, one of the messages in there is check on your neighbors. Have neighbors check on their other neighbors because not everybody has access to be able to get out. Elderly people, people with young children, might be handicapped individuals. So, check on your neighbors to make sure they're safe and they're okay. And, certainly dial 911 if it's an emergency.
Yeah, and something RCMP Nova Scotia have been saying is that they say, as a reminder, if you see downed power lines, please report this directly to Nova Scotia Power. Do not call 911 unless it is an emergency. And as you say, those emergency crews are really strapped right now and quite busy. So
yes, exactly.
Yeah. Lyle, thank you so much for keeping us posted